Why? A roar filled with grief and anger reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Even on the brink of death from grievous wounds, the man's voice could alter the very fabric of the universe. Chu Zhiqian, the current master of the Taishu sect, a being at the pinnacle of the late tribulation stage. In a mere century, he had swiftly risen to prominence within the Kanglan continent. He vanquished evil spirits, slaughtered demon clans, traversed perilous realms, and pierced through forbidden zones. Wherever he passed, tales of his invincible legend as the heaven-veiling battle monarch echoed throughout. Today, he finally glimpsed the Tao of heaven, aiming to shatter the void and tread upon the fabled ancient starry path. He had set up the four symbols asking heaven formation, with his master Su Hongtu, his wife Su Ruyan, his son Chu Kongsheng, and his senior brother Zhang Beichun, to guard and support him in the formation. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be betrayed by those closest to him. The four not only abandoned the formation, leaving him to bear the thunder tribulation alone, but they also launched an assault against him. At this moment, Chu Zhiqian's body was on the verge of collapse, facing imminent demise. He gazed upon the familiar yet unfamiliar faces twisted with malicious glee, his heart brimming with sorrow and confusion. Why you do this? Did you truly believe I loved you? If it weren't for the pressure from a moon sect master compelling me to marry you, I would have been with senior brother Beichun, a pair of celestial lovers. Do you understand? Even if you become the so-called heaven-veiling battle monarch, in my eyes, you remain that lowly roots. Your affection and obsession for me only repulse me. Su Ruyan's ethereal beauty was now grotesquely contorted. Master Su Hongtu, who was also Chu Zhiqian's father-in-law, shared the same bitter resentment. Chu Zhiqian, you ungrateful disciple, do you know how I have endured all these years? If it weren't for you, after the fall of the moon sect master, how would I, as the new sect master, have relinquished my position to you after merely a decade under pressure? Did you truly believe that I would regard you as my own son merely? Because you risked your life to delve into the ancient realms of gods and demons to help me acquire the treasures for advancement? You, ungrateful disciple, are the greatest shadow on my path of cultivation. And today, I shall cleanse my door and shatter this shadow. His son, Chu Kongsheng, regarded him with eyes devoid of warmth. Chu Zhiqian, who do you think you are? From childhood, you have only compelled me to cultivate. If I fail to meet your expectations, I face your punishment. Have you ever considered my feelings? What right do you have to control me? Who do you think you are? The words from the three pierced Chu Zhiqian's heart like blades. His devotion, filial piety, and discipline were met with betrayal and treachery. You are my son, do I not have the right to guide you? Gazing at his son, Chu Zhiqian asked with a voice filled with desolation. Ha ha, son, do you truly believe that Kongsheng is your flesh and blood? The one who laughed heartily was senior brother Zhang Beichun, his face adorned with mockery. What do you mean? Chu Zhiqian spat out a mouthful of charred blood, his expression filled with uncertainty as he questioned. Zhang Beichun approached Su Ruyan, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. What do you mean? Do you still not understand? In his embrace, Su Ruyan blushed. Senior brother, are you trying to drive him a madness? Let's not forget, there's still the final thunder tribulation. It would be better if he perished in the lightning. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhiqian's heart brimmed with rage. He felt that the four before him were a cohesive family, while he stood as nothing more than a complete jest. I will kill you all. With a furious roar, Chu Zhiqian summoned the last remnants of his strength, intent on battling the four. Boom! At that moment, a cataclysmic bolt of heavenly lightning descended. This time, he would surely be obliterated, his body shattered, his soul extinguished. Despair flickered in Chu Zhiqian's eyes. But suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. A figure, like a moth drawn to flame, soared into the skies above him. This individual was shrouded in demonic energy, their exquisitely beautiful face exuding an otherworldly allure. It was haunting, resolute, unwavering in their purpose. They shielded him from the impending thunderbolt. This strike was the final and most formidable of all. Boom! The merciless lightning struck the figure. They plummeted swiftly, crashing down upon Chu Zhiqian's battered form. Embracing them, he felt their life force rapidly fading. Why would you help me? Who are you? Chu Zhiqian questioned, bewildered. He gazed upon their face, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, yet unable to discern their identity. Ha Chujitian. Of course, you do not recognize your illegitimate child. The woman's voice had grown faint. Her gaze held a myriad of unspeakable emotions: hatred, longing, sorrow, hope, release, regret. As her words fell, Chujitian trembled violently. In his memory, a dust-covered, exquisitely delicate visage emerged, as if from another lifetime. He had believed he had forgotten, that he had moved on. Yaya, is it you, Yaya? Upon hearing her childhood name, she smiled. The smile was laced with mockery and poignant sadness. Two streams of blood tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. You do not deserve to speak that name. I hate you. I will always hate you now. I return everything to you. The grace of your birth, the 3 years of nurturing, I owe you nothing now. With her final words, she closed her eyes completely. Yet, in her last moments, a sweet and innocent smile graced her lips. Though she uttered, I will forever hate you, it seemed that dying in Chu Zishan's embrace allowed her to relinquish all her obsessions. No, Yaya, my Yaya, you truly are my Yaya. At this moment, Chu Zitian's heart was filled with an overwhelming fury, akin to a bereaved son mourning his lost kin. The depths of his sorrow and remorse enveloped him in a terrifying aura, even as he teetered on the brink of death. Su Ruyin and her companions were seized with trepidation, retreating in haste. Uncertain of how long he had raged, Chu Zitian gradually came to a halt. With the gentlest of gestures, he laid Yaya softly upon the ground, tenderly caressing her flowing hair. Foolish girl, your life is not worth sacrificing for me to withstand this heavenly tribulation. Do not depart too swiftly. Wait for Father. Father will soon join you. In that instant, his very being began to fracture like fragile porcelain. Within the crevices, an ominous white light pulsated ominously. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. No, Chu Zitian, have you lost your mind? Someone has already borne the brunt of the tribulation for you. You cannot perish. Stop. Flee. Su Ruyin and her companions were engulfed in horror. Their previously gleeful expressions morphed into sheer terror. Ha ha, let us perish together. With a resounding explosion, accompanied by a manic laughter, the entire world seemed to fall into silence. Mother told Ye to seek out a man named Chu Zitian at the Taishu sect. He is my father. Are you Ye's father? In his ears, the faint voice from 80 years past echoed once more. He was engulfed in confusion. Was this merely an illusion created before the complete dissolution of his soul? Chapter 2. This is the daughter of Chu Zitian. Chu Zitian gradually regained his consciousness and found himself standing in the martial arena of the Qinglong Peak at the Taishu sect, witnessing the grand ceremony of the chief's conferral. A surge of memories from 80 years ago flooded his mind. Back then, he had made an astonishing debut in the sect's grand competition 5 years prior. In just 3 short years since joining the sect, he had ascended from a mere novice to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. It was due to this remarkable achievement that he garnered the attention of the then sect master, Yu Shuihan, who arranged for him to be betrothed to the Qinglong Saintess. Su Ruoyan. Su Hong too, the then master of Qinglong Peak and his mentor, subsequently became his father-in-law. With the robust support of the sect, Chu Zitian exceeded expectations. Within 5 years, he broke through one of the most formidable barriers on the path of cultivation, the innate realm, transitioning from the pinnacle of the acquired stage to the first level of the innate realm. A month ago, he led the Qinglong army to eradicate a long-standing malignancy within the sect's domain, the Wanyao Mountain Villa, which had persisted for a century. His remarkable contributions earned him great renown within the sect. Thus, after extensive deliberations among the senior members of various factions, he officially succeeded his senior brother, Zhang Beichen, as the new chief of Qinglong Peak, with today marking the ceremony of his conferral. On the high platform of the martial arena, Su Hongtu presided with an imposing demeanor. Su Ruoyan held the hand of her 4-year-old son, Chu Kongcheng, as they sat in 2 rows with the other 5 peak masters. Below, a multitude of high-ranking members and disciples of Qinglong Peak attentively observed the conferral ceremony. At that moment, Chu Zitian was the center of attention, basking in glory. However, just as he was about to pay homage to his ancestors, a figure unexpectedly appeared on stage, leading a little girl. Daddy? Mama told Yaya to find someone named Chu Zitian at Taishu sect. Is he my daddy? Are you my daddy? The small child tilted her head, asking timidly. Her delicately featured face was smeared with dirt, and her clothes were tattered, suggesting she had endured considerable hardship to arrive at the Taishu sect. Beside her, the kind-hearted individual who had brought her to seek her father was none other than her senior brother, Zhang Beiqin. Chu Shidi. This little girl claims her father is named Chu Zhitian. Could it possibly be you? He inquired, a hint of urgency in his voice. I hurriedly brought her here. I hope it hasn't disrupted your conferral ceremony. Zhang Beiqin smiled, his tone laced with a modicum of apology, yet a glint of treachery flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Su Hongtu's expression darkened, his countenance ashen. Su Ruoyan glared at Chu Zhitian, her gaze piercing and accusatory. The other 5 peak masters, along with the onlookers, cast skeptical glances toward Chu Zhitian and the diminutive figure. The son-in-law of the peak master, the husband of the Qinglong saintess, had a love child? How scandalous! Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Zhitian exhibited no signs of the anticipated panic or concealment. His eyes were solely fixed upon the little girl before him. Yeah. With a choked voice, Chu Zhitian finally confirmed that he had been reborn 80 years into the past. Today marked his grand ceremony of conferral, as well as his first encounter with his daughter. However, in his previous life, in pursuit of all he possessed now, he had failed to recognize his daughter at that time. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he vowed to compensate his daughter 1,000-fold for the debt he owed her in this lifetime. Are you my father? The little girl tilted her head, her large eyes filled with trepidation and anticipation, asking once more. Chu Zhitian crouched down, gazing at her endearing little face, wishing he could slap himself for his past heartlessness. How could he have been so cruel in his previous life? In the next moment, he enveloped her petite frame in his embrace, carefully yet tightly. Feeling the slight tremors and warmth emanating from her small body, Chu Zhitian found an unparalleled sense of peace and security, as if he had embraced the entire world. The greatest fortune in life is perhaps in regaining what was lost. Yes, I am your father. My dear, I am so sorry. I truly apologize. The once formidable Chu Zhitian, who had annihilated countless cultivators at the Wanyao Mountain Manor, now spoke with a quivering voice, tears glistening in his starry eyes. Really? The little one's voice trembled with uncertainty, followed by a soft, pained admission. Yeye can hardly breathe. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian hastily released her. I'm sorry, dear. Your father is just overwhelmed with joy. Yeye shook her head. It's all right. Yeye doesn't blame you. Sensing the affection and adoration in Chu Zhitian's gaze, the little girl finally accepted him as her father. She clapped her tiny hands, gleefully ringing out with laughter like silver bells. Oh, Yeye has finally found her father. 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 Chu Zhitian nodded earnestly, yes. Yeye has found her father. He silently vowed in his heart, this time, I shall never lose you again. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air. Chu Zhitian, who is this little girl? You must provide me with an explanation. Turning towards the source of the voice, he saw Su Ruyan, her exquisite face seemingly shrouded in frost. Her gaze, piercing and frigid, was fixed upon Chu Zhitian and Yeye. Yeye recoiled slightly, her laughter fading, tightly clutching the corner of Chu Zhitian's garment. A mere 6-year-old child, thrust into an unfamiliar environment, faced with such a terrifying glare, could only imagine the panic swelling within her. Chu Zhitian sensed the little one's distress, a surge of profound sorrow washing over him. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had succumbed to Su Ruyan's accusations and pushed this fragile form away. He had even commanded that Yeye be taken away, desperately trying to appease Su Ruyan by claiming he had no ties to the child, even asserting that she was a pawn of the malevolent forces seeking to tarnish his name. In the present moment, he cannot bear to contemplate how deeply disappointed, terrified, and helpless that little girl must have felt. The so-called 3 years of nurturing that he provided for Yeye were merely a fade, orchestrated by Su Hongtu to demonstrate his magnanimity, compelling him to devote himself even more resolutely to serve him. Subsequently, just as anticipated, Chu Zhitian became increasingly subservient to the Su father-daughter duo, overwhelmed with gratitude, feeling as though he owed Su Ruyan a debt of honor. Even after ascending to the status of a formidable warrior, he still bowed his head before Su Ruyan, perpetually seeking her approval, ensnared by psychological manipulation. Yet, during these 3 years, Yeye languished on Qinglong Peak, subjected to neglect and mistreatment, especially from that vile creature, Chu Kongqing, who took pleasure in bullying her. In this regard, Chu Zhitian, her biological father, chose to remain oblivious. Time and again, he watched helplessly as his daughter was tormented, as the cultivation resources that rightfully belonged to her were seized by Chu Kongqing, and as she sat on the ground weeping, utterly indifferent to her plight. Reflecting upon it now, how utterly despairing and helpless must it have been for a 6 or 7-year-old girl, surrounded by strangers, unable to rely on even her biological father? Yet, it was this so-called grace of nurturing over 3 years that compelled Ye to bear the brunt of the heavenly tribulation with her very life. Chu Zetian, you truly deserve condemnation. How dare you presume to deserve her? As he recalled the scenes from his past life, Chu Zetian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. This time, confronted by Su Rian's forceful interrogation, he rose to his feet and lifted his gaze, locking eyes with her without flinching. Cannot you see? This is my daughter, Chu Zetian's daughter. Was he feeling guilty? Perhaps in his previous life, but not in this one. Upon uttering these words, Su Rian's face contorted in rage. Has he admitted it? How dare he? Even though she harbored no feelings for Chu Zetian and was indifferent to him, she could not permit him to betray her. Chapter 3. Divorce? No. It is I who shall dismiss you. The crowd erupted in shock. No one expected Chu Zetian to openly acknowledge this daughter. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face to Su Rian and even to Peak Master Su Hong too. It would mark a scandal of unprecedented proportions for the Tai Su sect. Chu Zetian, repeat that. Su Rian pointed at Ye, her tone chilling. Slap. No sooner had her words left her lips than a shadow darted before her. The resounding sound of a heavy slap echoed throughout the training ground. Su Rian was sent sprawling. Dare to insult my daughter? This slap is merely a warning. Should you continue to speak vilely, I will not hesitate to ensure that your mouth is forever silenced. Chu Zetian's voice was resolute, his proud figure standing tall against the wind. Sharp, protective, forceful, and domineering. Clearly, he cared not for scandals or reputation. In this moment, his eyes and heart were solely focused on his precious daughter. Wowu mother, how dare you strike my mother? 4-year-old Chu Kongqing burst into tears. In the next moment, he glared at Ye, his small face reflecting a deep-seated resentment. It's all your fault, you wild child. Daring to compete with me for father, I will beat you to death. With that, Chu Kongqing charged towards Ye, pushing her with all his might. Despite his tender age, he had been raised in luxury, enjoying abundant cultivation resources, and his strength was astonishing for one so young. With a thud, the petite Ye was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zetian felt a surge of panic, especially when he noticed that 6-year-old Ye stood half a head shorter than 4-year-old Chu Kongqing. A bitter feeling welled up within him. In a fit of protective rage, Chu Zetian waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind sent Chu Kongqing flying. Upon landing, Chu Kongqing cried out in a heart-wrenching wail that pierced the air. This spectacle shocked everyone present. Bang! Su Hongtu slammed his palm on the armrest of the stone chair and stood up abruptly. Chu Zetian, you have the audacity. For this bastard child, you not only strike my daughter, but also harm my grandson. They are your wife and child. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Beichen hurried to scoop Chu Kongqing into his arms, concern etched on his face. Chengcheng, don't cry, don't cry. Chu Shidi, what are you doing? Chengqing is your son. The 5 peak masters on the stage exhibited expressions of shock. The crowd below erupted in an uproar. Clearly, it was Chu Shixiang who had wronged Sister Ruyan. How could he still have the face to strike? He even harmed his own son. Scoundrel. Rumors had it that Chu Shixiang was utterly obedient to Sister Ruyan. Could those tales be false? Seeing Chu Zetian lash out, the recently risen Ye was taken aback. Hearing the accusations directed at her father, the little one lowered her head, feeling guilty as if she had brought trouble upon him. Father, please don't strike anyone. Ye isn't hurt. I don't want you to be scolded because of me. Chu Zetian affectionately patted her little head, but remained silent. I'm sorry, my dear, but this father cannot comply. Not only for your sake, but even if I were to be denounced by 1,000 voices, what does it matter? At that moment, Su Rian gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Chu Zetian, how dare you strike me and our son? Not only have you been unfaithful to me, bringing forth this illegitimate child, but you also strike us for her sake? Do you have any regard for me? Her voice resonated with resentment, anger, shock, and a tinge of grievance. This lowborn man, though decisive in battle, cowered before her like a devoted servant. Under the constant brainwashing from her and her father, this commoner believed it a monumental blessing to marry her. Thus, he had always treated her with utmost care and deference. Yet today, he dared to slap himself in front of thousands? This was utterly unacceptable for Su Ruyan. As her words fell, everyone once again launched a tirade against Chu Zetian, as if he were the most notorious heartbreaker in the world. In the face of all the accusations, Chu Zetian merely sneered, unrepentant in his conscience. Yue's mother had been encountered 7 years prior during a mission he undertook for his sect. The task was to eradicate a stronghold of the nefarious Night Palace. It was during this mission that Chu Zhitian fell victim to the vile enchantress, Yi Lingmei, who imprisoned and tortured him for 3 days and nights. Yue must have been conceived during that time. My daughter is already 6 years old, and we married 5 years ago. What have I done to wrong you? At this juncture, Chu Zhitian's gaze turned sharp, scanning Su Rian and Zhang Beichen with piercing intensity. Moreover, who is truly at fault here? Me or you? Brother Zhang, why should my disciplining of my son concern you? Your excessive concern makes it seem as though Cheng is your son. Zhang Beichen's heart sank as he averted his gaze, instinctively distancing himself from Chu Kongqing. Su Rian, confronted by Chu Zhitian's penetrating stare, felt as though she were laid bare, completely exposed. However, her long-ingrained sense of superiority quickly morphed into indignation. Chu Zhitian, what have I, Su Rian, done to wrong you? I do not disdain your humble origins, marrying you and bearing you a son. What more do you want from me? Ha ha. Chu Zhitian erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with deep sarcasm. You bore me a son? How dare you utter such words? With that, he pointed at Chu Kongqing, who cast a resentful sideways glance at him and Yue. I ask you, is this son truly of my blood? Shall we not ascertain this through a bloodline test? Upon hearing this, Su Rian's complexion changed instantly. What do you mean by that? Chu Zhitian coldly replied. The literal meaning. As the two engaged in their exchange, the onlookers displayed expressions of intrigue. The earlier accusations labeling Chu Zhitian as scum shifted dramatically. What could possibly be the situation? Could it be that Su Rian had strayed? A scandal. A grand scandal. The esteemed Feng is in turmoil. Listening to these discussions, Su Rian's face flushed crimson. She had always been celebrated as the ethereal Su Rian, a vision of beauty and purity. Yet now, the gazes directed at her felt akin to those reserved for a harlot. Had that scoundrel Chu Zhitian truly uncovered something? If this matter were not handled deftly today, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Chu Zhitian, in your desperate attempt to cloak your own infidelities, you resort to such vile means to tarnish my name. What need is there for a bloodline test? The very notion is an affront to my dignity. I, Su Rian, would rather perish than endure such humiliation. Setting aside the facts, let us part ways. A divorce. Su Rian's mind raced as she swiftly devised a countermeasure. Her countenance was one of profound indignation, as though she had endured the gravest of indignities. Her expression was resolute, her beautiful eyes glistening with sorrow. She even allowed 2 crystal tears to cascade down her cheeks at the opportune moment. Yet, deep within her gaze, a flicker of triumph and derision shone through. Su Rian was certain that this display would evoke sympathy from Chu Zhitian, compelling him to relent, especially upon hearing the words divorce. He would likely be so terrified that he would kneel and plead for her return, desperately striving to retain her. For she knew how deeply Chu Zhitian cherished her, how utterly he could not bear to lose her. However, in the next moment, her expression froze in disbelief. Divorce? No. To be precise, it should be I who am divorcing you. Chu Zhitian let out a cold laugh. In the following instant, his fingers glowed with a crimson light as he inscribed a divorce decree in midair. You wish to divorce me? How dare you? Chu Zhitian, on what grounds? Her voice, filled with profound shock and indignation, rang out sharply. Chapter 4. If you do not want it, we shall. Su Rian could hardly believe her eyes. She had merely intended to pressure Chu Zhitian into submission by threatening divorce. Never had she anticipated that he would not only refuse to kneel and beg her to stay, but would also publicly write a divorce decree. He wished to cast her aside. Was this truly the same Chu Zhitian who had held her in the palm of his hand for 5 years, cherishing her as if she were the most precious treasure? Was this really the devoted man who had bowed to her every whim? At this moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, is Brother Chu serious? Brother Chu is the foremost figure of the younger generation at Qinglong Peak and within our Taishu sect, while Sister Rian is a paragon of excellence. Were they truly on the verge of turning against each other? For the sake of an illegitimate daughter he had never met, he was willing to forsake his wife and child. Was this daughter truly of such paramount importance to him? Meanwhile, Su Hongtu, her father, wore a grim visage. Chu Zhitian, do you realize what you are doing? Have you lost your senses? He descended from the platform, calling out Chu Zhitian's name with each word laden with gravity. A formidable aura, befitting a master of the Hunyuan realm, surged towards Chu Zhitian. Shielding Ye behind him, Chu Zhitian stood firm against the pressure, declaring, on the contrary, I have never been as lucid as I am now. Excellent. It appears you have truly grown wings. Su Hongtu's eyes glinted with coldness, unmistakably harboring a hint of murderous intent. Chu Zetian, do not forget who bestowed upon you everything you possess. If you dare to part ways with my daughter, there shall be no refuge for you at Qinglong Peak. I will expel you from Qinglong Peak and strip you of your cultivation. You must consider this carefully. All of this was granted to you by me. Upon hearing these words, Chu Zetian smirked derisively. A splendid retort. All of it was given to me. 5 years prior to the great sect competition, I was merely an ordinary disciple, relying on the standardized techniques imparted by the sect and the uniformly distributed spiritual stones to cultivate to the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Su Hongtu, the exalted peak master, did not extend any special favor or impart any knowledge to me. As for the resources I enjoyed post-competition, they were allocated to the Qinglong Peak by the sect, under the direct order of the Moon Sect Master, and subsequently passed on to me. Yet now, in the mouth of Su Hongtu, it has all been twisted into something he claims to have granted me. This leaves Chu Zetian feeling an overwhelming sense of irony. At that moment, a small figure emerged from behind him. Please, don't hurt my father. It's all because of Yaya, right? If Yaya leaves, you won't cripple my father anymore. Will you? The little face of Yaya was already streaked with tears, as she asked with a mix of guilt and vulnerability. Though merely 6 years old and seemingly fragile, she possessed a maturity far beyond that of her peers. She vaguely understood that the troubles her father faced were somehow linked to her. She did not wish to burden him further. Chu Zetian felt a pang in his heart, seeing that tiny frame step forward to shield him from all harm. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Yaya, father is fine. It has nothing to do with you. He crouched down, hastily attempting to comfort her. At that moment, a sinister glint flashed across Zhang Beichen's face as he feigned concern for Yaya, saying, Yaya, right? You're so small. Where can you go without your father? Aren't you afraid of being taken by bad people out there? I've heard there are monsters that eat people. Who would be most delighted to see the rift between Chu Zetian and the Su family? Undoubtedly, it was Zhang Beichen. This would grant him the opportunity to openly pursue Su Ruyan and even reclaim the position of chief of Qinglong Peak, seizing all that Chu Zetian currently possessed. Thus, fearing that Chu Zetian might waver or concede, he intentionally frightened Yaya, hoping to provoke her into crying and pleading, thereby deepening Chu Zetian's attachment to her. Contrary to expectations, however, Yaya did not burst into tears. Despite the evident helplessness and fear in her large eyes, she resolutely shook her head and bravely declared, Yaya is not afraid. Yaya can manage. After the bad people harmed my grandmother on the road, I came here all by myself. Yaya can handle it. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was moved. What a heart-wrenching little girl. Even the master of Zhuke Peak could not help but shake his head in admiration, exclaiming how remarkable it was that such a young child could be so understanding. To ensure her father would not lose his cultivation, she was willing to leave the Tai Su sect and fend for herself in the world? How could such a small child survive out there? Chu Zetian's throat tightened with emotion, his eyes glistening. He held the little one tightly, unwilling to let her go. Yaya, your grandfather will never allow you to leave me again. Witnessing this scene, Chu Kongqing pouted, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy as he gazed at Yaya. Su Ruyan's expression was equally grim. Su Hongtu, with a chilling tone, declared, Chu Zetian, do you truly intend to perish alongside this little wildling? What are you without my daughter and the support of Qinglong Peak? Once I expel you from the sect, you will become a stray dog. As soon as he uttered these words, before Chu Zetian could respond, a languid voice interjected, Su Peak Master, such words cannot be spoken lightly. If your Qinglong Peak no longer wants Chu Shizhi, we at Zhuke Peak shall gladly take him. The speaker was none other than the Peak Master of Zhuke Peak. Yu Chaolu, who sat casually on a stone chair, her posture relaxed. Despite being over 60, this powerful female cultivator bore no signs of age on her stunning visage, which only radiated a mature allure. Indeed, Su Peak Master, should you cast out Chu Shizhi, we at Xuanwu Peak will not hold back. Baihu Peak is also eager to welcome him. Come to our Goqing Peak, Chu Shizhi. I can make you the chief of Goqing Peak right away. Tingsha Peak also extends a warm invitation to you, Chu Shizhi, including Yu Chaolu, the other 5 peak masters of Xuanwu, Baihu, Goqing, and Tingsha, all extended olive branches to Chu Zetian. Over the years, Qinglong Peak had evidently become the foremost peak of the Taishu sect, not due to the extraordinary talents of Su Hongtu, but rather because of the unparalleled prodigy, Chu Zetian. He was a genius bearing the manifold spiritual roots Having entered the sect as a mere commoner, yet within less than a decade, he ascended to the innate realm. Such a prodigy was a rarity throughout the entire Datsong dynasty and even the Kanglan continent. How could anyone dare to expel him from the sect? The other peak masters could only ask, is there truly such an opportunity? You all. Su Hongtu nearly succumbed to fury upon witnessing the reactions of the other 5 peak masters. You each await to take in the disciple I intend to expel, do you? Su Rian's face also bore an unmistakable expression of unwillingness and indignation. She had never anticipated that the man she had disregarded for 5 years was regarded as a treasure by the other peak masters. At that moment, she began to question her life choices, feeling that severing ties with Chu Zhitian would be a tremendous loss for her. What is wrong with that? If you, Su Peak Master, do not want this discarded disciple, is it excessive for me to pick him up? Yu Chaolu inquired with a bright smile. Oomph. Just as her words fell, Su Hongtu snorted coldly, his aura surging, and he suddenly unleashed a thunderous attack towards Chu Zhitian. I shall cripple him right now. Let us see if you still want a useless person. Chapter 5. In this life, the opportunities belong to me. Su Hongtu's imposing presence surged forth, his hands brimming with spiritual energy. A formidable strike, the mountain-crushing palm, surged towards Chu Zhitian. As the master of a prominent peak, Su Hongtu's prowess had ascended to the 7th realm of the Hunyuan stage. In stark contrast, Chu Zhitian's strength languished at merely the 3rd level of the innate stage, rendering him significantly inferior in terms of cultivation. It was evident that he possessed no means of retaliation. Yet, faced with the onslaught, Chu Zhitian did not flinch or seek to defend himself. To be rendered powerless? So be it. Having been granted a second chance at life, he was acutely aware of an extraordinary opportunity within the sect, the blood prison of demons. This rare fortune could only be seized by the downtrodden. In his previous life, it had been inadvertently acquired by Zhang Beichen. This time, it would belong to him. Boom. In the next instant, a resounding clash echoed as Su Hongtu was forced to retreat rapidly. Simultaneously, a graceful figure emerged, the enchanting master of Zhuke Peak, Yu Chaolu, who had intercepted the attack. Master Yu, what is the meaning of this? Su Hongtu bellowed in fury. Yu Chaolu, with a playful smile, responded languidly, Master Su, Chu Zhitian is not solely your disciple. He is a genius of our entire sect. You may expel him, but you have no authority to render him powerless. With a light-hearted chuckle, Yu Chaolu continued teasingly. Very well. You may expel him now. I am eagerly awaiting to take him in. Indeed, we are all awaiting to take him in, echoed the other peak masters, reveling in the spectacle. Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between anger and contemplation. After a moment, he coldly retorted, Chu Zhitian's abilities are solely a product of his training at my Qinglong Peak. If he dares to sever ties with my daughter today and bring shame upon Qinglong Peak, I will certainly strip him of his cultivation. This is a private matter concerning Qinglong Peak and the Su family. Even if the sect leader returns, I will provide my own explanations. With a fierce tone, he addressed Yu Chaolu and the other peak masters, declaring, anyone who dares to interfere or claim Chu Zhitian for themselves shall face my wrath. The thousands of cultivators of Qinglong Peak stand united here today. Let us see who dares to challenge us. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yu Chaolu and the other peak masters shifted. The matter at hand was intertwined with Su Hongtu's familial honor and that of Qinglong Peak, and it appeared their master was genuinely enraged. At this moment, Chu Zhitian clasped his hands in gratitude towards Yu Chaolu, saying, Thank you, Master Yu, for your protection. I, Chu Zhitian, can handle this matter myself. And there is no need for you or the other peak masters to intervene. Yu Chaolu's countenance flickered, while the other peak masters exchanged silent glances. At this juncture, Su Hongtu's voice rang out with icy authority. Chu Zhitian, do not think me unmindful of our teacher-disciple bond. I present you with 2 choices. First, I expel you from Qinglong Peak and strip you of your cultivation, destroying your bright future in an instant. Second, you will immediately eliminate this illegitimate child and express your loyalty to my daughter. I shall act as though nothing has transpired. The ceremony of enfeoffment continues. Upon uttering these words, a shiver ran through all present. Ruthless, so utterly ruthless, to compel Chu Zhitian to personally extinguish the life of his own daughter? Father. Yu Yu's petite form trembled in fear and helplessness as she cast a glance towards Chu Zhitian. A smile forced its way onto Chu Zhitian's face as he gently ruffled his daughter's small head. Rest assured, my dear, even in the face of my own demise, I could never bring harm to you. In the previous life, Su Hongtu had feigned generosity by sparing Yu Yu. In this life, was it due to his protective instincts? Su Hongtu was determined to execute Yu Yu on the spot. Hearing this, a veil of tears clouded Yu Yu's large eyes. Su Ruyan's aggressive voice, laced with venom, resounded with a chilling intensity. What? Are you reluctant to strike down this illegitimate child? Chu Zhitian, do you wish to render yourself a mere shell of a man? You would do well to contemplate your choice thoroughly. Chu Zhitian cast a cold glare at the woman before resolutely addressing Su Hongtu. Is it merely a matter of discarding my cultivation? There is no need for Su Feng to intervene. I shall take matters into my own hands. The venom and ruthlessness emanating from the opposition stirred a tumult of emotions within him. In the previous life, how devotedly had he honored and revered this master, his father-in-law. Even after surpassing him in strength, he remained obedient to his commands, risking life and limb to seek treasures in the ancient realm of gods and demons to aid in his breakthroughs. Reflecting on it now, the other had always regarded him with indifference, as though he were but a subordinate. There was not a trace of the intimacy shared between a master and disciple, nor the warmth of a father-in-law and son-in-law. Ultimately, when he faced the tribulation of thunder, the betrayal came as a knife in his back. The face of resentment and jealousy that had confronted him then was a memory Chu Zhitian could never erase. And now, in this life, he was to be compelled to personally slay his own daughter? Such a master, he could no longer acknowledge. Even a single additional day in his presence filled Chu Zhitian with disdain and revulsion. Faced with Su Hongtu's coercion, between Yu Yu and his own cultivation, Chu Zhitian had arrived at a decision. Moreover, he still held a trump card. What did it matter if he were to lose his cultivation? Must I act? What do you mean by that? Su Hongtu's countenance darkened as he barked a question. The others, hearing Chu Zhitian's words, sensed an ominous undertone in the air. Chu Shitzi. Yu Zhaolu opened her mouth, casting a softer gaze upon the master of Zhuke Peak. He recalled that in the previous life, Yu Zhaolu and a few of her direct disciples were among the very few in Tai Su sect who had shown kindness to Yu Yu. Yu Zhaolu had even proposed transferring Yu Yu to her tutelage, chastising Chu Zhitian for his heart of stone when witnessing Yu Yu's mistreatment on Qinglong Peak. Occasionally, she would provide Yu Yu with delightful treats and valuable resources for her cultivation. Yet, this biological father of hers perceived Yu Chaolu as an unwelcome meddler, harboring a persistent animosity towards her. Even after Su Hongtu ascended to the position of sect leader, he conspired against Yu Chaolu, ultimately forcing her to leave the Taishu sect in bitterness, whereupon she fell victim to an onslaught from demonic cultivators, leading to her tragic demise. In this lifetime, however, it was she who stepped forth to protect herself. In that moment, Chu Zhitian felt a pang of anguish within, as if the weight of the past was unbearable. In his previous life, he had been blind, akin to a devoted dog, solely focused on pleasing Su Ruyan and her daughter. There were far too many apologies owed. Reflecting on this, he offered Yu Chaolu a complex smile, his tone laced with self-mockery as he inquired, Master Yu, I wish to seek refuge under the Zhuke Peak. However, I wonder if I were to lose all my cultivation, would you still accept my daughter and me? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Yu Chaolu's face. Considering the endearing nature of this little girl, she naturally had no objections. Before she could finish her thoughts, Chu Zhitian, having received the answer he desired, nodded with a smile. Then I shall temporarily entrust my daughter to you, Master Yu. Father. Yeye's large eyes filled with panic upon hearing this, as if she sensed something amiss. My dear Yeye, you are tired, sleep well. When you awaken, your father will be right beside you. Chu Zhitian bestowed a tender smile upon his daughter, gently stroking her small head. He did not wish for the little one to witness what was to transpire next. With a few blinks, Yeye succumbed to the weight of sleep. After entrusting his daughter to Yu Chaolu, Chu Zhitian's gaze towards Su Hongtu transformed from warmth to one of resolve and madness. With a rip, he tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve and cast it at Su Hongtu's feet. Su Hongtu's pupils constricted. Today, I, Chu Zhitian, declare that our master-disciple bond has come to an end, and I hereby sever all ties with you. Did you not claim that all I possess is due to your generosity? Then I shall return all my cultivation to you. Let us settle our past favors. Each word from Chu Zhitian rang with clarity. His voice, filled with madness and determination, echoed throughout the entire arena. Let the debts of gratitude be settled. Henceforth, only enmity remains. With a resounding thud, a series of muffled sounds emanated from within Chu Zhitian's body, as if something had shattered. Severing his meridians? Su Hongtu exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with rage as he bellowed. How could you do this? Stop, you wretched beast. The conditions he had just proposed were merely a means to force Chu Zhitian's compliance. He never intended for him to truly cripple himself. After all, Qinglong Peak still depended on this foremost talent of the sect. In his view, this usually obedient son-in-law would certainly yield. Yet he never anticipated that Chu Zhitian would genuinely resort to such self-mutilation. Su Ruyan was equally astonished and enraged. Chu Zhitian, have you lost your mind? What is the reason behind this? I command you to cease immediately. Chapter 6. Rising from the ashes, Su Ruyan was utterly exasperated, even making what she believed to be a concession. Chu Zhitian, I can offer you another chance. If you explain to me the circumstances surrounding this illegitimate child, I might consider reconciling with you and allow you to remain by my side. Chu Zhitian laughed. Reconciliation? No need for that. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of muffled explosions increased in intensity. Su Ruyan shook her head repeatedly. She could not comprehend why Chu Zhitian had suddenly become so resolute. To acknowledge this illegitimate child and sever ties with her, such a self-destructive act, was he truly willing to forsake everything? No need for that. Why? Su Ruyan ground her teeth and inquired. For reasons unknown, a wave of panic surged within her. Upon hearing her question, a trace of mockery crept across Chu Zhitian's lips. You do not know why? It is laughable that I only understood everything in my previous life, moments before my demise. Yet you, Su Ruyan, should have been aware all along. Puff. Moments later, Chu Zhitian coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet. Had he truly shattered his own dantian, severing his meridians and destroying his dantian? This was not merely the loss of his cultivation. He had obliterated his very foundation. Chu Zhitian had indeed gone mad. The several peak masters exchanged glances, astonished and unsettled. Below the platform, there was an uproar. Su Hongtu and Su Ruyan were both heartbroken, trembling with rage. However, their distress was not for Chu Zhitian. Rather, his self-destruction was a tremendous loss to them as father and daughter, as well as to Qinglong Peak. It was akin to a once docile dog, capable of guarding the home, suddenly breaking free from their control, determined to bite itself to death. Meanwhile, 4-year-old Chu Kongqing watched Chu Zhitian's plight, an expression of delight crossing his youthful face. He seemed to harbor no feelings for his father. Deserved it. You struck me and my mother. At that moment, a voice resonated with righteous indignation, filled with profound sorrow. Junior brother Chu, what are you doing? Your actions not only betray the trust of your master and Ruyan, but also let down the entire sect. Do you think your strength was achieved through your own efforts? It was built upon the substantial resources of the sect that enabled your advancement to innate level. By rendering yourself useless, do you honor the sect? The speaker was Zhang Beiqin. He stood, full of outrage, addressing Chu Zhitian from the perspective of the entire sect. Chu Zhitian regarded him with cold eyes, realizing with bitterness that in his previous life, he had been blind to the true nature of this petty man. As soon as Zhang Beiqin uttered these words, several peak masters began to castigate Chu Zhitian. Now, with his cultivation lost and foundation completely shattered, their desire to recruit him had evaporated. Only Yu Chaolu displayed a flicker of profound insight in her eyes. She discerned not a trace of panic or confusion in Chu Zhitian's gaze, despite his lost powers. Instead, she perceived calmness and resolve, as if he held everything within his grasp. At that moment, Su Hongtu's voice, laden with murderous intent, resounded. Zhang Beiqin speaks with reason. Chu Zhitian, you are not only a traitor to my Qinglong Peak, but also a sinner to the entire sect. Today, I shall end your life to cleanse our ranks and appease the entire sect. As he spoke, spiritual energies surged around him, ready to strike down Chu Zhitian. Yu Chaolu swiftly interposed herself before him. Su Hongtu, you are being excessively hasty. Although the sect has expended resources to cultivate Chu Shitzi, his contributions to the sect are sufficient to offset that. Just this time, leading the troops to annihilate the Wanyao Mountain Manor, the treasures plundered for the sect are innumerable. What he has squandered is his own cultivation. In my eyes, he has wronged no one. Observing this beautiful peak master advocating for him, Chu Zhitian felt a swell of emotion within. Recalling the tragic fate she had met in his previous life, he was overcome with sorrow and guilt. In this life, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Yu Chaolu, are you determined to shield this rebellious disciple? Su Hongtu gritted his teeth and inquired. Shielding is not the term. It is simply that Chu Zhitian has always been favored by the sect leader, who is currently in seclusion. even if he has committed a crime. It is only right to await the leader's emergence before deciding how to deal with him. Yu Chaolu stood unwavering. Very well. I shall see whether the sect leader will also protect this wretched creature as you do. Guards, take Chu Zhitian away and imprison him in the Cold Wind prison. Su Hongtu commanded, his eyes unmistakably brimming with malice. The Cold Wind prison is a death cell of Qinglong Peak. Inside, the chilling winds incessantly erode the flesh of those who enter, leaving even cultivators severely weakened. Not to mention Chu Zhitian, who had lost all his powers. Su Hongtu clearly intended to condemn Chu Zhitian to death. Hold on. Yu Chaolu raised her hand, countering sharply. Su Hongtu, since Chu Zhitian has severed ties with you, Qinglong Peak has no right to deal with him. He has already pledged himself to my Zhuke Peak and should naturally return with me. Su Hongtu's countenance was dark as if it could drip with water. Yu Chaolu maintained a cheerful gaze as she met his eyes, showing no signs of retreat. For a moment, the two peak masters appeared on the verge of conflict. At that juncture, Chu Zhitian's weak yet resolute voice broke the tension. Thank you, Master Yu, for your kindness. However, I am willing to bear my sins and enter the blood prison cave. Reflecting on his previous life, after Zhang Beichen entered the blood prison, he encountered a fortuitous opportunity that defied the heavens. Chu Zhitian had no choice but to decline the kind offer from Yu Chaolu. Otherwise, would he not have squandered his chance? To enter that realm in a crippled state would lead to the rebirth of his physical form. In such a case, notions of severing meridians or destroying his dantian would be trivial. Chu Zhitian was aware of these truths, and he owed much to Zhang Beichen. In his past existence, after Zhang Beichen subdued the myriad demons of the Demon Mountain Manor, he too was unwilling to yield. 3 months later, he led an army to assault a significant stronghold of the Night Palace. That battle resulted in the near total annihilation of 50,000 disciples of the Taishu sect. Ordinarily, Zhang Beichen would have faced execution. Yet, at Chu Zhitian's plea, the then sect leader, Yu Shuihan, chose to strip him of his cultivation and cast him into the blood prison. Little did they anticipate that Zhang Beichen would turn misfortune into fortune. Within its depths, he absorbed the bloodline essence of an ancient deity, his body transforming into that of a giant spirit celestial. From that point onward, his talent for cultivation surpassed even Chu Zhitian's. However, lacking the same audacity, he refrained from venturing into various forbidden zones in search of opportunities, resulting in his continued inferiority in power. Nonetheless, during Chu Zhitian's tribulation in his past life, Zhang Beichen too reached the late stage of tribulation. He was but a step away from shattering the void. This demonstrates the extraordinary nature of that opportunity. This opportunity shall be mine, Chu Zhitian mused inwardly. At that moment, upon hearing Chu Zhitian's voluntary request to enter the blood prison, everyone was taken aback. You wish to enter the blood prison? Yu Chaolu's expression shifted dramatically. Chu Zhitian, it seems you are aware of your own status as a cripple, merely a drain on resources. Entering the blood prison to await death is not so bad, Su Rian said through gritted teeth, laced with resentment and mockery. A smirk of schadenfreude appeared on Zhang Beichen's face, as if fearing Chu Zhitian might reconsider. He quickly added fuel to the fire. Junior brother Chu, you have wasted your cultivation, disappointing both our master and the sect leader. Entering the blood prison with a guilty conscience is only fitting. What manner of place is the blood prison? It is a realm far more terrifying than the Cold Wind prison. It is filled with chaotic blood energy, housing the most notorious offenders of the sect throughout the ages. Within its confines, one is constantly bombarded by the oppressive blood aura, enduring relentless torment. The mildest consequence could result in damaged meridians and diminished cultivation, while the gravest could lead to a fate worse than death, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the blood prison stands as a forbidden zone, one that all within the Taishu sect shun. Yet, someone is now willing to enter? Moments later, 2 disciples from the punishment hall escorted Chu Zhitian away from the training ground. Before departing, Chu Zhitian cast a meaningful glance back at Zhang Beichen. Zhang Beichen, I must express my gratitude. Were it not for you, how would I have uncovered the secrets of the blood prison? You are truly a remarkable individual. Feeling the intensity of Chu Zhitian's gaze, Zhang Beichen was inexplicably unsettled. In the depths of the unseen, an unsettling sensation lingered within me, as if something intrinsically mine were about to be taken away. Cursed be this feeling. Why must I endure such an affliction? Chapter 7. The Bloodlines of All Races. United in 1/2 an hour later. In the forbidden grounds of the sect, Blood Mist Mountain. This place is perpetually shrouded in crimson fog, imbued with a faint scent of blood. At this moment, two enforcers from the discipline hall escorted Chu Zetian deeper into Blood Mist Mountain. Before them loomed a vast cave enveloped in a blood-red aura, resembling a gigantic maw, poised to devour anyone who ventured too close. Senior Brother Chu, we apologize for the offense. The two disciples spoke their apologies before forcefully shoving him inside. Stripped of his cultivation, Chu Zetian possessed no strength to resist and was unceremoniously propelled into the cave. The instant he entered, a searing pain coursed through his entire being, akin to flesh being mercilessly torn apart. Inside the cavern, bloodthirsty energies solidified into blades that incessantly whirled and sliced. With a sickening sound, a strip of flesh was severed from Chu Zetian's face. Another grotesque sound echoed as a piece of meat from his shoulder was violently torn away. As the chaotic blood energies ravaged his body, Chu Zetian's eyes began to shine with an unsettling brilliance, imbued with a perverse exhilaration and madness. Defying the tumultuous blood energies, he crawled toward the depths of the cave. Upon reaching the end, his body lay in tatters. Before him swirled a colossal blood vortex. What unspeakable horrors awaited within? None could know. All who inadvertently entered had never returned. Yet, for Chu Zetian, who had been granted a second chance at life, he was an exception. Those with cultivation would be reduced to mere puddles of blood upon entry. But now, with only a broken body remaining, I stand poised to seize fortune from misfortune. Come forth. Contemplating the opportunity that rightfully belonged to Zhang Beichen, soon to be snatched away by him, a thrill surged within Chu Zetian. In the next moment, he summoned his last vestiges of strength and lunged forward. Instantly, he was engulfed by the blood vortex. Here lay a realm of crimson. The sky was thick with blood clouds. Below stretched an endless sea of blood, where colossal corpses partially surfaced above the waves. The oppressive stench of blood and terrifying pressure rendered one breathless. At that moment, a voice resounded, deep and thunderous, echoing through the heavens and earth. At last, a mortal with a shattered form has ventured into this god-burying blood domain. Allow me to discern which divine bloodline is suitable for your fusion. A myriad transformation spiritual root. The previously grand and indifferent voice suddenly brimmed with an unexpected delight. What a perfect specimen for experimentation. Possessing a myriad transformation spiritual root, capable of assimilating the myriad energies of heaven and earth, as well as the bloodlines of all races. Today, I shall merge all the essence of the divine and demonic blood within this realm into one, crafting a transcendent body that shall dominate the ages. The celestial body that devours the heavens, transforming the world, impervious to 100 poisons, eternal and indestructible, achieving enlightenment through slaying, guided by blood. Once the sacred body reaches its full potential, it shall absorb the sun, moon, and mountains into itself. With a single finger, shatter the stars. With a mere hand, obscure the myriad realms. Young one, are you prepared? Ha ha. A grand voice erupted in a fit of wild laughter. Upon hearing this, Chu Zetian felt a surge of astonishment within. Did this unknown entity consider him a mere experiment? His fate bore no resemblance to that of Zhang Beichen in his past life. Zhang Beichen had merely fused with a single lineage of divine blood, while I am destined to merge with the bloodlines of myriad races, to dominate the ages. The celestial body that devours the heavens? With a mere gesture, shatter the stars. With a single hand, veil the entire universe. These few words imbued Chu Zetian with an overwhelming aura of dominance, stirring his very soul. Come forth. Let us wager. In the next moment, a pained expression suddenly crossed his face. From the endless sea of blood, strands of blood essence emerged, ensnaring him like spider silk. The process of remaking his corporeal form begins. Within the god burial blood domain, time became an enigma. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a single night passed in the blink of an eye. The following morning, at the Zhuke Peak, within the Peak Masteress residence. Father. In her dreams, Yaya called out for her father, even in her slumber. Soon after, the little one gradually awoke, sitting up and gazing around with wide eyes. She noticed that Yaya had been changed into a fresh set of clothes and had bathed, courtesy of Yuchalu. Despite her slight stature due to malnutrition, she now appeared clean, tidy, and adorably charming. Yet, after a few breaths, disappointment and confusion clouded her delicate, sculpted face. Father, where are you? You said I would see you when I woke up. You lied to me. She sobbed, yearning for her father. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, her sole thought was to find him. Thus, she set off with her short legs, crying as she dashed out. At that moment, Yu Chaolu was still in the sect's treasure pavilion, searching for treasures that could restore the meridians in Dantian, hoping to assist Chu Zhitian in rebuilding his foundation. Having never cared for a child before, she did not perceive any danger in placing Yeya within her peak masteress residence. Yet, she overlooked the fact that a child is a living being, capable of wandering off on their own. As for Chu Zhitian, the father, he had not anticipated that the process of shaping the celestial body would be so protracted. When he told Yeya that she would see him upon awakening, he had no intention of deceiving his daughter. In his previous life, Zhang Beichen had fused with a single divine bloodline and emerged from the blood abyss after merely 2 hours. However, the process of merging with the bloodlines of myriad races to forge the celestial body would evidently take significantly longer. After a while, "Father, where exactly are you? Are you abandoning me?" At this moment, Yeya found herself aimlessly wandering to the foot of Zhuke Peak. Not far away, several children were playing merrily, accompanied by 2 inner disciples, aged around 18 or 19, who were tasked with their supervision. A young boy spotted Yeya and exclaimed, "Look, there's a little girl. Quite adorable. Let us call her over to play." Upon hearing this, the group of children turned their gazes towards her. "Is that the little bastard?" A childish voice, laced with deep-seated resentment, rang out. It was 4-year-old Chu Kongqing. "Come on, let us go teach her a lesson." Without a moment's hesitation, he marched towards Yeya, followed closely by the other children. As the grandson of the Qinglong Peak Master, despite his tender age, Chu Kongqing held a position of authority among the group. "Bastard, what are you doing?" he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yeya. Faced with the aggressive group, Yeya instinctively took a few steps back. "I'm not a bastard. I'm looking for my daddy." The moment those words left her lips, Chu Kongqing retaliated with a punch that sent her sprawling to the ground. Blood streamed from her delicate nose. "You're just a bastard. Trying to steal my daddy, are you? I'll kill you." With that, he delivered a vicious kick to her face. Eager to curry favor with Chu Kongqing, the other children joined in, raining punches and kicks upon Yeya's small frame. Not far off, the 2 19-year-old disciples observed the scene with detached indifference. To them, it was clear that Chu Zhitian would never return. Between the orphan Yeya and the cherished grandson of the Qinglong Peak Master, everyone knew whom they would choose. Unable to locate her father, Yeya cried bitterly. Yet she did not weep in response to the beating. Instead, she curled up tightly, clutching her head, gritting her teeth and enduring the assault. Her experiences had accustomed her to such brutality. She understood that curling up would lessen the pain. "Little bastard, you're just a child without parents." Chu Kongqing continued to strike while hurling insults. "I have a daddy," the little girl retorted defiantly. "My mother told me that Chu Zhitian is going to die. I don't want such a daddy. He can be yours. Aren't you looking for a father? Then I'll kill you so you can go accompany him." Chu Kongqing spat venomously. It was evident that under Su Ruyan's subtle influence, he had never regarded Chu Zhitian with any seriousness. Upon hearing this, Yeya, who had been passively enduring the blows, suddenly erupted. An explosive force emanated from her petite figure. In an instant, Chu Kongqing and several children were hurled away by an overwhelming force, each of them crying out in disarray. "You speak nonsense. Father will not die." Yeya stood up, and around her diminutive figure swirled tendrils of dark energy. Her once pure and clear eyes had transformed into an abyssal black, exuding an aura of malevolence. Chapter 8. My father will not die. How dare you retaliate, you wildling. Your father is destined to perish. He has entered the blood prison, and he cannot possibly survive. After rising, Chu Kongqing shouted with deep resentment. You're lying. Father will not die. He will not die. Yeya, seemingly provoked, lost all semblance of reason. In the next moment, like a small leopard, she lunged fiercely at Chu Kongqing. With a resounding thud, the boy, towering half a head above her, was sent flying several meters by her impact. Upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mother, help me. The wildling wants to kill me. Whoa. This time, Chu Kongqing broke into tears. The other children, witnessing Yeya's madness, scattered in fright. A demon seed. This little wretch is actually a demon seed? The 2 previously indifferent disciples finally displayed expressions of alarm. In a flash, the youth in the green shirt rushed forward and struck Yeya with a palm. Her tiny body was immediately sent hurtling backward. Upon landing, she began to bleed from all 7 orifices, her vitality waning. Father, my father will not die. The youth in the green shirt snorted coldly. A demon seed cannot be allowed to live. Quickly, report to the punishment hall. Chu Zhitian felt as though he was engulfed in excruciating torment, as vast amounts of pure and terrifying flesh essence brutally crushed and reformed his body. Time became a blur. But eventually, a remarkably perfect physique emerged. Muscles rippled like sculpted stone, containing explosive power, while his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. At a glance, this form resembled the most exquisite humanoid weapon ever conceived. Ha ha, it's done. I truly succeeded. A grand voice resonated with palpable excitement. Indeed, this is a flawless creation, worthy of becoming the master of this god burial blood domain. Thank you, esteemed elder. How can I ever repay this act of rebirth? Chu Zhitian felt the terrifying power within him, akin to that of a dragon, and could not help but express his astonishment. He was profoundly grateful to this powerful and mysterious entity. Repay? I have not seen the outside world for ages. You are still too weak. Should you grow stronger in the future and manage to free me from this god burial blood domain, it will suffice to repay my assistance. The grand voice spoke with a tone tinged with nostalgia. Hearing this, Chu Zhitian's expression stiffened. Pray, esteemed elder, from whence do you hail? And what manner of place is this god burial blood domain? Upon hearing this inquiry, the other party fell into a momentary silence, before their voice emerged slowly, imbued with an air of profound weariness. You may refer to me as the Butcher of Realms. The Butcher of Realms? Chu Zhitian murmured, sensing that these two words carried an overwhelming intent to annihilate. This place is an ancient battlefield, the realm of fallen deities. I am ensnared here, unaware of the passage of time. Now, the heavenly devourer's sacred body has been forged. You may depart. From this point forth, the god burial blood domain shall become a part of your being, inscribed upon your forehead, transforming into a blood wheel eye. In the days to come, you shall revel in slaughter. The blood will eye possesses the ability to absorb the essence of flesh and blood from fresh corpses, thereby continuously augmenting your physical form. Now, I shall retreat into slumber for recuperation. The grand voice gradually faded away. Elder? Elder? Chu Zhitian called out several times, yet received no response. Suddenly, he felt a flicker before his eyes, and he was transported back to the blood prison cave. However, the chaotic blood energy within the cavern had dissipated. The essence of the blood energy, which had been transformed from the essence of flesh and blood, had emanated from the crimson vortex. Now, it had astonishingly been absorbed by the heavenly devourer's sacred body. Emerging from the cave, Chu Zhitian cast a glance at the position of the sun, his expression shifting abruptly. Is it the hour of the dragon? This is dire. How long have I lingered within? I promised the little one that upon awakening, I would see her father. His daughter was undoubtedly anxious. In this new life, his daughter surpassed all else. Realizing he might be breaking his promise, he scarcely had time to fully perceive the changes in his body or the blood will eye formed from the god burial blood domain before hastening away, making his way towards the direction of Zhuke Peak. Not long after his departure, several figures arrived at that location. Among them were the current sect leader of Taishu sect, Yu Shui Han, along with 7 esteemed elders of the sect. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the blood prison cave, their pupils constricted and their expressions shifted dramatically. The blood prison cave has vanished. The crimson vortex within has also disappeared. What transpired here? Whose doing is this? The core members of the sect exchanged bewildered glances. After a brief moment, they summoned a guardian responsible for overseeing the Blood Mist Mountain and inquired with great diligence. What? The one previously imprisoned here was that Chu Zhitian lad. Yu Shuihan exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated that during his seclusion, such a troublesome event had unfolded within the sect. The prodigy he had taken a liking to had turned against the master of Qinglong Peak, renouncing his cultivation, and entered the blood prison cave. The current sect leader, a portly old man with a round physique and a rosy face, exuded an aura of kindness and benevolence. Yet, the occasional glimmer in his small eyes revealed that he was far from simple. Very well, you may leave now. Remember, the disappearance of the blood prison cave is to be kept under wraps. In the next moment, Yu Shuihan waved his hand, dismissing the guardian. At this time, the expression of the second patriarch, Su Beiwei, fluctuated between light and shadow. What on earth is that scoundrel Su Hongta doing? Is it merely because of an illegitimate daughter that he has forced the young man, Chu Zhitian, to forfeit his own cultivation? As both the patriarch of the sect and the ancestral figure of the Su clan, Su Beiwei held significant power within the Tai Su sect. It was this fiery second patriarch who placed the utmost importance on Chu Zhitian. It was Su Beiwei's intention that led to Su Ruyan marrying Chu Zhitian. Otherwise, Sect Master Yu Shuihan would not have overstepped his bounds by meddling in such matters. Sect Master Beiwei, this is not the time for such discussions. One must remember our ancestral teachings. If someone can eradicate the blood prison, that individual is either a calamity for the Tai Su sect or a celestial star capable of elevating our sect to greatness across the entire Kanglan continent. 2 days ago, I conducted a divination concerning the future of our sect. During that session, I beheld a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. It was the Grand Patriarch, by Chongqing, who spoke. His tall, slender figure exuded an air of authority, and his expression was gravely serious. A sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Chongqing, do you mean to suggest that Chu Zhitian is the calamity for our sect? The fourth patriarch, Ji Yinlian, exclaimed in alarm. The expressions of the other patriarchs changed as well. If he is indeed a harbinger of disaster, he must be eliminated swiftly. At this moment, a murderous intent flickered in the eyes of several patriarchs. They would not allow someone who could bring calamity to the sect to continue existing. However, the second patriarch Su Beiwei snorted coldly. Who says that a sea of corpses and rivers of blood signifies he is a calamity? Do you not understand the principle that a general's success is often built upon the bones of the fallen? If we wish for the Tai Su sect to stand tall upon the Kanglan continent, it relies on endless slaughter and conquest. Old Bai, could it not be that the sea of corpses and rivers of blood you witnessed pertains to our enemies? Yu Shuihan nodded in agreement, stating, the second patriarch has a point. Whether Chu Zhitian is a calamity or a celestial star remains uncertain. If we act too hastily to eliminate him, we might well bury the bright future of our sect. Su Beiwei continued to echo this sentiment. Indeed, not only must we refrain from eliminating him, but we should also invest even greater efforts in nurturing him. If he is capable of vanquishing the blood prison, he is quite remarkable. The other patriarchs exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Grand Patriarch by Chongqing scoffed, Beiwei, it is still too early to make such assertions. We must see Chu Zhitian first. If he indeed proves to be a calamity for the sect, he must not be spared. Su Beiwei, displeased, retorted, in my opinion, Zhitian is destined to be the celestial star that enables our sect to rise. At this moment, Sect Master Yu Shuihan intervened to mediate. Gentlemen, let us not quarrel. In summary, we shall keep Chu Zhitian for now. If we detect any unfavorable signs, we can act decisively. He then added, let us go meet the young man. Upon hearing this, Su Beiwei secretly scoffed. This old man, Yu Shuihan, is adept at smoothing over tensions. Eliminate? Nonsense. The child of Zhitian, both in temperament and talent, is beyond doubt. Should there come a day when Zhitian rebels against heaven and earth, it would be a testament to the cruelty of the cosmos. Yet, I remain perplexed by the misdeeds of my unworthy grandson, Su Hongtu, and my great-granddaughter, which have incited the ire of both gods and men, compelling Zhitian to forsake his own cultivation to sever ties with them. Once I uncover the truth, I shall not hesitate to break their legs. At this moment, I observed the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder exchanging subtle glances, each perceiving the somberness reflected in the other's eyes. Could it be that Chu Zhitian is the imperial star of the Taisu sect? If so, would he not become a stumbling block for them? This child must not be allowed to remain. A seed of evil. Truly, a perilous bane. Such a scourge cannot be permitted to exist. Our Taisu sect, a righteous sect, cannot allow the survival of such a malevolent seed. She is still so young. Surely they cannot resort to outright murder. Alas, it is rather pitiable. A throng of individuals gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. There lay Yu Yu on the ground, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy, though her eyes had regained clarity. With great difficulty, she lifted her small head, gazing at the crowd that pointed and murmured about her, her face an embodiment of confusion and helplessness. Truly, she is a seed of malevolence. Moreover, she likely harbors the night demon seed of the dark night palace within her. A middle-aged man with a stern visage scrutinized Yu Yu sharply and spoke. He is He Shoujing, the head of the punishment hall of the Taisu sect. Due to the matter concerning Chu Kongqing, Su Hongtu and his daughter had also arrived. At this juncture, Chu Kongqing had already been taken to the sect's divine herb hall for proper treatment. However, Yu Yu, bleeding from her 7 orifices, remained sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. It was only thanks to the kind-hearted disciple of the Zhuke Peak, who had fed her a nourishing essence pill, that her condition did not worsen. Little Shitsi, you did well. A seed of evil is to be eradicated by all, especially one that dares to harm my granddaughter. It is a pity that this malevolent seed was not obliterated in one strike. Su Hongtu patted the shoulder of the young man in a green robe. Little Shitsi. The young man in green hurriedly admitted fault. Peak Master, it was my mistake. I did not exert my full strength. Do not blame yourself. I shall witness this malevolent seed being eradicated from existence with mine own eyes. Su Hongtu waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Su Rian, gritting her teeth in fury, exclaimed, "This wretched spawn of Chu Zhetian is indeed a seed of evil. Ishushu, what are we waiting for? Let this wild child join her father in the grave." Su Rian harbored a profound hatred for Yu due to the incident involving Chu Zhetian. Had it not been for this little wildling, Chu Zhetian would not have suddenly gone mad, recklessly turning against them. Now, she likely still crawls beneath Su Rian's skirts like a sycophant. Shojing replied with a grunt. A seed of evil cannot be allowed to linger. To dare appear in my Taisu sect, there is but one fate: death. The next moment, he waved his hand toward a nearby disciple of the punishment hall, commanding, "Dispose of her. Remember to incinerate the body thoroughly, lest it taint the sanctity of our sect." Once upon a time, the most cherished disciple of the law enforcement hall master met his untimely demise at the hands of a demonic cultivator. Thus, fueled by an intense disdain for evil, he was determined to eliminate the young girl, Yeya, who bore the mark of a demon, despite her tender age. "Indeed, master," the law enforcement disciple replied, brandishing his sword as he advanced towards Yeya. "Wait." At that moment, a tall, robust youth with an ancient visage stepped forth, positioning himself protectively in front of Yeya. His name was Zhang Dalai, the chief disciple of Zhuke Peak, and the foremost protégé of Yichaolu. "Hall Master he. This young girl was brought back to Zhuke Peak by my master. Even if she is a demon, should we not wait for my master to arrive and deliberate on her fate before taking any action?" Zhang Dalai argued steadfastly, casting a glance at Yeya. His eyes filled with compassion. "Humph, what is there to deliberate? As the master of the punishment hall, upon discovering a demon, I have both the responsibility and the authority to deal with it directly. I shall provide a full account to your master later." Shojing retorted coldly, his demeanor as unyielding as iron. Yet, Zhang Dalai was not one to relent easily. "There can be no yet. Step aside, or you shall be charged with colluding with the dark forces." Shojing barked, the ferocity of his tone unyielding. Zhang Dalai's face flushed crimson. Yet he remained steadfast before Yeya. "No, you cannot simply execute this child. Until my master returns, no one may harm her. She is still so young. Even with the demon within her, she poses no immediate threat. How can you bear to harm such a little girl?" The chief disciple of Zhuke Peak, though somewhat simple-hearted, displayed a stubbornness that was unwavering. When Yichaolu had brought Yeya back to Zhuke Peak the day prior, he had instructed his fellow disciples to ensure the girl's safety. Zhang Dalai held this command close to his heart, and in this moment, even in the face of the punishment hall master and the leader of Qinglong Peak, he would not yield. "Indeed, hall master he. This young girl is but a child. Surely she can be restrained without resorting to execution?" Zhang Dalai implored. "Hall master, she is now under the protection of Zhuke Peak and should be dealt with by our Peak master. She is merely a child. I beseech you to show mercy." Witnessing Zhang Dalai's impassioned defense, the onlooking disciples of Zhuke Peak began to voice their support. Initially, they were uncertain, knowing only that Yeya was a demon and feeling helpless to obstruct the law enforcement's actions. However, upon hearing that she had been brought back by their Peak master, they rallied in her defense. "Preposterous. Zhang Dalai, I suspect you too may be complicit." At that moment, before Shojing could respond, Su Hongtu shouted in anger, casting a grave accusation. "I am not." Zhang Dalai protested defiantly. "Then get out of the way." Su Hongtu commanded. "No. Before my master returns, none shall stand before Zhang Dalai in protection of Yeya," resolutely unyielding. However, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly sent flying backwards. Upon hitting the ground, he let out a gasp and coughed up blood. "How dare you obstruct the enforcement of the punishment hall? This is merely a slight reprimand. Should you dare to defy further, there will be no mercy." Su Hongtu wiped his palms. Having grown accustomed to his domineering authority as the foremost Peak master of the sect over the past few years, he declared, "Hall master he. You may now execute the law. Let us see who dares to shield this demonic spawn." Chapter 10. The tiger falls to the ground, bullied by dog's senior brother Zhang. Senior brother. Upon witnessing Zhang Dalai being sent flying and spitting blood, the disciples from Zhuke Peak rushed to his side. Filled with indignation at Su Hongtu's tyrannical actions, yet silenced by fear. Yeah, overwhelmed with guilt, began to sob. Big brother, are you alright? I'm so sorry. It's Yeye who has caused you trouble. Please, don't worry about me. Zhang Dalai, equally remorseful, managed a bitter smile. Little sister, it is not your fault. It is your big brother who is inept and unable to protect you. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to find my master. Hall Master he. Why do you not enforce the law? Su Hongtu's tone grew urgent upon hearing this, hastening He Shoujing. Were it not for the preservation of his dignity, he would have relished in personally obliterating the wretch. Very well, proceed. Although He Shoujing harbored some discontent towards Su Hongtu's tyranny, his duty compelled him to act. The demonic spawn lay before him. He could not turn a blind eye. Yes, the enforcing disciple acquiesced, approaching Yeye. The sharp tip of the sword pressed against her neck, its chilling touch causing her small frame to tremble. No, stop, you scoundrel! Zhang Dalai shouted desperately, attempting to rise once more to intervene. Yet, the strain of his injuries forced him to cough up another mouthful of blood, his body collapsing. Su Hongtu's strike had gravely wounded him. Yeye, sensing her impending demise, was filled with despair, her large eyes reflecting not only hopelessness but also profound sorrow. She murmured, Father, where are you? Mother does not love Yeye. And now even father has forsaken me. Why does everyone despise Yeye? If I die now, I shall no longer be subjected to their disdain. With that, the little one closed her eyes, crystalline tears streaming from the corners. Witnessing this scene, the enforcing disciple appeared somewhat reluctant, shaking his head as he said, Little girl, do not be afraid. My sword is swift. It will not hurt. He slightly raised the sword's tip, ready to plunge it downwards. In this moment, Su Hongtu and his daughter displayed a glimmer of cruelty and satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the demise of this innocent life. Hall Master He Shoujing's expression remained cold and unyielding. Zhang Dalai's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and resentment. A group of disciples from Zhuke Peak averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight, while the onlookers observed with cold indifference, some even reveling in the misfortune. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A stone flew through the air with astonishing speed and struck the long sword with formidable force. Lacking any trace of spiritual energy, it was propelled solely by raw physical strength, leaving the experts Su Hongtu and He Shoujing, both at the Hunyuan realm, unaware of the impending danger. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the sword was sent flying, and the disciple's grip was torn apart by the violent recoil. Every face in the crowd changed dramatically. Yeye, hearing the commotion, lifted her little head to look back. Father! In the next moment, her formerly dim eyes sparkled with light. Stop! Whoever dares to harm my daughter, I, Chu Zhitian, shall ensure they are ground to dust. With a roar filled with overwhelming rage, Chu Zhitian charged forward, clearing a path through the obstructing disciples. In the blink of an eye, he reached his daughter's side. Yeye, father is here. I'm late. Chu Zhitian cautiously embraced his daughter, his heart aching as he noticed the blood on her little face, almost rendering him breathless. Tears of guilt and tenderness cascaded down his cheeks. The little girl nestled in his arms beamed a joyful smile, even revealing two adorable dimples. At that moment, despite her severe injuries and being regarded as an anomaly by everyone, it seemed inconsequential to her. Just being with her father was the greatest joy in the world. Father, I'm fine, just a bit of pain. You came, didn't you? I thought you didn't want me anymore. She struggled to reach out her tiny hand, wiping the tears from Chu Zhitian's face. Father, don't cry. Chu Zhitian nodded, forcing a smile. Silly girl, how could I ever abandon you? Even if I forsook the entire world, I would never forsake my precious Yeye. It's all right, my dear. With father here, no one can harm you. As he spoke, he prepared to channel his spiritual energy to heal Yeye's wounds, but suddenly realized he had lost all his cultivation. The sudden appearance of Chu Zhitian left everyone in shock. Isn't that senior brother Chu? Wasn't he condemned to the blood abyss, surely to meet his end? How could he have emerged? And he seems to have recovered from his injuries? Upon seeing Chu Zhitian arrive, Zhang Dalai immediately breathed a sigh of relief, unable to maintain his strength any longer and fainting from his severe injuries. Chu Zhitian, you're alive? Su Rian questioned in disbelief. Chu Zhitian didn't even spare her a glance, merely surveying his surroundings with a cold voice. Who hurt my daughter? Seeing herself ignored, Su Rian's face flushed with anger, and she gritted her teeth. What if I did? Su Hongtu solemnly declared, you ungrateful disciple. Even your daughter is a spawn of evil. She deserves to be condemned." Upon hearing these words, Chu Zhetian felt a chill run through him. He cast his gaze upon his daughter, noticing the tendrils of dark mist swirling around her form. He had long been aware that the demonic seed had been implanted within Yu. Yet, in his previous life, this matter had only come to light 3 years after she had arrived at the Taisu sect. Chu Zhetian had hoped to resolve the issue within that time frame. However, unforeseen circumstances had led to the early revelation of the demonic seed in this life. Chu Zhetian, you are already a sinner of the sect. Before the sect leader could pass judgment upon you, you fled the blood prison of demons. I have yet to hold you accountable, yet you dare come to me with accusations? He Xiaojing, the head of the discipline hall, spoke with righteous indignation. His tone severe and frosty. With a cold snort, Chu Zhetian surveyed his surroundings once more. I shall ask again. Who is responsible for inflicting severe injuries upon my daughter? Dare you step forward? This time, the youth in the green robe, Xiao Shizi, finally emerged. Chu Shixiang, I apologize. It was my hand that struck her, for the spawn of evil must be eradicated. Though he feigned regret, his tone and expression betrayed a mocking demeanor, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. For now, I shall still address you as Chu Shixiang. I have nearly beaten your daughter to death. What can you possibly do to me? You have lost all your cultivation, your dantian lies shattered. Do you intend to come at me with mere physical strength? Once, Xiao Shizi would have bowed and addressed Chu Zhetian as Shixiao. Now, he found delight in provoking and humiliating the sect's most talented disciple. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Following his words, aside from the disciples of Zhuke Peak, onlookers displayed expressions of schadenfreude. To them, the now castrated Chu Zhetian was a mere husk, ripe for ridicule. Xiao Shizi had attained the 9th level of the Zhoutian realm. In this world, power was categorized from the lowest to the highest as follows: body refinement, Zhoutian; postnatal, innate, primordial, core formation, golden core; Yuan-ing, cave void; Dao integration, earth immortal, loose immortal, great ascension, and tribulation transcendence, totaling 14 major realms, each subdivided into 9 levels. Although Xiao Shizi's prowess at the 9th level of Zhoutian was not particularly exceptional, he was nonetheless capable of overwhelming Chu Zhetian, who was left with only his physical strength. However, an astonishing scene unfolded next. Chu Zhetian suddenly struck out, seizing hold of Xiao Shizi's right hand. A terrifying surge of physical power erupted instantaneously. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Shizi's right arm was brutally twisted and broken. Ah, my arm. You bastard, I will kill you. He shrieked in agony, launching his left palm toward Chu Zhetian, unleashing all the might of his 9th level in the Zhoutian realm. However, his left wrist was firmly grasped by Chu Zhetian, who, relying solely on brute strength, managed to overpower him. Crack, crack, crack. Consequently, the left arm of little Shizi was violently twisted and broken. In an instant, those 2 arms dangled limply, resembling 2 thick noodles. Crack, crack. Chu Zhetian ruthlessly kicked at the opponent's knees, causing little Shizi's legs to bend backwards, contorting into a grotesque position as he knelt on the ground. Give me my daughter. Kneel and apologize. Chu Zhetian seized little Shizi's hair, forcing him to straighten up as he coldly declared. Ancestor, save me. Chu Zhetian, you devil. You and your daughter are both demons. The features of little Shizi twisted in agony, his mouth filled with continuous cries and curses. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a jolt of shock, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. How is this possible? Wasn't Brother Chu supposed to have lost all his cultivation? When he acted, there was indeed no fluctuation of spiritual power. To crush someone solely with physical strength at the 9th layer of the celestial realm? How ruthless. Meanwhile, Yaya, observing the kneeling little Shizi, quickly raised her small hand to cover her eyes. However, her fingers parted slightly, unable to resist sneaking a glance. His screams must be incredibly painful, perhaps even more so than my own pain. Although Yaya appeared small, her experiences had fortified her spirit. Therefore, she was not frightened in the slightest. Watching her father punish the wicked individual who had previously mocked him while she was being bullied, a flicker of joy sparked within her. Yet, he truly did sound rather dreadful. Your cries are so unpleasant that you frighten my daughter. Crack. In the next moment, as if in a telepathic connection with his daughter, Chu Zhetian directly dislocated little Shizi's jaw. The latter could only widen his mouth, emitting a silent scream of agony. Chu Zhetian, how dare you? At that moment, Su Hongtu gazed at the pitiful little Shitzi, his expression dark as thunder. He Shoujing, the head of the punishment hall, was equally infuriated. Chu Zhitian, you, bearing your sins, have recklessly left the blood prison while now inflicting harm upon your own sect. This is utterly heinous. Do you truly think I would hesitate to execute you on the spot? Su Hongtu coldly snorted. Why waste words with him? Such behavior warrants immediate execution. Even the sect master cannot object. With that declaration, Su Hongtu charged directly at Chu Zhitian. The murderous intent radiating from him was palpably real, not mere bluster. He genuinely sought to end Chu Zhitian's life, not solely for the betrayal, but also due to his covetous desire for the myriad spiritual roots within Chu Zhitian. In his eyes, this rebellious disciple, even if he were to recover, had already severed his meridians and shattered his dantian. However, the myriad transformation spirit root still remained. To vanquish him and extract his myriad transformation spirit root was the last vestige of value that this abomination held. Chu Zhitian steeled himself, preparing for a decisive battle. He was uncertain whether the newly forged devouring heaven-sacred body could contend with a formidable primordial realm expert. Yet, passively awaiting doom was never his style. If all else failed, he could reveal that secret to momentarily safeguard himself and his daughter, delaying until the sect master emerged from seclusion. Or he could hasten to enhance his own strength. Having lived a second life, he possessed an abundance of knowledge, much of which could serve as life-saving trump cards for negotiations. Of course, he would not easily divulge anything unless absolutely necessary. Just then, a flying sword appeared suddenly, radiating a terrifying surge of spiritual energy as it shot towards Su Hongtu. Su Hongtu's expression shifted, and he hastily drew his blade to defend. Clang! The flying sword was deflected, landing in the hands of a woman of unparalleled elegance. Su Hongtu's offensive momentum faltered. Su Hongtu, as a grown man, why act so despicably? Do you relish creating chaos in my absence? The woman was none other than the master of Zhuke Peak, Yu Chaolu. Yu Chaolu, you truly are an unyielding spirit. Chu Zhitian has recklessly fled the blood prison and harmed his fellow disciples, and his daughter is a spawn of darkness. Today he must perish. Master He. Neither Chu Zhitian nor this little demon spawn can be allowed to survive today. I will assist you in repelling Yu Chaolu, enabling you to carry out justice. Su Hongtu, you are indeed both a doer and a speaker. Nevertheless, as I have reiterated, until the sect master emerges from seclusion, no one possesses the authority to deal with Chu Zhitian. He Zhou observed the two, his gaze flickering momentarily. Ultimately, he allied with Su Hongtu to confront Yu Chaolu. Yu Chaolu remained unperturbed. Clang, clang, boom, boom. In an instant, the three formidable primordial realm experts were embroiled in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, on a mountaintop at the foot of Zhuke Peak, by Chongqing, the Grand Elder squinted downwards, his voice icy. To emerge and so ruthlessly incapacitate a fellow disciple. Is this not a calamity? Without such fierce measures, how could one lead the sect through treacherous paths? The second elder, Su Beiwen, retorted sharply. He has harmed his fellow disciples for the sake of a demon spawn. Bai Chongqing's tone was somber. In his eyes, that was not merely a demon spawn, but his daughter. I believe he possesses profound emotions. A man so devoted, if the sect treats him sincerely, he shall surely reciprocate in kind. Su Beiwen asserted, steadfastly defending Chu Zhitian. You are merely grasping at straws. The Grand Elder exclaimed in fury. The other elders were not surprised by Su Beiwen's stance. They were well accustomed to his temperament. He had deemed Chu Zhitian a prodigy of the Tai Su sect, one who had emerged only once in a millennium. Now, having recognized the other party as the celestial star capable of elevating the sect to great heights, he spared no effort in supporting them. At that moment, Su Beiwang's expression darkened, and he temporarily set aside any arguments with the Grand Elder. This is bad. The girl, Yu Chaolu, is on the verge of collapsing. My unworthy grandson is shamelessly teaming up against her. With a swift motion, he dashed forward. Seeing this, Yu Shuihan hurriedly followed. As for Bai Chongqing and the other elders, they remained stationary. It was evident that Su Beiwang and the sect leader were heading to assist Chu Zhitian, rendering their collective intervention unnecessary. Bang! After exchanging a dozen blows, Yu Chaolu inadvertently received a kick from Su Hongtu to her abdomen. She staggered, letting out a muffled groan. A faint, unhealthy flush appeared on her beautiful face. Clearly, she had been injured. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zhitian's heart was filled with both sorrow and urgency. He yearned to help Yu Chaolu, but feared straying too far from his daughter. Uncle Master, Father, what should we do? Uncle Master cannot defeat them alone. Can you please stop them? Yu bit her finger, anxiously gazing at Yu Chaolu. All right. Chu Zetian nodded, then solemnly called out, Hall Master He. I am willing to join my daughter in being imprisoned in the Punishment Hall's dungeon. I implore you, please cease your actions. It's too late. Your daughter is a spawn of darkness, and you have harmed your own sect members. Today, it must conclude with the death of you both, or I, as the Hall Master of Punishment, would be unworthy of the sect. He Shoujing's voice was stern. You beast, once we deal with you Chaolu, it will be your turn to perish. Su Hongtu's murderous intent was palpable. He then cast a cold smile at Yu Chaolu. Master Yu, no one will be able to protect you today. Should you continue to resist, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Huh. You act as if you possess great skill by ganging up on me. Yu Chaolu retorted disdainfully. At that moment, Su Rian seized the opportunity to approach Chu Zetian and Yu Yu. Her originally stunning visage was now marred by a malicious sneer. Chu Zetian, do you understand now? Leave me, and you shall become a stray dog. She spat. This traitorous hound. Today I shall personally slay you and this illegitimate child. Chapter 12. Father will take you away from here, recalling yesterday when Chu Zetian publicly wrote her a divorce letter and struck her. Su Rian was consumed with a desire to flay him alive. With Yu Chaolu being restrained, she felt her chance to strike had finally arrived. With her peak cultivation at the 9th level of the acquired realm, she could undoubtedly overpower Chu Zetian. Oh really? Who will kill whom, I wonder? Chu Zetian felt a stir in his heart as he noticed the woman confronting him. His gaze flicked to Yu Chaolu, who was currently fending off two opponents. Su Rian, upon hearing this, gritted her teeth and retorted, Chu Zetian, spare us your bluster. Once again, I say, kneel before me if you know what's good for you. I may be able to plead your case and grant you and your daughter a few more days of life. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you both on the spot. As these words fell, Chu Zetian's countenance fluctuated between dark and light, as though genuinely torn. Was it true that if I simply knelt, you would allow my daughter to live a little longer? Upon hearing his question, Su Rian smiled, a smile filled with satisfaction and intrigue. A wave of triumph and vengeance surged within her. Previously, Chu Zetian's resolute demeanor had filled her with indignation and resentment. She could not fathom how a man who had bowed to her for 5 years could suddenly slip from her grasp. If this wretched man were to kneel before her in public, it would indeed elevate her spirits. It is indeed true. If you kneel, you may savor a few more days of familial bliss with your daughter. Do you not care deeply for this little wildling? Su Rian responded, her tone laced with seduction. I hope you remain true to your word. Chu Zetian nodded, taking 2 steps forward until he stood before Su Rian. Father, no? Yaya cried, tears welling in her eyes, desperate to shield her father from humiliation. Kneel. You have done so before, have you not? Su Rian's face bore that familiar haughty expression, now imbued with an exhilarating sense of triumph. Yet, just as this thrill was beginning to blossom, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a thunderous sound, Chu Zetian struck. His fist, imbued with terrifying physical strength, slammed into Su Rian's chest like cannon fire. In that instant, her right side nearly exploded. PFF. She was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood into the air. Unyielding, Chu Zetian transformed into a blur, pursuing the airborne Su Rian. As she hit the ground, he reached out, seizing her by the nape of the neck and lifting her effortlessly. Clang. Simultaneously, his left hand drew the sword from her waist, positioning it against her delicate, pale neck. The series of actions, striking, dodging, seizing, and drawing the blade, though lengthy in description, unfolded in the blink of an eye. Swift, decisive, ruthless. Neither Su Rian nor the onlookers had a moment to react. Do not move. One twitch, and I shall snap your neck and sever your throat. In the next breath, Chu Zetian's chilling voice whispered in Su Rian's ear. PFF. She spat another mouthful of blood. The internal injuries, compounded by the cold steel at her throat, rendered her immobile. From Chu Zetian, she sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent. She understood that if she dared to act recklessly, the man who once adored her to the heavens would not hesitate to end her life now. You despicable scoundrel. You deceived me, Su Rian said through gritted teeth, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shock, anger, and a hint of grievance surged within her. How could this man treat her so cruelly now? Chu Zetian let out a cold snort, offering no response, merely dragging her back to Yaya's side. Despicable? Could there be anyone more contemptible than you two, father and daughter? Furthermore, having lived 2 lifetimes, Chu Zetian had encountered countless schemes and near-death experiences. Could someone with such an innocent heart possibly survive in the realm of cultivation? What harm was there in employing some means for self-preservation? Should he feign a gentlemanly demeanor while being driven to the brink of death? Wasn't that sheer folly? At that moment, the onlookers finally regained their senses, each one struck with unparalleled astonishment. Gasps of disbelief echoed around them. Hiss! Not only did Chu Zetian incapacitate the little stone, but he also subdued Sister Rian. She is at the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level. When he acted, there was not even a ripple of spiritual energy. Just how terrifying is his physical strength? Uft! That was merely a sneak attack. Huh. Let me see you sneak attack me. Chu Zetian's earlier moves were simply magnificent. He truly deserved to be called the most talented disciple of the sect. Even stripped of his cultivation, he remained formidable. Su Hongtu, who was currently suppressing Yu Chaolu, noticed the commotion and his eyes brimmed with rage. His assault faltered as he roared, Rian, Chu Zetian, release my daughter. Otherwise, I shall turn you to ashes. Chu Zetian chuckled coldly, brutally holding Su Rian and retreating to Yeya's side. Stop immediately, or I shall snap Su Rian's neck. He then turned to Yeya and quietly asked, Yeya, can you get up and follow Daddy? The originally seated Yeya bit her lip, standing tall with determination, nodding her little head. Yeya can do it. Good. Then stay close to Daddy. Daddy will take you away from here. Meanwhile, the hastening Su Beiwei and Yu Shuihan, upon witnessing this scene from afar, slowed their pace. Hee. It seems we need not rush over, Yu Shuihan remarked with a smile. Su Beiwei, who had always held Chu Zetian in high regard, displayed a look of even greater admiration. It was as if it were not his great-granddaughter who had been injured and taken hostage. Ha ha. This child Zetian has truly not disappointed me. In such circumstances, he still managed to devise a solution. Yu Shuihan nodded, his tone serious. This young man is composed, ruthless in his methods, and decisive in action. The series of moves he executed to subdue Su Rian in an instant, I dare say, I could never replicate. As she spoke, Yu Shuihan furrowed her brows. This young man hardly resembles a novice with less than a decade of cultivation. Instead, he appears to be a seasoned renegade, perpetually teetering on the brink of life and death, having endured countless battles. Su Beiwang nodded in agreement. This only further substantiates that he is a natural-born powerhouse. Only someone with such formidable prowess could lead the sect to ascendancy. With a wry smile, the second elder shook his head. Let us not linger any longer. If we delay further, this lad might truly bring harm to my wayward great-granddaughter. Chapter 13. What nonsense are you spouting? I shall count to 3. If you and Master He do not cease your actions, I will sever one of Su Rian's ears. Chu Zetian declared coldly. He then turned to Yu Chaolu. Master Yu, you should also halt your movements. I suspect that Master Su will no longer trouble me. You wretched beast, you are indeed formidable. Su Hongtu ground his teeth in anger, yet ultimately retreated. Observing this, He Shojing exchanged blows with Yu Chaolu before also calling for a halt. Yu Chaolu finally caught her breath, only to emit a soft groan as crimson trickled from the corner of her mouth. Engaging two opponents simultaneously had evidently inflicted considerable internal injuries. Though she had managed to suppress it previously, the moment she relaxed her guard, a wave of nausea washed over her, wiping the blood from her lips. The beautiful sect leader regarded Chu Zetian with a glimmer of appreciation. Junior Chu, you executed that maneuver quite adeptly. Chu Zetian chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly. I had no other options. I shall forever remember your kindness, Master Yu, and will repay it in due time. In the next moment, he surveyed the surroundings. I kindly ask all fellow disciples to grant us a path, he declared. Otherwise, I shall be forced to make your sister Rian spill blood. The disciples of Zhuke Peak promptly parted to grant passage. The disciples from Qinglong Peak and others in attendance turned their gazes towards Su Hongtu and He Shojing. Su Hongtu's expression was grim and silent. He Shojing glanced at him helplessly and gestured for everyone to step aside. As the crowd parted, Chu Zetian held Su Rian's neck firmly with one hand, brandishing his sword as he retreated. Meanwhile, little Yeya clung to her father's garment, following closely behind. Chu Zetian, are you still a man? If you possess any courage, release me and let us engage in a fair duel to the death. Su Rian spat furiously. Chu Zetian, unaffected by her crude provocation, retorted with a sneer as he continued to back away. Have you ever tested whether I am a man? You scoundrel. Su Rian's face flushed crimson, whether from injury or indignation. At that moment, a commanding voice suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Cease this at once. As they turned to the source, two figures approached swiftly. It was none other than the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, accompanied by the elder. Chu, you are finished. If the sect leader and the grand elder disregard Sister Su Yan's life or death, it seems Brother Chu may not emerge unscathed. Indeed, Brother Chu has betrayed the sect, fleeing the blood prison of his own accord, and has injured his fellow disciples repeatedly. The sect leader and the grand elder are bound to be enraged. What do you understand? In my opinion, the sect leader and the grand elder will come to Brother Chu's aid. Precisely. Had it been another grand elder, Brother Chu might indeed face peril. But with the second grand elder, even stripped of his cultivation, Brother Chu remains formidable. Should he regain his strength, what then? Given the temperament of the second grand elder, he would undoubtedly place even greater value on Brother Chu. Do not forget, he merely injured the second grand elder's great-granddaughter. Even if he had killed his own son, the second grand elder would still offer protection. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion, each holding their own opinions. Suddenly, the sect leader and the second grand elder arrived. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, grand elder. Numerous disciples, including peak masters Su Hongtu and Yu Chaolu, as well as the discipline hall master He Shoujing, bowed respectfully. Upon seeing the two esteemed figures, Chu Zhitian's eyes flickered with complexity. In the next moment, he released Su Ruyan, exclaiming, "Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, grand elder." His emotions were profoundly intricate, coupled with absolute trust. With their arrival, he felt no need to hold Su Ruyan hostage any longer. Having met the sect leader, Su Hongtu has failed in his duties. His rebellious disciple has alarmed the sect leader into an early emergence. The sect leader is free to deal with this miscreant as he sees fit. Hongtu shall not intervene out of personal interest. Su Hongtu's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke with righteous indignation. He Shoujing similarly clasped his hands, declaring, "Greetings, sect leader." Shoujing's incompetence has allowed this rogue to act so audaciously. At this moment, an incredibly furious voice erupted. "What rebellious rogue? What nonsense are you spewing?" The speaker was none other than the second grand elder, Su Beiwang. This robust elder, known for his fiery temperament, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Hongtu, demanding, "Su Hongtu, I ask you, who permitted you to force Zhitian to abandon his cultivation?" Su Hongtu's voice faltered for a moment. Then he retorted, "It was this rebellious disciple who first betrayed the sect and dismissed Rian." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "Nonsense. The sequence of events is already clear to me. What do you mean by betraying the sect? Chu Zhitian is a genius of the Taisu sect, not merely a possession of your Qinglong peak. Just because he calls you master does not mean he belongs to you. Su Hongtu, if Zhitian chooses not to remain at your Qinglong peak, it is his freedom to join another peak. Once the sect leader emerges, approval will be granted. As for his dismissal of your daughter, that is a matter of personal feelings. On what grounds do you compel him to abandon his cultivation and ruin our sect's prodigy?" With these words, the second grand elder's stance was unmistakable. Upon arrival, he did not question Chu Zhitian, but instead directed his reproach towards peak master Su Hongtu. "Su Hongtu, do you not recognize your transgressions?" Yu Shuihan interjected, her voice calm yet pointed. Though the tone was not overly harsh, the authority of the patriarch was unmistakably evident. His plump, almost squinting eyes, however, betrayed a glimmer of sharp, cold intensity. Upon hearing these words, everyone exchanged glances, not only the second elder, but even the patriarch himself. Chu Zhitian appeared to have anticipated this moment. He was aware of how much these two esteemed figures valued him, particularly the second elder. He would never forget in his previous life how the latter, along with the Moon Sect Master and 4 other elders, perished in that cataclysmic battle. He could not erase from his memory the scene of the second elder shielding him in his final moments, urging him to flee. Whether driven by the righteousness of the sect or personal sentiments, Su Beiwang was among those for whom Chu Zhitian felt profound gratitude. In his past life, his unwavering loyalty to Su Hongtu and Su Ruyan stemmed not only from a spell of infatuation, but also from a deep-seated appreciation for the second elder. "Ancestor, in this life, I shall not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. This time, I shall protect you. Ancestor, have you perhaps made a mistake? It was clearly Chu Zhitian who wronged me, who wronged my father, who wronged Qinglong Peak. I implore you, grant me justice." At that moment, the usually arrogant Su Ruyan, witnessing her own ancestor defending Chu Zhitian, seemed filled with indignation. Su Beiwang raised an eyebrow, regarding his great-granddaughter with an impassive expression. "Grant you justice? What would you have me do?" What is it that requires my intervention on your behalf? Su Rian, oblivious to the underlying implications of his words, assumed that her ancestor was about to support her. Ancestor, Chu Zhitian is despicable and shameless. He has sought other women behind my back and even fathered an illegitimate child. Now, he dares to confront me. Su Rian poured out her grievances, her face a portrait of sorrow and fury, as if she had suffered the gravest injustice. However, before she could finish her tirade, a resounding slap echoed through the air. The already notoriously temperamental Su Bei Wang could no longer contain his rage. He could not bear to listen any longer. Yet, the slap was not directed at Su Rian. Instead, it landed squarely on Su Hongtu. Chapter 14. A daughter's misdeeds reflect on her father. The master of Qinglong Peak staggered from the blow. Ancestor, you, Su Rian stood in shock, her face a canvas of confusion and disbelief. Su Bei Wang disregarded his great-granddaughter and instead unleashed a torrent of wrath upon Su Hongtu. A daughter's misdeeds reflect on her father. Su Hongtu, how have you raised your daughter? Is Chu Zhitian unkind to your daughter? Why does this ungrateful girl show such a lack of decorum? Is there a man in this world better than Chu Zhitian? Su Hongtu clenched his jaw, remaining silent. Though he had always looked down upon his son-in-law, viewing him merely as a tool for his own ends, he was acutely aware of how this rebellious disciple treated his daughter. Su Rian, however, was indignant. He treats me well? He clearly slapped. Another resounding blow interrupted her. With a resounding slap across Su Hongtu's face, he exclaimed, "What is the matter? I have heard all about Zhitian. Is it not merely the fact that he fathered a daughter with another woman? What is so significant about that? Do not say it occurred before your marriage. Even if it happened after, what of it? In the Great Song Dynasty, and indeed throughout the entire Kanglan continent, powerful men often take multiple wives and concubines. It is Zhitian's indulgence that has led you to believe he should cherish only you. I myself have 8 partners. Who among you dares to dispute that?" Su Beiwang bellowed. However, Su Rian's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. "Enough. Do you dare to retort, provoking your great-grandfather's wrath?" As she prepared to speak again, Su Hongtu, covering his face, angrily commanded her to silence. At that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless, their gazes towards Su Taishang tinged with a peculiar expression, as if he were a lion fiercely protective of its kin. Yet, curiously, his protectiveness was not directed toward his great-granddaughter, but rather toward his granddaughter's husband. Taishang Chu Zhitian spoke with a complex tone, attempting to convey that there was no need for such fervor. He had already parted ways with Su Rian and held no expectations that she would regret or reflect upon her decisions. "What do you mean by Taishang? Am I not your great-grandfather?" Su Beiwang retorted, his temper flaring without reservation. "Great-grandfather," Chu Zhitian earnestly called out. Indeed, even though he had severed ties with the Su family, he willingly embraced the title. "That is more like it." Upon hearing those words, a smile illuminated Su Beiwang's face. In the next moment, he regarded the little girl, Ye, behind Chu Zhitian with a benevolent gaze. "This must be Ye, and she is truly adorable." Chu Zhitian instructed Ye to call out, "Great-grandfather." The little one peeked from behind her father, gingerly calling out, "Great-grandfather." She was no fool. She could clearly see this elderly gentleman favored her father. Thus, her greeting was particularly sweet. Yet, Su Beiwang's formidable stature, with eyes wide as saucers, could be quite intimidating. Good child, good child." Su Beiwang beamed with joy, feeling as though his heart was filled with honey upon hearing her call him great-grandfather. In the next moment, he produced a vibrant green bracelet from his spatial treasure. "Good child, come. Great-grandfather has a delightful gift for you." Ye blinked her big eyes, looking up at her father. "Take it." "Thank you, great-grandfather," Chu Zhitian smiled. Only then did Ye cautiously approach, allowing Su Beiwang to place the bracelet upon her right wrist. Remarkably, the bracelet automatically adjusted, snugly fitting her wrist. "Thank you, great-grandfather," the little one exclaimed sweetly, shaking her right wrist, her face brimming with joy. Witnessing this scene, Su Rian felt a surge of envy. This was her great-grandfather, yet he seemed more affectionate towards this little wildling than towards her. If she wasn't mistaken, the bracelet was indeed the exquisite Bai Ying bracelet, a low-tier protective artifact. In her childhood, she had requested it from Su Beiwang, who had refused to part with it. Yet now, he bestowed it upon this little interloper? Su Hongtu's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Su Beiwang coldly remarked, "Su Hongtu, whose sour face are you displaying? Do you not know to present a gift to the child upon meeting? Furthermore, Do you still possess the spatial artifact from before Chu Zetian? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's face twitched in shock as he stared at his ancestor. However, the instant he sensed the murderous intent in Su Beiwang's gaze, he obediently retrieved the mustard seed pouch belonging to Chu Zetian from his spatial treasure, along with a porcelain vial containing Ji Yuan Dan, a concoction that could aid young ones in refining their physiques and establishing a solid foundation for cultivation. Su Hongtu let out a cold snort, filled with indignation as he tossed the pouch and vial to Chu Zetian. "Thank you, Master Su," Chu Zetian replied cheerfully, accepting them without hesitation. At that moment, Su Hongtu's expression was akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Not only had he failed to eliminate Chu Zetian and this little wildling, but he had also relinquished items to them, including a vial of precious elixirs. As the esteemed peak master, he had been publicly humiliated by his superior, leaving his dignity in tatters. In that instant, Su Hongtu was filled with resentment and bitterness, even nurturing a seed of hatred towards Su Beiwang. "Master, this child is a demonic spawn." Just then, a deep voice resounded. It was He Shoujing, the head of the punishment hall, who bowed slightly to Su Beiwang, mustering the courage to interject. "What demonic spawn? Since this child is Zetian's daughter, she is naturally a member of our Tai Su sect. The young girl was merely harmed by the Dark Night Palace, which implanted a demonic seed within her. Are we to believe that our Tai Su sect cannot even resolve a single demonic seed?" Su Beiwang replied sharply. Hearing this, He Shoujing's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Yu Shuihan, who slightly shook his head in response. Indeed, He Shoujing conceded, but then changed his tone. "However, Chu Zetian has harmed his fellow sect members." "Harmed whom?" Su Beiwang retorted sharply, pointing at Su Ruyan and the unconscious little Shitzi nearby. At that moment, Yu Shuihan cleared his throat and spoke calmly. "Hall Master He. Su Ruyan is unharmed. Let us not dwell on this matter. As for this Shitzi, I had previously discreetly instructed Chu Zetian to deal with him. This individual has a notorious record and has even exploited the favor of Master Su to misappropriate the resources allocated to Chu Zetian by the sect. He deserved the harshest punishment long ago. Chu Zetian's preservation of his life can indeed be considered a form of mercy. Wouldn't you agree, Master Su? You should possess some knowledge regarding this matter. Perhaps you ought to examine the accounts of the Qinglong Peak?" At this juncture, Yu Shuihan cast a glance at Su Hongtu and casually inquired. Upon hearing these words, Su Hongtu felt a jolt, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. Reporting to the sect leader, "I had actually commenced an investigation into this Shitzi Ho prior, but regrettably, I had not yet taken action. I did not anticipate that the sect leader had already discerned the truth," Su Hongtu said, clasping his hands respectfully. He then promptly ordered his subordinates to drag the half-dead Shitzi away. Had Yu Shuihan covertly instructed Chu Zetian beforehand? The answer, of course, is in the negative. As for whether Shitzi had embezzled the resources intended for Chu Zetian, or if he himself had been guilty of misappropriation, only the parties involved could ascertain that truth. However, one thing is certain. Su Hongtu would undoubtedly not dare to permit the sect leader to scrutinize the accounts of Qinglong Peak. Hence, the matter of Chu Zetian incapacitating Shitzi must, and shall, be left unresolved. Seeing this, He Shoujing, the disciplinary hall master, chose to refrain from further comment. It is merely lamentable for Shitzi, who had played the fool in front of Chu Zetian, assisting in the bullying of Yiya, ultimately bearing the brunt of it all. Following this, the onlookers dispersed. "Zetian, come with me. There are some matters that I, along with a few elders, need to discuss with you in detail." At this moment, Yu Shuihan beckoned to Chu Zetian. "There is no need to be anxious," Su Beiwu reassured him, patting his shoulder. Chu Zetian nodded, temporarily entrusting his daughter to Yu Zhilu before following the two. However, as they passed by Su's father and daughter, Su Beiwu coldly snorted, "Sect leader, you take Zetian and proceed first." After saying this, he approached the two. "Grandfather, great-grandfather." Despite their grievances, Su's father and daughter still addressed him with respect. Su Beiwu glanced at the departing Chu Zetian, his tone serious. "You two listen well. I do not care what methods you employ, but you must restore Zetian's standing." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the father and daughter shifted dramatically. "Great-grandfather, why do you so favor Chu Zetian? He is merely an outsider. We are the Su clan." At this, Su Ruyan voiced her discontent. Yet, her words were abruptly interrupted by Su Beiwu. "What outsider? Zetian is the very embodiment of our Su clan. Indeed, the fate of the entire Taishu sect. Grandfather, he has already severed ties with our sect and has broken off relations with Rian. At this juncture, how can we restore him? Su Hongtu inquired, suppressing his inner turmoil. In response, Su Beiwu reproached him sternly. Your eldest daughter has been cast aside. But what of the second daughter? I tell you, the Su clan is not solely represented by you, Su Hongtu. My young and beautiful great-granddaughter is not limited to just your daughter. If the situation with Chu Zhitian cannot be salvaged, your position as the Lord of Qinglong Peak will soon come to an end. You and your family should take heed. With that, Su Beiwang cast a cold glance at the two before sweeping away with a flourish of his sleeve. After his great-grandfather departed, Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty, particularly at the phrase about his position coming to an end, which stirred tumultuous waves within his heart. Damn it! His esteemed ancestor held such a peculiar favoritism toward Chu Zhitian. Su Rian's countenance was equally frigid, as if it could drip with water. What did his great-grandfather mean by this? Did he intend for his sister Su Riyun to ascend, given that Chu Zhitian had severed ties with her? An uncomfortable feeling began to brew in her heart. After a moment, in the Zhongzhu's estate, within the Liaochao Hall, a secret assembly chamber was concealed by a protective formation, ensuring that no eavesdropping could occur. For over 2 millennia, significant matters concerning the rise and fall of the sect had been deliberated here. Aside from the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, and the second elder, Su Beiwang, the other 6 elders were present as well. At that moment, the grand elder, Bai Changqing, spoke straightforwardly, cutting to the chase. Chu Zhitian, you are aware of the purpose of your summons here. Speak. What transpired in the blood prison abyss? Chu Zhitian had anticipated this inquiry and had prepared his response in advance. In the next moment, he earnestly recounted, esteemed grand elder. I am also unclear about the events within the blood prison abyss. After I entered with a broken body, I was relentlessly battered by the chaotic blood energy, sustaining severe injuries and nearing death. Then, I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I discovered that the blood prison abyss had vanished. Astonishingly, my physical form was unharmed and even seemed to have become more powerful than before. My previously severed meridians and shattered dantian were restored to their original state. Upon hearing this, the core leaders of the sect exchanged glances, their expressions filled with doubt and astonishment. Chu Zhitian, are you speaking the truth? Inquired the fourth elder. Ji Yinlian. She appeared to be a beautiful woman in her 40s, yet her true age exceeded a century. Besides her status as an elder, she was also the Dao partner of the Grand Elder, Bai Changqing. Every word is true. Chu Zhitian's tone was resolute. Indeed, what you describe has occurred once in our sect's history, Bai Changqing replied with a smile. A millennium ago, a remarkably talented predecessor was imprisoned in the blood prison abyss due to a grave mistake. Within, his body underwent the tempering of the blood energy, ultimately transforming into a blood celestial body. He emerged reborn, his cultivation speed accelerating tremendously, and subsequently led the Tai Su sect to unprecedented heights. It appears you have undergone a similar transformation into a blood celestial body. The sect leader smiled, and the other elders displayed expressions of joy and relief. The second elder even laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly excellent. I remarked upon the formidable power of your physical form, Zhitian. It appears you have indeed refined the blood fiend body. It seems you are destined to become the imperial star of the Taishu sect, a rarity in a millennium, leading the sect to resurgence." Ha. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian feigned surprise, exclaiming, "The blood fiend body?" Yet within, he remained unperturbed, even harboring a hint of disdain. In this realm, beyond the ordinary mortal physique, there exist various extraordinary constitutions. They are classified by potential and strength, from the lowest to the highest: spirit body, profound body, earth body, heaven body, immortal body, divine body, and saint body. What significance does the heaven body hold? The giant spirit body from Zhang Beichen's former life now appears as mere refuse in Chu Zhitian's eyes. He, after all, has been forged into the gluttonous saint body by that world-slaying deity within the god-burial blood realm. Each time he reflects on this, a wave of exhilaration surges through him. He secretly muses, Zhang Beichen, a great man. It is worth noting that throughout the recorded history of cultivation spanning tens of thousands of years on the Kanglan continent, the most formidable constitution documented has merely been the divine body, and there are only 3 known individuals possessing it. The most recent among them was 2 millennia ago, the founding emperor of the Dazong dynasty, the great emperor of all living beings. At that time, the Jin dynasty had yet to decline, filled with experts and powerful beings. Yet the great emperor of all living beings, with his ancient divine body, defied the era, toppling the entire dynasty single-handedly and establishing his own epic. This illustrates the terrifying and unparalleled nature of the divine body. The might of the saint body is almost unfathomable, existing solely in ancient legends. Yet now, I possess such a legendary saint body. If the great emperor of all living beings could dominate the world in his time, I, Chu Zetian, shall be invincible. Ascending to the pinnacle. At this moment, sect leader Yu, Su Beiwang, and the other 4 elders, believing that Chu Zetian possesses the blood fiend body, displayed their joy and aspirations. However, the Grand Elder and the 4 elders exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Could it be that Chu Zetian would become an obstacle to their plans? To hastily conclude he is an imperial star rather than a calamity seems rather rash. In the next moment, the Grand Elder by Chongqing spoke coldly. Indeed, in my view, the words of this young man may not necessarily be truthful. To be cautious, it would be prudent to search his soul. In due course, we shall uncover what transpired within the blood abyss. Ji Yinlian concurred. Upon hearing the term soul search, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. A shadow loomed over Chu Zetian's visage. Chapter 16. Slapping the 2 elders in the face. A soul search is an exceedingly vile method, a torment and interrogation of the soul. The one subjected to a soul search will have all their secrets laid bare before others, a profound humiliation in itself. The process is excruciatingly painful, deriving directly from the depths of the soul. Many individuals cannot withstand the soul-searching process, subsequently suffering various aftereffects, even leading to mental disabilities. However, Chu Zetian possesses unwavering confidence in the resilience of his spirit. Yet, upon his rebirth, he finds himself burdened with many unspeakable secrets within his memories. How could he allow others to pry into them? Such an act is utterly absurd. Before Chu Zetian could voice his refusal, Su Beiwang had already turned hostile. The sect leader, Yu Shuihan, furrowed his brow. Soul-searching has gone too far. In my opinion, it is utterly unwarranted. At this moment, the Grand Elder spoke with a severe tone. Sect leader, you must understand, since Chu Zetian was able to make the blood prison disappear, he is either an emperor star or a harbinger of disaster. Clarifying this point is crucial for the survival of our sect. To be frank, I have just performed a divination. Here, he fixed an exceptionally sharp gaze on Chu Zetian and continued. The omen reveals that this young man is indeed a harbinger of disaster. He has just left the blood prison, yet he has severely injured a fellow disciple. Moreover, his daughter is a demonic spawn. All signs point to Chu Zetian being a perfect match for this ominous portent. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other elders shifted. Their gazes towards Chu Zetian revealed a hint of caution and sharpness. At this juncture, Ji Yinlian bowed slightly to Yu Shuihan. Thus, sect leader, conducting a soul search on Chu Zetian now presents him with his final opportunity. As she spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with the Grand Elder, both recognizing the ruthless intent in each other's eyes. Through the soul search, Ji Yinlian would naturally seek to find an opportunity to eliminate Chu Zetian, ensuring the removal of this unpredictable factor that could obstruct their plans. Meanwhile, Chu Zetian regarded the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder with a cold glimmer in his eyes. In his memories, a year from now, the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder would collude with the Night Palace to initiate a rebellion, resulting in a true calamity for the sect. In this lifetime, had these 2 old fools already begun targeting him? Did they feel that he, as the Emperor's star, posed a threat to their schemes? What a splendid notion of granting me a final opportunity. What if I refuse? Chu Zetian fixed his gaze on by Chongqing and asked coldly. If you refuse, it indicates that you harbor ill intentions. Who knows what nefarious means you employed to cause the disappearance of the blood prison? You may even be concealing a shocking conspiracy. For the sake of the sect, it is better to eliminate than to let go. Bai Chongqing replied with a chilling tone. The other elders exchanged glances, silently assessing the situation, and did not voice any objections. Sect leader Yu Shuihan's expression fluctuated, as if weighing something. Old Bai, what nonsense is this? If Zetian refuses the soul search, it means he is a harbinger of disaster and harbors ill intentions? You must understand, a careless soul search could damage the 3 souls and 7 spirits, leading to a complete loss of sanity. Shouldn't Zetian refuse? If it were me, I would also decline. Does that mean I harbor ill intentions as well? Only Su Beiwen, with a flushed face and a thick neck, dared to voice his dissent, even stepping directly in front of Chu Zetian, resolutely shielding him. You are different. You did not cause the blood abyss to vanish. My divination has not indicated that you are a harbinger of disaster. Beiwen, I recognize your faith in Chu Zetian. However, concerning the survival of our sect, you must not let your emotions sway your judgment. Bai Changqing asserted with righteous fervor. As his words fell, Chu Zetian chuckled, his tone laced with profound sarcasm. What a noble concern for the survival of the sect. Grandmaster, standing on the pedestal of righteousness truly makes it difficult to gaze upon you. You incessantly proclaim that I am the sect's calamity. May I ask, is your divination accurate? Upon hearing this, Bai Changqing's countenance darkened ominously. Chu Zetian, how dare you question my divination skills? Chu Zetian sneered, fully aware that the old man sought to cast him into perdition today, and thus he held no reservations. Why should I not question? If the Grand Master's divinations were indeed precise, then how did the Moon Grand Master perish in the treachery of the Dark Night Palace 20 years ago? At this, Yu Shuihan's expression instantly soured, his eyes flashing with sorrow. The Moon Grand Master was none other than his father. The other Grand Masters also wore grim visages. Bai Changqing's expression faltered, his face clouded with frost. That time was a miscalculation on my part. What of the incident at Gaian City a decade ago? 80,000 disciples of our Tairu sect perished overnight. Was that also a miscalculation by the Grand Master? 5 years ago, the 8 Grand Masters met a tragic end in the northern frontier. What of your divination then? Chu Zetian enumerated, 3 years ago. The Wanyao Mountain Villa annihilated over 30 strongholds of our sect. Did the Grand Master fail to foresee that as well? Now, you suddenly deduce that I am a calamity rather than the imperial star that could lead our sect to resurgence? With each point raised, Bai Changqing's complexion darkened further. The sect leader and the other Grand Masters also shifted their expressions accordingly. Your assertions hold merit. Old Bai, you ought to cease invoking your divination skills. Su Beiwen interjected, his face reflecting sorrow as he spoke to Bai Changqing. Bai Changqing inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on Chu Zetian, now brimming with cold malice. Chu Zetian, what you have stated are merely a few instances where I have erred. In my lifetime of over a century, the accuracy of my divinations is countless. Do you believe that your trivial arguments can obscure the truth of your status as a harbinger of calamity? Chu Zetian responded with a sardonic "Oh," and cast a glance towards the 4th Grand Master, Ji Yinlian. Is that so? I wonder if the Grand Master has divined that your lineage, the Bai clan, bears no blood relation to you? In an instant, Ji Yinlian's expression changed dramatically. Chu Zetian, what nonsense are you spouting? She was the sole partner of Bai Changqing. To suggest that his descendants had no blood ties to him insinuated that she had been deceiving Bai Changqing for decades. A tremor coursed through Bai Changqing's entire being. What do you mean? He asked, instinctively casting his gaze towards Ji Yinlian. Changqing, do not heed his nonsensical words. Chu Zetian chuckled darkly. The current master of Baihu Peak, Bai Pengjiu, is, by all accounts, your own grandson, is he not? Am I mistaken? Perhaps we should have Bai Fengzhu undergo a bloodline verification with the Grand Elder? Chu Zetian, you overstep. Ji Yinlian rebuked sharply, yet a flicker of insecurity was unmistakably evident in her eyes. At that moment, Bai Changqing's gaze sharpened like a blade as he scrutinized his companion of over 80 years. In the next breath, his voice turned frostily severe. Chu Zetian, your reckless words offend the Grand Elder. What punishment do you deserve for such insolence? I am more aware than anyone of whether my descendants share my bloodline. The expressions of the gathered Grand Elders, including Yu Zongzhu and Su Beiwang, bore a hint of awkwardness. Ahem, Zetian, mind your words, Yu Shuihan interjected sternly, his visage stern, seeking to steer the conversation away from this precarious topic. However, Chu Zetian stood firm, declaring, Zongzhu, I, Chu Zetian, speak with unwavering conviction. Whether I am a harbinger of calamity or a star of destiny should not rely on nebulous conjectures, but rather be judged by my actions. Upon hearing this, Su Beiwang nodded in approval. Yet, the next proclamation from this audacious youth caused the countenance of the 2nd Grand Elder to shift dramatically. I, Chu Zetian, hereby vow that within 3 months, I shall eradicate the Dark Night Palace. I will obliterate the greatest threat and malignancy within this sect's domain. Should I fail, I shall accept the title of calamity and submit to whatever punishment deemed fit. Chu Zetian's words rang out with resolute clarity, his tone unwavering. Zetian, do not make rash oaths. The Dark Night Palace is not so easily vanquished. Su Beiwang's face twitched as he hurriedly intervened. Nevertheless, Chu Zetian asserted with unwavering determination, as an imperial star, if I cannot accomplish even this, How can I lead the Tai Su sect to stand tall across the vast Kingland continent? By making this military pledge, he sought not only to navigate this immediate crisis, but also to aid Ye in ridding herself of the demonic seed within her. Thus, the Dark Knight Palace must be eradicated. With the memories of his past life and his current possession of the devouring heavenly sacred body, he was confident of reaching the nascent soul realm in a short span. The 3-month timeline was, in truth, a strategy to placate the Grand Elders and secure himself additional time. Very well. If you truly manage to destroy the Dark Knight Palace within 3 months, I shall acknowledge you as an imperial star. Otherwise, humph. Bai Chongqing's voice was laced with severity as he regarded Chu Zetian with a chilling glare. Ji Inlian's eyes, too, flickered with indignation and a hint of lethal intent. Chapter 17. Su Rian nearly exploded, having established the military decree to annihilate the Dark Knight Palace within 3 months. Chu Zetian had successfully navigated this interrogation crisis. Once the other Grand Elders departed, he found himself retained by Zhongzhu Shuihan. At this moment, within the confines of the Zhongzhu's exclusive cultivation chamber, Chu Zetian stood ready for the challenges ahead. The secret chamber is directly connected to the spirit vein of the sect, saturating the air with dense spiritual mist. A mere breath invigorates the spirit, as the ethereal essence transforms into fog. What a delightful sensation. It is only through the sect leader that I can truly reap the benefits of this exclusive cultivation chamber, which I have coveted for countless lifetimes. To my surprise, the sect leader has indeed acquiesced to my request. A sense of elation fills Chu Zetian's heart. Reflecting on the myriad spirit jades, elixirs, and precious materials that the venerable elder had generously bestowed upon him, a grin spreads across his face. Now, harnessing the memories of his past life, Chu Zetian prepares to cultivate the ultimate Tao scripture. In this realm, martial arts techniques are classified into 7 grades: yellow, profound, earth, heaven, immortal, divine, and sacred, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. The speed of cultivation varies dramatically among different techniques. Currently, the most superior technique of the Taishu sect is merely the earth-grade middle-tier Taishu formula. However, in his recollections from a previous existence, Chu Zetian possesses the knowledge of a divine-grade upper-tier ultimate Tao scripture, a treasure he acquired at great peril from the vast wilderness. It was after his return from the wilderness that he learned of Ye's departure from the Taishu sect. In his excitement over the treasure, he had given little thought to his daughter, failing to consider how a girl of less than 10 years would survive on her own. Later, he discovered that Ye had been found to harbor a demonic seed within her. Initially, she was to be eliminated, but several of Moon Xiaolu's direct disciples secretly helped her escape the sect, thus saving her life. In his previous life, he had truly been unworthy of the title of father. He even felt a sense of relief at her departure, fearing that her demonic seed would implicate him. He harbored indifference, even disdain, towards Moon Xiaolu and her disciples. In this lifetime, I vow to repay all my debts to others 100-fold. I shall wield my strength to shield them from adversity. Contemplating these matters, a wave of guilt surged within Chu Zetian, nearly choking him with remorse. After much effort to regain his composure, he focused intently on his cultivation. As he commenced his practice, the spiritual energy in the chamber poured into his body like rivers merging into the sea, forming swirling eddies around him. To his astonishment, the speed at which he refined the spiritual essence was remarkable. This extraordinary phenomenon has nothing to do with the ultimate Tao scripture, for even in his past life, he did not experience such effects while practicing this technique. The true source lies in the swallowing heaven's sacred body. Chu Zetian quickly grasped the reason behind this transformation, gaining a deeper understanding of the abnormal capabilities of the swallowing heaven's sacred body. In this life, I shall traverse the vastness of the heavens. A surge of ecstatic joy coursed through Chu Zetian's heart, filled with ambition. Subsequently, his previously desiccated meridians and dantian became once again brimming with pure spiritual power, propelling his cultivation level to soar. Buzz. In the brief span of an incense stick, he ascended to the realm of the Zhou Tian. Subsequently, he reached the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th levels of Zhou Tian, voraciously absorbing spiritual energy like a glutton devouring all. Meanwhile, on Qinglong Peak, within the Peak Master's residence, Su Hongtu returned with a dark expression, choosing silence as he entered seclusion. Zhang Beichen approached, sensing the ominous atmosphere, and refrained from probing too deeply. Once Su had departed, he cautiously inquired of Su Ruyan, junior sister, what transpired. That little wildling dared to harm Cheng Cheng. Has he been dealt with? Su Ruiyan shook her head and recounted the unfolding events. Upon hearing this, Zhang Beichen was taken aback, a glimmer of malice and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. How could Chu Zhitian have emerged alive from the blood prison, fully healed? What was most infuriating was that he had received protection and favoritism from the Second Supreme and the sect leader. At this moment, Su Ruiyan shifted her tone. All right, brother. Let us not speak of him any longer. I have now reached the pinnacle of the acquired realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the innate realm. Would you assist me? Of course, it would be my pleasure. Zhang Beichen readily agreed. Moments later, they arrived at Su Ruiyan's designated cave abode, sitting cross-legged, palms together. Following Su Ruiyan's instructions, Zhang Beichen mobilized his internal spiritual energy, directing it through their tiger mouth and labor palace points into her body. Su Ruiyan, in turn, lowered her defenses, willingly allowing his energy to enter her. However, the next moment, she emitted a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Junior sister, what is wrong? Zhang Beichen's complexion changed dramatically as he exclaimed in alarm. Su Ruiyan felt as if she were on the brink of exploding. Your spiritual energy is repelling mine. It cannot be utilized. She questioned. Why is this the case? Chu Zhitian was always able to assist me in this manner. Why can't you, brother? Hearing this, Zhang Beichen felt a surge of discontent. What did she mean by saying he could not? How could a man be deemed incapable? Sensing her implicit blame and doubt, he began to ponder the reason. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, it must be due to Chu Zhitian's myriad transformation spiritual root. With this root, his energy can harmonize with others, allowing it to enter your body without being repelled by your own spiritual force. Upon hearing this, Su Ruiyan's eyes flickered with realization. Did this imply that only he could assist her in this manner? With this thought, her mind was flooded with memories of the times Chu Zhitian had aided her cultivation. It was well known that he had spent 5 years breaking through one of the most challenging thresholds on the path of cultivation, the innate realm. Such a pace was exceedingly remarkable. Yet, what others did not realize was that during their 5 years of marriage, whenever she cultivated, Chu Zhitian had nearly always expended his own spiritual energy to assist her. Even after countless times, Su Ruiyan found herself drained by Chu Zhitian. When Chu Zhitian engaged in his own cultivation, he had to expend a considerable amount of time replenishing his spiritual energy. Yet at this moment, reflecting on the past, Su Ruiyan felt no sense of gratitude. Instead, her disdain for Chu Zhitian deepened. Chu Zhitian, for a grassroots like you to accompany and assist me is indeed your fortune. How dare you think of abandoning me? You have caused me to lose my support and brought my cultivation to a standstill. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Ruiyan bitterly lamented, Senior brother, if only you possessed the myriad transformation spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Zhang Beichen's expression shifted subtly as he slyly remarked, actually, I could have it too. Su Ruiyan paused momentarily, then suddenly grasped his implication. Senior brother, do you mean? Zhang Beichen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 18. Trouble at Qinglong Peak, that very noon. With intentions already set on how to seize Chu Zhitian's spiritual root, Zhang Beichen arrived at the White Tiger Peak. In a courtyard, Zhang Beichen sat across from another young man. Before them lay a table laden with various delicacies and fruits. The young man bore a sinister countenance, his left eye concealed beneath an eye patch. His name was Bai Yifei, the chief disciple of White Tiger Peak, and the eldest son of the peak's master, Bai Pengjiu. I wonder what brings you here, junior brother Zhang. Surely, it cannot be merely for a drink, Bai Yifei inquired, setting down his cup with an expressionless face. Zhang Beichen pondered for a few seconds before responding, Senior brother Bai, you must have heard about my junior brother Chu, have you not? Chu Zhitian. Bai Yifei spat the name with gritted teeth, his right eye flashing with vengeful fury. His left eye had been lost 5 years ago in the sect's grand competition. All thanks to Chu Zhitian. In that battle, he was already defeated by Chu Zhitian, yet fueled by jealousy and resentment. He had attempted a sneak attack after Chu Zhitian had spared him. The result was a swift counterattack that left him blind in his left eye. For 5 long years, Bai Yifei had not known a day without yearning for revenge. What is it that you wish to convey? Spare me the circumspection, Bai Yifei coldly demanded. Zhang Beichen sighed, a sincere expression dawning upon his face. Senior brother Bai, please do not take offense. I have come to suggest that you offer an apology to my junior brother. I can mediate, allowing you both to resolve your differences amicably. What do you think? Bang. The moment he finished speaking, Bai Yifei smashed his palm onto the stone table, shattering it into pieces. An aura of malevolence enveloped him. Zhang Beichen, what do you mean by this? Are you here to humiliate me? Bai Yifei's voice was frigid, his singular eye radiating a murderous intensity. Zhang Beichen earnestly explained, Senior Brother Bai, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am looking out for your best interests. You know how favored Chu Zhitian is by the sect master and the second elder, don't you? He emerged unscathed from the blood prison of demons. He must have acquired tremendous opportunities. He was originally the foremost genius of our sect, destined to soar to great heights and surpass his peers. Bai Yifei coldly inquired, what of it? Once Chu Zhitian rises, we shall be of little consequence. As long as we acknowledge our own insignificance and bow our heads in submission, it suffices. Yet, you have harbored enmity with Chu Zhitian since the sect competition 5 years ago. Thus, it would be wise to resolve this conflict while the opportunity presents itself. Following this, Zhang Beichen seemingly casually muttered, after all, you cannot simply eliminate him before he has truly established himself, can you? Upon hearing this, a glint of sharpness flashed in Bai Yifei's right eye. He then sneered and asked, Zhang Beichen, there is no need for pretense. You wish to use me to eliminate Chu Zhitian, do you not? Zhang Beichen did not deny this, stating, I am merely considering your best interests, Bai Shixiao. Are you not concerned that once Chu Zhitian attains power, he will not tolerate you? Do you not desire his demise? At these words, a trace of hatred surfaced in Bai Yifei's singular eye as he replied emphatically, of course I do. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhang Beichen. I can be used by you, but what benefits can you offer me? Zhang Beichen chuckled softly, a knowing smile gracing his features. Bai Shixiao, you have likely heard about Chu Zhitian's daughter. That little girl resembles a porcelain doll. Moreover, she is a demonic offspring. Once Chu Zhitian is dead, you can dote upon her as you please. Hee, I have some inkling of your preferences, esteemed Baihu Peak leader. Upon hearing this, a wicked light flickered in Bai Yifei's eye. Yet, he shook his head, what else? Zhang Beichen's expression faltered, his eyes turning cold. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke softly, beyond that, a dead Chu Zhitian would be the greatest boon, would it not? We could split the spiritual roots within him equally. How does that sound? At this, Bai Yifei burst into laughter, his tone laced with mockery. Transforming myriad spiritual roots into celestial ones, even if divided, would merely yield 2 earthly-grade spiritual roots. I am the one who slays him. Why should I share? With that, Bai Yifei pointed towards the courtyard door and declared, I shall assist you in killing Chu Zhitian. Now, you may take your leave. Zhang Beichen regarded Bai Yifei with a deep gaze before nodding. Very well. I wish Bai Shixiang a swift success. Farewell. The moment he turned away, a sinister expression crossed Zhang Beichen's face. That one-eyed fool thinks he can monopolize the myriad spiritual roots? We shall see. Half an hour later, Zhang Beichen returned to Qinglong Peak and sensed something amiss within the peak. Strange. Why does it feel like the spiritual energy at Qinglong Peak is not as dense as before? Indeed, the concentration of spiritual energy seems similar to other peaks now. My cultivation speed feels as though it has slowed. He overheard the Qinglong Peak disciples murmuring among themselves. He suddenly wore an expression of realization and hastened towards the rear of Qinglong Peak. There lay a clandestine secret of Qinglong Peak, intimately linked to Chu Zhitian. Upon arrival, he found Su Hongtu and Su Ruyan already present. Master, junior sister, what is happening? Has there been a malfunction with the Wanhua Gathering Spirit Array? Zhang Beichen inquired. His brow furrowed. Su Hongtu's demeanor was somber as he nodded. It is time to inject the Wanhua essence. Over the past 5 years, Qinglong Peak ascended to its position as the foremost of the 6 peaks, largely due to Chu Zhitian. Not only was he the most talented disciple of the sect, but the Wanhua Gathering Spirit Array was also crafted by extracting the essence of his multifaceted spirit root, enhancing its efficacy. It not only concentrated spiritual energy, but also transformed it into various forms, such as yin energy, yang energy, elemental energies, and malevolent energy. This unique capability accelerated the cultivation speed of all disciples at Qinglong Peak by 2 to 3 times compared to other peaks, thereby elevating the overall strength of the peak. Consequently, Su Hongtu became the first peak master. However, the Wanhua essence within the array was now nearly depleted. The most troubling aspect was that Chu Zhitian, the essential donor, had defected from Qinglong Peak. In that moment, Su Hongtu felt an overwhelming sense of impending regression. Su Ruyan's expression mirrored her frustration as she spoke with a conflicted tone. The Wanhua essence must be extracted from Chu Zhitian's body and injected into the Wanhua Gathering Spirit Array every 6 months. Damn it, I completely forgot. I should have ensured that scoundrel injected the essence before severing ties with him. Su Ruyan gritted her teeth. Hearing this, Su Hongtu cast a peculiar glance at his daughter, internally cursing her folly. Wasn't it Chu Zhitian who chose to sever ties with us? Is it within your purview to dictate that? Moreover, what good would it do to have him inject the essence once? What about in another 6 months? He fixed his gaze upon his eldest daughter, his tone grave. His eyes bore an insinuative glint. Su Ruyan's expression shifted, as though she grasped the underlying implications. Father, what do you mean? Are you truly suggesting that I should try to reconcile with that scoundrel? Chapter 19, Zhang Beichun, dumbfounded. Otherwise, do you not wish to break through to the innate stage? Or do you want the entire Qinglong Peak to suffer a decline in cultivation speed? Or do you wish to see your father, the Peak Master, ousted? Su Hongtu reprimanded sternly. He was exceedingly pragmatic and self-serving. To maintain his current status and influence within the sect, he would go to any lengths. Upon hearing her father's words, Su Ruyan's countenance fluctuated between various emotions. Despite her awareness of the myriad losses she had incurred following her separation from Chu Zhitian, the thought of humbling herself to mend their relationship filled Su Ruyan with profound aversion. Let us not forget what your great-grandfather once said. If you refuse to go, shall I send your sister in your stead? Su Hongtu interjected, sensing the situation. As these words escaped his lips, Su Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. The memories of her sister's brazen demeanor before Chu Zhitian over the past 5 years ignited a surge of indignation within her. Su Ruyan's resolve began to waver, primarily because she was unwilling to allow her sister, Su Ruyan, to approach Chu Zhitian. Master, Chu Zhitian has lost his mind. He is willing to sever ties with Ruyan at all costs. Even if my junior sister were to seek him out, it would likely be futile. At this moment, Zhang Beichun interjected with a furrowed brow. He was vehemently opposed to the idea of Su Ruyan reconciling with Chu Zhitian. What do you mean by likely? That scoundrel is merely acting on impulse. Over the past 5 years, his affection for Ruyan has been evident to all. How could he simply cease to love her? At this juncture, Su Hongtu suddenly had a revelation, his gaze flickering keenly between his daughter and his beloved disciple. Unless Chengqiang is truly not his child? Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan and Zhang Beichun exchanged furtive glances. Realizing the implications, Su Hongtu understood the situation all too well. Could it be that Chu Zhitian was indeed telling the truth? In a fit of rage, Su Hongtu struck both Su Ruyan and Zhang Beichun across the face. You two imbeciles, how could you lack such discernment? I am aware that you both share a connection, but to think that Chengqiang belongs to Beichun? If it were merely Beichun-s, that would be one thing. But for Chu Zhitian to discover it? No wonder that wretch is so resolute. Su Ruyan bit her lip, voicing her frustration. I cannot fathom how that scoundrel uncovered the truth. Regardless, it has come to this, and it seems impossible to win him back now. Su Hongtu frowned in contemplation, ultimately adopting a tone of earnest persuasion. My daughter, how can you declare it impossible without attempting? If you merely lower your pride and offer Chu Zhitian a way out, he might just return to you willingly. At worst, you could overlook the matter of that illegitimate child, even feigning to embrace the role of a nurturing mother to that little wretch. After all, you are undoubtedly more skilled in manipulating him than anyone else. You must understand, whether for yourself, your father, or even the entirety of Qinglong Peak, Chu Zhitian must return. Su Ruyan's expression fluctuated with uncertainty, and ultimately, she nodded noncommittally. Father, grant me one night to ponder this. Meanwhile, a glint of cold calculation flickered in Zhang Beichun's eyes. Master, there is no need to reconcile with Chu Zhitian. We can still obtain the coveted Wanhua spiritual root. If we were to eliminate him and extract the root, we could refine it for ourselves, could we not? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's expression shifted sharply. Indeed, it serves as a viable approach. For the sake of the entire Qinglong Peak, the myriad transformation-gathering spirit array must persist. However, that wretched obstacle is currently favored by both the sect leader and the elder, making his demise somewhat troublesome. In fact, he had contemplated eliminating Chu Zhitian and extracting his spiritual roots prior to this. Zhang Beichun remarked with a smile, rest assured, Master, there are countless individuals who wish to see Chu Zhitian meet his end, as long as you can retrieve the corpse of this ungrateful wretch when the time comes. It will suffice. Su Hongtu raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at his beloved disciple. It was clear that the other party had already devised a plan. He patted Zhang Beichun's shoulder in admiration, saying, Excellent. Once that beast is dead, the remains will undoubtedly belong to no one else. After all, Chu Zhitian hails from Qinglong Peak, and having just betrayed us, It is only fitting that I express my gratitude for our master-disciple bond by collecting his remains. Others will have neither the qualifications nor the justification to contest my claim. In due time, once I refine the myriad transformation spiritual roots, I shall ensure the prosperity of Qinglong Peak for centuries to come." Upon hearing this, Zhang Beichen was momentarily taken aback, his face reflecting shock and resentment. He had initially believed that the extracted myriad transformation spiritual roots would be his own. Little did he expect that his master had also set his sights on them. What in the world was happening? Zhang Beichen cursed inwardly, but dared not voice his anger. An orphan raised by Su Hongtu, he was truly without support. His desire to firmly grasp Su Rian was also motivated by a wish to cling to the Su clan's influence. Thus, despite his inner discontent, he could not defy Su Hongtu. He could only bury his feelings of dissatisfaction and resentment deep within, allowing them to fester slowly. Very well. As for Chu Zetian, you two shall handle it as you see fit. If there is a chance to reclaim him, deceive him back for further utilization. If not, find a way to seize his spiritual roots. After careful consideration, Su Hongtu reached a final decision. Understood, father. Yes, master. Su Rian and Zhang Beichen responded in succession. Time flew by as they immersed themselves in their cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, a day and night had passed within the secret chamber. The following morning, Chu Zetian suddenly opened his eyes, a beam of brilliance shooting forth, gradually retracting thereafter. At this moment, within the sect leader's exclusive cultivation chamber, the spiritual mist had been nearly entirely absorbed. It is worth noting that this chamber is directly connected to the spiritual vein, constantly supplying spiritual energy. When Yu Shuihan cultivated within, the energy consumed was far outweighed by the replenishment rate. Moreover, after being left vacant for a period, the mist inside would often condense into droplets, transforming into spiritual liquid. Normally, it would be impossible to exhaust it. Yet, after spending a day and night inside, Chu Zetian had completely depleted the spiritual energy. The speed at which he cultivates the heavenly devouring sacred body is beyond my imagination. He has reached the third level of the innate realm. After merely a day and night of cultivation, my strength has not only returned to its original state, but has even ascended 2 minor realms. Feeling the surging spiritual power within, Chu Zetian's heart swelled with excitement. The joy of reclaiming what was lost is a sentiment that can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. Not only has my realm reached the 3rd level of innate power, but the spiritual energy cultivated through the heavenly devouring sacred body and the extreme Tao True Book has become even more refined and concentrated than before. I am confident that, at the same realm, my true combat prowess far surpasses that of an ordinary 3rd-level innate warrior. Coupled with my formidable physique, claiming that I can crush my opponents would be no exaggeration. With this thought in mind, a surge of battle intent rose in Chu Zetian's eyes. Simultaneously, a notion crossed his mind. Should he offer the extreme Tao True Book to the 2nd Great Elder and the sect leader? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. It was not that Chu Zetian lacked trust in these 2 esteemed individuals. Rather, he understood that the current state of the sect was far from stable, teetering on the brink of crisis. Particularly concerning were the 1st Great Elder and the 4th Great Elder, who harbored ulterior motives. If the extreme Tao True Book were to fall into their hands, it would be tantamount to aiding malevolent forces. Should circumstances remain unchanged, the Taisu sect would face a monumental disaster within a year. With the collusion of the 1st and 4th Great Elders, the Dark Knight Palace would launch a massive assault on the Taisu sect, resulting in a brutal and catastrophic war. Countless lives would be lost in that conflict, including those of sect leader Yu, the 2nd Great Elder, and several other esteemed elders. Thus, Chu Zetian resolved to remain cautious in all matters. It was time to return. Otherwise, Yaya would come looking for her father. Sensing the dramatically thinned spiritual energy within the secret chamber, Chu Zetian rose to leave. Shortly after his departure, Su Beiwang and Yu Shuihan appeared at the entrance of the chamber. Upon sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy, both displayed expressions of profound astonishment. What happened to the spiritual energy in this chamber? Has that rascal Zetian drained it all? Standing at the door, their faces were marked with shock. After a moment, Yu Shuihan managed a rueful smile, stating that there seemed to be no other explanation. He dared not show disbelief, yet how could this be possible? The speed at which one person could refine spiritual energy could not be so terrifying. If this were true, how astonishing would Zetian's cultivation speed be? The blood-fiend heavenly body is indeed so incredible? If Chu Zetian had heard these words, he would have scoffed in disdain. What is the blood fiend heavenly body worth? The heavenly devouring sacred body is the true marvel. After the initial shock, Su Beiwang's face transformed into one of immense joy. Excellent. How delightful. I was worried that this young man might feel disheartened by his slow progress, so I kept my distance to observe him leave, resisting the urge to inquire about his cultivation advancements. It appears that this young man is progressing at an astonishing rate. Previously, I regarded the audacious claim of this impudent lad, who asserted that he would annihilate the Night Palace within 3 months, as sheer folly. However, I now find myself filled with a sense of anticipation. Yu Shuihan nodded with a semblance of approval, but then shifted her tone, saying, "However, esteemed one, let us refrain from inquiring further. Moreover, it is imperative that we do not disclose this matter to a third party. If Zhetian truly possesses such extraordinary capabilities, once this reaches the ears of internal traitors or hostile forces, it is likely that he may face peril. The most vulnerable aspect of a genius is the threat of premature demise." Chapter 20. What is this woman doing here? Upon departing from the sect leader's residence, Chu Zhetian swiftly returned to the Zhuke Peak. Under the guidance of a steward from the General Affairs Hall, he arrived at the residence that Yu Chaolu had arranged for him. This place, named Qin Yuan Mansion, is renowned as a sanctum of profound spiritual energy on Zhuke Peak. As he approached the entrance, he was greeted by the cheerful laughter of a young girl emanating from within. Indeed, his daughter was destined to find joy in this life at Zhuke Peak. The moment he pushed open the door, he was met with a rather amusing sight. 2 men and 1 woman, led by Zhang Daler, the chief disciple, were engaged in a lively game of eagle catches chicks, with his daughter, playing the role of the eagle. The little one was thoroughly enjoying herself, and it seemed that her injuries from the previous day had completely healed. The adults were being chased around by this small child, their laughter ringing out in delightful chaos. The scene was simultaneously childish and heartwarming. These 2 men and 1 woman were well known to Chu Zhetian. Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yuming. All 3 were now alive. How wonderful. They were all direct disciples of Yu Chaolu and, in the current context, his nominal seniors. In his previous life, Chu Zhetian had harbored no fondness for them, perceiving their goodwill towards Ye as meddling akin to that of Yu Chaolu. Yet, upon their reunion in this life, his gaze was filled with warmth and gratitude. Observing them, he felt a poignant sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, they had tragically perished, falling victim to the hands of Su Rian and Zhang Beichen. According to the nefarious couple, it was due to their encounter with Ye, who had succumbed to demonic corruption in a certain secret realm. Rather than turning against her, they had continued to protect her. This led to their demise when they clashed with Su Rian and her cohorts, resulting in their immediate execution. In my former life, I bore a sense of guilt towards you all. In this life, let me be your junior disciple, safeguarding your well-being for eternity. Chu Zhetian felt a lump in his throat as he silently clenched his fists. Daddy. At that moment, Ye, engrossed in her game, turned around and spotted her father. Her big eyes instantly sparkled as she skipped toward him. Daddy, you're back. Ye missed you so much. Why do you always run off? Making it so that Ye can't see you? The little one wrapped her small hands around her father's leg, tilting her head up as she asked brightly. I missed you too, my treasure. This time, Daddy won't run off again. Chu Zhetian gently pinched his daughter's small face, speaking with a blend of apology and affection. Ye is playing games with several senior brothers. Would you like to join us, father? Ye nodded enthusiastically and then inquired with anticipation. All right. Chu Zhetian thought of the rather childish scene from earlier, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. However, upon seeing the eager look in his daughter's eyes, he quickly relented. At that moment, a somewhat sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, isn't this the chief disciple of Qinglong Peak, the first prodigy of Taishu sect? How have you found yourself at our Zhuke Peak? Following the voice, he saw a young man, who had been playing with Ye, approaching with his arms crossed. This fellow was of medium build, clad in a black outfit. He was quite handsome, but his face bore a hint of a cheeky provocation. It was Tang Yitai, ranked 3rd among the inner disciples of Yuekalu. Greetings, 3rd senior brother. Despite the provocation, Chu Zhetian cupped his hands and earnestly greeted him. Why aren't you angry? This is boring. Tang Yitai was momentarily taken aback, then pouted. The renowned Chu Zhetian, when did you become so easy to bully? Hey. Let me hear you call me senior sister. Immediately following, a petite girl with a delicate doll-like face approached, chewing on a piece of jerky. Her name was Miao Yumeng. the fourth disciple of Uekalu. Little junior sister. Chu Zetian continued to greet her with a smile. What little junior sister? Am I not grown? Miao Yumeng replied, puffing her chest in dissatisfaction. One must admit, although she appeared youthful, she certainly had her own charm. As she spoke, the little senior sister pulled the jerky from her mouth and offered it to Chu Zetian. Junior brother, would you like some jerky? No thanks. Chu Zetian hesitated, glancing at the saliva-covered jerky, and awkwardly waved his hand. Then how about some candy? Miao Yumeng said, placing the jerky back into her mouth, and then pulled out a piece of candy from her pocket. I wouldn't have candy either. Chu Zetian waved his hand again, feeling somewhat speechless. Seeing his response, Miao Yumeng immediately pouted. Then, as if performing a magic trick, she produced a spirit fruit. What about this spirit fruit? All right, thank you, senior sister. Chu Zetian, now completely sweating, had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, he wasn't certain what else this little senior sister might produce. Given her determination, if she failed to feed him today, she likely would not let it go easily. In the next moment, he turned to another tall young man. Second senior brother. This individual, clad in white, resembled a graceful gentleman, yet there was an air of lewdness about his brows and eyes. It was Zhang Wenxuan, the second disciple of Uekalu. It was said that his father was among the wealthiest merchants in Qinglu County, perhaps influenced by his family background. This fellow has no other shortcomings except for a slight inclination towards lechery. Greetings, Brother Chu. Just for your title of second senior brother, should you ever descend the mountain, I shall take you to the 100 Flowers Pavilion in the county town for a drink. Chuckled Zhang Wenxuan, grinning as he draped an arm around Chu Zetian's shoulder. With that, he reached into his mustard seed pouch and pulled out a handful of silver notes and spirit stones, shoving them into the latter's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Chu Zetian broke into a cold sweat. Second senior brother, you truly are extravagantly generous. Cough, cough. At that moment, Zhang Dalai approached, clearing his throat to garner the trio's attention. Do not take offense, junior brother Chu. These three are quite impish and lack any seriousness. How could I possibly take offense? Thank you for yesterday, senior brother. How is your injury faring? Chu Zetian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, recalling Zhang Dalai's valiant efforts to protect Ye the previous day. Had it not been for this esteemed senior, by the time he arrived, Ye might have already faced dire consequences. Since we are all brothers, what is there to thank for? I am tough-skinned, and my master has provided me with several miraculous elixirs. I am already well on my way to recovery. Zhang Dalai replied, waving his hand with an air of simplicity and forthrightness. At that moment, a young woman who had been observing their playful banter approached. She was stunningly beautiful, her figure enchanting, and her smile radiant as a flower. Junior brother Chu, how have you been? She greeted cheerfully. Upon seeing her, Chu Zetian instinctively furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain and coldness flashing in his eyes. Her name was Murong Ling, one of the direct disciples of the White Tiger Peak. Chu Zetian felt a visceral animosity towards the people of White Tiger Peak, not only because of their notorious arrogance, but also due to an irreconcilable grudge against their chief senior brother, Bai Yifei. This enmity was not rooted in the competition 5 years prior, but stemmed from a past life. Bai Yifei had once captured Ye and subjected her to various torments, nearly leading to irrevocable consequences. Even after the truth emerged, his father, the master of White Tiger Peak, had shielded him from repercussions. In this lifetime, even though events had yet to unfold, Chu Zetian was determined to settle accounts with these individuals. Moreover, this Murong Ling herself was a source of lingering humiliation for Chu Zetian. What is she doing here? He mused darkly. The weight of new grievances coupled with old grudges cast a dangerous glint in his gaze as he regarded Murong Ling. Chapter 21. I am eager to see what she intends. This incident occurred during the early half of Chu Zetian's tenure at Taisu sect, when he was merely an 18 or 19-year-old youth. On one occasion, while on duty guarding an outer sect elder's door, Murong Ling approached with business at hand. However, the elder was napping and had instructed Chu Zetian that no one was to disturb him without his permission. Therefore, Chu Zetian prevented Murong Ling from entering. Unexpectedly, the latter struck Chu Zetian with a devastating blow, leaving him gravely injured, and then forcefully entered. When he emerged alongside the outer sect elder, the latter, upon learning the circumstances, dared not offend Murong Ling, the cherished disciple of the White Tiger Peak. Instead, he chastised Chu Zetian for his lack of discernment and permitted Murong Ling to deal with him as she pleased. Consequently, Murong Ling placed a collar around Chu Zetian's neck and, mounted on her steed, dragged him along, deriving amusement from his humiliation. They circled the entire outer sect territory, dragging him for no less than 100 miles. That day, Chu Zetian endured profound humiliation, tortured to the brink of death, his flesh worn away to reveal his bones. It took him over 6 months of recuperation to regain his mobility. This exemplifies Murong Ling's true nature, her beauty akin to a blooming peach blossom, yet her heart as venomous as a serpent's. Naturally, the countless lowly disciples who suffered under her tyranny scarcely remembered that the outer sect disciple she had nearly tormented to death had become the sect's foremost prodigy. Even 5 years prior, during the grand sect competition, he had bested her in combat, and yet she had looked at him with a pitiful expression. Now, she approached him with the same charming smile. Were one unaware of her true character, they might mistakenly perceive her as a delicate and enchanting maiden. I am unworthy. It seems I am not well acquainted with Miss Murong, Chu Zetian stated, unwilling to engage with her insincerely, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Murong Ling pouted, her exquisite face displaying an expression of innocent grievance. Ahem, Ling-er, Chu Zetian is merely shy. He will warm up to you in time, interjected his senior brother, Zhang Wenxuan, who coughed twice to alleviate the awkwardness. As he spoke, he instinctively wrapped his arm around Murong Ling's slender waist. Chu Zetian raised an eyebrow at this sight. Senior brother, what is your relationship with her? Zhang Wenxuan laughed heartily, his face radiating pride as he proclaimed, Ling-er and I became partners yesterday. Although Murong Ling's beauty may not rival Su Rian's, she was still a rare gem, bolstered by her status as the cherished disciple of the White Tiger Peak. Zhang Wenxuan had persistently pursued her, and at long last, after his unwavering efforts, Murong Ling had coyly accepted him. Therefore, today, he appeared radiant and triumphant. Humph, partners? The people from White Tiger Peak have always looked down upon our Vermilion Bird Peak. Murong Ling has consistently held disdain for senior brother, and her sudden acceptance raises suspicions, whispered the junior sister nearby. Chu Zetian, mindful of Zhang Wenxuan's presence, offered a forced smile to Murong Ling, clasping his hands in a gesture of congratulations. I extend my best wishes to senior brother and sister Murong. Yet, as he spoke, a flicker of suspicion crossed his gaze. From his knowledge, in his previous life, Murong Ling had never united with Zhang Wenxuan, but rather shared a bond with her senior brother, Bai Yifei. It appears that due to my rebirth, the course of certain events has diverged from my previous life. If this Murong Ling does not genuinely accept the second senior brother, what, then, brings her here? Could it be because of me? Chu Zetian's mind raced, conjuring various speculations. At that moment, beside him, Ye glanced at Murong Ling and then at her father. The clever little mind seemed to realize that her father was reluctant to engage with that woman. Thus, she approached and shook Chu Zetian's large hand, chirping, Daddy, didn't you say you would play with Ye? Chu Zetian affectionately kissed his daughter, feeling as though this little one had come to his rescue. All right, Daddy will play with my Ye, ha. At this juncture, Murong Ling cast another glance at Chu Zetian, a glimmer of malice flitting across her face. You wretched creature. Just wait. Soon, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. If I kill you, Brother Bai has promised me a treasure of the earth grade. I must not disappoint him. Following this, a childish scene unfolded once more. However, compared to before, the adult being chased around the courtyard by Ye had now increased by one. After playing for a while, they settled down in the courtyard to chat. At this point, Murong Ling retrieved a jug of wine and several cups from her mustard seed bag. Wenxuan, what is the point of idle chatter? It is indeed a joyous occasion that junior brother Chu has joined your Vermilion Bird Peak. Why not celebrate with a few drinks? She smiled charmingly, appearing as a well-educated young lady, a stark contrast to the venomous woman who once tormented Chu Zetian. Indeed, Linger is correct. Junior brother Chu, shall we have a few drinks? Zhang Wenxuan agreed wholeheartedly, nodding and turning to Chu Zetian. Very well. Chu Zetian hesitated momentarily before subtly nodding in agreement, his gaze drifting to the wine jug in Murong Ling's hands. Encouraging me to drink, is it? I shall see what you are up to. Oh, is that the ginseng du brew? Then I must have a few cups. Third senior brother Tang Yitai's eyes brightened, smacking his lips. This ginseng du brew is one of the finest spiritual wines crafted by the sect's Taishi winery. To exchange for it would require thousands of spirit jade or contributions to the sect. Most would hesitate to indulge. I want some too. I have jerky to go with it. Hee. Miao Yelmong, from somewhere on her person, produced a bag of jerky and placed it on the stone table, smiling, senior brother. Your injury has just healed. You should refrain from drinking, right? How could I not drink on our first gathering with junior brother Chu? My injury has healed nicely. It's no problem. Zhang Dalai chuckled heartily. I have several jars of ginseng dew brew in my mustard seed bag. You shall drink your fill. Murong Ling said with a radiant smile, pouring the exquisite brew into the cups of herself and the 5 others. As a sister-in-law to several, she exuded an air of grace and propriety. Brothers and little sister, please wait a moment. I must first raise my glass in respect. At that moment, Chu Zhitian intervened, blocking the 4 from drinking. He harbored suspicions about Murong Ling's intentions. Until he deciphered their motives, he dared not let Zhang Dalai and the others partake in her wine. Having endured countless deceptions in his previous life, he had honed his skills in discerning poison. Moreover, as the god of slaughter in the god burial blood domain had stated, the swallowing heaven sacred body is impervious to all toxins. Thus, he decided to sample the drink first. He lifted the cup, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. Truly, it was a remarkable brew. He feigned enjoyment, inhaling deeply once more before downing it in one gulp. Yet, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Sealing Immortal's powder? Indeed, this woman harbors ill intentions. Chapter 22. Chu Zhitian's Intoxicated Chaos? From the first sip, Chu Zhitian sensed the toxins wafting through his nostrils and entering his body. The Sealing Immortal's powder was a treacherous poison, colorless and tasteless, rendering it nearly undetectable. Once poisoned, one would be rendered weak and fall into a deep slumber, becoming akin to fish on a chopping board. Astonishingly, however, the toxin that entered Chu Zhitian's body was directly neutralized and transformed into a modicum of energy. The swallowing heaven sacred body not only resisted all poisons, but could even transmute them. Although the energy gained was negligible in terms of physical enhancement, it effectively neutralized the toxin. This, too, could be considered a hidden ability of the swallowing heaven sacred body. Truly, it lived up to its name. Chu Zhitian mused silently. Despite the insidious nature of the Sealing Immortal's powder, it would not cause immediate harm. After a deep slumber, one would naturally awaken. Therefore, he did not prevent Zhang Dalai and the others from drinking. Soon, the brothers and sisters began to toast and share in merriment. Little Yaya sat beside her father, munching on dried meat from her uncle Miao Yumong while feeding her father wine. Daddy, drink. Seeing his daughter's tiny hand bringing the wine cup to his lips, Chu Zhitian eagerly opened his mouth. After finishing, he affectionately kissed the back of Yaya's hand, eliciting a cascade of tinkling laughter from the little one, who beamed with 2 adorable dimples. Yaya, your third uncle wants you to feed him too, teased Tang Yitai with envy. Uncle, drink. The little girl, undeterred, promptly offered him a cup. In no time, several cups had been consumed. Whether it was the potency of the brew or some other reason, everyone began to exhibit signs of drunkenness. Chu Shidi, is this wine to your liking? At that moment, Murong Ling poured more wine for Chu Zhitian while playfully inquiring. How lovely. Chu Zhitian gulped down his drink and smacked his lips, his speech becoming somewhat slurred. Observing this, a flicker of malice crossed Murong Ling's eyes. Lovely. Soon, I shall make you truly beautiful. Junior brother Chu, you have no idea how exhilarating the ladies at the 100 Flowers Pavilion can be. What joy is there in merely drinking? It is far sweeter to have those ladies feed us mouth to mouth. I shall undoubtedly take you there to relish the experience. Burp. Zhang Wenxuan spoke without restraint. Chu Zhitian swayed slightly, as if on the verge of drunkenness, and muttered incoherently, Second brother, tread carefully. Senior sister Murong is still present. Zhang Wenxuan, you incorrigible flirt. Murong Ling retorted, opening his mouth. In the next moment, she fed him a sip of wine mouth to mouth, leaving the second brother in a daze of desire. Witnessing this display of affection, Tang Yitai and Miao Yumeng exchanged hisses, while Murong Ling feigned shyness. A look of disdain flickered in her eyes. Yet, to execute her forthcoming plan, she had to allow Zhang Wenxuan this moment of indulgence. Before feeding him the wine, she had secretly held the antidote to the Fengxian powder in her mouth. For what lay ahead, she needed a witness and, more importantly, a weapon. If she could wield that weapon to eliminate her target, it would be ideal. Hence, Zhang Wenxuan must awaken at the opportune moment. Junior brother, they say you are the most talented disciple of our sect. Isn't it a pity for you to be here at Juke Peak? We are all rather lackadaisical here. Our master pays no heed to our cultivation. You, too, shall become a sloth. Tang Yitai remarked with a teasing tone while shaking his head and draping an arm over Chu Zhitian's shoulder. Junior brother, would you like some jerky? Miao Yumeng pulled out a piece of jerky from her mouth and offered it to Chu Zhitian. Thud. Just as Zhang Dalai was about to speak, he collapsed. Thud. 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 Soon after, Miao Yumeng and the others also succumbed to slumber. Chu Zhitian, too, fell with a thud onto the stone table, appearing utterly inebriated. Yet, only he knew that he was more alert than anyone else. At this moment, seeing everyone fall, a victorious expression emerged on Murong Ling's face. Meanwhile, Yeya's voice, tinged with concern, rang out, "Daddy, Master Uncle, what has happened to you?" "They are merely drunk," Murong Ling replied with a smile. Yeya gazed at her, blinking her large eyes, innocently perplexed as she asked, "Master Ant, why are you not drunk?" "Because Master Ant drank less," Murong Ling explained without a change of expression. "Oh." Yeya nodded her little head, not pondering further. She gazed at her inebriated father and approached, tugging insistently at his arm, feigning an effort to lift him and carry him back into the house. Her father and his fellow masters were utterly intoxicated. It was unacceptable for them to slumber on the cold ground, was it not? "Yeya, do not concern yourself with your father. First assist your masters into the house," came a slurred admonition from Chu Zhitian. "Oh," Yeya replied, and promptly hoisted Miao Yumeng from the ground, carrying her inside. Despite her small stature, the little one possessed surprising strength. What unfolded next was a somewhat incongruous scene. A group of adults thoroughly inebriated, while a mere child busied herself with the aftermath. Her petite frame seemed to harbor an immense fortitude as she managed to carry and drag several masters into the house. Her delicate, porcelain-like face flushed a deep crimson. "Well done, Yeya. After you have assisted your master, take a moment to rest. Your master's wife will tend to your father," Murong Ling called out, estimating that the time was ripe. In the next moment, her gaze shifted to Chu Zhitian, her expression darkening with a deadly intent. With a swift motion, she tore her garments, exposing her undergarments beneath. The sight of her exposed skin, radiant and alluring, was laid bare to the air. "Ah!" Murong Ling emitted a high-pitched shriek, her voice steeped in a tumult of shame and indignation. "What are you doing, Murong Ling?" Chu Zhitian feigned drunkenness, raising his head to inquire. "What am I doing? You shameless wretch, after drinking you dare to act with such depravity towards me. How shall I face others henceforth, let alone your second master? Woo woo woo, Zhang Wenxuan. Come forth, witness the misdeeds of your disciple." One hand pressed against her chest, she pointed accusingly at Chu Zhitian, her voice laced with fury. Her charming face was clouded with frost, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had genuinely been wronged. As her cries echoed, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Zhang Wenxuan, recently awakened from the effects of an antidote, still dazed, rushed out upon hearing her tumult. "What is the matter? Linger, what are you doing?" The moment he beheld Murong Ling's disheveled state, confusion washed over his face. His gaze instinctively lingered on her exposed skin. Murong Ling had only just accepted him the previous day, and he had not yet savored the experience. "Chu Zhitian, that beast has drunk too much." I, with good intentions, sought to assist him into the house, yet he, emboldened by alcohol, attempted to commit unspeakable acts against me. "Zhang Wenxuan, you must kill him," Murong Ling declared, pointing at Chu Zhitian, her indignation palpable. Chapter 23. You are quite the actor, aren't you? Are you implying that Chu Zhitian has wronged you? It must be a misunderstanding. Surely it is a misunderstanding. One's character is reflected in their behavior when intoxicated. Upon observing junior brother Chu indulging in alcohol, one could discern the integrity of his character. Zhang Wenxuan, with great difficulty, diverted his gaze from the pristine visage of Murong Ling. Subsequently, he fervently gestured, attempting to dissuade her. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Murong Ling's face. She had anticipated that Zhang Wenxuan would be incensed on her behalf, considering the relentless pursuit she had endured from him. To her, he was merely a devoted admirer. After such an affront to the goddess, would a devoted admirer not rush forth to confront Chu Zhitian with fervor? Especially in a state of inebriation. One would expect him to be swept away by emotions and act with reckless abandon. Under her coaxing and provocation, he should have engaged Chu Zhitian fiercely, perhaps even in a fit of rage, ending his life. Yet, to her astonishment, Zhang Wenxuan remained remarkably composed. A misunderstanding? Even in such circumstances, he still claimed it was merely a misunderstanding? If he did not confront him today, she would find it unbearable to continue living. Murong Ling clutched her chest, her expression a tumult of sorrow and indignation. Surely, it cannot be so. Nothing has truly transpired, has it? A misunderstanding, It must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Wenxuan again belched, persistently urging her to reconsider. Murong Ling's face flushed with anger. The next moment, she nodded, exasperated, and declared, "Very well. You refuse to assist me. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. Today, I must wash away the humiliation inflicted upon me with the blood of that scoundrel Chu Zhitian." With that, she feigned an advance towards Chu Zhitian, in pursuit of the task assigned by senior brother Bai, and for the sake of that earth-tier magical artifact. If she could not utilize another's blade, she would wield her own. Fortunately, Zhang Wenxuan, despite his shortcomings, would at least serve as a witness. However, as she took a step forward, her waist was suddenly encircled from behind by Zhang Wenxuan. "Linger, do not act impulsively. It's a misunderstanding," he exclaimed. "Junior brother Chu, you must flee. Quickly." This second senior brother, while restraining Murong Ling, urgently called out to Chu Zhitian. The entire Tai Su sect was aware that Chu Zhitian had previously forsaken his cultivation. Even if he emerged alive from the blood prison, his strength had surely not been restored. She might very well be able to strike him down with a single blow. Yet, Chu Zhitian remained rooted in place, unyielding. Observing Zhang Wenxuan's unwavering trust and defense, a flicker of sentiment and gratitude passed through his starry eyes. However, the next moment, as he gazed at Murong Ling, his expression turned icy and mocking. "Murong Ling, quite the actress, aren't you? You truly go to great lengths to orchestrate my demise." He could see through her intentions. She sought to eliminate him under the guise of righteousness, evading the censure of the punishment hall and the higher echelons of their sect. She would claim that he had drunkenly assaulted her, and in a fit of rage, she had avenged herself. What a justifiable act that would be. "What are you performing?" "I have no idea what you are insinuating," Murong Ling retorted, her eyes flickering as she continued to exclaim with feigned sorrow. "Zhang Wenxuan, you scoundrel! Not only do you refuse to stand up for me, but you also protect this beast. Step aside." As her words fell, a tremendous force surged forth from her. As a direct disciple of the White Tiger Peak Master, Murong Ling's strength had astonishingly reached the 8th level of the postnatal realm. In stark contrast, Zhang Wenxuan, residing in the indolent peak and indulging in pleasures, possessed only the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Zhoutian realm. Given this disparity in power, even if they were to become romantically involved, it was certain that Zhang Wenxuan would be the subordinate partner. Thus, when faced with Murong Ling's eruption of strength, he was utterly helpless, being directly propelled away. With a resounding thud, he landed, and in his already dazed state, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness once more. Second brother, Chu Zhitian's expression tightened. However, feeling that Zhang Wenxuan had merely fainted, he breathed a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he cast a cold gaze towards Murong Ling. "Why do you seek to kill me? Who sent you?" Murong Ling snorted disdainfully. "Isn't it obvious why I wish to eliminate you? It is, of course, to preserve my own reputation." Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian let out a derisive laugh. Yet, before he could utter a word, a chilling feminine voice, laced with contempt, suddenly rang out. "Chu Zhitian, I never imagined you would be so pathetic now. Just a few days apart, and you have already become so enamored with other women? You truly disgust me." Turning towards the source of the voice, he was taken aback to find Su Ruyan had arrived unbeknownst to him. Her exquisite visage was marked not only with disdain, but also a hint of fury. This wretched man, having just parted ways with her, was now so eagerly eyeing another woman? It was utterly outrageous. Were it not for the fact that this despicable man still held some value for her, she would have certainly turned away without a second thought. Chu Zhitian, upon seeing her, was momentarily stunned. Nevertheless, he could not be bothered to engage. Su Ruyan, noticing his mere fleeting glance before he turned away, was infuriated, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Chu Zhitian, I am speaking to you. Are you not going to provide me with an explanation?" This time, Chu Zhitian regarded her with a look of utter incredulity, finally allowing his gaze to linger on her for several seconds. To demand an explanation from him at every turn. Was this woman slightly unhinged? Not only had he not engaged in anything with Murong Ling, but even if he had, what concern was it of Su Ruyan's? Murong Ling cast a glance at Su Ruyan as well. Upon seeing her arrival, she felt a surge of joy. Now, she had an additional witness to support her claims. She only hoped that the other party would refrain from meddling. It was rumored that the daughter of the Green Dragon Peak Master had just been dismissed by Chu Zhitian, so she would likely not come to his aid. "Chu Zhitian, prepare to meet your doom. The insult you have inflicted upon me can only be cleansed with your blood," Murong Ling cried out, her voice filled with righteous fury, as the aura of the 8th level of the postnatal realm enveloped her. However, at that moment, a small figure dashed forward, arms outstretched, standing defiantly in front of Chu Zhitian. Do not harm my father. Yaya just witnessed it. You are lying. It was you who tore your own clothes. You are falsely accusing my father. With her small face flushed with indignation, she glared fiercely at Murong Ling and shouted. Her aura was somewhat unstable. It seemed that whenever her father's safety was at stake, this little one was at risk of losing control. It was evident how much Yaya cared for her father. You little rascal, at such a tender age, you are already distorting the truth for your father. Moreover, being a demon spawn, your existence is a calamity. Murong Ling spoke with a fierce expression. With a swift motion, she struck towards Yaya. Her spiritual power surged forth, instantly transforming into a palm print, aimed directly at Yaya's head. Clearly, it was an attempt to silence her permanently. Yaya was merely a child. Facing the attack of a practitioner at the 8th level of the acquired stage, she would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. However, at that moment, a tall and imposing figure swiftly positioned itself in front of the small body. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled thud, the palm print struck the thigh of Chu Zhitian. Yet, that bronze-like figure remained steadfast, unmoved as if merely brushed by a gentle breeze. Witnessing this, Murong Ling's expression shifted in shock. Chu Zhitian had actually withstood her attack unscathed? Were you just attempting to kill my daughter? In the next instant, a voice imbued with boundless killing intent resonated, causing the very air in the courtyard to seem to freeze. Chapter 24. Do you remember the boy you tormented? Father, are you all right? Upon seeing her father block the attack, Yaya immediately cried out in concern. Chu Zhitian turned around, the fury on his face replaced by a smile. I'm fine. Yaya, be good. First, drag your second master into the house, and then keep your distance and watch your father deal with the bad people. Though he longed to dote on his daughter, Chu Zhitian also wished for her to witness the harsh realities of the world. Yaya nodded eagerly, seeming somewhat excited. Beat the bad people. Beat the bad people. Clearly, the trials and tribulations she had faced from a young age had forged a spirit in her that was not as fragile as her appearance suggested. Murong Ling's audacious voice rang out again. What? You, a mere waste with no cultivation left, relying solely on your physical strength, still wish to kill me? Clang. As she spoke, a pair of dual blades manifested in her hands, their tips pointed directly at Chu Zhitian. I would like to see if you can withstand my blades after enduring my palm. You shameless wretch, your daughter is also a demon spawn. Both of you should perish. A cold smirk curled on Chu Zhitian's lips. Very well, then you may die. At that moment, Su Ruoyan, with her own agenda, leapt forward and said, Chu Zhitian, do you think you are still that innate master from before? Do you still wish to contend with others? Her tone carried a hint of arrogance. In this case, if you wish to ensure the survival of both yourself and your daughter, agree to return with me. I can overlook past grievances and even shield you from Murong Ling. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian did not even spare her a glance. He stamped his foot, and a long sword materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Murong Ling. This sword, named Tearing the Void, had been personally bestowed upon him by the Moon Sect leader after he quelled the myriad demons mountain. It was a high-grade, profound weapon. The hilt was a foot long, adorned with beastly engravings, while the blade was wide enough to span 4 fingers. The entire sword, lacking the grace and lightness of an ordinary long sword, exuded a sense of heavy dominance that perfectly matched Chu Zhitian's disposition. Previously, the 2 supreme elders had pressured Su Hongtu to return his mustard seed pouch. Thus this treasured sword found its way back into his possession. Seeking death, Murong Ling exclaimed, brandishing her twin blades as she rushed to meet him. You foolish man. Meanwhile, Su Rian, witnessing Chu Zhitian's disregard for her presence, was incensed, stamping her foot and cursing under her breath. Clang. In the next moment, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, Murong Ling let out a muffled groan and staggered back 2 steps. In contrast, Chu Zhitian not only remained unyielding but charged forward once more, utterly unfazed by the residual force of the attack. How is this possible? You clearly have no fluctuations of spiritual energy. How can your strike possess such strength? Murong Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Zhitian said nothing, focusing solely on his assault against her. The other's perception was correct. He indeed had not summoned any spiritual energy. He merely wished to test the extent of his pure physical combat prowess. It appeared he could easily overpower those at the 8th level of the acquired stage. Facing Murong Ling, He felt no pressure whatsoever. Clang, clang, clang. Chu Zetian continued his relentless onslaught, leaving Murong Ling to defend passively. The ferocity of his strikes nearly left her breathless. After several exchanges, the palms of her hands were shattered, blood trickling from her wounds. Clang. With another devastating horizontal slash. Murong Ling could no longer maintain her grip on her twin blades, which flew from her hands. Her delicate, beautiful face contorted in panic and astonishment. Junior brother Chu, cease. It's a misunderstanding. Please, listen to me. At this point, even though she found it hard to believe, she realized that she was no match for Chu Zetian. Even without his cultivation, his sheer physical strength was enough to crush her. Very well. Then tell me, who sent you? Chu Zetian paused momentarily, his voice cold as he pressed on. He understood that Murong Ling could not have acted against him without reason. There must be someone orchestrating her actions. Upon hearing his inquiry, Murong Ling's gaze flickered. No one. I merely harbored malicious thoughts after your poor attitude upon our first meeting. Although one may profess a desire to end your life, the intent is merely to impart a lesson. However, I now recognize my error and seek to atone. Hearing this, Chu Zetian let out a cold laugh. Do you think I would believe you? If not, then save your words for the king of hell. Even in the face of death, you remain unrepentant. Moreover, the adversary not only harbors malicious intentions toward him, but also seeks to eliminate Yaya. How can she be spared? At this moment, Chu Zetian turned to Yaya and said, My dear, remember, when confronting an enemy, one must not show mercy. Yaya nodded, half understanding. Yaya remembers. In the next instant, Chu Zetian swung his sword toward Murong Ling's throat. Murong Ling's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly dodged. The sword's tip narrowly grazed her neck as it passed. Yet, before Murong Ling could catch her breath, a sound like an explosion erupted. Chu Zetian followed up with a punch that landed brutally on her chest. Compared to his ambush on Su Ruyan, Chu Zetian's physical prowess had ascended to a new level. The force behind this punch was akin to that of 100,000 pounds. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a thunderous collision and the sickening sound of shattered ribs. Murong Ling was sent flying. Upon hitting the ground, she spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Swiftly, Chu Zetian appeared beside her and delivered another heavy kick to her chest. Uffed. Murong Ling felt as though her very organs had been pulverized. Spare me, Chu Zetian. You cannot kill me. Murong Ling's eyes were filled with terror as she pleaded with her last vestige of strength. You can kill me. Why should I not be able to kill you? Chu Zetian retorted with a cold smile, then leaned closer and whispered, Do you remember the outer disciple whom you dragged along on horseback 7 years ago, nearly tormenting to death? Upon hearing this, Murong Ling's eyes widened in shock, as if a memory had been stirred just before her demise. Is it you? Chu Zetian nodded grimly, stating, Indeed, it is I. With that, he pressed the sword's tip against her heart. Rest assured, I am far more merciful than you. I will grant you a swift end. Murong Ling's face contorted with boundless fear and reluctance. No, I was wrong. At that very moment, a voice of urgent protest rang out. Chu Zetian, stand down. With a ruthless thrust, the sword pierced Murong Ling's heart, disregarding her pleas and the furious cry for restraint. Murong Ling's eyes widened, filled with intense hatred and despair, before she ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. At this moment, Yaya felt a surge of fear, yet she steadfastly watched the scene unfold, clenching her small fists. She sought to ease her inner turmoil. Father has killed someone. Yet the little one understood that her father was vanquishing the wicked. Hence she refrained from crying out and disturbing him. Meanwhile, Su Rian stood frozen in place, her expression one of sheer terror. Had Chu Zetian truly slain Murong Ling so effortlessly, simply relying on his physical prowess to crush someone at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation? Previously, when she had been abducted by Chu Zetian, Su Rian had believed he was merely taking advantage of a surprise attack. Now, it dawned upon her, Su Rian, do you truly think I require your assistance? Chu Zetian turned his head, finally uttering a word to Su Rian. Yet, this statement rendered her flushed with indignation, her fury palpable. At that moment, a voice filled with rage and resentment erupted. Chu Zetian, how dare you slay my junior sister? Chapter 25. Those who have harmed Yaya must perish. A one-eyed youth appeared just before Murong Ling's demise, attempting to thwart Chu Zetian's murderous intent. He was none other than Bai Yifei, the chief of the White Tiger Peak. However, Chu Zetian, undeterred, thrust his sword through Murong Ling's heart before Bai Yifei's very eyes. Witnessing his junior sister's lifeless body sprawled upon the ground, Bai Yifei's fury reached its zenith. In response to Bai Yifei's accusations, Chu Zetian merely chuckled coldly. What have I to fear? At that moment, after slaying Murong Ling, a singular, unseen vertical eye manifested upon his forehead. The eye's crimson iris was accompanied by a swirling vortex of blood. It was indeed the blood wheel eye, born from the god-burying blood domain. A trickle of vital essence escaped from Murong Ling's corpse, drawn into the blood wheel eye, filling Chu Zetian with a surge of warmth that enhanced his physical form once more. Indeed, through slaughter, one could fortify the flesh. Chu Zetian mused inwardly, reveling in the sensation of his body being nourished and strengthened. I commanded you to cease. Can you not hear me? Bai Yifei's voice was icy, his gaze brimming with malice. Upon hearing this, Chu Zetian laughed, a laugh of utter disdain. You think I will halt simply because you ask? Who do you think you are? With a sharper tone, he continued, if I am not mistaken, it was you who incited Murong Ling to come after me, was it not? To send someone to kill you, and then question me for taking a life? How utterly ridiculous. As the saying goes, enemies meet with heightened animosity. Not only did Bai Yifei harbor a deep-seated hatred for Chu Zetian, but Chu Zetian also harbored a murderous intent toward him. This twisted fiend, in his previous life, had captured Ye and imprisoned her in his underground chamber on White Tiger Peak to exact vengeance. Fortunately, this father had not completely forsaken his daughter. On the third day of Ye's disappearance, he finally began to search for her. However, by the time he discovered the underground chamber, Ye had already been subjected to unspeakable torment, her body marred and bruised. Even at that moment, Bai Yifei was poised to inflict the final act of violation upon his daughter. Had he arrived a moment later, Ye would have succumbed to this beast. Hence, in this lifetime, upon encountering Bai Yifei once more, Chu Zetian's eyes brimmed with an inexorable killing intent. Even though certain events had yet to transpire, he yearned to rend this creature into minuscule pieces. Chu Zetian, you harbored malicious intentions towards my junior sister, and when thwarted, you resorted to indignation and harm against her. Today, I shall dismantle you to restore justice. In the face of Chu Zetian's fury, Bai Yifei's solitary eye mirrored a profound resentment. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards Ye, his visage twisting into a cruel and malevolent expression. Before I dispatch you, I shall first sever your limbs, and then, before your very eyes, turn your daughter into a pulp. I wish to make you comprehend the consequences of harming my junior sister. His laughter, sinister and maniacal, echoed through the air. Chu Zetian, upon hearing this, felt a surge of murderous intent. Then you shall accompany your junior sister to the afterlife. Bai Yifei erupted into an even more unrestrained cackle. You? Just you? In the next instant, an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Innate? Su Rian exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Zetian narrowed his eyes. Had Bai Yifei truly broken through to the innate realm? Uncertain if his physical prowess could withstand the innate level, he resolved that if need be, he would employ spiritual power without hesitation. Bai Yifei, however, was convinced that having reached the first level of the innate realm, he could dictate life and death over Chu Zetian. Indeed, I have ascended to the innate realm. The disparity between an innate warrior and one at the 8th or even 9th peak of the acquired realm is beyond comparison. Chu Zetian, with your meager physical strength, you may have harmed my junior sister, but before an innate warrior, you are merely a jest. Be wise and kneel in self-termination. Perhaps, I might consider sparing this small child and keeping her as a pet. Su Rian's gaze flickered, and she urged Chu Zetian, I grant you another chance. If you agree to return with me to Qinglong Peak, I can temporarily delay Bai Yifei. He dares not kill me, and you can seize the opportunity to escape with your daughter. Chu Zetian furrowed his brow in secret. This woman had re-emerged. Moreover, she sought to leverage the situation to threaten him, suggesting a return to Qinglong Peak. How utterly absurd. A wave of annoyance surged within him. Can you not leave? Chu Zetian snapped irritably. In the next moment, he charged directly at Bai Yifei. The latter, witnessing this, displayed a countenance of astonishment and fury, seemingly unprepared for Chu Zetian's audacity. Seeking death, Bai Yifei brandished his sword in response. The might of an innate warrior enveloped the scene. At that moment, Su Rian's face reflected a tumult of emotions, oscillating between red and white. The man who once submitted to her every whim, now audaciously commanded her to leave. She had humbled herself, coming forth to mend their fractured bond. Yet this contemptible man remained oblivious to her efforts. Should he not be eagerly returning to her side, wagging his tail in abject supplication? Why then did he dismiss her so callously? By what right? Chu Zhitian perished in despair. At that moment, Su Rian harbored a fervent desire to flay Chu Zhitian alive, to pry open his heart and discern whether it was blackened or pure. May he meet a gruesome fate at the hands of Bai Yifei. Su Rian's heart seethed with curses. After all, according to their scheme, Chu Zhitian's demise would still grant them possession of his unparalleled spiritual root. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. She was once again thrust into a state of astonishment. Clang, clang, clang. The clash between the sword in Bai Yifei's hand and the formidable weapon of Chu Zhitian echoed through the air, resulting in a fierce duel that seemed inextricable. Even relying solely on physical prowess, Chu Zhitian held his ground without yielding. How could this be? How could this wretched man possess such formidable physical strength? What had he endured within the blood prison? Su Ruyan's eyes widened, unable to articulate the turmoil within her. She even felt akin to a jester in this scenario. It turned out that Chu Zhitian did not require her assistance. Not against Murong Ling, nor against Bai Yifei of the innate realm. Father, go for it. Yu Yue clenched her tiny fists, transforming into a cheerleader for her father. Meanwhile, Bai Yifei, embroiled in this battle, was utterly flabbergasted. Chu Zhitian, what malevolent arts have you mastered to elevate your physical prowess to such extraordinary heights? Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian merely scoffed. To deal with you, I need no sinister arts. You are unworthy. Yet, inwardly, he furrowed his brow. It seemed that the initial physical strength of the celestial devouring body was on par with that of an innate first-level expert. Though already remarkable, it would still be challenging to vanquish Bai Yifei. Thus, he decided to reveal a fraction of his true strength. In the next moment, Chu Zhitian's aura surged dramatically. A wave of spiritual energy erupted around him without warning. This unforeseen development left Bai Yifei utterly unprepared. An opponent who had previously matched him in strength suddenly escalated his attack power from a staggering 100,000 to an astonishing 150,000. Who could possibly react in time? And even if they could, how could they defend against it? Consequently, the equilibrium of their battle was shattered in an instant. With a piercing sound of blade piercing flesh, Chu Zhitian deftly deflected Bai Yifei's weapon. Without losing momentum, he ruthlessly struck the opponent's left arm. In an instant, an arm was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Staggering back 3 steps, Bai Yifei's complexion turned ashen. How could this be? Had you not lost all your cultivation prowess? Why does he still possess the strength of a post-heaven first level? Bai Yifei exclaimed in astonishment, his voice trembling. Su Rian, too, stood agape, her expression one of sheer disbelief. A post-heaven first level. Just yesterday he had lost all his cultivation, and today he had achieved post-heaven first level? How is that possible? Just how extraordinary is he? Indeed, Chu Zhitian had suppressed his qi refining power to the post-heaven first level, thus shattering the balance of the battle and severely injuring Bai Yifei with a single sword strike. Meanwhile, Ye, who had been anxiously worrying for her father, displayed an elated smile. Father is amazing. Go, father. The little one was oblivious to the concepts of post-heaven and pre-heaven. All she knew was that her father had triumphed. Excellent. Father will heed his precious one's encouragement. Chu Zhitian smiled and nodded at Ye. Yet, upon turning his gaze, an endless killing intent surged forth. With his daughter cheering him on, he could not afford to spare Bai Yifei. Stop! How dare you! Just then, an enraged voice echoed from over 1,000 meters away. Chu Zhitian's eyes narrowed as he followed the sound. He saw a spirit crane swiftly approaching, carrying a figure on its back, Bai Yifei's father, Bai Pengju, the master of White Tiger Peak. Bai Yifei, seeing what he perceived as a lifeline, cried out desperately, "Father, save me." Gritting his teeth against the pain in his left arm, he attempted to rush toward Bai Pengju. But as a chilling sneer echoed, Chu Zhitian charged forward once more, showing no signs of restraint even with the arrival of the White Tiger Peak master. With one arm rendered useless, Bai Yifei, barely able to raise his sword to block, found his defenses easily obliterated by Chu Zhitian. The latter's left leg swept through like a battle axe, delivering a ferocious blow to Bai Yifei. The force, akin to 200,000 pounds, sent Bai Yifei hurtling through the air. Crack! Immediately upon Bai Yifei's landing, a foot crashed down onto his back. This stomp shattered Bai Yifei's spine. With a wretched cry, he writhed in agony beneath Chu Zhitian's foot, utterly unable to escape. Whoosh! At that moment, Bai Pengju had arrived. Without waiting for the spirit crane to land, he leapt down in haste, landing in the courtyard. Chu Zhitian, you seek death. Bai Pengzhu's eyes blazed with fury upon witnessing his son's plight. Su Rian, standing by, was equally stunned by Chu Zhitian's ruthlessness. She had never anticipated that even with the master of White Tiger Peak intervening, Chu Zhitian would continue his merciless assault on Bai Yifei. Meanwhile, upon seeing the newcomer, Ye nimbly darted behind her father, aware that she was her father's Achilles heel and needed to stay out of reach of others to avoid implicating him. "Father, save me." Bai Yifei lay there, a pitiful sight. Desperately extending his right arm, he cried out for help. "Release my son. Otherwise, I shall tear you to pieces." Bai Pengzhu roared with chilling fury. "Your son just said the same thing." Chu Zhitian let out a cold snort, raising his sword to strike at Bai Yifei's neck. "Stop! How dare you!" Bai Pengzhu's eyes widened in fury, issuing a desperate roar. "Chu Zhitian, don't." Su Rian's expression was one of horror as she rushed to intervene. Once Bai Yifei was dead, there would be no room for negotiation. However, in the next instant, the descended without hesitation. A pristine head rolled away, blood gushing forth. "Yifei!" At that moment, Bai Pengzhu's eyes seemed ready to burst. He let out a cry of grief, as if mourning a lost child. Su Rian's lips trembled, her gaze towards Chu Zhitian resembling that of someone staring at a complete madman. He killed him. Chu Zhitian had slain him. Morong Ling had perished beneath his blade. And Bai Yifei was executed right before the Lord of the White Tiger Peak. How could he dare to do this? At this moment, Chu Zhitian felt streams of warmth flowing into his body, further enhancing his physical form. It was a portion of the blood and flesh essence from Bai Yifei's corpse, absorbed by his blood will eye. "Chu Zhitian, the true self has arrived to stop you. How dare you ignore me and murder my son? You madman beast." The Lord of the White Tiger Peak was engulfed in overwhelming rage, his teeth clenched as he growled. The anguish of losing a beloved son threatened to drive him to madness. Chu Zhitian sneered inwardly. It was truly a case of killing the young only to attract the wrath of the elder. Bai Pengzhu's arrival suggested he had long been aware of his son's and female disciples' intentions to confront him at Zhuke Peak. Even if he wasn't the mastermind, he had certainly turned a blind eye, tacitly encouraging their actions. Now, with his son dead, he revealed this pathetic visage? Where had he been all this time? Moreover, given the indulgence Bai Pengzhu had shown toward Bai Yifei, how could Chu Zhitian not yearn to slay this Lord of the White Tiger Peak as well? If the son was such a beast, what could be expected of the father? In his previous life, when he arrived at that underground chamber, it was not just the battered Yaya within, but also a dozen other young girls. One could only imagine how many innocent girls Bai Yifei had harmed. Did Bai Pengzhu, as a father, truly know nothing of this? In his past life, it was precisely because of Bai Pengzhu and his wife, Zhong Wanlin's overwhelming protection that Bai Yifei's atrocities against Yaya were casually brushed aside, only receiving a token month of reflection. Of course, there was also the reason that Chu Zhitian, as a father, had not fought hard for Yaya in his past life. But this time would be different. He would ensure that their family paid the price they deserved. "Master Bai, may I pose a question? If someone were to threaten your son with a gruesome fate, what would you do?" In the face of Bai Pengzhu's overwhelming fury, Chu Zhitian pressed forward without hesitation. "I would ensure his body is torn asunder and his bones ground to dust." Bai Pengzhu replied ominously, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Indeed, Bai Yifei not only seeks to dismantle me, but also threatens to reduce my daughter to mere pulp. Is it not justifiable for me to retaliate? Are you permitted to harm others while I must remain defenseless?" Chu Zhitian remarked, his expression stoic. "Zhitian, you court death." Bai Pengzhu's fury reached a boiling point. With that, he lunged at Chu Zhitian with his blade, his murderous intent palpable, as if it could manifest physically. The might of a sixth-layer Hunyuan expert surged skyward. "Yeah, retreat indoors," Chu Zhitian commanded, his pupils narrowing slightly, a hint of caution mingling with fervent battle spirit. A Hunyuan expert, indeed? He was eager to test his limits and see if he could stand against such power. Clang! At that critical juncture, a figure suddenly appeared, intervening to block Bai Pengzhu's strike aimed at Chu Zhitian. It was none other than the esteemed master of Zhuke Peak, Yu Chaolu. As Chu Zhitian beheld her graceful form emerge just in time, he pondered whether she had been lurking in the shadows all along. Previously, when Morong Ling and Bai Yifei posed no real threat to him, Yu Chaolu had remained passive. Yet now, confronting the formidable Bai Pengzhu, she likely felt compelled to act. This realization ignited a warmth and gratitude within Chu Zhitian. Compared to his former master, Su Hongtu, it was Yu Chaolu who truly conveyed a sense of care and concern. "Yu Chaolu, depart at once. Today, I shall exact vengeance for my son by slaying Chu Zhitian. Anyone who stands in my way shall meet their end. Bai Pengju bellowed, his gaze fixed upon Yu Chaolu, his wrath palpable. The loss of a child had driven him to the brink of madness. Master Bai, surely you exaggerate. You have more than one son. Besides, it was Bai Yifei and Murong Ling who initiated hostilities against Chu Zhitian. He merely retaliated. If a fault exists, it lies with your son's inadequacy, Yu Chaolu remarked nonchalantly, her tone light. Yet, her words ignited a fury in Bai Pengju that was unbearable. Very well. I shall see if you can indeed protect Chu Zhitian today. Bai Pengju's voice dripped with menace. Let us see then. In my Zhuke Peak, I cannot afford to lose face by allowing you to murder my newly acquired disciple, Yu Chaolu replied, her beautiful visage adorned with her characteristic indolence, as though she were unconcerned. However, when the battle commenced, her resolve was unwavering. Clang, 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 boom, boom. In an instant, the two formidable Hunyuan experts engaged in a fierce clash. The battle commenced with an intensity that was almost palpable. The death of his son had stripped Bai Pengju of all reason, propelling him into a frenzied combat without any restraint. It was a desperate struggle for survival. Both Chu Zhitian and Su Rian felt their eyelids twitch in anticipation. With a resounding crash, Bai Pengju and Yu Chaolu were sent reeling backward. The next moment, both formidable warriors coughed up blood, clearly having inflicted mutual harm upon each other. Yu Chaolu, do you truly intend to protect Chu Zhitian? Bai Pengju spat out blood. His teeth clenched in fury. As long as I am here, you cannot kill him, Yu Chaolu replied with a faint smile, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Very well. Today, we shall determine life and death. I will slay Chu Zhitian, Bai Pengju declared with a fierce determination, embodying an unyielding resolve to fight to the death. At that moment, Chu Zhitian observed the blood at the corner of Yu Chaolu's mouth, and his heart ached painfully. Both he and Bai Pengju possessed strength at the 6th level of the Hunyuan realm. In a true battle, the outcome was uncertain, and they could very well perish together. How could Chu Zhitian allow Yu Chaolu to risk her life for him? After a few tense expressions, he raised his voice decisively. Bai Pengju, in 7 days, I am willing to engage you in a battle of the Goetiu. Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bai Pengju, Yu Chaolu, and even Su Rian shifted dramatically. The Goetiu battle? Zhitian, do not act recklessly. Yu Chaolu's tone became stern, a stark contrast to her usual nonchalance. Su Rian's face was one of shock. Chu Zhitian, do you truly wish for your own demise? This wretched man still needs to serve as the host for the Qingtian Peak's myriad spirit-gathering formation. Why must you repeatedly court death? Bai Pengju's face twisted into a cruel and mocking smile at these words. Are you certain you wish to engage in the Goetiu battle with me? Before Chu Zhitian could respond, Yu Chaolu urged again, Zhitian, do not be impulsive. Do you understand what the Goetiu battle entails? Master, I am fully aware, Chu Zhitian replied, his gaze resolute and his tone steady. In the next moment, infused with a solemn intensity, he proclaimed, I, Chu Zhitian, declare to the heavens and report to the primordial ancestor. Due to the irreconcilable enmity with Bai Pengju, I seek a battle to the death. This is a personal vendetta that shall not harm the interests of our sect. Therefore, I am willing to engage in the Goetiu battle 7 days hence. To settle this grudge, with his declaration, a palpable shift in the atmosphere ensued. Chu Zhitian, radiating a fierce aura, fixed his gaze upon Bai Pengju and asked, Bai Pengju, do you dare to accept? Bai Pengju gazed at him, a sinister smile expanding across his face. You foolish boy, I cannot fathom the audacity that emboldens you to challenge me in the battle of Goetiu. However, since you seek your own demise, I shall gladly oblige. As the last words fell, the heavens trembled once more, marking the commencement of the battle, sanctioned by the very laws of the universe. There would be no retreat. At this juncture, Yu Chaolu cast a deeply contemplative glance at Chu Zhitian, refraining from uttering any further words. Meanwhile, Su Rian shook her head, cursing him silently for his reckless audacity. The Battle of Goetiu is the most brutal form of duel within the Taisu sect. Invoked when two individuals harbor irreconcilable enmity, yet wish to avoid the sect's punishment for harming their own kind. Once both parties consent, a one-on-one death match ensues within a stipulated time frame. No outsider, not even the sect leader, holds the authority to intervene. Failure to comply results in the obliteration of both combatants by the will of the heavenly Tao. In other words, Chu Zhitian's challenge to Bai Pengju would culminate in a confrontation with the master of Baihu Peak 7 days hence. No one, not even his staunchest protector, the second elder, could intervene. To others, this was undoubtedly an act of self-destruction. Chu Zetian, prepare to meet your end in 7 days. At that time, I shall exact 1,000 cuts upon you, avenging Yifei and Linger. At this moment, Bai Pengju pointed at Chu Zetian, his tone chilling. With the Battle of Guishu established, there was no need for him to continue battling with Yu Chaolu. Someone, assist Master Bai in returning the bodies of his son and beloved disciple to Baihu Peak. Yu Chaolu commanded. There's no need for that. Bai Pengju scoffed, gathering the remains of Bai Yifei and Murong Ling, placing them upon the back of a spirit crane. After casting one last venomous glance at Chu Zetian, he ascended into the air. Watching Bai Pengju depart, Chu Zetian's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any signs of distress or fear. He believed he could achieve the innate realm within a day. Granting himself 7 days to confront a primordial powerhouse should suffice. Chu Zetian, come here. I have something to discuss with you. A cool voice suddenly resonated. Su Rian approached him, her expression a tapestry of complexities. Yu Chaolu glanced at the two before taking Yeye's hand and leading her into the house, retreating to a secluded corner of the courtyard. Speak your mind, Chu Zetian replied, his brow furrowed and his tone laced with impatience. What is with your attitude towards me? Just because you have a love child, you lose all patience? Have you transferred all your affection for me and our son to your daughter? After 5 years of marriage, you turned so cold-hearted? Su Rian bit her lip, her voice tinged with resentment and sorrow. What had transformed this man so drastically? For 5 years, he had undeniably loved himself to the core. Now, how could he simply declare that he no longer loved? What could have driven this despicable man to such a drastic change in temperament? Upon hearing these words, Chu Zetian scoffed disdainfully and retorted coldly, heartless? Su Rian, there are certain truths I prefer not to unveil. It would be wise for you to refrain from humiliating yourself further. At his words, Su Rian's expression faltered, and her gaze instinctively flickered with a hint of guilt. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. A day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. Must you create such a scene? As long as you accompany me back, I can overlook your past with other women. I could even become a godmother to your daughter, treating her as my own, and care for her diligently. For 5 years, Su Rian had maintained an air of superiority before Chu Zetian, yet now her words seemed to represent a significant concession. In her heart, the living Chu Zetian was still of the utmost benefit to her. Having come this far, she resolved to make one last attempt to entice this devoted man back into her fold. You wish for me to return, but it cannot merely be out of a day as husband and wife, can it? Let me consider. Chu Zetian's tone dripped with mockery, and then, as if struck by a revelation, he exclaimed, Ah, I see. The Wanhua Gathering Spirit Array must be infused with my Wanhua essence, am I correct? You're currently stuck at the pinnacle of the acquired 9th level, and you need my assistance to cultivate? In that moment, Su Rian appeared as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Her exquisite face flushed crimson. What do you mean by that? Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take another life today. With that, he turned on his heel and strode towards the interior. He could never forget the resentment and disdain that had marred his past when he faced betrayal during his tribulations. Nor could he erase the memory of the moment when they had conspired to bring about his and Yeye's demise. Each recollection of his past submissiveness and deep-seated affection for this woman filled him with revulsion and a sense of futility. The man he once was had been a fool. Yet to return to her now would be nothing short of demeaning. Su Rian stood there, watching Chu Zetian's resolute silhouette retreat, feeling an inexplicable void within her heart, as though she were on the verge of losing something precious. But soon, a wave of intense resentment washed over her. Chu Zetian, you are nothing but a commoner. I have not despised you for your lowly status. How dare you treat me thus? Were it not for assisting senior brother Beichen and my father in acquiring your Wanhua spiritual root, do you think I would endure the disgust in my heart just to engage in this charade? I shall eagerly await your demise in 7 days. Chapter 28. Drained of energy as Chu Zetian entered the room, he found Ye anxiously checking on the condition of Zhang Dali and the others in the guest room. This left Chu Zetian in a state of bemusement, as if Zhang Dali and the others were on the brink of demise. Rest assured, master, they have ingested the Fengxian San. After a few hours of slumber, they shall be well again. He reassured, noting the concern etched on Yu Chaolu's face. Upon hearing Fengxian San, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Chaolu's features. She herself was uncertain of the poison affecting a few of the disciples. Yet Chu Zetian articulated it with remarkable precision. Moreover, This lad seemed unaffected by the toxin's effects. At that moment, her perception of Chu Zetian deepened. It appeared that the sect leader and the second elder held him in high regard for reasons beyond mere personal affection. However, true to her nature, she refrained from probing further. Just then, a soft groan escaped her lips, her exquisite visage contorting with pain as a trickle of blood seeped from her mouth. The recent clash with Bai Pengju had escalated to a life-and-death struggle, leaving her grievously wounded. Master. Chu Zetian's expression tightened as he rushed to support her. In an instant, he felt the fragrant breeze envelop him, a delicate form leaning weakly against him. He dared not entertain any improper thoughts, his heart solely filled with gratitude, guilt, and concern. This new and enchanting master had risked herself on several occasions for his sake, and such a debt of gratitude weighed heavily upon him. In this life, he vowed to protect her with unwavering resolve. Master, how are you? Yu Yue, nearby, called out anxiously. Upon seeing the blood at Yu Chaolu's lips, the little one was clearly frightened, tears welling in her eyes as her voice trembled. Be at ease. Master is fine, Yu Chaolu reassured, gently stroking the child's little head. Perceiving that she was leaning against Chu Zetian for support, she quickly distanced herself, attempting to stand upright. A peculiar glimmer flashed in her beautiful eyes. Yu Yue, go play by yourself for now. Your father will assist your master to rest, Chu Zetian said without overthinking, offering a brief instruction to his daughter before guiding Yu Chaolu into the inner chamber. I'm quite well. I only need to take some healing elixir and recuperate for a while. You may go out and keep the child company. Yu Chaolu waved her hand dismissively once inside, feigning nonchalance, though her voice betrayed a hint of weakness. Master, allow me to examine your injuries, Chu Zetian proposed earnestly and respectfully. Previously, he had utilized his spiritual power to assist Su Ruyan in her cultivation, which also possessed certain healing properties. In her desire to possess him solely for herself, Su Ruyan had even forbidden him from revealing this matter to anyone, effectively making him her personal tool. Now, with his Wanhua spiritual root having evolved into the ultimate form of the devouring sacred body, his spiritual power could harmonize with all things, suggesting that it should not clash with anyone else's. Thus, his ability to facilitate cultivation and heal others should still remain intact. Without waiting for Yu Chaolu to speak, Chu Zetian's hand pressed against her back, targeting the acupoints on either side of her spine. Pure spiritual energy surged into Yu Chaolu's body through these points. In the next moment, she felt a refreshing flow spreading throughout her meridians, enveloping her in profound comfort. Unconsciously, she emitted a delicate sigh, a sound that could easily provoke impure thoughts. Realizing her indiscretion, she quickly bit her lip and closed her mouth tightly. How could she have made such an embarrassing noise? If Zetian misunderstood, he might think she was attempting to seduce him. After all, she was his master. At that moment, Chu Zetian was also somewhat flustered by Yu Chaolu's soft moan. Although she was officially his master, she remained an extraordinarily beautiful woman. For a powerful female cultivator, her age of over 60 was insignificant, adding a layer of mature charm that younger women lacked. Being a vigorous young man, it was impossible for him to remain unaffected. However, he quickly focused his mind, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. No matter how beautiful his master was, he could not allow himself to be disrespectful. Given her efforts to protect him, how could he betray that trust? For a moment, both suppressed their unusual feelings. As time passed, Yu Chaolu felt increasingly comfortable. The spiritual energy flowing through her, courtesy of Chu Zetian, seemed to nourish and soothe her injured organs with each pass. The comforting sensation originating from within her made her want to moan again, but she clenched her teeth to hold back. The injuries sustained from her battle with Bai Pengju were healing at an astonishing rate. Master, how do you feel? Are you better? Chu Zetian inquired with concern. Yu Chaolu wished to respond affirmatively, but as she opened her mouth, an enticing sound escaped instead. Chu Zetian was left sweating, choosing not to inquire further. Within a short span of time, Yu Chaolu's injuries had completely healed. However, she suddenly sensed something within her shifting, as if influenced by Chu Zetian's energy. Instead of getting up, she began to actively absorb his spiritual power. Noticing the pull, Chu Zetian quickly complied, pouring even more energy into her. After a moment, Yu Chaolu felt a light sound from within her, as if a small bottleneck had shattered. Her aura surged significantly, breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer of the Hunyuan realm. Just then, she noticed that the flow of spiritual energy from Chu Zetian had abruptly ceased. Turning to look at him, she saw a bittersweet smile on his face. Master, I'm sorry. My energy is depleted, Chu Zetian confessed with a sense of shame. He was well aware that Yu Chaolu relied on her own spiritual energy for cultivation, a situation he had encountered countless times with Su Rian before. However, as a powerful figure of the mixed origin, Yu Chaolu's internal spiritual energy was immensely superior to his own. Thus, no matter how pure and refined Chu Zetian's spiritual energy was, it was effortlessly drained by her in a mere moment. What? I have drained you dry? Yu Chaolu exclaimed in astonishment, only to immediately realize the ambiguity in her words. Oh. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Zetian's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly nodded in agreement. In that moment, the atmosphere between them became exceedingly peculiar. Finally, Yu Chaolu cleared her throat lightly and smiled, saying, "What I meant is that I have drained your spiritual energy. You little rascal, do not let your thoughts wander." Chu Zetian chuckled nervously, replying, "I would not dare." The way he spoke sounded as if he were trying to conceal something. Even if he had not thought much of it before, her reminder made it impossible not to. He never anticipated that his spiritual energy could not only heal others, but also aid in their cultivation. At that moment, Yu Chaolu raised one corner of her mouth, playfully observing Chu Zetian and teasing, "It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure." Naturally, she was a free spirit, unconstrained by the conventions of society. After a brief moment of awkwardness, she relaxed, even extending a delicate finger to lift Chu Zetian's chin, as if appraising a rare gem. Chapter 29. Let her come tonight? What is she planning? Feeling the gentle warmth of her finger, Chu Zetian's face turned a deep crimson. Although he had lived 2 lives, he should not have reacted this way. In his previous life, he had faced various temptations without batting an eye, even ruthlessly breaking hearts. Yet, in front of Yu Chaolu, it was entirely different. Deep within, his feelings for her were profoundly intricate: gratitude, indebtedness, guilt, admiration, respect, and a pang of heartache, much like a teenage boy facing a beautiful teacher. Thus, even if he remained indifferent before other women, in Yu Chaolu's presence, he felt like a mere boy. Hee, why are you blushing? Is master teasing you, making you shy? Yu Chaolu, noticing his reddened cheeks, chuckled with interest. Chu Zetian, at a loss for words, struggled to respond. This beautiful master was free-spirited, yet he, as her disciple, dared not engage in playful banter with her. "Should you require assistance, once I recover my spiritual energy, I will aid your cultivation." Chu Zetian shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Wouldn't it delay your own cultivation? Do not forget, you have the Return to Ruins battle in 7 days. If you are still alive 7 days from now, perhaps I shall make use of you." With that, she tucked away her smile and, unusually serious, inquired, "Do you have confidence in the battle of the Return to the Abyss?" "Rest assured, master. I am 90% confident," Chu Zetian proclaimed with unwavering assurance. "Oh," Yu Chaolu mused, regarding him with a gaze laden with implication. She sensed that this young man harbored secrets far beyond mere trifles. Nevertheless, she refrained from probing further. After all, everyone possesses secrets, some more clandestine than others, particularly for cultivators, as these secrets often pertain to life and death. Having just accepted Chu Zetian as her disciple, it would be unwise to pry excessively. Ultimately, she retrieved an object from her spatial artifact. It resembled a small figure carved from spirit jade, emanating a peculiar aura. This is the substitute jade boy. When the moment is critical, shatter it to deflect an attack. If utilized wisely, it may very well save your life and turn the tide in your favor. "Take it," she instructed. Chu Zetian accepted it with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, master." Yu Chaolu nodded lightly and did not linger. After instructing the other disciples to carry away Zhang Dalai and his companions, the enchanting peak master departed, although she projected an air of carefree nonchalance. The earlier peculiar encounter left her feeling somewhat awkward in Chu Zetian's presence. As she left the Qingyuan manor, Yu Chaolu cast her gaze toward the direction of Qinglong Peak, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. "Su Rian, how could you fail to cherish such a man? I wonder if you now harbor any regrets." Being astute and perceptive, she could easily surmise that Chu Zetian had frequently expended his own spiritual energy to assist Su Rian in her cultivation. In Yu Chaolu's memory, the eldest daughter of the Qinglong Peak master had mediocre talent for cultivation. She had begun her training at a young age, and prior to her marriage to Chu Zetian, she had only attained the 6th level of the Zhou realm. Yet, after 5 years of marriage to Chu Zetian, she had remarkably advanced to the pinnacle of the postnatal 9th level, just a step away from the innate realm. It now appeared that it was not Su Ruiyan's sudden enlightenment, but rather the merit of Chu Zetian, such a treasure of a man. And she had let him slip away. Truly, it was a delight to behold. Meanwhile, Su Ruiyan had just returned to Qinglong Peak. Within the Peak Master's residence, she coldly addressed her father. Father, Chu Zetian refuses to return. Subsequently, she recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her account, Su Hongtu's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. What did you say? In just a single day, that wretch's strength has returned to the postnatal realm, and he has slain Bai Yifei? Moreover, he has proposed the battle of the return to the abyss? That beast seems truly mad. With a grim tone, he declared, "It appears we must wait until 7 days hence to seize that beast's corpse. Now, what troubles me is that the scoundrel Bai Pengju seems to covet the Wanhua spiritual root." Upon hearing this, Su Ruiyan furrowed her brows slightly. Just as she was about to speak, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in, "Father, what are you discussing?" Following the sound, a young woman entered. She possessed a face of exquisite beauty, her features resembling Su Ruiyan's by 70%. However, her aura was strikingly different, imbued with a playful charm. It was none other than Su Hongtu's youngest daughter, Su Ruiyan's sister. Su Ruiyan, is it Ruiyan? Have you emerged from seclusion? How did it go? Did you succeed in your breakthrough? Su Hongtu smiled, his gaze filled with anticipation for his daughter. Meanwhile, Su Ruiyan's expression was somewhat inscrutable, for the bond between the sisters was not particularly strong. Previously, Su Ruiyan had secluded herself to attempt a breakthrough to the innate realm. Su Ruiyan certainly hoped that this little vixen had not succeeded, lest she be outshone. In the next moment, Su Ruiyan's countenance fell as she shrugged her shoulders and said, "No." Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu nodded expressionlessly and reassured her, "No worries. The innate realm is indeed one of the most challenging thresholds to surpass. At your age, there is no rush." Yet, deep within Su Ruiyan's eyes flickered a glimmer of schadenfreude. At that moment, Su Ruiyan adjusted her emotions and inquired once more, "Father, what were you discussing earlier? By the way, where is my brother-in-law? Has he not returned from leading the army to conquer the Wanya Mountain Manor?" As soon as this little girl inquired about Chu Zetian's whereabouts upon her return from seclusion, Su Ruiyan's expression instantly turned frosty. Was this little vixen so preoccupied with Chu Zetian? Since their marriage, among the family, no one had shown more favor towards Chu Zetian than her younger sister, Su Ruiyan. Not herself, the legitimate wife, nor Su Hongtu, the father-in-law. It was uncertain whether it was due to a lifelong habit of competing for everything with her elder sister, or if Su Ruiyan genuinely harbored feelings for Chu Zetian. For 5 years, she had consistently displayed an exceedingly close demeanor towards him, even to the point of being proactive. The very thought of this made Su Ruiyan feel a pang of discomfort. Meanwhile, Su Hongtu gazed at his youngest daughter, a thought stirring in his mind. He recalled a saying from his ancestor, "If your eldest daughter has been cast aside, is there not still a second daughter?" Although Chu Zetian had perished, he could still seize his spiritual root. However, refining the spiritual root carried a risk of failure or degradation in quality. It would be best to deceive that wretched creature back, whether for his own use or to eliminate him for the spiritual root. It would be far more convenient than the current predicament. He could not allow him to fall into another's hands and let a cooked duck fly away. Even if he were slaughtered by Bai Pengju in 7 days, before that, he needed to infuse the Wanhua gathering spirit array with the essence of Wanhua once more. With this thought in mind, Su Hongtu cleared his throat. Ahem. As the clouds drifted, Su Ruiyan learned that her brother-in-law had quarreled with her sister and was temporarily residing on Juke Peak. Why not summon him back tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Ruiyan was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of excitement. Meanwhile, Su Ruiyan's sister, Su Ruiyan, wore a dark expression. Was their father truly sending her younger sister to reconcile with Chu Zetian? And tonight, no less? What was his intention? Chapter 30. The whereabouts of Yeya's mother in the Qingyuan mansion. After sending off the moonlit dew, Chu Zetian turned and embraced his daughter. Having been reborn, he first entered the blood prison abyss, only to be summoned by the sect leader and several elders for inquiries. Until now, he had yet to properly cherish his daughter. Countless words lingered in his heart, yearning to be shared with Yeya. He wished he could hold his precious girl for 12 hours a day. "Daddy." After being lifted into her father's arms, Yeya gazed up at him, her voice soft and sweet. With 2 little dimples gracing her cheeks and her large eyes filled with admiration and affection, Chu Zetian felt his heart melting. In that moment, as their gazes met, a profound sense of kinship surged between them. "Let Daddy have a good look at you, my treasure." Chu Zetian kissed his daughter and sat down, cradling her in his arms. He gazed at her small face, recalling the dust that had marred it upon their first meeting, and his heart ached. What kind of tribulations had this little child endured to find her way to the Tai Su sect? It was heartbreaking to reflect on how he had neglected her in his previous life, allowing her to be treated carelessly by the servants after she had sought him out. The longing, disappointment, and helplessness in her eyes as she was taken away by those servants haunted him. "Daddy, why are you looking at Yaya like that?" Yaya, feeling the weight of her father's complex gaze, shrank her small head back and asked nervously, "Is Yaya very ugly?" "How could that be? My Yaya is the most beautiful." Chu Zetian replied with the gentlest tone he had ever used. "Really? Does Daddy like Yaya?" Yaya's laughter transformed her large eyes into crescent moons. Though her dimples held no wine, they intoxicated Chu Zetian completely. "Yes, Daddy loves Yaya the most." He smiled warmly. "My darling, tell Daddy how you've been all these years, all right? Where is your mother?" At the mention of her mother, a hauntingly beautiful yet sinister face flashed through Chu Zetian's mind. Memories of being tormented for 3 days and nights after being poisoned by that woman surged within him like a slideshow. The demoness of the night, Yi Lingmei. This woman evoked both resentment and complex emotions within Chu Zetian. What had she done for their daughter over the years? Reflecting upon the 6-year-old Yaya, who is notably shorter than the 4-year-old Chu Kongcheng by half a head, Chu Zetian feels an overwhelming sense of heartache. He can surmise that his daughter has endured considerable hardships throughout her upbringing. In his previous life, when the little one sought him out as her father, her circumstances had not improved in the slightest. Rather, they had deteriorated further. Ultimately, she sacrificed herself before his very eyes to shield him from calamity. How bitterly tragic was his daughter's fate in the past. When Yaya mentions her mother, she instinctively shrinks her small head, a flicker of longing and trepidation illuminating her large eyes. It is evident that, despite having faced adversity from the same individual, Yaya remains deeply attached to her mother, unable to sever that bond. Subsequently, she recounts her experiences from childhood to Chu Zetian. The articulation of a child is often limited, and her memories are scattered, resulting in a disjointed narrative. Nevertheless, Chu Zetian comprehends the essence of her tale. From the time Yaya began to form memories, she was placed under the care of an elderly woman known as Granny Hui in a small town, orchestrated by Yi Lingmei. Although Yi Lingmei occasionally visited, her demeanor towards Yaya was nothing short of frigid. The chilling aura she exuded and the lack of emotion in her gaze instilled fear within the young girl. Remarkably, just half a month prior, Yi Lingmei had unexpectedly appeared, instructing Granny Hui to escort Yaya to the Taishu sect to find Chu Zetian. Along the way, the elderly woman encountered pursuers from the Dark Knight Palace, bravely confronting them and urging Yaya to flee for her life. Fortunately, they were not far from the Taishu sect, and the cleverness of the little one enabled her to navigate the perilous journey. As Yaya recounts the harrowing moment of Granny Hui's demise, her sobs become uncontrollable. Despite the elderly woman's often harsh treatment towards Yaya, including instances of physical reprimand, the bond forged over years of companionship is profound. In the end, Granny Hui had exerted every effort to protect Yaya, whether out of genuine remorse or under the compulsion of Yi Lingmei's orders. Chu Zetian, while comforting his daughter, is enveloped in a shroud of perplexity. Why did Yi Lingmei distance her daughter from herself, allowing her to live with Granny Hui? What could possibly explain her indifferent demeanor towards the child? Was there a deeper reason behind her actions, or was it merely circumstance? In his previous life, he had remained indifferent to these matters, preoccupied with winning the favor of Su Rian, even going so far as to distance himself from Yaya to avoid suspicion. Consequently, he failed to inquire into Yi Lingmei's situation. In his recollections, he had not encountered her again. During the previous life's assault by the Dark Knight Palace on the Taishu sect, she was absent. Perhaps his indifference played a role. Or perhaps she had already departed from this realm. Now, as Yaya is unexpectedly summoned to the Taishu sect, it raises questions. Has Yi Lingmei encountered some perilous situation? Yi Lingmei, in this lifetime, I shall undoubtedly seek you out and unravel the truth. Whether in life or death, I shall find you. Regardless, you are the biological mother of the child. I have previously poured my heart out for Su Rian and her son, so there is no reason to neglect the biological mother of my daughter, Chu Zetian mused. Of course, the foundation of all this lies in possessing strength. Having been reborn, the initial circumstances he faced were nothing short of hellish. Looming ahead was the battle of the return to ruins in 7 days. Slightly further away was his promise to eradicate the Dark Knight Palace within 3 months. And beyond that, a great calamity awaited the Tai Su sect. In this lifetime, he absolutely could not allow the sect leader and the 2 elders to meet a tragic end. Moreover, the greatest concern for Chu Zetian was the demon seed within his daughter. With the knowledge he gained in his previous life, he understood the nature of this demon seed. It is an evil essence sown by wicked cultivators to ensure their survival upon the approach of their demise, implanted within a new life. Essentially, it is a fragment of soul power. It gradually devours the host's own soul. Once the hostess' soul becomes sufficiently weakened and loses its resistance to foreign souls, the wicked cultivator would then seize control of the host, thus attaining a new existence. If the issue of the demon seed is not resolved in a timely manner, one cannot even speculate whether the Tai Su sect would permit Ye to continue living. The mere harm the demon seed inflicts upon Ye's soul is something Chu Zetian cannot bear. In his previous life, he was unaware of how Ye ultimately escaped the fate of being seized. But in this lifetime, he must eradicate every potential threat to his daughter. Furthermore, only cultivators at least at the nascent soul stage can implant a demon seed. In other words, if Chu Zetian wishes to swiftly resolve the matter of the demon seed afflicting his daughter, he may soon have to confront a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 31. The Consequences of Angering the Honest Man Tai Su Sect. The rear mountains of the sect. In a tranquil courtyard rich with spiritual energy, the evergreen courtyard. Reception hall. 2 figures sat opposite each other. They were the Grand Elder Bai Changqing and the 4th Elder Ji Yinlian. At that moment, the atmosphere between them was somewhat heavy. After Chu Zetian exposed their disgraceful affair yesterday, Ji Yinlian was at a loss as to how to face Bai Changqing. Meanwhile, Bai Changqing was equally reluctant to see her. Were it not for Chu Zetian stirring up trouble again, they would not have met alone in the near future. In truth, Bai Changqing had long been aware of Ji Yinlian's infidelity. This was precisely why, in his previous life, he conspired with the Dark Knight Palace to overthrow the sect and temporarily supported Su Hongtu to ascend to the position of sect leader, rather than aiding his own by clan descendants. However, being so blatantly exposed by Chu Zetian was something he could not accept. Within his heart, resentment towards this suspected sect prodigy surged. Chu Zetian actually killed Bai Yifei? If I recall correctly, Bai Yifei had already surpassed the innate realm, hadn't he? How did Chu Zetian accomplish this? The voice of the 4th Supreme, Ji Yinlian, resonated with profound astonishment. Following this, Bai Changqing spoke coldly, asserting the veracity of the situation. This is indeed true. The young man, Chu Zetian, has just lost all his cultivation. After emerging from the blood abyss, he has only trained for a day yet possesses the ability to slay innate experts. It appears that the opportunities he has acquired are nothing short of miraculous. If we allow him to mature, our plans may become exceedingly difficult to realize. Though a rift had formed between them, the significance of their grand scheme compelled them to convene for discussion. Ji Yinlian lowered her voice, inquiring, "What shall we do?" "Perhaps, here." She formed her fingers into a blade, mimicking the act of slitting a throat. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows upon the walls, rendering the scene ominous and chilling. "Fear not. In 7 days, during the return to the void battle, if he meets his end at the hands of my inept grandson, it would be most favorable. If that is not the case, we shall devise alternative plans. Regardless, we must prepare for all contingencies. It seems our plans may need to be expedited. Recently, my calculations have yielded unsettling omens." Bai Changqing concluded with a note of cold resolve. "Very well. I shall contact the Night Palace and request that they send someone post-haste to discuss matters." Shortly thereafter, a spirit pigeon soared from Changqing's courtyard into the night sky. That evening, Ye had already been lulled to sleep by Chu Zetian's soothing words. Later, in the evening, Zhang Daler and 3 others returned for another gathering. Their earlier meal had been cut short due to Murong Ling's underhanded tactics, leaving them unsated, hence they indulged heartily that night. During their revelry, they recounted Murong Ling's scheme to poison them with the intent to eliminate Chu Zetian, inciting outrage among the 4. Particularly, Zhang Wenxuan felt a deep sense of guilt, believing his own lasciviousness had provided Murong Ling with an opportunity to nearly endanger his junior brother, Chu. He harbored no sorrow for the demise of the adversary, nor did he place any blame upon Chu Zetian. Their brief entanglement was dismissed with the phrase of fleeting romance, and he instead produced a substantial amount of silver notes and spirit stones to atone for his misjudgment. This led Chu Zetian to ponder whether his second senior brother had a penchant for resolving matters with wealth. In contrast to their concerns over Murong Ling and Bai Yifei's fates, the senior brothers and sisters were evidently more apprehensive about the impending return to the void battle. Fearing for their junior brother Chu Zhitian's ability to contend with Bai Pengjiu, their worries were not isolated. The second supreme, Su Bei Wang, also paid a visit that night, bestowing upon Chu Zhitian a plethora of cultivation resources, including a high-grade soft armor woven from Earth Dragon gold silk. Given his temperament and protective nature, had it not been for Chu Zhitian's repeated assurances that he could assuredly slay Bai Pengjiu in 7 days, the second supreme would have considered incapacitating him prematurely. At that moment, Chu Zhitian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, commencing his study of the ultimate path true scripture. As the cultivation technique commenced, the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, including the yin energy, the essence of the 5 elements, and even the lingering death and resentment from the deceased Murong Ling and Bai Yifei, were absorbed and refined by Chu Zhitian as if he were an insatiable abyss. The sacred body of the sky swallowing was akin to a gluttonous beast, voraciously devouring all energy within its reach. After half an hour, Chu Zhitian's cultivation realm experienced another breakthrough, ascending from the 3rd level of the innate realm to the 4th. At this moment, a vacuum appeared near the Qingyuan mansion. As the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, along with various other energies, were nearly exhausted by Chu Zhitian, causing the energies from other regions to converge towards him. At that instant, Chu Zhitian uttered a soft sound, abruptly opening his eyes. More visitors? He gazed in a particular direction, and moments later, a figure leapt over the wall. Upon seeing this person, Chu Zhitian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a peculiar expression. "What brings you here?" he inquired, frowning. "Brother-in-law, I missed you." "So I came to see you," replied the visitor, a youthful woman appearing to be in her 20s, Su Ruyun, the younger sister of Su Ruyan. She approached Chu Zhitian gracefully, her figure swaying gently. Dressed in a flowing white gauze dress illuminated by the moonlight, she resembled a fairy. As she spoke, her exquisite face bore a look of grievance and melancholy, evoking sympathy. Her eyes, glistening with moisture, seemed to express deep affection. "Ahem, I am no longer your brother-in-law." Chu Zhitian coughed a few times upon encountering this sister-in-law, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her forwardness. Undeterred by his words, Su Ruyun continued to stride toward him, eventually kneeling in front of him. "If I don't call you brother-in-law, what should I call you?" "Chu Ge?" she inquired with a charming smile. "You may call me Chu Ge. Now, what do you wish to discuss?" "If it's about persuading me to return to Qinglong Peak, I suggest you refrain from doing so," Chu Zhitian replied indifferently. Su Ruyun immediately scoffed, pouting as she retorted, "That's not it. Why would I urge you to return and reconcile with that wretched Su Ruyun? I'd be delighted if you were to divorce her." With that, she casually reclined, resting her head on Chu Zhitian's lap, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on him. Chu Zhitian's body stiffened at once, feeling that her gesture was overly intimate. "Chu Zhitian, you ungrateful scoundrel, do not move. If you dare to remove my head from your lap, I shall bite you to death," she threatened, perhaps sensing his discomfort, as she ground her silver teeth in a show of defiance. "Are you aware that you are playing with fire?" Chu Zhitian lowered his gaze, captivated by the exquisite beauty of the delicate face before him, the flawless skin, and the tempting crimson lips, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Once, he had been like a loyal hound, his heart entirely consumed by Su Ruyan. Now, confronted with Su Ruyun's overt flirtation and teasing, he felt nothing but embarrassment and insecurity. However, his mindset had shifted. He suddenly realized that the young lady before him was equally enchanting, resembling a mischievous little sprite that could steal one's very soul. Indeed, he was playing with fire, confident that she, being a coward, would not dare to confront him. This had been the case before and remained so now. Having severed ties with Su Ruyan, she still displayed such timidity. If she had the audacity, she would consume him whole. "Honest man." Su Ruyun lifted her chin, her tone laced with disdain and provocation. As she did so, her alluring lips appeared even more enticing. Chu Zhitian snorted coldly, recalling his previous humiliations in front of Su Ruyan, and a surge of anger ignited within him. "An honest man? Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking one." Chapter 32. Resentment towards a sister's success. Meanwhile, Chu Zhitian and Su Ruyun were on the verge of a confrontation. On the other side, within the Qinglong Peak's main hall, "Father, are you truly sending Ruyun to find Chu Zhitian?" Su Ruyun inquired, her brows furrowed in concern. "What other choice do we have? We must strive to have Chu Zetian infuse the Wanhua gathering spirit array with the Wanhua essence within 7 days. If you cannot persuade him, I shall send your sister to attempt it, Su Hongtu replied matter-of-factly. He was exceedingly pragmatic, caring little for the means as long as he achieved his ends. Hearing this, Su Ruiyun gritted her teeth and asked, if Ruiyun fails, will you then send my other little sisters? Su Hongtu hesitated momentarily, snorting, impudent. However, he continued, shifting his tone. Your sister volunteered for this task. I did not coerce her. Su Ruiyun ground her teeth in frustration, muttering to herself about that little vixen. Memories of her sister's flirtatious antics in front of Chu Zetian flooded her mind, and she felt a surge of anger. Previously, Su Ruiyun's feelings had not been so intense. Yet now, reflecting on it, she was truly incensed. Especially considering that the man who had once been utterly devoted to her might now be attempting to win over her sister, Su Ruiyun felt her teeth clench in fury. That infatuated fool was meant to be hers. She would rather see him perish than witness his betrayal. Junior sister, Ruiyun is making a sacrifice for the sake of the entire Qinglong Peak. Do not overthink it. Moreover, you still have me, Zhang Beichun, who was present, reached out to comfort Su Ruiyun. However, she brusquely shrugged off his hand, responding coldly, what sacrifice? If she desires to sacrifice, she must possess the means to do so. Chu Zetian, that scoundrel, only has eyes for me. Even if Su Ruiyun were to strip herself bare, it is unlikely that Chu Zetian would exhibit any interest. Sending her to win him back would merely be a source of humiliation for herself. Upon hearing her words, Su Hongtu's expression darkened instantly, and he let out a cold snort without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Zhang Beichun furrowed his brow in silent discontent. He had initially believed that after Chu Zetian severed ties with Su Ruiyun, he could openly revel in romance with her, basking in the glow of their affections. He even envisioned a vengeful intimacy, compensating for the regrets of their previous clandestine encounters. However, the reality was quite the opposite. In recent days, Su Ruiyun spent less time with him than before. When they were together, she appeared distracted, lacking the spirit for anything meaningful. What could be troubling her? Chu Zetian had cast her aside. How could she still believe that he held her in his heart? In the past, she had looked down upon him. Yet now she seemed unable to let go. These thoughts stirred a sense of urgency within Zhang Beichun. 7 days. In just 7 days, Chu Zetian would meet his demise. By then, Su Ruiyun would have no one but me in her heart. As Zhang Beichun's mind wandered, Su Ruiyun suddenly had a revelation. Indeed, with Chu Zetian now severed from me, could he potentially assist Su Ruiyun in her cultivation? Perhaps even help her achieve a breakthrough? This thought ignited a wave of anxiety within her. If that little minx surpassed me in strength, wouldn't her tale be even more elevated? Have I truly broken through? Su Ruiyun's voice shifted in pitch. Pop. Simultaneously, a subtle sound resonated within her. The barrier between the acquired and innate realms shattered. Her exquisite visage flushed with a radiant hue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with tears as she gazed at Chu Zetian, a mixture of satisfaction, ecstasy, and gratitude illuminating her expression. At that moment, surprise flickered in Chu Zetian's eyes as well. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap erupted within him. The obstacle from the innate realm to the primordial realm dissipated. Indeed, the entire process not only allowed Su Ruiyun to break through her bottleneck, but he himself emerged as the greatest beneficiary. During this transformation, Chu Zetian's own realm ascended rapidly, advancing from the fourth to the pinnacle of the innate realm. At last, as the two reached the summit of the clouds, they broke through simultaneously. Su Ruiyun stepped into the innate realm, while Chu Zetian ascended to the primordial realm. This devouring heaven-sacred body possesses boundless utility, even capable of absorbing the primordial yin within her and merging it with my primordial yang, creating the purest essence of life to nourish both parties. This outcome was something Su Ruiyun had never achieved when she had merely treated me with indifference. Thus, it appears that the devouring heaven-sacred body inherently possesses the ability to harmonize yin and yang. Such an effect, Chu Zetian surmised, might indeed be connected to Su Ruiyun's pristine condition. The primal yin within her had never diminished, and coupled with years of diligent cultivation, it was naturally abundant. It is rather ironic, when one reflects upon it. The seemingly alluring and uninhibited Su Ruiyun bore a body as pure as jade, while the seemingly aloof and proud Su Ruiyun engaged in clandestine liaisons with Zhang Beichun behind her husband's back. The affairs of this world cannot merely be judged by appearances. At this moment, Chu Zetian's thoughts were exceptionally clear. He could not help but lament his past self, who had devotedly pursued Su Ruyan like a lovesick fool, wishing he could slap himself. In his previous life, though he had been invincible, reigning supreme as the war's sovereign, he remained steadfastly devoted to Su Ruyan, oblivious to the countless temptations he had spurned. Of course, if Su Ruyan had reciprocated his affections, it might have been worth it. Yet, the fervent love he offered was met with betrayal and resentment. Upon reflection, it was both laughable and tragic. In this life, he vowed not to be so foolish again. A man of stature, born of heaven and earth, ought to be filled with grand ambition, unrestrained and magnanimous. Why should he be manipulated by the whims of a single woman? At that moment, Su Ruyan lay atop Chuja Tian, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. Brother-in-law, how did you manage this? I still can't tell if I've gained or lost. Prior to this, Su Ruyan could never have imagined that the bottleneck that had confined her for 2 years would be shattered through her deep exchange with Chuja Tian. The sensation was utterly sublime. Chuja Tian chuckled, stroking her silky hair, jesting, "Isn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement?" He continued teasingly, "Little enchantress, ever since I married your sister, you've been trying to seduce me. Have you finally achieved your goal?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruyan shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed. "You insufferable man. Don't flatter yourself. Don't think I truly fancy you. I'm merely seeking revenge on my sister. From childhood, anything belonging to her sister that caught her eye, she would seize." Chuja Tian shrugged nonchalantly. "Then shouldn't you be trying to snatch Zhang Beichen instead? Why persist in enticing me?" Su Ruyan pinched him playfully and huffed. "Didn't I just say that I take what I fancy? But Zhang Beichen, I have no interest in him." Chuja Tian responded with a playful "oh," before rolling over and pinning Su Ruyan down once more. "Little enchantress, shall we take revenge on your sister once again? What do you think?" Chapter 33. Was it Chuja Tian who helped you break through? In the latter half of the night, Su Ruyan, who was meditating in her cave abode, opened her eyes in frustration. She could not break through. It was utterly impossible. When would she finally step into the realm of the innate? Her face bore an expression of vexation and defeat. Without Chuja Tian's assistance, and with the Wanhua gathering spirit array rendered ineffective, Su Ruyan felt as though her cultivation bore no fruit whatsoever. Forget it. That little wretch Su Ruyan has been stuck for 2 years, hasn't she? I suppose I must take my time. Su Ruyan consoled herself with this thought. Deep down, she was acutely aware that her sister's innate talent for cultivation surpassed hers by a considerable margin. In the past, Su Ruyan's realm had distanced her significantly from Su Ruyan. 5 years ago, her sister had already attained the 3rd stage of postnatal, while she herself was only at the 6th stage of the Zhou. It was only through the selfless assistance of Chu Zhitian over the past 5 years that she had managed to catch up to her sister's level. Now, without Chu Zhitian's support, it was only natural that her sister could not break through to the innate realm, and she found herself similarly hindered. With this reflection, Su Ruyan felt a weight lift from her heart. By the way, has that little wretch returned? With this thought in mind, Su Ruyan rose from her cave dwelling and made her way to her sister's residence. Moments later, she stood at the entrance of Ruyan Pavilion, waiting for nearly the duration of an incense stick before finally spotting a figure approaching. The way the figure walked, with legs slightly apart, appeared somewhat peculiar. So much so that Su Ruyan did not recognize her at first. After all, Su Ruyan usually walked with a graceful sway. As the figure drew near, Su Ruyan could finally discern that it was indeed her own sister. "Ruyan, why have you returned so late?" Su Ruyan scrutinized her sister closely, her brow furrowed in concern. "Do you think persuading Chu Zhitian is an easy feat? I almost didn't make it back tonight," Su Ruyan retorted with a pout, irritation evident in her tone. "Did you manage to persuade him? What happened to your legs?" Su Ruyan asked, her expression a mixture of confusion and sharp scrutiny. As a fellow woman, an unsettling suspicion began to stir within her. Could it be no? It's impossible. That scoundrel Chu Zhitian should have feelings only for me. Why does it matter to you? Move aside, I want to go back to sleep. I'm utterly exhausted, Su Ruyan replied, roughly pushing Su Ruyan aside. Instinctively, Su Ruyan resisted, but she found herself entirely overpowered by her sister's strength. "You've broken through?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned her sister. "Indeed. Moreover, it was brother-in-law who helped me achieve this," Su Ruyan exclaimed with a bright smile. "Sister, I really must thank you. If you hadn't forced brother-in-law to sever ties with you, I would never have had this opportunity." Su Ruyan's laughter rang out, a sound that was infuriating to Su Ruyan. Hearing this, Su Ruyan was so enraged that her body trembled. One thought dominated her mind. Chu Zhitian assisted her sister in breaking through to the innate realm? That vile man actually helped another woman ascend? How could he do such a thing? How dare he betray me? If he were still mine, then this innate expert would never have been within Su Ruyun's reach. Chu Zhitian, you ungrateful wretch. At this moment, Su Ruyun was completely consumed by anger and jealousy. The next instant, she departed from Qinglong Peak and stormed towards Zhuke Peak, determined to confront Chu Zhitian directly. Meanwhile, after Su Ruyun's departure, Chu Zhitian tidied himself up and got out of bed. Despite the demanding exertion he had undergone, he appeared remarkably vibrant. Following another round of yin-yang harmonization, his strength had ascended further, enabling him to reach the second level of the Hunyuan realm. Upon attaining the innate realm, cultivators can refine and manipulate innate vital energy, unlocking the innate potential of the human body. Upon reaching the Hunyuan realm, the spiritual energy within can merge with the innate vital energy at the abdominal navel wheel, significantly enhancing the cultivator's power. Now, having reshaped his body into the sacred body of devouring heaven, the latent innate vital energy within him was millions of times more potent than that of an ordinary person. Thus, even within the Hunyuan realm, his combat prowess, after merging spiritual energy with innate vital energy, far surpassed that of typical Hunyuan cultivators. There was no need for 7 days to deal with that White Tiger Peak master. As he carefully sensed his surroundings, a confident smile crept upon Chu Zhitian's lips. He then stealthily made his way to Xiao Yeye's room, mindful not to awaken the little one after the tumultuous ordeal he had just experienced with Su Ruyun. Upon entering, he discovered his daughter sleeping soundly. The little one, who had been restless in recent days, felt an immediate sense of security upon her father's return. Especially after having been lulled to sleep by him the previous night, she had never slept so peacefully. As she lay on her side, a glistening stream of drool had trickled from her adorably plump lips, exuding an endearing innocence. In her dreams, she softly murmured "Daddy." Chu Zhitian's gaze was filled with boundless affection. He gently wiped away the drool and placed a tender kiss on her small face. The little one smacked her lips a few times before turning over and slipping back into a deep slumber. Having lived a second life, while he wished to protect Yeye as much as possible, it had inadvertently angered many. He had become a thorn in the side of those who wished to see him gone, which could potentially bring calamity upon Yeye. I must devise a way to ensure my precious one's safety, he thought solemnly. During the day, both Murong Ling and Bai Yifei had exhibited murderous intent towards Yeye, intensifying Chu Zhitian's sense of impending danger. I recall a spiritual object that could provide Yeye with additional protection. However, the location of this object posed threats even to Golden Core cultivators, and with my current strength, I cannot recklessly venture there. I must hasten my cultivation. Seeing his daughter sleeping so soundly, Chu Zhitian prepared to leave, eager to continue his training. However, before he could exit Yeye's room, a sudden voice of admonishment rang out. "Chu Zhitian, come out." A loud crash followed, as the wooden door was forcefully kicked open. Startled, Chu Zhitian glanced at his daughter, who remained undisturbed, and he let out a sigh of relief. "Su Ruyun, what do you intend to do?" He muttered a curse under his breath and stepped outside with a stern expression. Upon emerging, he found Su Ruyun standing in the courtyard, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at him with a fierce intensity, her exquisitely beautiful face seemingly shrouded in deep resentment. "Chu Zhitian," the woman gritted her teeth, as if the name was spat from between clenched jaws. Yet, before she could utter another word, Chu Zhitian surged forward, his hands like those of the Grim Reaper, gripping her slender neck, stifling her voice in her throat. Chapter 34. Your modicum of beauty holds no value for me. Silence. If you wake my daughter, I shall end you. His voice, cold and domineering, carried a palpable intent to kill, causing Su Ruyun to tremble. She gazed at the man before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. Where had the man who once cherished her gone? "Speak your piece." In the next moment, Chu Zhitian hoisted Su Ruyun by her neck, as one would a chick, transporting her 100 meters away. This act inundated Su Ruyun with profound shame and fury. She attempted to struggle, only to be horrified to discover that her half-step innate strength was utterly subdued by him. The spiritual energy within her felt as if it had been rendered inert. Su Ruyun's heart raced in astonishment. How could this be? To what extent had this scoundrel's power ascended? "Speak, if you have something to say." Ensuring that his daughter remained undisturbed, Chu Zhitian casually released Su Ruyun, his tone frigid. At that moment, Su Ruyun, who had intended to confront him with righteous indignation, felt her own momentum falter. Being treated like a mere chick had stripped her of any semblance of authority. Yet, she was accustomed to being in a position of power. Regaining her composure, she assumed a confrontational demeanor once more. Chu Zhetian, I ask you, did you assist my sister in her breakthrough? Chu Zhetian, his expression inscrutable, replied, no comment. You. Su Ruyan's teeth ground in frustration. She quickly shifted her tone, her gaze piercing through to Chu Zhetian. Did anything happen between you two? Chu Zhetian simply shrugged, meeting her gaze without flinching, and reiterated, no comment. It was not that he felt guilty or dared not admit the truth to Su Ruyan. Rather, he was considering Su Ruyan's reputation. After all, he was uncertain whether Su Ruyan would want to disclose their relationship publicly. Thus, Chu Zhetian refrained from indiscriminately proclaiming that he had been involved with Su Ruyan. Such behavior would be beneath him. If your sole purpose here is to inquire about this matter, you may as well take your leave. Furthermore, do not disturb me again. Our bond has been irrevocably severed. In the end, Chu Zhetian's tone was steeped in resoluteness and indifference. Upon hearing this response, Su Ruyan's chest heaved with anger. She gazed at Chu Zhetian's retreating figure, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. No, this matter cannot conclude so easily tonight. Whatever it takes, I must compel Chu Zhetian to assist me in breaking through to the innate realm. At worst, I shall employ a bit of charm to persuade him. From my understanding of this man, a few flattering words or a subtle gesture would surely lead him to yield without hesitation. Chu Zhetian, do not depart. I acknowledge that I have overlooked your feelings in the past, and now I wish to make amends during these remaining 7 days, if you would allow me. If you accompany me back to Qinglong Peak, I promise to grant you anything you desire. Is that agreeable? With that, Su Ruyan approached, grasping Chu Zhetian's hand, pressing her entire being into his embrace. She even subtly slipped off her right garment, revealing a hint of shoulder and collarbone. Her lustrous skin glimmered enticingly in the moonlight. The implications were unmistakable. Seeing her thus, a look of revulsion crossed Chu Zhetian's face as he forcefully pushed her away. Are you not merely seeking my assistance to break through to the innate realm? What? Do you intend to barter your body for my help? Su Ruyan, do you realize how you appear now? Like a courtesan. Save your beauty for Zhang Beichen's appreciation. Depart, or I shall take your life. With that, he shoved the woman aside and strode back. Su Ruyan's face turned a deep shade of crimson. This contemptible man, who had once been utterly captivated by her beauty, now repelled her advances. The word depart shattered her defenses in an instant. Her eyes glinted with venomous resentment towards Chu Zhetian, wishing to flay him alive to vent her fury. Chu Zhetian, you will regret this one day. Sooner or later. Su Ruyan ground her teeth, her voice tinged with fury. Ultimately, she left Zhuke Peak in a daze. She had arrived with great fervor, only to realize she was no match for this man. Crucially, she sensed that he would indeed act ruthlessly against her. Even the allure of her beauty failed to sway him. When forceful means proved futile, softer ones fared no better. Ultimately, she returned humiliated and empty-handed. As for Chu Zhetian, upon returning to his quarters, his expression was one of disdain and disgust. He could scarcely fathom that the typically lofty Su Ruyan would resort to such seduction. This utterly shattered his perception of her. Huh, what haughty goddess, what ethereal saint. It was merely her previous disdain for me. When the stakes are high enough, this woman seems to possess no moral boundaries. How could I have been so bewitched to be utterly devoted to such a woman? This evening, there is joy for some and sorrow for others, while some are heartbroken beyond measure. At White Tiger Peak, within the morning hall, 2 coffins lie side by side. A graceful and captivating lady stands vigil by the left stone coffin, her expression filled with a profound sense of grief and indignation. She is none other than Zhong Wanlin, the lawful wife of Bai Pengjiu and the mother of Bai Yifei. Alongside her are Bai Pengjiu's other concubines, children, grandchildren, and disciples, all gathered to pay their respects. Bai Pengjiu remains by Zhong Wanlin's side, solemnly assuring her, do not worry, in 7 days, I shall sever that scoundrel's head to avenge our son. With reddened eyes, Zhong Wanlin nods. At that time, you must ensure he suffers 1,000 tortures. Do not allow him to die too swiftly. As she speaks, a deep sense of vengeance glimmers in her eyes. Rest assured, Bai Pengjiu nods in agreement, then shifts his tone. By the way, that Chu Zhetian possesses a Wan Hua spirit root within him. When he falls by my hand, I will extract this spirit root for Tianming's use, thus providing some solace to Yifei's spirit in the afterlife. At this point, his gaze drifts toward a young man kneeling there, vigilantly honoring Bai Yifei's memory. His name is Bai Tianming, their grandson and Bai Yifei's son. Indeed, Zhong Wanlin affirms, then adds, the sect leader and the second elder hold Chu Zhitian in high regard, likely due to the Wan Hua spirit root within him. If you kill Chu Zhitian during the return to the ruins battle, outsiders cannot intervene. However, I fear they may obstruct your extraction of the spirit root. Perhaps the Lord of Qinglong Peak, Su Hongtu, might also interfere. At this juncture, the graceful lady tentatively suggests, why not consult with grandfather and grandmother to seek their opinions? They are esteemed elders of the sect, and with their support, everything will naturally fall into place. Bai Pengjiu, upon hearing this, nods in agreement. You are right, my dear. I shall go meet grandfather and grandmother. After reaching this decision, the master of White Tiger Peak tidies himself and heads towards Changqing Courtyard. Moments later, at Changqing Courtyard, a figure cloaked in black robes sits opposite Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian. It has only been a few hours since the spirit pigeon departed, yet the Dark Knight Palace has already sent someone over. Are you suggesting we initiate prematurely? A hoarse voice resonates, laced with an ominous undertone that chills the bones. This individual is the chief sorcerer of the Dark Knight Palace, the Night Demon, possessing formidable strength at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Golden Core. Indeed, my recent predictions have revealed ominous signs. If we delay, unforeseen changes may arise. Bai Changqing responds with a solemn expression. The Night Demon nods. We are ready at any moment. When do you wish to launch the initiative? Then let it be 1 month hence. We shall execute the plan. Bai Changqing had long anticipated this moment and spoke directly. Upon hearing his words, the Night Demon opened his mouth to respond, but at that instant, his ears perked up. The expressions of Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian also grew tense. To ensure the confidentiality of their conversation, Bai Changqing had previously set up a formation to prevent eavesdropping. Yet now, they could sense someone had breached the formation's barrier. Who dared to do so? The Night Demon questioned coldly, and then swiftly darted out of the room, with Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian following closely behind. The moment they encountered the intruder outside, their brows furrowed in dismay. The Night Demon did not conceal his murderous intent. The one who had crossed paths with danger was none other than Bai Pengjiu, the leader of the White Tiger Peak. Chapter 35, The Poisonous Hand of Chu That Covers the World? Grandfather, grandmother. Bai Pengjiu instinctively greeted Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian as he stood in the courtyard. However, his expression quickly froze. He gazed at the figure in the black robe, disbelief etched across his face. The Dark Knight Palace, the Grand Sorcerer? Why would such a terrifying and malevolent practitioner be present at his grandfather's residence? Before he could ponder further, a sudden rush of wind pierced through the air. Instantly, a sense of impending doom enveloped the scene. The Night Demon Grand Sorcerer lunged toward Bai Pengjiu with lethal intent. Stop! He is my clan's grandson, one of us. Ji Yinlian's complexion paled as she urgently intervened. Upon hearing this, the Night Demon turned back with a sinister smile, asking, one of us? Was he part of the plan? Ji Yinlian's expression stiffened. The members of their scheme consisted solely of those who had been unsuccessful in the Taisu sect, and Bai Pengjiu, as the leader of the White Tiger Peak, was not among them. Although he was the grandson of Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian, they could not be certain he would be swayed. After all, their plan required utmost secrecy. If not, then he must die. Can you guarantee that he did not overhear our conversation? Moreover, he has seen me here. He cannot be spared. The Night Demon's tone turned icy, his murderous aura intensifying. Yinlian, for the sake of our grand scheme. Bai Changqing looked at Bai Pengjiu as if he were already a dead man, his gaze revealing a chilling ruthlessness. As his words fell, Ji Yinlian's expression fluctuated between despair and resolve. Ultimately, she closed her eyes. The sinister smile on the Night Demon's face widened, transforming into a dark shadow that surged toward Bai Pengjiu. No, grandmother, save me. Bai Pengjiu cried out in utter despair. His eyes, filled with unwillingness and indignation, sought his grandparents. Mere moments later, the body of the White Tiger Peak leader collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. His eyes widened in horror, as if death had not yet claimed him. The following day, throughout the entire Taisu sect, a piece of news spread like wildfire. Have you heard? Senior brother Chu has slain Bai Yifei and has even challenged the master of the White Tiger Peak to the Battle of the Ruins. The Battle of the Ruins? Is he courting death? The White Peak Master is indeed a formidable figure of the Hunyuan realm, while Chu Zhitian, at the pinnacle of his power, has merely just transcended to the innate stage. Recently, Chu Zhitian has stirred quite a commotion. Within the sect, discussions abound. Even the outer disciples and the kitchen workers have heard of the impending battle between Chu Zetian and Master Baifeng. To the majority, it seems that Chu Zetian is utterly overestimating his own abilities. Yet, as one wave subsides, another rises. Just as everyone anticipated that the White Tiger Peak Master would personally execute Chu Zetian in 7 days to avenge his son, an unforeseen calamity once again befell White Tiger Peak. That very morning, at the foot of White Tiger Peak, a humble gardener was meticulously tending to the flowers and shrubs when he suddenly tripped over something soft and tumbled to the ground. Just as he was about to curse in frustration, he turned his head and caught sight of what had caused his fall, prompting a piercing scream that echoed through the skies. Moments later, the mistress of the peak, Zhong Wanlin, along with the other residents of White Tiger Peak, swiftly arrived at the scene. Their faces paled in unison as their gazes fell upon the lifeless form sprawled on the ground, none other than Bai Pengjiu. He was enveloped in darkness, his eyes wide with fury. The sight of his demise was utterly tragic. Before his death, he seemed to be filled with boundless terror and resentment. My husband. Zhong Wanlin collapsed onto the ground, prostrating herself over the lifeless body of Bai Pengjiu, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. Father, Master, the Peak Master, and others expressed their sorrow, as if their hearts were being torn apart. A somber atmosphere lingered in the air. It must be Chu Zetian. It certainly was Chu Zetian who did this. He feared that he would perish at the hands of his master in the impending battle 7 days hence, and thus resorted to treacherous means to covertly harm his master. At this moment, Chu Zetian arrived at the residence of the sect leader. After a day of accumulation, the spiritual mist within the exclusive training chamber of Yushuihan should have nearly restored itself. It must be acknowledged that the speed of cultivation inside is significantly swifter than that in the outside world. To speak of more immediate concerns, it is imperative for him to elevate his strength swiftly to a level capable of contending with Golden Core experts. Only then can he procure that spiritual artifact, securing a genuine safeguard for Yeya's life. Upon his arrival, he encountered the esteemed master, who was already seated, seemingly having awaited his presence for some time. Chu Zetian promptly bowed in reverence. Ah, you have come? Yu Shuihan gently nodded. His plump face, which appeared exceedingly gentle, seemed devoid of joy or sorrow. He then shifted his tone, saying, Zetian, I am fully aware of what transpired yesterday. I hold no grudge against you for slaying Murong Ling and Bai Yifei, and I have discreetly informed the punishment hall not to hold you accountable. After all, these two were destined to meet their demise. However, I must express my dissent regarding your proposal for the Abyssal War to Lord Bai. Yet what's done cannot be undone. As the sect leader, I shall refrain from further comment. Go and cultivate diligently. Whether you live or perish shall depend entirely upon yourself when the time comes. The Abyssal War shall proceed without any external interference. Even if he wished to protect Chu Zetian, he was powerless to do so. Moreover, his position as the sect leader differed from that of the second elder Su Beiwang. In this matter, it was inappropriate for him to openly declare his stance. The only thing he could do was allow Chu Zetian to continue cultivating here. As for the outcome, even he, the sect leader, could not influence it. Yes, thank you, sect master. Chu Zetian nodded in understanding, still expressing heartfelt gratitude. Step. At this very moment, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a group of people rushed to the patriarch's residence. At the forefront stood none other than Hall Master He Shoujing of the Punishment Hall. Greetings, Patriarch. He Shoujing bowed respectfully to Yu Shuihan before solemnly reporting. Esteemed sect leader, I regret to inform you that Bai Pengjiu, the master of White Tiger Peak, has perished. Upon hearing these words, Yu Shuihan's perpetually half-lidded eyes widened in astonishment. What? The White Peak Master is dead? Chu Zetian's expression also changed dramatically, his face filled with utter astonishment. He Shoujing nodded solemnly, his piercing gaze locking onto Chu Zetian with formidable intensity. At present, Chu Zetian stands as the prime suspect. Therefore, this subordinate must take him away for interrogation, and I beseech the sect leader to hand him over to me. As the words fell, Yu Shuihan's countenance turned stern. Meanwhile, Chu Zetian's expression darkened like still water, sensing the foul stench of conspiracy. Only yesterday had he proposed the ruins war to Bai Pengjiu, and today, the man was already dead? Sect leader? At this moment, He Shoujing spoke again, casting a questioning glance towards Yu Shuihan. After a prolonged silence, Yu Shuihan finally nodded in acquiescence. The deceased was none other than the master of an entire peak, a matter of grave significance. Even if he favors Chu Zetian, such a situation should not be blindly defended. Moreover, this matter truly carries an air of peculiarity. Concealing the heavens, you shall accompany sect leader He on this journey. Cooperate with the investigation to prove your innocence. I shall personally oversee this matter. As long as it is not your doing, no one can wrongfully accuse you, said Yu Shuihan. Chu Zhetian nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, sect master. Chapter 36. The malevolent woman. Today, the entire Tai Su sect is engulfed in a palpable sense of unease. Who is Bai Pengjiu? And what is his status? As one of the esteemed leaders of the Six Great Peaks and a figure of absolute authority within the sect, the mysterious demise of such an individual could not go unexamined. Failure to uncover the truth would render the Tai Su sect a subject of ridicule. In that moment, the entire sect's attention was riveted on this matter. Consequently, Chu Zhetian, already under scrutiny due to the Battle of Guishu, found himself further ensnared in controversy. In order to provide an explanation to Baihu Peak and the entire sect, the investigation and inquiry into this incident were conducted in a semi-public manner. On that very morning, within the punishment hall and the hall of reflection, the proceedings commenced. He Shoujing, the esteemed leader, sat solemnly upon the dais. The sect master, Yu Shuihan, along with the grand elder Bai Chongqing, the second elder Su Beiwang, and the fourth elder Ji Yinlian, personally oversaw the proceedings from beside him. Chu Zhetian stood in the hall as a suspect, with Bai Pengjiu's lifeless body beside him. The grand chamber was filled with individuals who either had the authority or a compelling reason to witness the proceedings. Zhong Wanlin, Bai Pengjiu's principal wife, along with the members of the White Tiger Peak, glared at Chu Zhetian with crimson eyes, their gazes seething with unspoken accusations as though they had already condemned him as the murderer, yearning to tear him apart. Notably, under the orders of the discipline hall, Yaya had arrived with the assembly from Vermilion Bird Peak. At this moment, she was cradled in Zhang Daliai's arms, her tearful eyes fixed sorrowfully upon her father. In the realm of Zhetian, what truly transpires? Speak clearly. With the presence of our esteemed ancestors, no one can wrong you. The second supreme, Su Beiwang, cast a glance at the others, indignantly voicing his concerns. He had come specifically to oversee the proceedings, determined to support Chu Zhetian and ensure that he faced no unjust treatment. Beiwang, this time, a master of a peak has perished. The implications are profound. Whether Chu Zhetian has been wronged remains to be seen after further examination. One must refrain from making subjective judgments before that point. Bai Chongqing retorted sharply. He and Ji Yinlian gazed at Chu Zhetian with a chilling glint in their eyes, as if also regarding him as the murderer of their clan's descendant. Yet as for who the true culprit was, they likely understood better than anyone else. Humph. Su Beiwang snorted coldly, intending to continue his debate with Bai Chongqing. At this moment, Chu Zhetian offered a faint smile and remarked, Great-grandfather, it matters not. The innocent will always remain untainted. At that very moment, a voice brimming with intense hatred resounded. You're the murderer, yet claim innocence shall prevail? Throughout the entire Tai Su sect, aside from you, the scoundrel, who else would dare to threaten the life of my husband at this moment? The speaker is Zhong Wanlin. This woman first suffered the heartbreaking loss of her beloved son, only to subsequently lose her husband as well. At this moment, her hatred towards Chu Zhetian is palpable and overwhelming. Madam Bai, refrain from making baseless accusations without evidence. On what grounds do you assert that Zhetian is the perpetrator? Yu Chaolu couldn't help but scoff, curling her lips as she inquired. What do you say? This scoundrel, having just forged an agreement with my husband regarding the battle of the return to the ruins, has cruelly orchestrated a treacherous plot against Pengjiu. Is there truly such a coincidence in this world? Furthermore, after investigation, it was revealed that my husband fell victim to the bone-eating powder of the Night Palace before his untimely demise. Ironically, within the entire Void sect, only Chu Zhetian has any ties to the Night Palace. Is it not true that his daughter is none other than a demonic seed nurtured by the Night Palace? Chu Zhetian, that scoundrel, must have long since colluded with the Palace of the Dark Knight. It is the only explanation for how he managed to acquire this bone-eroding powder. Zhong Wanlin's words were incisive, and the doubts she raised undeniably pointed their arrows directly at Chu Zhetian. Zhong Wanlin, this is nothing but groundless accusations. The second elder retorted angrily. His temper was fiery, and he couldn't bear to hear such slander against Chu Zhetian. Su Beiwang, mind your status. We are merely here to oversee the proceedings. The truth shall be determined by Shou Zheng himself. You cannot silence the grievances of the deceased's family. Bai Chongqing shot Su Beiwang a cold glare, his voice laced with warning. At that moment, He Shoujing cleared his throat and spoke, based on various post-mortem indicators. We've determined that Peak Master Bai was murdered last night during the hour of Een. It appears he was first poisoned, then killed. The perpetrator deliberately inflicted multiple wounds to obscure the actual cause of death. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Chu Zetian. Chu Zetian, I ask you, where were you during the hour of Een last night? What were you doing, and who was with you? The hour of Een? Last night. Su Rian had come to see him, precisely during that time. At the question, Chu Zetian's eyes instinctively flickered toward a corner of the hall. There sat Su Hongtu, Su Rian, and Zhang Beiqin, all present as permitted observers. As for Su Ruyun, having just achieved a breakthrough, she was in secluded meditation to stabilize her cultivation and thus unaware of the proceedings. Sensing his gaze, Su Ruyun let out a derisive laugh. Malice and mockery twisted her delicate features. Chu Zetian, now you realize you need me, don't you? Worthless man, are you regretting it? I'll relish watching you take the fall. Her thoughts dripped with venom. Then, feigning innocence, she widened her eyes. Why are you looking at me? Surely you don't expect me to provide an alibi for you? A cold chuckle escaped her lips. Don't delude yourself. I, Su Rian, uphold integrity. Why would I fabricate testimony for you? Our marital ties are severed. Why would I linger with you in the dead of night? She assumed his glance was a plea for an alibi. The humiliation and indignity she had suffered at his hands last night still burned in her chest. How could she possibly aid him? Not only would she refuse, she would ensure his suffering. She wanted to watch him drown in false accusations. Yet Chu Zetian only smirked. You overestimate yourself. His glance had been reflexive, nothing more. After all, she had been the one shamelessly tempting him at the time. The thought of relying on her testimony had never crossed his mind. Is that so? Because even you know it's a futile hope, Su Rian spat bitterly. Ignoring her, Chu Zetian turned back to He Shoujing. Last night during the hour of Een, I was asleep. Can anyone verify that? He Shoujing pressed. After a brief pause, Chu Zetian shook his head. No one. But during that hour, tens of thousands in the sect would have been asleep as well. You are not like the others. You have a direct conflict with Master Bai. The feud of a murdered son, the battle of Goetiu, each could serve as your motive for killing. He Shoujing declared gravely. Chu Zetian, cease your sophistry here. The murderer is none other than you. You deranged, despicable villain. Return the lives of my son and husband. Zhong Wanlin's voice, dripping with venomous hatred, rang out once more, her words laced with unrelenting malice. You feared perishing at my master's hands during the battle of Goetiu, so you resorted to treachery, assassinating him beforehand. Return my father's life. Chu Zetian, Yuval cultivator colluding with the Dark Knight Palace. A daughter born of demonic seed. A father in league with the Dark Knight Palace. Sect leader, elder supreme, hall master he. What further deliberation is needed? Execute him on the spot. The disciples of White Tiger Peak seethed with unbridled fury, their accusations raining down like blades. Meanwhile, Yu Zhaolu and a few close disciples voiced their indignation on Chu Zetian's behalf. In moments, the grand hall erupted into vehement argument. Enough. Silence. He Shoujing struck the table sharply, his voice cutting through the chaos like ice. His gaze swept across the assembly as he declared, in this matter, the Hall of Judgment shall conduct a thorough investigation. Should evidence prove Chu Zetian's guilt, justice shall be served accordingly. Until then, no interference shall be tolerated. Though he loathed evil with a burning passion, especially the demonic cultivators of the Dark Knight Palace, as the Hall Master of Discipline, he upheld impartiality above all. Without irrefutable proof, he would not condemn Chu Zetian merely at the behest of White Tiger Peak's clamor. Zhong Wanlin sneered, her voice dripping with venom. Evidence, you say? I have a solution. Let the Fourth Elder Supreme conduct a soul search on Chu Zetian. Then the truth shall be laid bare. Her serpentine eyes locked onto Chu Zetian, a cruel smirk twisting her lips. Then, like a viper, she turned her gaze upon Yeya. And that demon-spawn daughter of his, she must be searched as well. The entire assembly froze in shock. Chapter 37. A mad method of vindication. After Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian's previous demand, yet another had arisen, a soul search upon Chu Zetian. And this time, even Yeya was to be subjected to it. The soul search was an unspeakably cruel technique. Chu Zetian, with his indomitable will, might endure it. But Yeya was but a child of 6. Should her soul be violated, she would surely be reduced to an imbecile. What did you say? Chu Zetian's previously composed expression darkened instantly at Zhong Wanlin's proposal. His eyes blazed with lethal intent as he fixed her with a gaze of deadly promise, his voice a glacial whisper. If you seek to prove your innocence, a soul search is the surest method. Unless you fear it, What secrets do you hide? Zhong Wanlin pressed relentlessly. And what has my 6-year-old daughter to do with this? Chu Zhitian's voice was frigid. Who can say she is truly 6? The methods of demonic cultivators are myriad and unfathomable. There are even rumors of forbidden arts that reverse aging. Perhaps this little bastard appears as a child. But her soul is that of an ancient demon who has lived for centuries. Zhong Wanlin sneered coldly. The others from White Tiger Peak chimed in agreement. Exactly. She is a spy from the Dark Knight Palace. A demon seed through and through. We must search her soul. Too afraid? Then you and your father are the murderers. Chu Zhitian fixed his gaze on Zhong Wanlin, the dangerous glint in his eyes intensifying. You're courting death. Zhong Wanlin scoffed mockingly. What? You dog of a traitor, killing my husband wasn't he enough? Now you want to kill me too? Now I'm even more certain. You're the murderer. Soul search. We must conduct a soul search. I want your daughter to become a witless fool. I want you to taste the agony of losing a loved one. By the end, the woman seemed utterly deranged, her expression twisted with venomous malice. Chu Zhitian regarded her with equally sharp, piercing eyes. Since you've resorted to such a vile method as soul-searching, very well. Now I, too, have a way to clear my name. Oh. He Shojing raised an eyebrow at this. The reason I'm under suspicion boils down to one thing. You all believe I'm no match for Bai Pengju. Afraid I'd die at his hands in the upcoming abyssal battle, correct? Chu Zhitian asked coldly. Zhong Wanlin snarled. Isn't that obvious? Chu Zhitian chuckled darkly. Then what if my strength surpasses Bai Pengju's? Would I still need to resort to underhanded means to eliminate him? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Zhong Wanlin sneered in disdain. What are you implying? That you're stronger than my husband? Ridiculous. He Shojing, however, spoke more objectively. If your power truly eclipses that of Peak Master Bai, then logically, you'd have no motive to harm him this way. In other words, if I prove my strength exceeds Bai Pengju's, my innocence is established? Chu Zhitian pressed. At this, He Shojing exchanged glances with Yu Shuihan and the 3 elders before nodding. Correct. Then the matter is simple. Chu Zhitian's resolve solidified. A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd. What does he mean? Peak Master Bai is already dead. How can he prove it? Fight a corpse? Peak Master Bai was a 6th-level primordial unity expert. Even at his peak, Chu Zhitian was merely at the innate realm. Stronger than Bai Pengju? Preposterous. Then, a voice rang out, cold and resolute. I, Chu Zhitian, swear before the heavens and the primordial ancestor. The enmity between Zhong Wanlin and me is irreconcilable. A feud of life and death. To avoid harming the sect's interests, I propose we settle this grudge immediately, through the abyssal battle. Zhong Wanlin, do you dare accept? His final words were a blade-sharp challenge, his gaze piercing through her like twin swords. Silence fell like a guillotine. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into astonished silence. Whether it was the senior members of the sect or the audience present, regardless of their stance towards Chu Zhitian, expressions of uncertainty and disbelief were evident on their faces. What? Another battle for the Goeishu? This time, the target has shifted to Lady Bai? Her strength surpasses even that of Sect Master Bai, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Hunyuan. Is this how Chu Zhitian intends to prove himself superior to Sect Master Bai? And furthermore, to commence immediately. After the initial shock, Zhong Wanlin regained her composure. A sinister smile creeping upon her face. Do you think you can intimidate me? How utterly laughable. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. I will personally rend you to pieces, avenging my son and husband. I accept this battle for the Goeishu. Upon realizing this, her reaction was one of twisted delight. She yearned to flay Chu Zhitian alive, to vent her pent-up rage. Who would have thought this scoundrel would so foolishly deliver himself to her doorstep? With Zhong Wanlin's acceptance, a ripple of energy surged through the heavens and earth, signifying that this battle for the Goeishu had become an irrevocable reality. The onlookers displayed a multitude of expressions, anticipation, concern, and even schadenfreude. Zhitian, is this truly your method of clearing your name? Su Beiwang muttered to himself, his gaze filled with trepidation. Chu Zhitian, should you emerge victorious in this battle, you will be able to prove your innocence regarding Sect Master Bai. Yet, if you fail, that will be your own choice. At this moment, the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, rose with grace, casting a penetrating glance at Chu Zhitian before proclaiming, this time, including by Chongqing and Ji Yinlian. There shall be no further objections. Half an hour later, within the Grand Hall of Wenxin, a spacious area had been cleared, the shackles lifted. Chu Zhitian stood opposite Zhong Wanlin. Do not disappoint me, young man. I have faith in you. The voice of Yu Chaolu, though seemingly languid, betrayed her anxiety through her tightly clenched fists, nails digging into her palms. Zhang Dalai, Zhang Wenshuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yoming all wore tense expressions. Their concerns were not unfounded. After all, they faced a formidable opponent at the 7th layer of Hunyuan. Father, do your best. Yaya clenched her small fists, her cherubic face taut with tension, though Yu Shuihan and Su Beiwang maintained a facade of composure. Their unwavering gazes fixed upon the arena revealed their underlying worry for Chu Zhitian. Conversely, the atmosphere on the Baihu Peak side was markedly more relaxed, with each member wearing a sardonic smile. They believed without a doubt that Chu Zhitian stood no chance against the lady. Su Hongtu, Su Rian, and Zhang Beichen regarded Chu Zhitian with eyes akin to those observing a corpse. You wretched beast, your reckless actions and lawlessness have led you to this day. After your demise, I shall extract your spiritual roots and refine them into my own. Su Hongtu declared fiercely. Last night, that little girl Su Ruyun did not utter a word about sending Chu Zhitian back to Qinglong Peak in his presence. However, she told Su Hongtu that she had exhausted all her efforts and still failed to sway him. Thus, Su Hongtu realized that it was no longer possible to continue using Chu Zhitian for his purposes. At this moment, he could only wish for this wretched creature to meet a swift demise. Chu Zhitian, had you sought to please me last night, you would not today have to worry about a lack of witnesses. Everything is your own doing. Su Rian secretly reveled in this misfortune. Oh, Chu Shiti. Next year on this day will mark your death anniversary. After your passing, Sister Rian can finally sever her lingering thoughts. Die. Zhang Beichen was filled with immense resentment. Let the events commence. At this moment, Yu Shuihan, in the capacity of the sect leader, began to preside over the proceedings and spoke calmly. The Battle of Guishu has been set. No one can interfere. It can only conclude with at least one party meeting their end. With that, Zhong Wanlin transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Chu Zhitian with murderous intent. The overwhelming aura of the 7th level of Hunyuan, infused with a terrifying killing intent, instantly enveloped the entire hall. It was evident that this woman harbored a deep-seated hatred for Chu Zhitian, eagerly seeking to rend him into pieces to avenge her son and husband. Chu Zhitian, undaunted, surged forward. His eyes also glimmered with fierce killing intent. This woman, driven mad by her son's actions, harbored an insatiable hatred for him, even wishing to extract the soul of Yaya. Such a threat must not be allowed to persist. Kill. Chapter 38. The face-slapping arrives swiftly. Zhong Wanlin charged forward with her blade, while Chu Zhitian drew his sword to meet her. The air was thick with a palpable killing intent that filled the entire hall. Both bore a resolute intent to kill. Clang. In the next instant, their weapons clashed. Accompanied by a deafening sound, sparks flew, and terrifying waves of spiritual power radiated outward in all directions. Both Zhong Wanlin and Chu Zhitian were forced to retreat a step. Zhong Wanlin's pupils constricted, a profound shock washing over her face, dispelling any semblance of the ease she had before engaging in battle. Chu Zhitian, however, remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated everything. Indeed, the 7th level of Hunyuan was far beyond the innate realm of Bai Yifei. With my formidable physical prowess combined with the 2nd level of Hunyuan's Qi refinement stage, along with the cultivation from the extreme Tao True Book and the devouring heavenly sacred body, my spiritual power is far purer and more substantial than that of an ordinary cultivator. It is this convergence of strengths that allowed me to match Zhong Wanlin, a powerful 7th level Hunyuan cultivator, evenly. Chu Zhitian mused inwardly. As one ascends in strength, the disparities between each minor realm grow increasingly vast. Chu Zhitian's Qi refinement strength lagged 5 minor realms behind Zhong Wanlin, yet his formidable physique and superior quality of spiritual power allowed him to hold his ground. However, while he could not overpower her, it ignited a fierce battle spirit within him, as if 2 flames rose within his eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he charged once again towards Zhong Wanlin. Is his raw power truly on par? If so, this woman is destined to lose. However, after her initial shock, Zhong Wanlin remained equally confident. You wretched cur, is this your audacious foundation? If this is all you possess, then your demise is inevitable today. Clang, clang, clang. The ensuing battle between the two was fierce, as if they were locked in a deadly stalemate. This scene left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Zhitian finally revealed his true realm. What? The 2nd level of Hunyuan? Chu Zhitian can actually confront Zhong Wanlin head-on without faltering? How can this be? Just 2 days ago, He had lost all his cultivation, and now he has reached the second level of Hunyuan? Hiss! Such a speed of cultivation defies description. The great hall erupted with exclamations of amazement. Good! What a remarkable lad! Ha ha! Sube looked down, slapping his thigh, unable to conceal his elation. Zetian, indeed, has not disappointed me. In just 2 days, reaching the second level of Hunyuan explains why the spiritual mist in my cultivation chamber was entirely consumed. Is this the potential of the Imperial Star? A smile also graced the face of Yu Shuihan, his already narrowed eyes squinting even more. Over at Zhuke Peak, Yu Chaolu's lips curled into a smirk, finally releasing the nails embedded in her palm. Zhang Dilei and the others exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and profound shock. The junior disciple is incredibly formidable. A true monster. Miao Yuming bit into a spirit fruit, her words muffled as she exclaimed, "Father, go for it." Only Yeya, lacking any concept of strength, was still nervously clenching her small fists, her little face taut with seriousness, resembling a miniature adult. In contrast, the expressions on Baihu Peak were in constant flux. Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian, the two elders, wore inexplicable, somber faces. Meanwhile, Su's father and daughter, along with Zhang Beichun, were equally astounded. How is this possible? The second level of Hunyuan. How could he have attained such a level? Chu Zetian, how did you accomplish this? Su Rian shook her head repeatedly, her earlier glee and malice evaporating. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Chu Zetian was a tapestry of complex emotions: shock, skepticism, regret, and disbelief. This despicable man, after leaving her, not only did not fall, but instead grew stronger? To self-destruct yet rise anew? Could it be that for the past 5 years, his assistance in her cultivation had merely hindered his own progress? After parting ways with her, he soared to new heights? No. Why? By what right? Junior sister, do not worry. Chu Zetian will undoubtedly be defeated. While Madame has been at the Hunyuan realm for countless years, her strength firmly established. At her age, she possesses significantly more combat experience and wisdom in various aspects than Chu Zetian. In a situation where both are of equal strength, it is certain that Lady Bai would emerge victorious. Zhang Beichun, standing nearby, coldly analyzed the situation, and Su Hongtu nodded in agreement, fully convinced. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. After another clash of blades, Chu Zetian skillfully struck, leaving Zhong Wanlin's defenses wide open. Immediately following, with a resounding thud, Chu Zetian delivered a heavy kick to her abdomen. Zhong Wanlin let out a muffled groan, retreating several steps. Once she steadied herself, a streak of crimson began to seep from the corner of her mouth. What? Zhang Beichun, who had previously thought himself astute in his analysis, now widened his eyes in shock. His face alternated between red and white, as if he had been slapped several times across the face. Su Hongtu's expression darkened, realizing the swiftness of the turn of events. The expressions of those from Baihu Peak grew exceedingly grave. Meanwhile, on Zhuke Peak, cheers erupted. Father is so formidable. Yeya clapped her small hands, shouting encouragement for her father. In the arena, having landed a successful blow, Chu Zetian seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. Huh. Zhong Wanlin, an experienced fighter? What a joke. He had lived 2 lives. In his previous existence, he had been invincible, slaying countless foes. How many times had he danced on the edge of life and death, gaining profound insights through battle? With comparable raw strength, who would dare to challenge him? His swordsmanship was exquisite. At this moment, Zhong Wanlin's expression was one of shock and fear. After engaging with Chu Zetian, her confidence had been utterly shattered. She felt as if every sword he wielded was beyond her comprehension, capable of subtle shifts that could alter the course of the battle at any moment. His mastery of the sword had clearly reached an intricate level. In the Kanglan continent, the proficiency with weapons is generally divided into 5 realms: minor achievement, major achievement, intricacy, unity, and insight. Zhong Wanlin hailed from another sect in Qinglu County, the Tiandao sect. Thus, she had immersed herself in the art of the blade since childhood. After over 60 years, her swordsmanship had only reached the level of major achievement. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chu Zetian, so young, had already attained the intricacy of swordsmanship. Setting aside raw power, he completely outclassed her in combat technique. Intricacy. Hearing this, Chu Zetian merely smirked disdainfully. In his previous life, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. Insight. He simply did not wish to reveal it. For dealing with this woman before him, intricacy was more than sufficient. Before Zhong Wanlin could catch her breath, Chu Zhetian's assault was upon her once more. She hastily steeled herself, raising her blade to counter. At the same time, a flicker of malice flashed in her eyes as she infused her own spiritual energy into a wooden token she wore close to her body. The wooden plaque is a formidable weapon of assassination known as Shadow Kill. It was a precious gift bestowed upon her by her father, the master of the Heavenly Blade sect, when she wed into the Tai Su sect all those years ago. Clang! Once again, a collision occurred, and an extraordinary phenomenon emerged. A human-shaped specter suddenly materialized before Zhong Wanlin. This apparition took the form of an elderly man, whose frail figure radiated an aura of terrifying might. His hair and beard stood on end, and with both hands wielding a blade, he transformed into a streak of lethal light, cleaving towards Chu Zhetian. The power of this strike astonishingly equated to the full might of a golden core expert. Alarm bells rang in the minds of Su Beiwang, Yu Shuihan, and others, their faces shifting in dismay. Meanwhile, the members of White Tiger Peak, including Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian, wore expressions of anticipation and sinister glee. Chapter 39. It was not I who killed the Peak Master, but his wife. Faced with an assault on par with that of a Golden Core Master, Chu Zhetian stood resolute, his composure unshaken. He was adorned in the earth-level golden silk armor gifted by the Second Supreme Elder. Yet this exquisite defensive attire could withstand only 5 strikes from a Hunyuan realm expert. Confronted with an attack of Golden Core caliber, it would shatter instantaneously. However, he had a contingency plan. Having survived countless brushes with death in his previous life, he had long mastered the art of preparation and foresight. Crack! The human-shaped pendant hanging from Chu Zhetian's neck was immediately shattered by his own hand. In an instant, a similar specter appeared before him, seemingly a perfect replica. Uft! In the next moment, the blade light struck this identical apparition of Chu Zhetian, causing both to dissipate simultaneously. A magical artifact? Apologies, but I possess one as well, Chu Zhetian declared coldly. As he spoke, his gaze instinctively shifted toward a certain direction where Yu Chaolu sat. You little rascal, I'm relieved you know how to use it. At least my sentiments were not wasted. Yu Chaolu exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her exquisite face as she nodded at him. The pendant he had just shattered was the scapegoat talisman gifted by this enchanting mentor, capable of withstanding a single attack from a Golden Core expert or below. Following this, Chu Zhetian unleashed a tempestuous barrage of strikes. Already at a disadvantage, Zhong Wanlin's momentum waned as her trump cards yielded no significant gain, her fighting spirit diminishing. In contrast, Chu Zhetian grew increasingly ferocious, as if possessed by the spirit of a sword deity. After 10 exchanges, the carved a deep wound into Zhong Wanlin's back, exposing bone. After 30 exchanges, her right arm was severed at the elbow, blood gushing forth. Immediately afterward, a blade of light ruthlessly pierced through her abdomen. Zhong Wanlin let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground in grievous injury. No, grandmother, mother, master, madam. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the direction of White Tiger Peak. Stop! How dare you kill my grandmother? A youth in his teens suddenly sprang to his feet, racing towards the arena with a fierce glare. He was none other than Bai Yifei's son, Bai Pengju's grandson, and Bai Tianming. The others from Baihu Peak, upon witnessing this, also rushed forward, evidently intent on intervening in the Guishu battle to assist Zhong Wanlin. In response to this scene, Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng, along with several senior members from Zhuke Peak who were qualified to observe, hastily surged forth, positioning themselves in front of Bai Tianming and his companions. What do you intend to do? This is the Guishu battle, and no one is permitted to interfere, Tang Yitai demanded angrily, pointing at the crowd from Baihu Peak. Stand aside. Bai Tianming's face contorted with rage as he barked, You worthless ones from Zhuke Peak, get out of my way. Dare to obstruct us, and I swear I will slay you. The members of Baihu Peak boisterously threatened. Among the 6 major peaks, Zhuke Peak had always been regarded as the weakest. From their leader, Yu Chaolu, to several of her direct disciples, they had become notorious for their incompetence. Thus, Baihu Peak had grown accustomed to exercising their arrogance when dealing with Zhuke Peak, and this occasion was no exception. Once the Guishu battle commenced, outside interference was forbidden, or both parties would face obliteration by the heavenly forces. Do you see that my junior brother Chu is about to win? You wish to harm him, to ensure that he perishes alongside Zhong Wanlin? What a malicious intent! Miao Yumeng exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she dropped her spirit fruit. Today, even if it costs us our lives, We shall not allow you to disrupt junior brother Chu. Tang Yitai drew his sword, shouting in fury, while Zhang Wenxuan steadfastly maintained their defensive line. The people of Baihu Peak, retreat at once. Otherwise, you shall face merciless slaughter. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated through the air. The sect leader, Yu Shuihan, abruptly rose, emanating the formidable aura of a golden core expert, locking onto Bai Tianming and his cohort. Meanwhile, the second elder, Su Bei Wang, leaped several meters, landing directly in front of the Baihu Peak members, poised to strike at any moment. He would not allow Bai Tianming and his associates to wreak havoc and endanger Zhetian. Sensing the palpable intent to kill from their opponents, Bai Tianming and his group reluctantly withdrew. Chu Zhetian, my father and Tiandao sect will avenge me. Zhong Wanlin hissed at Chu Zhetian, her gaze venomous, filled with curses. She was fully aware of her impending demise and made no pleas for mercy. Hearing her words, Chu Zhetian scoffed. Then I shall destroy your father and Tiandao sect as well. With a swift flash of sword light, Zhong Wanlin's heart was pierced in an instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with resentment and unfulfilled rage, as though she could not close them even in death. Before this battle, she could never have imagined that she, a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of Hunyuan, would meet her end at the hands of a junior. As Zhong Wanlin's lifeless body fell, Chu Zhetian felt a surge of warmth flooding into him. The blood wheel I continued to autonomously devour the essence of flesh and blood from the corpses of its adversaries. This enhancement was significantly more pronounced than when he had slain Murong Ling and Bai Yifei. His physical prowess had surged by a staggering 50%. It appeared that the mightier the enemy he vanquished, the greater the elevation to the devouring celestial body. With the blood wheel I at his disposal, besides refining his qi, he could also tread the path of physical cultivation. The intoxicating taste of strength gained through slaughter ignited a fervent glow in Chu Zhetian's eyes. In this realm, cultivation diverged into two distinct paths, the refinement of qi and the honing of the body. Except for the demon race and a few exceptional clans, the vast majority of human cultivators were practitioners of qi refinement. Those who ventured down the path of physical cultivation were exceedingly rare, nearly 1 in a billion. This was due to the immense difficulty associated with it. However, commensurate with that challenge was the unparalleled strength of body cultivators. They utterly dominated qi practitioners within the same realm. They could shatter mountains and rivers with their flesh, alter the heavens and earth with their vitality, transform their bones into legendary weapons, and withstand heavenly tribulations with their bodies. Not only were their attacks formidable, but their survival capabilities also surpassed those of qi practitioners. When cultivated to perfection, they were akin to beings that could not perish. Their life force was so robust that even a single drop of blood could lead to a miraculous rebirth. By perpetually engaging in slaughter, I can continuously fortify my physical form. The potential for body cultivation will be extraordinarily formidable. An infinite vista unfurled within Chu Zhetian's heart. With this battle concluded, the dust settled. In the next moment, Chu Zhetian surveyed the surroundings, emanating an aura of residual power from his recent killings. Ultimately, his gaze rested upon Bai Tianming and the others. Sensing the boy's eyes brimming with hatred and malice, Chu Zhetian silently scoffed. This youth harbored a deep-seated enmity towards him. And once he sought revenge, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary. He might even target those closest to him. He could not be spared. If given the chance, he must be eradicated. People of White Tiger Peak, listen well. It was not I who killed your White Peak master, but Lady Bai. You need not look at me like that. If anyone is dissatisfied, I am more than prepared to engage in a battle of the ruins with them. Chu Zhetian snorted coldly, exuding an overwhelming dominance. As his words echoed, the people of White Tiger Peak found themselves unable to meet Chu Zhetian's gaze. Even Bai Tianming averted his eyes, burying his hatred deep within. He feared that if Chu Zhetian were to lose his temper, he might challenge him to a battle of the ruins. At that moment, whether he agreed or not would be a dilemma. To agree would mean courting death. To refuse would render him a laughingstock. Just then, the voice of Yu Shuihan resonated throughout the grand hall. Now, Chu Zhetian had demonstrated through his might that he could legitimately triumph over the White Peak Master in a battle of the ruins. Hence, there was absolutely no need for underhanded tactics to harm his opponent. I declare that the death of the White Peak Master has no connection to Chu Zhetian. Is there anyone who dares to dissent? As her words concluded, silence enveloped the entire hall of inquiry. He Shojing, the punishing hall master, silently nodded in agreement. Even Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian merely sat there with solemn expressions, saying nothing. Zhong Wanlin's strength surpassed that of the Bai sect leader by a minor realm. Now, before everyone, Chu Zhitian had justly slain the former in a display of undeniable prowess. To claim that he feared battling Bai Pengjiu and thus sought to harm him in advance, was that not a mere jest? With this straightforward yet effective approach, Chu Zhitian had thoroughly exonerated himself from suspicion. However, at that moment, an elder from the External Affairs Hall rose to his feet. Casting a glance at Zhong Wanlin's lifeless body, a look of concern crossed his face as he addressed Yu Shuihan with a respectful gesture. But, sect leader, Zhong Wanlin is deceased. How shall our sect account to the Heavenly Blade sect? As his words fell, the expressions of all present grew tense. Chapter 40. Find a way to ensure his death outside Heavenly Blade sect. The mere utterance of these 3 words instilled a sense of pressure among the higher-ups of the Taisu sect. Zhong Wanlin, besides being the wife of Bai, held another significant identity. She was the daughter of the current leader of the Heavenly Blade sect. Given that she had perished within the Taisu sect, it was likely that the Heavenly Blade sect would not take this lightly. The Kanglan continent sprawled endlessly, with the territory of the Great Song dynasty extending over 1,000,000 miles. Even a mere Qinglu prefecture was vast beyond measure. Within a single prefecture existed numerous factions. Excluding the nefarious sects, the orthodox powers were divided into 3 sects and 2 gates: Luoshui sect, Mayu sect, Taisu sect, Heihuang gate, and Heavenly Blade sect. Each of these 5 great powers boasted a lineage surpassing a millennium. Currently, the Taisu sect was not yet among the 4 great sanctuaries of the Great Song dynasty, as it had been in its former glory under Chu Zhitian's leadership. Among the 3 sects and 2 gates, the Taisu sect was the weakest. Moreover, due to its proximity to the Heavenly Blade sect, there had been constant frictions and conflicts over the past centuries. It was only through a marriage alliance over 50 years ago that temporary peace was achieved. At that time, Yu Shuihan had married his eldest daughter, Yu Zhaoxia, to the eldest son of the Heavenly Blade sect leader. In return, the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect had married his daughter, Zhong Wanlin, to Bai Pengjiu, the grandson of the Taisu sect's grand elder. Yet now, Zhong Wanlin lay dead within the Taisu sect. This incident would undoubtedly bring trouble. The hot-tempered Su Beiwang snorted coldly, stating, "Since Zhong Wanlin has married into our Taisu sect, this is an internal matter of our sect, and we need not report to the Heavenly Blade sect." Yu Shuihan frowned slightly and replied coolly, "I shall write a letter to explain the situation to the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect." He then shifted his tone and surveyed the assembly, declaring, "Now, does anyone oppose the exoneration of Chu Zhitian? If not, there is another matter. As cultivators, we value strength above all. Since Chu Zhitian has already attained the strength of the Hunyuan realm, coupled with his previous remarkable contributions to our sect, I hereby appoint him as a provisional elder, granting him a seat in the Council of Elders. In the future, those qualified to partake in discussions and decisions regarding significant matters of the sect shall enjoy the privileges of elders." As these words resonated through the hall, a wave of astonishment swept across the crowd. Following the tumult surrounding the demise of the White Tiger Peak Master, Chu Zhitian, deemed a suspect, not only remained unscathed, but seemingly prospered from the calamity. All eyes turned towards him, each gaze imbued with a myriad of emotions: wonder, envy, admiration, praise, and congratulations. A mere 20-something, now a prospective elder? Such a phenomenon was unprecedented within the Taisu sect. Meanwhile, Su Rian's expression was particularly captivating. The man she had always looked down upon, regarding him as a mere commoner, had suddenly ascended to the esteemed ranks of the elders. In terms of both strength and status, he now stood at the same pinnacle as her father. In that moment, Su Rian felt a tumult of conflicting emotions within her. If this man still yearned to cherish her as he once did, showering her with affection, what would that mean for Su Rian? Contemplating this, her resentment towards Chu Zhitian deepened. How could this contemptible man suddenly cease to love her? His honor, his entire being, should rightfully include her share. Moments later, Yu Shuihan dismissed the others, retaining only the members of the Council of Elders to convene an impromptu sect meeting. Within the Grand Hall, only the core leadership of the sect remained, with Chu Zhitian now seated among them as a new member of the council. Subsequently, Yu Shuihan exhibited the authority and gravitas befitting the sect leader, issuing a series of solemn commands. The death of the White Tiger Peak Master must not be glossed over. The punishment hall was ordered to investigate thoroughly, ensuring the perpetrator was apprehended within 20 days. Furthermore, The Insight Institute was to collaborate with the Punishment Hall to conduct a comprehensive search throughout the sect, unearthing any potential infiltrators from the Night Palace lurking within our ranks. Yes, sect leader. We shall obey, responded He Shojing and the elder of the Insight Institute promptly. Yu Shuihan's demeanor hardened further. He expressed his concern that the death of the White Peak Master might signal the commencement of a conspiracy orchestrated by the Night Palace. Thus, we must remain vigilant. I command the War Affairs Council to mobilize 100,000 troops from various peaks within 3 days to safeguard our sect's territories against any moves from the Night Palace. All peaks must cooperate. With these words, the head of the War Affairs Council and several peak masters, including Yu Zhaolu and Su Hongtu, rose in response. Yu Shuihan then issued several additional commands, including the temporary appointment of Bai Pengkuan, the younger brother of Bai Pengjiu, to take on the role of White Tiger Peak Master. Throughout this meeting, Chu Zhitian remained silent, yet his peripheral vision occasionally caught glimpses of the two venerable figures, Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian, while others remained oblivious. Chu Zhitian knew precisely who the true traitor was. The sect leader was indeed correct on one point. The demise of Bai Pengjiu may indeed serve as a portentous signal. Could it be that, due to his reincarnation, certain events have undergone a transformation? Might the actions of the Dark Night Palace be hastened? Contemplating this possibility, Chu Zhitian felt a tightening in his heart, as if an overwhelming sense of urgency were bearing down upon him. That very night, within a secluded chamber of the Chongqing courtyard, Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian sat across from one another, engaged in a game of Go. At that moment, Bai Chongqing fixated on a white stone, a shadow of malevolence flickering across his brow. This piece seemed to have slipped beyond their control. Ji Yinlian nodded in agreement, stating, "Such a piece cannot be allowed to remain." As they exchanged glances, the murderous intent in their eyes was unmistakable. Chu Zhitian, the imperial star of the Taisu sect? They could no longer afford to doubt. In a mere 2 days since emerging from the blood abyss, he had ascended from a state of complete cultivation loss to the 2nd level of Han Yuan, even possessing the ability to slay those at the 7th level of Han Yuan. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. His capacity for slaying opponents beyond his level could only be described as monstrous, a rarity even across the vast Kanglan continent. How long would it take for him to reach the Golden Core, or even the nascent soul stage? Would he possess the power to alter the tide of events before they could set their plans into motion? This scenario was utterly unacceptable. He must perish. Yet, it must not occur within the sect. The sudden demise of Bai Pengjiu had already alerted Yu Shuihan. Bai Chongqing pondered for several seconds before speaking. Then we must devise a method to relocate him from the sect, ensuring his demise occurs elsewhere. It would be best to contact the Dark Night Palace and have them take action. Ji Yinlian's tone was cold and resolute. Indeed, to eliminate him, we require at least a Golden Core expert, and we must act swiftly. His strength grows exponentially. If we delay any further, he may become entirely uncontrollable. As Bai Chongqing spoke, his eyes narrowed into slits. Should we not consider advancing our plans? Ji Yinlian raised an eyebrow, concern etched upon her face. We cannot expedite the timeline any further. Originally set for a year hence, the plan has already been moved up by a month, reaching its limits. Any further advancement would compromise our preparations. Bai Chongqing shook his head, his killing intent palpable. As long as we remove the unpredictable variable that is Chu Zhitian, our success is assured. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Tian Dao sect, a towering man, standing 9 feet tall and possessing an imposing physique, gazed furiously at the jade tablet in his hand. This man was none other than Zhong Guangxiao, the master of the Tian Dao sect, a formidable presence at the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. The events had transpired that very morning. The message from Yu Shuihan had arrived in the evening. Upon receiving the dreadful news of his daughter's death, Zhong Guangxiao was consumed by an unparalleled rage, an aura of terror radiating from him. The death of Zhong Wanlin was not merely the loss of a daughter. It was a profound tragedy that struck at the very core of his being. It seems to be a provocation towards the Heavenly Blade sect. How dare you, Taisu sect? Do you believe that there is no one to defend the Heavenly Blade sect? Another man gritted his teeth as he spoke. His name was Zhong Wanhai, the elder brother of Zhong Wanlin and the eldest son of Zhong Guangxiao, as well as the grand elder of the Heavenly Blade sect, a formidable cultivator at the 4th level of the core formation stage. Although the Heavenly Blade sect ranks 4th among the 3 sects and 2 factions within Qinglu County, it is superior to the Taisu sect in several aspects. Within its ranks, There are 4 ancestors at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. In contrast, the Tai Su sect boasts only the Grand Elder by Chongqing, who has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Additionally, there are the 2nd Grand Elder Su Beiwang and the 4th Grand Elder Ji Lian, both at the same level. The Heavenly Blade sect also surpasses the Tai Su sect in the number of Golden Core and Core Formation cultivators. Thus, the Heavenly Blade sect has always maintained a position of strength against the Tai Su sect. Now that his daughter has perished at the hands of the Tai Su sect, Zhong Quanxiao would not let this matter rest. Wanhai, I command you to set off immediately for the Tai Su sect and retrieve your sister's body. Furthermore, ensure that Yu Shuihan surrenders the murderer. Whoever killed Wanlin, I will have their bones ground to dust. At Zhuke Peak, the usually placid Yu Zhaolu, who seldom concerned herself with the affairs of the peak, hosted a celebratory feast for Chu Zhitian this time, congratulating him on becoming a provisional elder. Zhang Dalai and others drank to the point of inebriation, while the little one, dipped her chopsticks and tasted a few bites, quickly turning into a little muddlehead. Like a koala, she clung to Chu Zhitian, nearly melting his heart as he indulged her playful antics. The celebration continued well into the night. By the time they returned to Qingyuan Mansion, the sky had completely darkened. After placing the little one in bed and tucking her in, Chu Zhitian kissed her delicately sculpted face before stepping into the courtyard. At that moment, his eyes were exceptionally clear, despite having drunk throughout the afternoon. He felt no trace of inebriation and remained mentally alert. He understood that while the Tai Su sect appeared stable, it was, in fact, fraught with hidden dangers. No one could predict what unforeseen events might arise. At this juncture in his previous life, Bai Pengju had not yet perished. It seemed that his rebirth had caused many events to deviate from their original course. In other words, that catastrophic upheaval within the sect might occur sooner than a year from now. Perhaps, due to the exposure of his strength, certain individuals might sense a threat and act at any moment. I must strive to grow stronger. I must attain the power to contend with nascent soul cultivators. Furthermore, I need to secure that spiritual artifact capable of preserving Yeya's life as soon as possible. Contemplating this, Chu Zhitian sat cross-legged in the courtyard and began to cultivate, his heavenly swallowing sacred body eagerly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. However, after an indeterminate amount of time, a rustling sound emerged from within the house. Father, father. A small figure emerged, calling out in a sweet, childish voice. Upon stepping out, Yeya approached Chu Zhitian, her adorable face inching closer. With a few blinks of her large, curious eyes, she scrutinized her father. Is father practicing? The little one pondered. Immediately, she mimicked Chu Zhitian's posture, sitting cross-legged beside him with a semblance of seriousness. At that moment, Chu Zhitian opened his eyes, a tender smile gracing his face. Yeya, what are you doing? He inquired, his heart swelling with warmth. The urgency within him notably eased. I'm practicing. The little one replied earnestly, shaking her small head. Chu Zhitian, amused and affectionate, gently ruffled her hair. Do you wish to practice as well, my dear? Yeya nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to be as powerful as father, so I can help him fight off bad people. Chu Zhitian embraced her, cautioning, but practicing is very tiring and challenging. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. I can endure hardships, she declared, raising her tiny fist with determination. All right, then I shall teach you, my precious, Chu Zhitian said, a look of contentment on his face. He had intended to instruct his daughter in cultivation, but believed it prudent not to rush. After all, it had only been a few days since they had reunited, and she had yet to truly experience a father's love. If he pressed her to cultivate now, she might feel resistance, or worse, develop fear and distance towards him as her father. Yet now, the little one had expressed her own desire to practice. Well then, I cannot be blamed, he thought to himself. Though he felt immense affection for her, Chu Zhitian was acutely aware of the world's harsh realities. His beloved must learn to grow independently. Yeya was still quite young. Her primary focus should be on laying a solid foundation, honing her physique through refinement and nurturing. The methods of energy cultivation could wait. In a previous life, he had acquired a set of 36 foundational techniques specifically designed for children. After a moment of contemplation, he had begun to formulate a plan for her development. Thus, under the moonlight, the two figures, one large and one small, engaged in a series of peculiar and profound movements in the courtyard. In the following days, apart from guiding Yeya, Chu Zhitian immersed himself in relentless cultivation. Meanwhile, The entire Tai Su sect was mobilizing, with the Punishment Hall collaborating with the Insight Institute to conduct thorough inspections across the sect. Concurrently, various peaks were rallying experts and disciples in preparation for missions to the subordinate sections. 3 days later, Chu Zhitian made his customary visit to the sect master's residence. Heading towards his designated training chamber. "Master, I have come to disturb you once more," he greeted with a smile. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hurry and get to your training," the sect master replied. Yu Shuihan waved his hand, smiling with a hint of irritation. Chu Zhitian nodded, observing the other person as if they were on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately swallowed their words. He contemplated warning Yu Shuihan to be wary of Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian. However, after some reflection, he restrained himself. Maintaining the current situation might allow the adversaries to strike later, perhaps even a year from now, just as in his previous life. This would grant him the time needed to grow stronger. Yet, if he were to alert the sect master now, it could provoke them into immediate action. Should that occur, it would spiral out of control. He would prefer to wait until he possessed the power to alter everything before issuing any warnings, perhaps even initiate the attack himself. Eradicating the traitors and annihilating the Dark Knight Palace would preemptively quash the looming catastrophe for the sect. However, voicing these thoughts now could lead to unintended consequences. With this in mind, Chu Zhitian silently entered the cultivation chamber. Over the course of 3 days, his strength had ascended from the 2nd to the 8th level of Hunyuan. Such an astonishing rate of cultivation was indeed remarkable. As one's realm increased, the difficulty of each breakthrough geometrically escalated. It was unlikely he could achieve continuous breakthroughs to the innate level as in the first day. He estimated that today he could reach the 9th level of Hunyuan, or even the pinnacle of the 9th level. Meanwhile, shortly after Chu Zhitian entered the cultivation chamber, a deacon from the External Affairs Hall hurriedly arrived, displaying a mix of anxiety and anger. "Sect Master, something terrible has happened. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Blade Sect, Zhong Wanhai, has come." Chapter 42. The guilt of Yu Chaolu. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuihan's expression shifted. "The Heavenly Blade Sect has sent someone? Where are they?" "In the Taishu Hall." The deacon gulped nervously. "They even brought a coffin, demanding that our Taishu sect provide an explanation. What is all this fuss about?" "I informed the Heavenly Blade Sect about Zhong Wanlin's death. They naturally would come to collect the body. Let us go and see." Yu Shuihan remained remarkably composed, chiding his subordinate briefly before heading towards the Taishu Grand Hall. After a while, as Yu Shuihan arrived, he witnessed a scene that filled him with shock and fury at the entrance of the Taishu Hall. 2 guards from the Taishu Hall were being rushed away for medical attention. The Heavenly Blade Sect had clearly taken action. Yu Shuihan's expression darkened as he hurried inside. The first sight that greeted him was an enormous coffin, prominently placed at the center of the Grand Hall. The Taishu Hall, the most solemn and sacred place of the Taishu sect, akin to the imperial court of the Great Song dynasty, was now desecrated by the presence of a coffin, blatantly disregarding the Taishu sect's dignity. Beside the coffin stood 3 individuals, the foremost of whom appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wielding a long sword on his back, exuding a profound and imposing aura. As if in a demonstration, he unabashedly exuded the formidable power of his 4th stage of qi condensation. It was none other than the esteemed elder of the Tian Dao sect, the elder brother of Zhong Wanlin, Zhong Wanhai. Beside him stood 2 elderly men clad in elegant attire, both radiating the aura of formidable cultivators. Within the hall, several high-ranking members of the Tai Su sect, having arrived upon hearing the news, displayed expressions of indignation, albeit tempered with restraint. "Elder Wanhai, it is good to see you well," said Yu Shuihan, suppressing his simmering anger and forcing a smile. Zhong Wanhai turned, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "Sect Master Yu, you have finally made your appearance. I am indeed well, but my sister is dead." At this, he directly inquired in a chilling tone, "Where is my sister's body?" Yu Shuihan gestured commandingly, "Bring Zhong Wanlin's body here." "Wait," Zhong Wanhai barked, his teeth clenched. "Who killed my sister? Bring the murderer to me. I will have him torn to shreds as a tribute to my sister." Upon hearing this, the smile on Yu Shuihan's face vanished instantly. "Elder Wanhai, this may prove somewhat complicated. I have made it abundantly clear in the communication jade slip. Your sister perished in the Battle of the Guishu, and neither side's friends nor family are permitted to pursue accountability." At these words, Zhong Wanhai's fury ignited. "Yu Shuihan, you are speaking nonsense. Why should our Tian Dao sect adhere to the so-called rules of the Guishu battle? I will ask you once more. Will you hand over the person responsible?" With this declaration, the high-ranking members of the Tai Su sect could no longer contain their outrage. It was one thing for the opponent to injure 2 of their guards. But now they were being insulted? How dare you disrespect our sect master? Zhong Wanhai, do you truly believe we would not dare to act against you? Do you think our Tai Su sect lacks the strength? Speak another insolent word, and you shall find us disregarding the etiquette of hospitality. Yu Shuihan took a deep breath, stifling his rising fury, and waved his hand at the others. The world of cultivation was inherently one of the strong prevailing over the weak. A sect leader of a lesser faction must bow before a more formidable power. While the Tian Dao sect may not entirely overshadow the Tai Su sect, their overall strength was significantly greater. Moreover, the Tai Su sect was already in the wrong. Yu Shuihan wished to avoid a complete rupture and unnecessary conflict. So for the sake of the greater good, he found himself swallowing his pride. Elder Wanhai, Wanlin's death stemmed from a personal vendetta. She was killed in a fair duel. Her demise was not something the Tai Su sect desired to witness. Ultimately, this is an internal conflict of our sect. I hope you will refrain from making unreasonable demands. I will not hand over the person responsible. Yu Shuihan unequivocally stated his position, clearly aiming to protect Chu Zhitian at all costs. Upon hearing this, a fierce and menacing expression crossed Zhong Wanhai's face. Very well. It seems the Tai Su sect wishes to declare war against our Tian Dao sect. With this proclamation, both Yu Shuihan and the high-ranking members of the Tai Su sect were momentarily taken aback. War? At this moment, an accompanying elder beside Zhong Wanhai spoke coldly. Master Yu, do not forget, your daughter is also within our Tian Dao sect. What does this imply? Yu Shuihan's body trembled. Zhong Wanhai sneered. Since my sister perished at your Tai Shu sect due to personal grudges, your daughter may likewise fall at my Tian Dao sect for the same reasons. Zhong Wanhai? My daughter is your wife. Yu Shuihan's expression darkened. Yet Zhong Wanhai burst into laughter, mockingly retorting, I have many wives and concubines. The death of one is inconsequential. He continued with an air of arrogance. I shall repeat myself. Hand over the murderer. Otherwise, I shall return and slay Yu Chaoxia. Then wage total war against the Tai Shu sect. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The murderer is me. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Accompanying this icy tone, everyone within the Tai Shu hall turned their gaze towards the entrance. Zhong Wanhai turned his head, a fierce murderous intent surfacing on his face. However, in the next second, upon recognizing the visitor, surprise washed over him, soon followed by a palpable desire and covetousness. Before him stood a woman with an extraordinarily beautiful visage and a figure that exuded elegance. She seemed to carry an air of languid charm. Zhong Wanhai appraised her, licking his lips and stroking his chin. So it is my sister-in-law? It has been years, little sister Chaolu. You have become ever more alluring. Yu Chaolu, what brings you here? Yu Shuihan immediately furrowed his brows and exclaimed softly. Isn't the Tian Dao sect seeking the murderer? Here I am. Yu Chaolu shot a cold glance at her sect master. At that moment, Bai Pengkuan, temporarily presiding over the White Tiger Peak, remarked nonchalantly. The true murderer is clearly Chu Zhitian. When did he become the master of Moon Peak? Chu Zhitian? Zhong Wanhai echoed the name coldly. Yu Chaolu, her expression impassive, stated. Chu Zhitian is my disciple. His actions are, of course, my responsibility as his mentor. If the Tian Dao sect seeks an explanation, then take me as the murderer and bring me back. As these words left her lips, Su Hongtu, also present, exhibited an awkward expression. As a fellow mentor, he knew he could never go to such lengths for his disciple. Nonsense. Withdraw. The death of Zhong Wanlin is an internal matter of my Taishu sect. There is no need to sacrifice you for an explanation to the Tian Dao sect. Typically calm and appearing affable, Yu Shuihan's tone grew stern as he reprimanded Yu Chaolu. What? Are you not afraid of the Tian Dao sect declaring total war on the Taishu sect? As the sect master, should you not consider the interests of the entire sect? Yu Chaolu scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm. Then I certainly do not require your assistance, Yu Shuihan said with a stern countenance. Hearing this, Yu Chaolu let out a derisive laugh. Assist you? I am merely aiding my sister. Just then, Zhong Wanhai's mocking voice rang out once more. The argument between the two was abruptly interrupted. Enough. Master Yu, if the Tai Su sect refuses to surrender the murderer known as Chu Zhitian, so be it. Since Sister Chaolu has volunteered to take the blame for her disciple, why not accommodate her? Hand her over to my Tian Dao sect. This matter shall be settled once and for all. As he spoke, Zhong Wanhai's gaze roamed unabashedly over Yu Chaolu, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, I shall not treat her as I would the murderer. I will take her as my 10th concubine and dote on her." His laughter echoed through the hall. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Tai Su sect displayed their indignation. Master Yu's plump face seemed to darken ominously. "Zhong Wanhai, you may leave. If Tiandao sect seeks war, the Tai Su sect shall oblige." Chapter 43. In 20 days, we will storm the Tiandao sect. Zhong Wanhai halted his laughter, his expression turning serious. "Yu Shuihan, are you certain? Do you truly believe your Tai Su sect can contend with us at Tiandao sect? Are you not afraid of becoming an eternal sinner for the Tai Su sect, ruining a millennium of legacy at your hands? Your youngest daughter remains unmarried, and despite her age, I would gladly take her as my bride. Would it not be better for both sisters to marry me and keep each other company?" His cold laughter was laced with threats. "No need," Yu Shuihan replied, his face a mask of determination. Yet, Yu Chaolu's voice cut through his words. "All right, I agree." The seemingly carefree and indifferent beauty, the Peak Master, cast a mocking glance at Yu Shuihan. "Master Yu, since you were willing to send your eldest daughter away for the sect in the past, what is the big deal about sending your youngest now? Why pretend to care for me? For the greater good, for the Tai Su sect, what is this small sacrifice worth? Is it not?" Upon hearing this, Yu Shuihan's somewhat rotund figure trembled slightly, his expression exceedingly complex. "Ha ha ha, Sister Chaolu, you must have long harbored feelings for me, haven't you? If so, then come with me." Zhong Wanhai's triumphant laughter rang out once more as he reached out to grasp Yu Chaolu's delicate chin. A charming smile blossomed on her face. Seemingly delighted and eager, yet her eyes flickered with resolve. "Are you in such a hurry? 20 days from now is an auspicious date. Why not allow me to bring my bridal gifts to you then?" "Oh." Zhong Wanhai raised an eyebrow. At that moment, 2 disciples carried an ice coffin, halting at the entrance of the Tai Su hall. It was none other than the body of Zhong Wanlin, now arrived. "Very well. I shall wait for you for 20 days. You had better not go back on your word or play any tricks. Otherwise, the formidable members of the Heavenly Blade sect shall undoubtedly lay waste to your Tai Su sect. Let us depart to the training chamber." As Chu Zhitian once again engaged in his breathing exercises, the spiritual energy in the vicinity was swiftly depleted. "He has absorbed it all. With the elevation of my cultivation level, the speed at which I refine spiritual energy has markedly increased. Initially, it took nearly an entire day and night to exhaust the spiritual mist in this place, yet now, it requires less than half a day. The celestial devouring body is indeed formidable. As my strength grows, the pace of spiritual energy refinement becomes increasingly astonishing. However, the pressing issue at present is the insufficiency of nutrients. My cultivation speed has noticeably slowed in recent days, undoubtedly due to the rise in my realm. Yet, the inadequate supply of spiritual energy is also a significant hindrance. Out of the 12 hours in a day, the time I can devote to intensive cultivation amounts to scarcely half a day. At my current level, I can still progress 1 realm per day. Beyond this point, however, I fear that even such advancement may become challenging. To reach the Yuaning stage, it will likely require several months. What shall I do if unforeseen circumstances arise in the interim? Yet, the current conditions of the Tai Su sect are confined to this. Chu Zhitian furrowed his brow in silence, feeling an intensified sense of urgency. At this moment, he had unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Hunyuan. He was but a hair's breadth away from entering the Jedon realm. Yet, this slender margin necessitates substantial accumulation. One must gather sufficient spiritual power in the Dantian, then compress and liquefy it, transforming it into a true liquid Dantian to achieve a breakthrough. At the present rate, the accumulation of spiritual power will require at least 4 to 5 more days. Moments later, as Chu Zhitian was about to leave the sect master's residence, an attendant from the sect's administrative hall approached him. "Elder Chu, you have emerged from seclusion?" The attendant inquired courteously. Currently, Chu Zhitian held the esteemed title of preparatory elder and had entered the council hall, thus his status was naturally extraordinary. Is there something amiss?" Chu Zhitian nodded, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "The sect master has issued a directive. If Elder Chu has emerged from seclusion, you are to proceed to the council hall to participate in the meeting," the attendant conveyed. "Very well, I understand. I shall go at once," Chu Zhitian replied, his expression turning serious. "Is the sect master convening a meeting? Has something occurred?" Upon arriving at the council hall, Chu Zhitian discovered it already filled to capacity. The Peak Masters, hall leaders, elders, and protectors were all present, aside from the 7 supreme elders and the sect master Yu Shuihan. Nearly everyone within the sect had gathered. Upon entering, Chu Zetian felt an array of piercing gazes fixated upon him, many of which were tinged with hostility, as if he were a sinner in their midst. "Zetian, come sit with me," called Moon Qiaolu, her expression flickering momentarily before she gestured warmly towards him. Chu Zetian nodded, making his way toward his enchanting master. At that moment, a mocking and sardonic laughter echoed through the air. "Moon Peak Master, have you really entangled yourself with this misfortune? Were it not for him, would you have humbly lowered yourself to become a concubine?" The words came from Bai Pengkuan, who temporarily held the position of Baihu Peak Master. Being a close cousin of Bai Pengjiu and a member of the Bai clan, he harbored deep animosity towards Chu Zetian, and he did not hesitate to mock him ruthlessly. "What? A concubine? What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Zetian's face flushed with anger upon hearing those words. He then turned to his master, Yu Qiaolu, and inquired, "Master, what has transpired?" Even in his naivety, he sensed that something had gone awry during his recent cultivation. "Nothing. Pay no heed to the ramblings of that Bai fellow. Come, sit," Yu Qiaolu replied with a smile. Her stunningly beautiful face bore no trace of disturbance, as if nothing had occurred. However, Chu Zetian remained unconvinced. He fixed his gaze on Bai Pengkuan, insisting, "Bai Peak Master, tell me, what exactly has happened?" Bai Pengkuan snorted coldly, "What has happened? You may as well ask your master. If it weren't for your troublemaking, why would our Tai Su sect suffer such humiliation?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zetian's brows knitted tightly together. Ultimately, it was the master of Xuanwu Peak, who had a good relationship with Yu Qiaolu, that recounted the events to Chu Zetian. After listening, Chu Zetian's expression turned grim, his fists clenched tightly. Tian Dao sect. Zhong Wanhai? So it was the people from Tian Dao sect who came earlier. It dawned on him that Yu Qiaolu had agreed to become Zhong Wanhai's concubine to shield him from blame and to prevent a war between Tian Dao sect and Tai Su sect. A surge of rage ignited within him, followed by an overwhelming sense of shame and guilt. Yu Qiaolu was now his master. How could he, as her disciple, bear to face the world knowing his master had been humiliated? "Master, I am deeply sorry. Rest assured." Chu Zetian stepped closer to Yu Qiaolu and took a deep breath. Yet before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by her. With a light laugh, she maintained her languid and casual demeanor. "What is there to apologize for? I have long grown weary of this Tai Su sect. I merely seized this opportunity to extricate myself from here. To be honest, I have long admired the Grand Elder of Tian Dao sect and voluntarily wished to be his concubine. You should congratulate me instead." Upon hearing this, Chu Zetian's expression froze, and he forced a strained smile. "Is that so?" Despite her seemingly carefree attitude, radiating with joy, he did not believe a single word of Yu Qiaolu's declaration. Chu Zetian was acutely aware that his beautiful master said this only to alleviate his guilt. Upon contemplating the humiliation inflicted upon the other, and in an effort to soothe herself, feigning a smile in front of her, Chu Zetian felt a surge of heart-wrenching pain and guilt within her soul. She admitted to being enamored with the venerable elder of the Tian Dao sect, yet she vaguely recalled that in her previous life, her visit to the Tian Dao sect was not born of admiration. Upon her return from that fateful journey, she was left battered and bruised, cradling the ashes of her sister. Yu Qiaoxia, in this lifetime, had her slaying of Zhong Wanlin brought such disgrace upon her master? If that were indeed the case, then she would annihilate the entire Tian Dao sect, thereby erasing this blight from existence. Within 20 days, she would ascend to the Yuaning stage and launch an assault on the Tian Dao sect. Chu Zetian silently vowed, her eyes gleaming with a fierce and cold light. Chapter 44. The request of Yu Qiaolu. After a brief moment, the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, finally arrived. At the instant he appeared, all beheld the fury and severity etched upon his countenance. Once silence enveloped the gathering, this esteemed leader of the Taishu sect spoke gravely. "Esteemed colleagues, calamity has struck. I have just received word that our subordinate, Jinhong City, was ambushed last night by the Night Palace. The defending disciples suffered countless casualties, and the elder in charge met a tragic end. Now, the city lies in devastation, with thousands of souls fallen prey to the wicked machinations of the Night Palace." His words sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. What does it mean when the roof leaks just as the rain falls? First, the pressure from the Tian Dao sect, and now the Night Palace had unleashed its chaos? At this moment, Yu Shuihan quelled the murmurs and continued with a commanding tone. "Jinhong City lies deep within our sect's territory. Should this small city fall into the hands of the Night Palace, it would be akin to a dagger plunged into our very heart. Therefore, we must reclaim Jinhong City and eliminate the marauding fiends. An elder rose to inquire, Sect leader, how many foes did the Night Palace send for this incursion? What is their strength? Yu Shuihan replied solemnly, according to intelligence from the War Affairs Hall. The leader among them is a formidable expert at the 3rd level of the Hunyuan stage. In addition to him, there are 8 innate masters, numerous acquired experts, and several hundred wicked disciples at the Zhoutian realm. At this point, he surveyed the assembly. For the sake of prudence, we require at least 2 Hunyuan experts to lead our Sect's forces in the effort to retake Jinhong City. Who among you is willing to embark on this mission? As his words fell, the hall erupted in discussion. Sect leader, I am willing to go. I shall venture to Jinhong City and slay the scoundrels of the Night Palace. My sword has thirsted for blood for far too long. In an instant, many within the assembly stepped forward, eager to volunteer. Seeing this, Yu Shuihan's expression softened with appreciation. Just as he raised his hand to signal for silence, another voice emerged. Sect leader, some have only recently become provisional elders, yet they have yet to prove their worth. And given their youth, they may struggle to command respect. I propose that Elder Chu lead the forces instead. The speaker was by Punkuan, the acting leader of the White Tiger Peak. Upon hearing these words, Yu Shuihan hesitated for a moment and turned to gaze at Chu Zhitian. He noticed Chu Zhitian casting a meaningful glance at Bai Punkuan before rising to his feet and clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Zhongzhu, Bai Fengzhu speaks the truth. I am willing to journey to Jinhong City to eradicate the wicked cultivators of the Dark Night Palace, reclaiming the city for our sect. In honor of our fallen comrades. He had been troubled by the limitations imposed on his cultivation due to the sect's constraints. Now, was this not an opportunity? Furthermore, this mission involved defeating enemies, and through combat, one could grow stronger. Moreover, Jinhong City held significance for him. It was near the mountains where the life-saving talisman he sought for Yeya was located. There existed a secret realm known as the Golden Cicada, within which lay not only the chance for a breakthrough to the Yuaning realm, but also a pair of fateful golden cicada goo. This goo could connect the life sources of 2 individuals, unless one was utterly obliterated. As long as one remained alive, the other would not perish. Securing this fateful golden cicada goo would allow him and Yeya to be bound by fate. Chu Zhitian mused inwardly, feeling no reluctance about the expedition to Jinhong City. Excellent. Since you possess such courage, I shall await your triumphant return with great anticipation. During your absence, I will bring your daughter to the Zhongzhu mansion, where I will personally ensure her safety. You may venture forth with peace of mind and act freely. Yu Shuihan expressed with relief. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhitian felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. His greatest concern had always been Yeya. The Zhongzhu's words resonated deeply within him. Then as your master, I shall lead the Zhuke army to accompany Zhitian on this journey. Consider it a final contribution to the sect before my marriage into the Tiandao sect. At that moment, Yu Chaolu also rose, her tone indifferent. As her words hung in the air, Yu Shuihan regarded her with a gaze that reflected a myriad of complex emotions before finally nodding in agreement. Very well, you shall take command of this mission, with Zhitian supporting you. Exercise caution at Zhuke Peak. Upon returning to the Peak Master's residence, Yu Chaolu, for reasons unknown, dismissed all others from the premises. At this moment, Chu Zhitian, who had accompanied her back, mentally prepared himself to articulate a multitude of thoughts to his beautiful master. He had many inquiries regarding her impending marriage into the Tiandao sect as a concubine, which he felt compelled to clarify. Master, yet, just as he began to speak, 2 slender fingers, akin to jade shoots, swiftly halted his words. Do not speak. Come inside with me. In the next instant, Yu Chaolu grasped Chu Zhitian's hand and led him toward her bedroom. Master, what is this? Chu Zhitian was momentarily taken aback, his steps faltering. Even from a distance, he could catch the alluring fragrance wafting from her chamber. At that moment, an unusual sensation stirred within him, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. I have encountered some obstacles in my cultivation. Could you assist me as you did last time? Yu Chaolu glanced back at him, her voice imbued with a melancholic tone. Upon her exquisite visage, an ephemeral shadow of frailty seemed to manifest. Hearing her words, Chu Zhitian's expression turned grave. He dared not linger any longer. He inwardly berated himself. How could he have indulged in such fanciful thoughts? He promptly followed Yu Chaolu into the room. It turned out that his master had encountered a mishap in her cultivation. How foolish he had been. Upon entering the room, at Yu Chaolu's behest, he sat beside her on the bed. Master, where did you err? suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. Chu Zetian inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, Yu Chaolu regarded him, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she found his concern rather amusing. Chu Zetian, it would be wise for you to refrain from addressing me as your master. Since your arrival at Zhuke Peak, I have imparted no teachings to you. Your strength has surpassed mine, and you have yet to undergo the formal master-disciple ceremony. Thus, the title of master seems rather absurd. As she spoke, she gazed at Chu Zetian with an enigmatic look, continuing, moreover, I am soon to wed into the Tiandao sect, making it impossible for me to be your master thereafter. Chu Zetian immediately replied with earnestness, rest assured, Master, I shall never allow you to marry into the Tiandao sect and endure such a profound humiliation. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu erupted into a fit of delicate laughter, her expression teasing. How do you know this would be a humiliation for me? Did I not tell you it was my choice? As she spoke, she extended a graceful finger, lifting Chu Zetian's chin and teasingly asked, Are you jealous, perhaps? His face flushed crimson in an instant as he hastily denied. The disciple dares not. Master, you jest. From this moment forth, I am no longer your master. With a light scoff, Yu Chaolu tilted his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. The next moment, her tone turned seductive as she inquired, Am I beautiful? Beautiful. Chu Zetian's throat tightened as he spoke sincerely. Then he averted his gaze. Master, what indeed went awry? May I assist you? Yu Chaolu chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Do you recall the last time I drained your spiritual energy? It allowed me to break through to a minor realm. Tell me, if we were to cultivate together, would it not benefit me even more? As she spoke, her delicate hand caressed, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him as she asked, Zetian, would you be willing to help me? In that instant, Chu Zetian was struck by a profound tremor. The soft allure she exuded sent his blood racing as if it were on the verge of boiling over. Chapter 45. Master, do not do this. Such a captivating and uniquely distinguished temptress wielded an allure that was utterly lethal. Moreover, Chu Zetian harbored a remarkably complex array of emotions towards her. His breath quickened, and as he beheld the enchanting Yu Chaolu before him, he swallowed hard. The inner restraint he felt was perilously on the verge of collapse. Yet, in the next moment, he discerned an unwavering determination in the other's gaze. It was this very resolve that jolted him back to clarity. Swiftly, Chu Zetian seized the wrist of Yu Chaolu, gently moving her delicate hand aside. A disciple must not. However, Yu Chaolu was relentless. What master? Did I not make it clear? I am no longer your master. Why must a grown man be so coy? Do you prefer to be passive? Very well, I shall indulge you. As she spoke, she even attempted to push Chu Zetian onto the bed. Chu Zetian bit his tongue, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Master, he exclaimed, grasping Yu Chaolu's shoulders, his expression grave and earnest. Then, with a shift in tone, he continued, I understand your thoughts. You do not wish to give an advantage to Zhong Wanhai. So before marrying into the Heavenly Blade sect, you would rather bestow your purity upon me, correct? At these words, Yu Chaolu's body stiffened. The alluring expression on her face faltered momentarily. Yet, almost instantly, she scoffed, her tone provocative. Do not flatter yourself. I have stated that I willingly become Zhong Wanhai's concubine. As for you, I, Yu Chaolu, am inherently unrestrained, and I simply wish to savor this tender grass. Is that so wrong? Besides, cultivating with you would be immensely beneficial for me. Why would I not seize this opportunity? With a hint of melancholy, she inquired, You little rascal, do you think I am old? Chu Zetian quickly shook his head. Master, you are in the prime of your beauty. It's just, then cease your prattle. Lie down obediently. Yu Chaolu commanded sharply, her tone reminiscent of a queen's decree. Under her sternness, the temptation intensified. Yet, Chu Zetian swiftly leapt down from the bed. Master, I apologize. I cannot comply. His expression was exceedingly serious, his voice resonant and resolute. You truly need not subject yourself to such despair. I swear, within 20 days, I will resolve this crisis for you. When the time comes, I shall accompany you to the Heavenly Blade sect. As long as you are unwilling, I assure you, no one can force you into anything. Otherwise, do not speak of Zhong Wanhai. I would level the entire Heavenly Blade sect to make it known that my master, Chu Zetian's master, is not to be humiliated. Please trust me. Upon hearing these words, the expressions on Yu Chaolu's face shifted successively. That disciple shall take his leave now. Without waiting for her to utter another word, Chu Zetian fled the room as if escaping. Yu Chaolu watched his flustered retreat and burst into laughter. Am I truly that terrifying? Do you fear I might devour you? You ran swiftly, otherwise. You would witness how I would train you. As she spoke, a charming blush adorned her exquisite face, as if it could drip with water. In that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Reflecting on her earlier flamboyance and madness, Yu Chaolu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as she regained her composure. It was only after summoning all her courage that she decided to marry into the Tian Dao sect, bestowing herself upon Chu Zhitian. How could this rascal manage to restrain himself? Oomph. It is nothing short of an affront to my allure. After departing from the Peak Masteress residence, Chu Zhitian found it difficult to quell his emotions for a long while. To speak candidly, the beautiful master is indeed a rare gem. Had he not caught a glimpse of the resolute glimmer deep within her eyes, he might have succumbed to temptation moments ago. With great effort, Chu Zhitian finally subdued the tumult within him. At this moment, he arrived at Miao Yuming's dwelling. Ye and her little master uncle shared a delightful camaraderie, leading Chu Zhitian to bring Ye along for her temporary care before his daily cultivation at the sect leader's residence. As he pushed open the door, he beheld Miao Yuming languidly reclined upon the lawn, munching on a vibrant green cucumber. Each time he encountered this junior sister, it seemed her mouth was never idle. Meanwhile, Ye was engaged in a series of peculiar movements within the courtyard, diligently practicing the 36 techniques of body arts. The little one's motions appeared somewhat clumsy, yet endearingly earnest. Her small face glistened with beads of sweat, revealing her exhaustion, yet she persevered with determination. At that moment, as Chu Zhitian observed his daughter, a sudden change washed over his expression. What was happening with Ye? From a distance, he noticed that a mysterious, multicolored radiance flickered around her. How astonishing! Could this be the Lingxi celestial body? Chu Zhitian's heart raced with astonishment. Little master uncle, why aren't you practicing? Come join Ye in her training. If we all become stronger, we can help Daddy fend off the bad guys. Ye urged, seizing a brief pause to catch her breath, adopting an air of maturity. Upon hearing her words, Miao Yuming rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh, so our training is solely for the purpose of assisting your father, is it? Fine, fine. Your master uncle shall accompany you, she replied lazily, taking another bite of her cucumber, her words muffled. Ah, I am truly defeated by this little one. At such a tender age, she trains with such fervor. Must it be this intense? I never imagined that one day I would be urged by a 6-year-old. Just then, Miao Yuming noticed the peculiar glow surrounding Ye. Her doll-like face was filled with astonishment. What is this glow? You're not a firefly, are you? Ye, oblivious to the unusual phenomenon, gazed back with a naive expression, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then, blinking her large eyes, she asked, Little master uncle, are you trying to be lazy? Are you intentionally changing the subject? Miao Yuming, upon hearing this, felt a surge of annoyance. Really? In this girl's eyes, is her little master uncle perceived as so indolent? Just then, Ye shook her little head, about to say something, when she suddenly spotted Chu Zhitian. Daddy! The little one's eyes sparkled with delight as she rushed into her father's embrace. The ungrateful little girl. Miao Yuming muttered with a hint of jealousy. Chu Zhitian scooped Ye into his arms. The look in his eyes held not only affection but also a touch of astonishment. My precious, you are actually a Lingxi celestial body. Chu Zhitian remained outwardly composed, yet internally, he was in a state of constant astonishment. The Lingxi celestial body is an exceedingly rare constitution. As a kind of celestial body, its potential and talent are surpassed only by the divine body and the holy body. In his previous life, Chu Zhitian had delved into the ancient realms of gods and demons and discovered an ancient tome that introduced him to the existence of the Lingxi celestial body. This constitution, apart from its formidable cultivation talent, harbors a hidden trait, fortune. Each Lingxi celestial body can be regarded as a child of destiny. They are inherently favored by the heavens, effortlessly encountering fortuitous opportunities or turning peril into safety. My Ye is indeed a Lingxi body? What a little fortunate one. By the way, I recall in my previous life, Ye occasionally unearthed treasures within the sect. Once, while digging for sweet potatoes, she even discovered a celestial herb. It seems this is all due to her Lingxi celestial body. Yet in my past life, each time she found something valuable, it was snatched away by that little rascal, Chu Kongqing. As her father, I was also indifferent to her. Reflecting on this, Chu Zhitian felt an urge to slap himself twice. Little junior brother, why is your face so red? Hee, are you shy seeing the little senior sister? At this moment, Miao Yuming, playfully carrying a cucumber, teased him with a mischievous grin adorning her doll-like face. Chu Zhitian was sweating profusely, I was just in a hurry on the road. He certainly could not divulge to Miao Yumeng that he was tempted by his master. Could he? Oh, is that so? Would you like a cucumber? Miao Yumeng nodded and then offered the cucumber she held to Chu Zhitian. Every time they met, this little senior sister was particularly warm and charming. In the following moments, Chu Zhitian and his daughter, Ye, shared a lunch at Miao Yumeng's place. However, it was Chu Zhitian who took charge of the cooking, as Miao Yumeng was not skilled in that regard. Little senior sister, my master and I will be heading to Jinhong City in the coming days. During this period, the sect master will take care of Ye at the sect master's residence. If you and a few senior brothers have time, could you please visit during the day and keep my daughter company? I fear Ye may not adapt well there. After all, she is most familiar with you. During the meal, Chu Zhitian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, made an unwelcome request. Upon hearing this, Ye's small face immediately clouded with disappointment. Was her father going to leave her again? However, the little one, displaying remarkable maturity, refrained from crying or throwing a tantrum, instead fixing her large, expressive eyes on her father, as if trying to imprint his image in her memory. Meanwhile, Miao Yumeng confidently declared, "Fear not, I shall take care of everything, senior sister. I miss that little girl terribly when I don't see her for just a day." With a shift in her tone, she inquired, "So when do you plan to depart?" "Perhaps this afternoon," Chu Zhitian replied gravely. "Jinhong City has been overrun by the nefarious forces of the Dark Knight Palace. Every moment counts, and we cannot afford to delay. Oh, you and the master must exercise utmost caution. Once we finish our meal, I will prepare something for you," Miao Yumeng responded, nodding playfully to lighten the mood of impending separation. Yet, Ye's face was filled with reluctance, tugging at the heartstrings. Witnessing his daughter's sorrow, Chu Zhitian profoundly grasped the meaning of attachment. He nearly considered bringing the little one along, but, recognizing the perilous unknown ahead and his need to delve into the golden cicada's secret realm, he steeled his resolve. "My dear, wait for your father to return. Once I procure the golden cicada's life-linked insect, our fates shall intertwine," he vowed silently, his gaze resolute. After the meal, he expected Miao Yumeng to present him with some protective talisman, but instead, she gifted him a bag brimming with dried meat. Chu Zhitian accepted it with a wry smile and began his preparations for departure. Meanwhile, Yu Chaolu was not idle either. In a short span, she summoned 5,000 soldiers from the Zhuge army. Time was of the essence. That evening, under Yu Chaolu's command, with Chu Zhitian as her deputy, the Zhuge Peak's grand army set forth towards Jinhong City. Accompanying them was Zhang Dalai, the chief disciple of Zhuge Peak. On another front, at Chongqing Courtyard, Chu Zhitian had indeed fallen into their trap and was en route to Jinhong City. A sinister smile crept across by Chongqing's lips. Excellent. A glint of cunning satisfaction sparkled in Ji Yinlian's eyes. As for Yu Chaolu, if she lacked the foresight, she would meet her demise in Jinhong City. It would merely be her fate. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and the next moment, a chilling, malevolent grin spread across their faces, gradually intensifying. Chu Zhitian was undoubtedly walking into a death trap. As a formidable army of cultivators, the Zhuge Peak marched with over 5,000 troops, covering 800 miles in a single night. The journey was uneventful and safe. The following day, at dawn, a towering city wall, reaching a height of 100 meters, loomed into view. In the realm of cultivation, even though Jinhong City was merely a small town, it remained impressively grand and magnificent. Yu Chaolu, riding a fiery red unicorn beast, gazed intently towards the city. In the next moment, she issued her command. "Cease the march and rest in place." At this moment, Chu Zhitian's expression shifted slightly. Due to the sensitivity of his blood wheel eye to the essence of flesh and blood, even from over 20 miles away from Jinhong City, he sensed a trace of sanguine energy permeating the air. This subtle essence was drawn into his blood wheel eye, and soon thereafter, a continuous surge of warmth coursed through his body, incrementally enhancing his physical form. It appeared that within Jinhong City, indeed, life was in dire straits. Here, even the blood wheel eye could absorb fragments of flesh and blood essence. The dark practitioners of the Night Palace bore grave sins, Chu Zhitian mused. Simultaneously, he pondered, if the city were strewn with corpses, how much more flesh and blood essence could his blood will eye absorb upon entering the city? With that thought, a latent thirst for blood stirred within him. Gazing at the small city, his eyes glimmered with anticipation. "Delay, Zhitian. As we march to this point, have you noticed anything amiss?" Yu Chaolu summoned the two disciples, her expression grave. However, when her gaze flickered towards Chu Zhitian, An unusual glimmer shone in her eyes. Faced with the beauty of his master, Chu Zetian felt a twinge of awkwardness. Recalling their encounter the previous day, he could not help but feel a ripple of emotions. "I have noticed," Delay, with his honest demeanor, spoke up. "Normally, Jinhong City is under the control of the Night Palace, and there should be sentinels guarding the route. Yet, we have advanced this far without encountering any members of the Night Palace." Chu Zetian nodded in agreement. Indeed, something feels off. Could it be that the dark practitioners of the Night Palace have encountered some unforeseen trouble? Report. At that moment, a scouting disciple returned with news. Reporting to the commander, "We have discovered numerous corpses of the dark practitioners of the Night Palace within a radius of several dozen miles from Jinhong City. Additionally, there are a few corpses of the blood robe individuals, though their numbers are scant." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yu Chaolu, Chu Zetian, and Delay stiffened. Blood robes? Yu Chaolu furrowed her brow. Could it be that someone has acted against the dark practitioners of the Night Palace before us? Chu Zetian and Delay's expressions also tightened. This was not necessarily a good omen. The enemy of our enemy is not always a friend. Who were these blood robe individuals, and what were their intentions? Their presence complicated matters further. Boom. At that moment, Chu Zetian vaguely heard a thunderous roar emanating from the direction of Jinhong City. Following that, a wave of spiritual energy resonated. Yu Chaolu and Delay clearly heard it as well. In an instant, the three exchanged glances. Was there a battle occurring within the city? Delay. You remain here and hold the fort. Do not act recklessly. Zetian and I will advance into the city to investigate. As the moonlight glistened, Zhualu pondered for a few moments before swiftly deciding. Within the city, once a vibrant settlement of 600,000 inhabitants, the town now appeared desolate. Corpses lay strewn across the streets and alleys, while a pungent stench of blood, coupled with an air of despair and resentment, enveloped the entire city. In the heart of the city, on a stone square, a band of crimson-clad warriors engaged in fierce combat against the malevolent cultivators of the Dark Night Palace. Each of these warriors possessed a lithe and graceful form, occasionally emitting sharp battle cries that revealed their feminine essence. Yet, their prowess was formidable, having already felled numerous adversaries from the Dark Night Palace. At the most tumultuous front of the battle stood a striking woman in blood-red attire, single-handedly facing off against four formidable foes from the Dark Night Palace. Her beauty was otherworldly, and her strikes were both cunning and ruthless, shrouded as she was in a swirling mass of dark magic. With overwhelming strength, she relentlessly pressed the attack against her four opponents. "Yilingmei, you treacherous wretch! Today, this golden rainbow city shall be your grave," roared one of the opponents, a long-haired man of the third layer of the primordial realm. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a congenital master beside him fell victim to the blade of the crimson-clad woman, his head severed cleanly. "The ones who shall perish are you, you sycophants of the evil ancestors. I am the true bearer of the Dark Knight Demon's legacy. While you willingly serve that ancient hag, you deserve death," the woman declared, her voice cold and sharp. With renewed ferocity, the battle raged on, and soon the last two congenital subordinates of the long-haired man also succumbed to her blade. He, the protector of the Dark Knight, was now grievously wounded. The might of the crimson-clad woman was indeed formidable. "Three great witches, what are you waiting for? If you do not assist me now, this demoness will surely flee once I am defeated," the long-haired man cried out in a panic. At that moment, Chu Zetian and Yu Chaolu, having infiltrated the city, observed the unfolding scene from a distance. Upon witnessing the breathtaking yet sinister figure, Chu Zetian instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze revealing a complex array of emotions. "Yilingmei, it is you." Chapter 47. Where will the foolish woman run? Now within the city, Chu Zetian felt the abundant essence of flesh and blood being absorbed continuously by his blood wheel eye. His physical strength was increasing at an unprecedented rate. Yet, his thoughts could not linger on this development. All his attention was fixated on the woman in crimson. He had not anticipated encountering Yilingmei in such a manner here. Meanwhile, within a dilapidated tavern in the city, three great witches of the Dark Night Palace lay in hiding, initially poised to act. Their faces now bore an expression of profound gloom. "What nonsense is that fool with long hair barking about?" exclaimed a gaunt figure clad in black robes, his tone laced with irritation. "What shall we do now? Our target is not the night cold charm. With that imbecile's outburst, have we not exposed ourselves?" inquired another, a towering man resembling a colossus, directing his question toward the aged figure in the center. This individual appeared exceedingly ancient, his skin wrinkled like the bark of an aged tree. Encountering him in the dead of night was akin to confronting a malevolent spirit. The elder sorcerer, known as the Kangwei, after a moment of contemplation, spoke in a chilling tone. Our only recourse is to resolve this swiftly. The forces of the Taishu sect are encamped 20 miles beyond the city. However, their objective has yet to breach the city walls. Thus, our sole option is to eliminate the night cold charm before she manifests. Let us act. With a low command, the trio leaped from the tavern, charging toward the direction of night cold charm. Boom. Along their path, the Titan wielded a massive hammer, shattering a blood-soaked figure of a dark night holy maiden. Meanwhile, the gaunt figure's claws crushed the skull of another blood-clad woman with ease. As the three sorcerers advanced with alarming speed, Night Cold Charm, who had initially held a position of overwhelming advantage, suddenly felt a foreboding sense of danger. Turning her head, her pupils dilated in shock. A triumphant, sinister grin spread across the face of the long-haired guardian, as he exulted, "At last, the hour of your demise has come, Night Cold Charm." Ha! A surge of murderous intent coursed through Night Cold Charm as she gathered her spiritual energy, brandishing her sword toward the long-haired guardian. It was evident that she had invoked a particular martial technique, seeking to eliminate him before the three sorcerers could intervene. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, a jet-black poison dart hurtled toward her throat. Night Cold Charm's expression hardened as she cast a reluctant glance at the long-haired guardian, redirecting her attack. Clang! She deflected the dart but stumbled back, a muffled groan escaping her lips, her hand gripping the sword trembling. Realizing the peril she faced, she attempted to retreat, only to find a diminutive figure sealing off her escape with astonishing speed. The sorcerer, known as Poison Monkey, at the first level of Dan formation. From another direction loomed the towering figure, the sorcerer, known as Black Mountain, also at the first level of Dan formation. And charging toward her was none other than the elder sorcerer Kingwei, at the second level of Dan formation. Damn it! How can a mere Jinhong city harbor three sorcerers? Did the Night Palace anticipate my vengeance? This should not be. Night Cold Charm cursed inwardly. In the next instant, a fierce and frenzied expression surfaced upon her enchanting face. Buzz! Instantly, a terrifying aura began to emanate from her being. An ominous black mist enveloped her, swirling violently and growing denser by the moment. Her eyes transformed into a beguiling shade of purple. In an instant, her strength surged from the 9th layer of primordial unity to the 1st layer of core formation. Clearly, facing a dire crisis, Yi Lingmei had resorted to some forbidden technique, enabling her power to rise dramatically in an instant. The shadow of the demon god? Upon witnessing this, Song Gui's pupils constricted. Soon after, a scornful expression crossed his face. This change would alter nothing. Dark Knight Saintus, you traitor, prepare to meet your doom. With a fierce shout, Song Gui launched his attack. The Poison Monkey and Black Mountain were equally relentless. The three formidable core formation experts simultaneously descended upon Yi Lingmei. Boom! Black Mountain's hammer came crashing down, barely evaded by Yi Lingmei. The impact left a massive pit in the ground, shaking the entire street. Song Gui slashed with his sword, but Yi Lingmei parried with her own. The residual force from their clash collapsed a nearby low building. The terrifying nature of battle among core formation experts was evident. The Poison Monkey seized the opportunity, its claws sinking into Yi Lingmei's back. Flesh tore away, blood gushing forth. He cackled triumphantly. Dark Knight Saintus, how does it feel? Faced with the onslaught of the three core formation sorcerers, Yi Lingmei found herself at a disadvantage, sustaining injuries. The situation was perilous. From a distance, Chu Zhitian and Yu Zhaolu watched, expressions of uncertainty etched on their faces. The Dark Knight Palace had managed to ambush three core formation sorcerers in Jinhong City? Yu Zhaolu exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Zhitian narrowed his eyes, sensing an underlying conspiracy. He could tell that the three sorcerers had not intended to strike initially. Even when the long-haired man found himself cornered, they remained unmoving, clearly not wishing to reveal themselves. This indicated that their target was not Yi Lingmei. But what were they truly after? In the next moment, a chilling realization struck him, and his gaze sharpened. Could it be that they were after me? If that is the case, then I shall comply with your wishes. Observing Yi Lingmei in a dire predicament, Chu Zhitian wasted no time. Master, you deal with that primordial expert. I will assist the woman, he urged Yu Zhaolu. The long-haired man had already been gravely injured by Yi Lingmei and was merely at the 3rd layer of primordial unity. Yu Zhaolu should be more than capable of handling him without risk. No, they are 3 core formation experts. How could you? Yu Zhaolu interjected hastily. Buzz. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a powerful aura emanated from Chu Zhitian. The peak of the 9th layer of primordial unity? That cannot be allowed. Yu Zhaolu's eyes widened in shock. Chu Zhitian's strength had once again transcended her understanding. In just a few days, she had ascended from the 2nd level of the primordial realm to the pinnacle of the 9th. Yet, even this formidable power was insufficient when faced with a golden core cultivator. Rest assured, Master, though I stand at the peak of the 9th level of the primordial realm, my true combat prowess rivals that of a golden core practitioner. I embark on this journey to save others. Even if I cannot prevail, I can still ensure my own survival. Chu Zhitian's voice resonated with confidence and calm. With that, she surged toward the battlefield where Yi Lengmei and the 3 great witches clashed. At that moment, Yi Lengmei realized her imminent demise and relinquished any thoughts of continuing the battle. Enduring a blow from Heishan, she leveraged the impact to break free from the encirclement of her adversaries. She then fled at full speed toward the western part of the city, inadvertently distancing herself further from Chu Zhitian. Foolish woman, where do you think you're running? Chu Zhitian's heart raced with urgency upon witnessing this. If she did not reach Yi Lengmei in time, the latter would surely perish. Chapter 48. The unappreciative demoness. As Yi Lengmei fled, the 3 figures relentlessly pursued her. A silhouette appeared 1,000 meters away, rapidly closing in on the 4. The speed of this figure seemed to increase with each passing moment. In the midst of the chase, Chu Zhitian witnessed the streets and alleys of Jinhong City strewn with corpses. Among them lay the bodies of the city's residents, those who had once defended the area as disciples of the Taisu sect, as well as the fallen minions of the Dark Knight Palace. The time of death for these corpses was less than 3 days. They had not yet decayed, their essence still intact. Streams of flesh and blood essence were continuously absorbed by the Bloodwheel Eye. When calculating his strength in terms of a single punch, it was approximately 100,000 pounds at the moment of his body's reconstruction. After vanquishing Murong Ling, Bai Yifei, and Zhong Wanlin, his strength escalated to 180,000 pounds. Since entering Jinhong City, his physical prowess had been surging at an astonishing rate. 190,000 pounds, 200,000 pounds, 24,000 pounds. Hurry, faster! As she beheld the 3 great witches drawing ever closer to Yi Lengmei, Chu Zhitian felt an increasing sense of urgency. The speed of a golden core cultivator was akin to a tempest. Within mere breaths, Yi Lengmei and the 3 witches had reached the outskirts of Jinhong City. Finally, under the strain of high-intensity exertion, Yi Lengmei, already wounded, began to falter. Her speed diminished. With this shift, the 3 witches swiftly closed the gap. In the blink of an eye, they were within striking distance. Song Gui snorted coldly and unleashed a palm strike towards Yi Lengmei from afar. A shadow of his palm surged forward, crashing into her back with tremendous force. Boom! In the next instant, it slammed into Yi Lengmei, causing her to cough up blood as she collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the elevation gained from her forbidden techniques began to wane, leaving her aura increasingly weak and feeble. After a successful strike, a sinister smile crept across the face of the Tsangui. With a few quick leaps, he approached Yi Lengmei, followed closely by the poison monkey and Heishan. Their gazes fixed on Yi Lengmei as if she were merely a corpse. Yi Lengmei, after betraying the Dark Knight Palace and fleeing far away, dares to launch sneak attacks in revenge. Truly, you have chosen not to tread the path to heaven, yet you have barged through the gates of hell. A chilling grin spread across Zhang Gui's gnarled face. What unfortunate luck. However, it is quite curious that the 3 of you, mighty sorcerers, are lurking in such a small town. I wonder what your intentions are. Yi Lengmei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly inquired. The dead need not know so much, Zhang Gui replied ominously. In the next moment, he raised his sword, aiming for Yi Lengmei's heart. They needed to swiftly eliminate her so they could continue to conceal themselves, waiting for their true target to walk right into their trap. Suddenly, a streak of sword light appeared, slicing towards Zhang Gui. The spiritual power contained within this sword light was not particularly terrifying, yet its overall might was comparable to that of a core formation expert. It was evident that the one who unleashed this sword light possessed formidable physical strength. Zhang Gui, not daring to be careless, swiftly raised his sword to counter the attack. Boom! The sword light dissipated, but the residual force caused all 3 to stagger backward. Immediately afterward, a figure dashed forward in the blink of an eye, landing firmly in front of Yi Lengmei. 3 old fools, Bullying a frail woman, is that truly honorable? Chu Zhetian spoke in a low tone, casting a cold glare at the three great sorcerers of the Dark Night Palace. He then turned to Yi Longmei, relieved to see her alive. Regardless of the circumstances, she was ultimately the mother of Yu Yu. Chu Zhetian could not stand idly by. It's you? Upon recognizing the distinctly defined features of the man before her, Yi Longmei exclaimed in surprise. A moment later, she chuckled and shook her head, saying, "What? The waist I once toyed with in my palm all those years ago wishes to play the hero today? I fear you are even less capable than I. This supposedly weak woman. Best be gone. I do not require your assistance." It was evident that Yi Longmei held Chu Zhetian in disdain. 7 years prior, she had imprisoned him, playing with him at her whim, tormenting him for 3 days and nights. His strength was utterly inferior to hers. Yet now, he seemed to have made some progress. However, against 3 core formation experts, he would likely prove insufficient. Chu Zhetian remained unfazed by her words, still wielding the Yulong sword, standing resolutely before her. Many have looked down upon themselves. What makes you, Yi Longmei, so special? Though she was no saint, she was nonetheless the mother of his child. The humiliation you inflicted upon me 7 years ago, I shall settle with you in due time. However, for now, let us ensure your survival first. I will hold them off. You must flee swiftly. Chu Zhetian spoke in a deep voice. You? Yi Longmei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that this man was still willing to sacrifice himself for her. Why risk your life to save me? Have you perhaps developed feelings for this saintess after enduring my torment in the past? Yi Longmei scoffed, her gaze turning somewhat complex. I command you to leave at once. Chu Zhetian, filled with anger, scolded her harshly. Just then, a shadowy claw lunged toward them. Without further ado, Chu Zhetian focused intently to confront the threat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the sword of cracking void met the claw blade of the poison monkey. The poison monkey, at the first level of the foundation establishment stage, was actually forced back a step. This revelation brought a look of astonishment to the opponent's face. Although Chu Zhetian's spiritual energy fluctuation clearly indicated he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Hunyuan stage, his physical prowess was remarkably formidable, combined with a quality of spiritual energy that surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. In a single exchange, he had managed to achieve a stalemate with the first-level foundation establishment poison monkey. He truly possesses some strength? Then you hold your ground. I shall take my leave. A flicker of surprise flashed in Yi Longmei's eyes. Immediately, she rose and swiftly retreated. It was evident that this demoness of the Dark Night Palace had no intention of exhibiting any loyalty to Chu Zhetian, nor would she be moved to solidarity by his act of heroism. Upon witnessing her opportunity to escape, the 3 from Kange merely exchanged glances, refraining from pursuit. Their intense murderous intent was fully directed at Chu Zhetian. Chu Zhetian? A smirk of mockery appeared on Sangui's face as he inquired ominously. The gazes of the poison monkey and Heishan also turned exceedingly playful. It seems the fish has willingly swum into the net, effortlessly. Sensing their eyes upon him, Chu Zhetian felt a stir within. You seek me as your target? Kangwei replied with a sinister smile. What are you asking so much for? You are destined to die anyway. Chu Zhetian raised an eyebrow, his mind racing. 3 formidable foundation establishment experts lying in ambush in Jinhong City, simply to eliminate me? Could the Dark Night Palace's assault on Jinhong City be a trap? Is it all aimed at me? He swiftly pieced together the sequence of events and made a conjecture. However, Chu Zhetian had no expectations of drawing any information from their lips. At this moment, he was primarily focused on buying time. Being near Jinhong City, the blood wheel eye continued ravenously absorbing the essence of flesh and blood. Chu Zhetian's physical strength was growing stronger by the second. He even sensed a subtle hint of a breakthrough in his physical form. Chapter 49. A breakthrough in physical strength. However, the 3 foundation establishment sorcerers of the Dark Night Palace granted Chu Zhetian little time. In the next moment, Kangwei made his move directly. The poison monkey and Black Mountain launched a direct assault on Chu Zhetian. Cursing under his breath, Chu Zhetian had no choice but to respond with all his might. The clashing of weapons resonated incessantly in the air, while the terrifying aftermath of their battle rendered the surrounding area barren. From the moment hostilities broke out, Chu Zhetian found himself at a disadvantage. Despite his formidable physique and the spiritual energy cultivated through his divine techniques, which placed him above ordinary cultivators, he was ultimately outmatched by the significant gap in realms between him and his 3 adversaries. It was only through his robust physical strength and the battle experience honed through numerous life and death encounters in his past life that he managed to hold on. Truly, he was the foremost genius of the Taishu sect. With his pinnacle of the 9th layer of Hunyuan, he was able to endure against us for such a duration. Black Mountain remarked with a hint of astonishment. Endure? I might just turn the tables on you, if you dare to believe it. Though Chu Zetian appeared to be struggling. His eyes burned with fierce combat spirit, even displaying a hint of exhilaration. This kind of battle invigorated him, instilling a sense of growing courage with each clash. The continuous influx of vitality fortified his resolve. Despite being besieged by 3 formidable Golden Core experts, he held his ground, preventing them from breaking through. This boy is unusual. Go all out and eliminate him quickly. After exchanging 30 blows, Song Gue suddenly sensed something amiss and shouted urgently. He then channeled his spiritual energy into his sword, evidently preparing for a decisive strike. This young man's strength seems to be steadily rising. Poison Monkey's expression shifted, his claw blade radiating dark light. Growing stronger in battle? Black Mountain exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, he paused with his dual hammers, beginning to gather power as well. But just at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chu Zetian's entire being erupted in a dazzling blood light, a manifestation of his physical breakthrough, causing his internal vitality to overflow uncontrollably. Simultaneously, his skin took on a metallic sheen, appearing as lustrous as jade yet remarkably resilient. In that moment, Chu Zetian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, infused with joy and excitement. My instincts were indeed correct. I have truly broken through in my physical cultivation. In this world, true physical cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns, leaving many without a clear understanding of the physical realm. However, having traversed numerous perilous areas and forbidden zones in 2 lifetimes, Chu Zetian held a modicum of knowledge on the subject. Just like Qi cultivation, physical cultivation is divided into 14 major realms, from the lowest to the highest. They are horizontal training, tiger suppression, 10,000 June, golden body, shattering mountain, earthquaking, sky shattering, ascending to heaven, 10,000 forms, demon suppression, caged demon, immortal sealing, world annihilation, and meteor. The overflow of vitality and the golden glow of his skin clearly indicated a breakthrough to the golden body realm. Once this formidable body of the devouring heaven emerged, its physical prowess instantly reached the realm of 10,000 June. However, I previously lacked a concrete understanding of this concept. The peak of physical refinement corresponds to the acquired realm in Qi cultivation. In the same realm, a physical cultivator can easily overpower a Qi practitioner. No wonder I was able to utterly defeat Murong Ling, who was at the 8th level of the acquired realm, relying solely on my pure physical strength, Chu Zetian mused. The breakthrough in physical refinement brought about a sensation akin to a leap in the very essence of life itself, accompanied by an exhilarating pleasure. Every drop of blood within me seemed to boil, every cell underwent a transformative change, and each muscle harbored the power of a mighty dragon. It is said that upon reaching the golden stone realm in physical refinement, one can unleash a colossal force with a mere gesture. Flesh and skin comparable to gold and stone can withstand blades and swords. Weapons of inferior quality find it arduous to breach such defenses. Chu Zetian thought to himself. In the next moment, this was put to the test. After a brief accumulation of power, the 3 great witches of the Night Palace launched their attacks upon Chu Zetian. This lad exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon, and even though the 3 witches were not well versed in physical refinement, they sensed something amiss with Chu Zetian. They could not afford any further delay. Clang! The Tsangue executed a ground-level sword technique, Dark Knight's No Light, striking fiercely at Chu Zetian's neck. Yet, contrary to expectations of a decapitation, only a faint scar appeared upon his neck. The sword, upon meeting his flesh, resonated with the sound of metal clashing. Clang! Clang! The poisonous monkey's claw blade also struck Chu Zetian's back, yet it too failed to penetrate his defenses. Boom! Only the tremendous blow from Heishan sent Chu Zetian crashing through the air. Thud! Upon landing, he created a deep crater. However, he swiftly leaped back up, touching his neck. A wave of dread washed over him. Within him, his qi and blood surged. Although the blades failed to breach his defenses, the sheer impact had nonetheless caused a jolt to his internal organs. Gulp! At that moment, Heishan instinctively swallowed hard, gazing at Chu Zetian as if he were a demon. What sorcery is this? How can his flesh remain impervious? The poisonous monkey's expression turned grim. As an evil cultivator, He began to question the use of dark arts by another. Could this lad be the legendary physical cultivator? No wonder he could contend against the three of us at the pinnacle of the 9th level of primordial chaos. He must be eliminated. This child cannot be allowed to live. Sangue's gaze grew exceptionally grave. Immediately, the three golden core cultivators surged toward Chu Zetian once more, their murderous intent reaching an apex. Meanwhile, Chu Zetian, looking at them, emanated a similar murderous aura. Previously, he had entertained thoughts of entangling them to buy time for Yi Lingmei to escape. Unprepared for a fight to the death, he never anticipated that with his current prowess, he could vanquish three formidable cultivators of the core formation stage. In truth, he had yet to unleash his full potential. For instance, he refrained from revealing his swordsmanship, which had reached the realm of insight. The myriad of powerful martial techniques he had mastered in his previous life remained unutilized. Yet now, for the three of you, today shall be your final resting place. With a cold sneer, Chu Zetian boldly advanced. Clang, clang, clang. After merely exchanging a few blows, the faces of the three members of the Tsangue clan paled drastically. Such overwhelming might. This individual was beyond human. Their defenses were utterly inadequate. How could they hope to triumph in this battle? What is this swordsmanship? I cannot even perceive it. Is this an ultimate technique of celestial caliber? No. Flee. The three formidable cultivators, intent on besieging a single opponent, found their morale shattered upon the next encounter. Flee. Chu Zetian's expression hardened, his murderous intent surging. The explosive power of his physique propelled him 100 meters in a single leap. In less than 10 breaths, the head of the Black Mountain Shaman was ruthlessly severed by the Yulong's sword, his massive body crashing to the ground like a collapsing mountain. Boom. The ancient form of the Tsangue Shaman was similarly sent flying by a punch from Chu Zetian, his internal organs reduced to mere fragments. Only the swiftest of the trio, the poison monkey, fled at breakneck speed towards the city. Chu Zetian had no intention of sparing any of them. After storing the bodies of the two in a spatial bag, he unleashed his overwhelming ferocity and pursued relentlessly. Hiss! The former plaything of this holy maiden has now grown so fearsome. If I could once again employ dark poison to control him, perhaps I could even forge him into a puppet of the night. Yi Lingmei had not entirely retreated. Rather, she lurked in the shadows, observing intently. Witnessing the previous scene, she could not help but gasp in astonishment. She stealthily followed, a wicked smile creeping across her stunningly enchanting face. This enchantress clearly harbored malicious intent. Chapter 50. Moonlit dew strikes on the outskirts of the western suburbs. After pursuing for 2 miles, Chu Zetian caught up with the poison monkey. After exchanging a few blows, he too fell beneath his blade. Instantly, a surge of warmth coursed through his body. Slaying 3 cultivators of the core formation stage had significantly enhanced his physical strength once more. Based on a foundation of 1,000,000 gene of power, he had now augmented it by an additional 100,000 gene. Slaughter. Strengthening. At this moment, a faint crimson hue flickered in Chu Zetian's eyes. The surge of bloodthirst within him intensified, manifesting with an alarming vigor. The swallowing heaven-sacred body's method of growing stronger through slaughter seemed to harbor a significant drawback. If this continued, would it not affect my very nature? No. I must exercise greater restraint. Those who seek death must be killed, but I must not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Otherwise, I may one day transform into a remorseless killer. Realizing this, Chu Zetian felt a wave of caution and gravity wash over him. He desperately endeavored to maintain a clear mind, suppressing the murderous thoughts that flickered within. At that moment, a figure of unparalleled grace leaped down from the city wall. Like a butterfly dancing among flowers, she swiftly approached him. It was Yuchalu. Having dealt with the long-haired guardian, she sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from this direction and hurriedly made her way over. Zetian, are you all right? She inquired anxiously upon landing. However, the next moment, upon seeing Chu Zetian standing unscathed, her worry dissipated, only to be replaced by profound astonishment at the diminutive figure cloaked in black robes lying nearby. The grand sorcerer of the Night Palace, the poison monkey? She gasped, disbelief etched across her features. Zetian, did you kill this? Chu Zetian nodded affirmatively. What else could it be? You killed a core formation expert? Yu Chaolu exclaimed in shock. Not just 1, 3 in total. I dispatched them all. Chu Zetian replied with a grin, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, exuding an air of innocence. He then casually stowed the poison monkey's corpse into a spatial bag. As if merely collecting refuse, Yu Chaolu's eyelids twitched violently. The way she looked at Chu Zetian was akin to gazing upon a monster. 3 grand sorcerers, all slain by Zetian. These were not mere common foes. They were 3 core formation experts. Master, what of that Hunyuan expert? Are you unscathed? At this moment, Chu Zetian shifted the topic, scrutinizing Yu Chaolu with concern. I am fine. The opponent's cultivation was already inferior to mine, and he was grievously wounded. So I dispatched him with little effort, Yu Chaolu replied, calming her racing heart, shaking her head with a smile. However, under Chu Zetian's attentive gaze, an inexplicable heat surged within her. Ever since their ambiguous encounter yesterday, their feelings towards each other had transformed, making it impossible to return to their previous ease. What is that scent? Just then, Chu Zetian twitched his nose, faintly detecting a sweet and cloying aroma. This scent seemed oddly familiar. What's wrong? Yu Chaolu asked, sniffing the air vigorously. She then exclaimed softly, it seems there's a pleasant fragrance lingering. At this moment, the surroundings of Jinhong City were permeated with the stench of decay and the aftermath of death. The emergence of a fragrant aroma was decidedly out of place. Don't breathe it in. Hold your breath. Chu Zetian's expression shifted drastically as he urgently commanded Yu Chaolu. He could sense that the celestial devouring sacred body was automatically converting the toxins. It finally dawned on him what this sweet scent was. 7 years prior, he had fallen victim to this insidious poison known as the sinking fragrance, becoming as helpless as a fish on a chopping board, toyed with by Yi Lingmei at her whim. Thus, he hastily alerted Yu Chaolu. However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Yu Chaolu swayed and collapsed effortlessly into Chu Zetian's embrace. Even through the fabric, Chu Zetian could feel the heat emanating from her delicate form. Her stunning face flushed a deep crimson in an instant, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with a certain yearning. Suddenly, Chu Zetian turned his gaze towards a specific direction, where a blood-red figure appeared. Yi Lingmei, you treacherous enchantress, how dare you repay kindness with malice? Fury surged within Chu Zetian, radiating a terrifying aura that suggested he might charge at her at any moment. Yi Lingmei's expression shifted, revealing a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. You're unscathed? Quite impressive indeed. However, it seems this enchanting beauty before you is on the verge of succumbing. If the union of yin and yang does not occur within a moment, she shall perish. You should hasten to assist her. Hee. Enjoy yourself. No need to thank me. As she spoke, Yi Lingmei swiftly turned to flee. The dreadful aura emanating from Chu Zetian indicated that he had not been affected by the alluring fragrance, which left Yi Lingmei feeling somewhat regretful and cautious about lingering any longer. After leaving behind a trail of mocking laughter, she vanished quickly. Chu Zetian cast a glance in her direction, but ultimately chose not to pursue her. Yu Chaolu's situation was far too perilous. Chaolu had already entwined herself around Chu Zetian like an octopus, her limbs clinging to him as she emitted a series of moaning whispers. The warm breath and fragrant aura she exuded felt as though they could melt any man. I am sorry. Chu Zetian hesitated for 3 seconds, and with a resolute bite of his teeth, he lifted Yu Chaolu and hurried towards the Golden Rainbow City. A true man born of heaven and earth should not be overly sentimental. With matters reaching this point, there was no other choice. In a tavern within Golden Rainbow City, upon entering the room, a tearing sound echoed as Yu Chaolu hastily ripped apart her garments. At that moment, her eyes were glazed over, clearly overwhelmed by primal instincts. The seductive fragrance was exceedingly wicked. Gulp. Chu Zetian could not help but swallow hard. As her clothing tore away, an alluring figure was revealed before him. The 2 peaks could inspire countless men's dreams of conquest, yet remained ever out of reach. Her long, graceful legs were soft and delicate, capable of severing a man's lifespan in an instant. Zetian, I implore you, help me. At that moment, Yu Chaolu's voice trembled with a plea, her beautiful eyes shimmering with desperation. Chaolu. Chu Zetian took a deep breath, and like a fierce tiger, he pounced. Boom. In the next moment, he was seized by a violent tremor. He felt an overwhelming wave of soft, ethereal energy intertwining with his own vigorous essence, transforming into the purest source of life, nurturing both himself and Yu Chaolu. Initially, Yu Chaolu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but soon her exquisite face relaxed, revealing an expression of profound enjoyment. Subsequently, her demeanor became even more fervent than that of Chu Zetian. Chapter 51. Pretending to disappear on the surface, Yu Chaolu appeared carefree and unruly, yet she was, in truth, utterly innocent. As a formidable female cultivator in the mixed element realm, the The primordial yin energy accumulated within her for over 60 years was extraordinarily pure and potent. All of this, today, benefited Chu Zetian immensely. Boom. Almost instantaneously, a bottleneck within him shattered explosively. Once his Dantian's spiritual power reached a certain intensity, it began to solidify, compress, and gradually liquefy. Ultimately, it transformed into a liquid Dantian. The total volume of each drop of liquid spiritual power surpassed the entirety of his spiritual power when he was in the mixed element realm. At last, Chu Zetian ascended from the pinnacle of the mixed element 9th layer to the first layer of the core formation realm. Beyond the innate level, each breakthrough into a higher realm brought about a qualitative transformation in strength. The core formation realm represented a metamorphosis in enduring combat capability. Below the core formation, without possessing a liquid Dantian, even a mixed element powerhouse would exhaust their spiritual power if engaged in battle for more than a moment. This meant that, even when facing weaker opponents, there existed a risk of being overwhelmed and perished. However, above the core formation, one could sustain high-intensity combat for at least an hour, continuously slaying, engulfing everything in chaos. The sheer number of enemies would become inconsequential. Yet, Chu Zetian's ascent to the core formation was far from over. He and Yu Zhao Lu remained in motion, their realms continually climbing. Core formation's 2nd layer, 3rd layer, 4th layer. Not only Chu Zetian, but Yu Zhao Lu also greatly benefited from this process. After a tempestuous surge, her delicate form trembled intensely. The mixed element 7th layer within her, having lagged behind Chu Zetian by a moment, also stepped into the core formation realm. For so many years, she had remained stagnant in the mixed element realm. Even a single breakthrough had proven exceedingly difficult. Yet today, it felt as though she had soared to the heavens in one leap. Yu Zhao Lu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes glimmering with allure, tightly embracing Chu Zetian's neck. It was unclear how much time had passed when Chu Zetian let out a low growl. Buzz. The aura radiating from his entire being surged forth as if erupting from a geyser. His formidable spiritual power emanated outward. Had he reached the pinnacle of the core formation 9th layer? This close-quarters combat had remarkably elevated his strength by an entire realm, propelling him from the mixed element 9th layer to the core formation 9th layer. He was but a hair's breadth away from ascending to the golden core realm. In Chu Zetian's starry eyes, satisfaction and excitement shimmered as he gazed inward. He could see that his liquid Dantian had solidified to its utmost potential. From the initial water droplets at the time of his breakthrough into the golden core, it had once again transformed into a semi-solid state resembling mercury. Just one step away, and it would coalesce into a genuine golden core. At this moment, Chu Zetian held the enchanting beauty in his embrace, gently kissing the beads of sweat from her forehead. In contrast to the reverence he had shown before towards his master, his demeanor now was one of tenderness and affection. As Yu Zhao lay against the robust arms of Chu Zetian, her delicate hand caressed the chiseled contours of his muscles, casting him a playful glance. "What is this? No longer calling me master?" Chu Zetian chuckled mischievously. "I have not truly become your disciple, so how can we speak of such titles?" He returned her previous words. And this alteration in address signified a transformation in their relationship. Chu Zetian was inherently decisive. What was meant to happen had already transpired, and he would no longer feign modesty. All he needed was to ensure that he would not disappoint Yu Zhao in the future. "Zetian, what is your current strength?" she inquired, her tone filled with delight. "My realm has surprisingly reached the 3rd level of the golden core." "You little rascal, you are indeed my treasure," she responded, her words carrying a hint of pride. The former alluring peak master now appeared as a mere girl before him. Following their intimate union, Yu Zhao's cultivation had also surged. Although her gains paled in comparison to Chu Zetian's, if she were to cultivate independently, she feared it would take her 2 decades to reach her current level. "As for me, I am half a step into the golden core," Chu Zetian teased as he pinched Yu Zhao's chin, mirroring her playful tone. "All of this is your merit." "What? Half a step into the golden core?" Yu Zhao exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Observing her captivating expression, Chu Zetian felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. "So, do you now believe that I can resolve your crisis within 20 days? Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao's gaze became exceedingly complex, filled with nostalgia, relief, emotion, and anticipation. "Yes," she softly nodded, "I believe in you. I, Yu Zhao, have become yours, even as a concubine. I shall only be your concubine." In the next moment, she alluringly brushed her hair, seemingly recalling the pressing matter at hand, and with a mixture of shyness and annoyance. She remarked, "By the way, Delay and the others are still waiting outside the city. We have already delayed quite a bit. It would be best to return quickly and reunite with the army." However, upon hearing this, Chu Zetian shook his head, his expression turning grave and serious. "You can return on your own. Remember, I am now missing. After I pursued the 3 great witches of the Dark Night Palace, you will no longer see me." Yu Chaolu paused for a moment, but soon her astute mind began to ponder. The information received by the Tai Su sect indicated that on the surface, there was only one Hunyuan expert from the Dark Night Palace. Little did they know, the seemingly innocuous Jin Hong city concealed 3 formidable grand sorcerers of the Foundation establishment realm. This revelation exuded an air of mystery and conspiracy, recalling the earlier sect meeting, whereby Punkoan, acting as the temporary leader of the White Tiger Peak, suggested that Chu Zetian come to Jin Hong city. A sense of suspicion arose. "Zetian, do you suspect that this conspiracy is aimed at you?" Yu Chaolu inquired with a grave expression. Chu Zetian nodded contemplatively. "In a forest, the tallest tree will inevitably attract the wind. My recent performance may have incited trepidation among certain individuals." He then earnestly advised, "Chaolu, upon your return to the sect, remain vigilant of the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder. Just keep it to yourself. Do not alarm the snake by stirring the grass. Moreover, you must feign the appearance of having perished. As long as they believe I am dead, they should refrain from taking rash actions in the short term." Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu's expression fluctuated between unease and determination. "All right, I understand. But what about you? Do you have any plans? Will you remain hidden indefinitely?" A sharp glint flickered in Chu Zetian's eyes. "I shall break through to the nascent soul stage in the shortest time possible. The day I can confidently confront all present crises will be the day I return to the sect. Rest assured, it won't take long. In the meantime, please take care of Yeya." Yu Chaolu's beautiful eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. "All right, I will wait for you. That little girl Yeya has always been dear to me. Now I shall regard her as my own daughter." As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Chu Zetian's ear, her enticing lips drawing nearer once again. Chu Zetian felt his face twitching, acutely aware of the ferocity she possessed. Yu Chaolu was far more wild than that girl Su Riyun. Fortunately, his physical resilience was formidable. Otherwise, he might truly perish at the hands of this enchantress. Chapter 52. Whose sword is sharper? After finally parting ways with Chu Zetian, Yu Chaolu took a moment to compose herself. When she reached a point 20 miles outside Jin Hong city to meet with Zhang Dalai, she appeared disheveled, filled with anxiety and trepidation. "Master, what is the situation inside the city? What troubles you?" Zhang Dalai, with his earnest demeanor, immediately inquired. Yu Chaolu took a deep breath, her tone somber. "Dalai, we must storm into Jin Hong city and eliminate the remnants of the Night Palace. Additionally, dispatch 1,000 men to scour the area within 100 miles of Jin Hong city to locate your fellow disciple, Chu." "What? Locate Chu? Master, what has happened?" Zhang Dalai asked, his voice rife with uncertainty. "Within Jin Hong city, there are 3 grand sorcerers lying in wait for us. Your fellow disciple pursued them out of the city and has not returned since." Yu Chaolu's voice was laden with profound worry and anxiety. On the other side at this moment, Chu Zetian sat cross-legged atop a towering structure within the city of Golden Rainbow. Scattered across various corners of the city, skirmishes occasionally erupted, while a vast accumulation of blood essence permeated the atmosphere, continuously absorbed by the blood wheel eye. Having recently ascended to the golden body realm, his physical form had now augmented by a remarkable 50%, bestowing him with an additional 500,000 pounds of immense strength. The city had previously suffered grievously under the onslaught of the Dark Night Palace, resulting in a staggering loss of life, a true calamity for the living. Yet, paradoxically, Chu Zetian found himself reaping benefits from this chaos. Not only was he consuming blood essence, but the abundant death energy, resentment, and malevolent aura were also being transmuted by his sacred body into spiritual energy, further expanding his meridians and solidifying his dantian. However, the formation of a golden dan was no trivial feat. Time passed, and Chu Zetian's dantian continued to solidify, transforming from its initial mercury-like state into a clay pellet form. Nevertheless, his realm remained at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of dan formation. It appeared that only by entering the Golden Cicada secret realm could he directly break through to the Golden Dan and even leap into the Yuaning realm. This journey away from his sect, aside from the mission to eradicate the evil cultivators of the Dark Night Palace in Golden Rainbow City, was primarily aimed at the coveted Golden Cicada secret realm, located within the Golden Rainbow mountain range, a mere 100 miles from the city. In his previous life, it seemed that during this very period, the opportunity had been seized by the prodigy Mo Qingfei of the Mou sect, allowing her to directly ascend to the Yuaning realm. This time around, he was determined to claim that chance, not only for his own breakthrough, but also for Yaya. If he encountered members of the Mou sect, they would rely on their own abilities. When the time came, he would see whose sword was sharper. Feeling that he had absorbed nearly all the blood essence within the city, he finally rose to depart, setting his sights on the Golden Rainbow mountain range 100 miles away. On that day, at noon, a spirit pigeon carrying a message arrived at the Taishu sect from Golden Rainbow City. The intelligence contained 3 main points. First, within Golden Rainbow City, a group of unidentified women in blood-red garments clashed with the evil cultivators of the Dark Knight Palace, resulting in heavy casualties for the latter. These women were suspected to be led by the traitorous saintess of the Dark Knight Palace, Yilingmei. Second, the saintess guard had retreated, and Yu Chaolu had slain the Dark Knight Palace's guardian, leading the Zhuge army into Golden Rainbow City to purge the evil cultivators and their followers. Victory appeared certain. Third, it was reported that 3 formidable cultivators at the Dan Formation level had been concealed within Golden Rainbow City, engaging in battle with their traitor, Yilingmei. Chu Zhitian had pursued the 4 individuals as they left Golden Rainbow City, after which their whereabouts became unknown, leaving their fates uncertain. Within the Lord's Manor, the atmosphere was thick with tension. What? 3 Dan Formation experts lay in ambush within Golden Rainbow City? Chu Zhitian encountered them and subsequently vanished? Yu Shuihan's expression changed drastically as she scrutinized the report. In the Northern Outlook courtyard, the Supreme Elder Su Beiwan trembled, his hands quaking with fury, his emotions spiraling into a state of uncontrollable rage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The heavens must be safe. He cannot possibly be in danger. The Zhuge army is unable to locate Zhitian, so the Grand Elder himself has taken the initiative to search. With a sudden, urgent shout, this esteemed figure dashed from his residence, without so much as a word, directly heading towards the direction of Jinhong City. If Zhitian truly finds himself in peril, I can only hope that I reach him in time. Su Beiwang mused, his heart heavy with worry and anxiety. Meanwhile, at Chongqing Courtyard, Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian perused the intelligence report, a sly smile creeping across the latter's face. The plan has succeeded. Chu Zhitian's fate remains unknown. He has likely been eliminated by the 3 great sorcerers. Ji Yinlian remarked with a smirk. Bai Chongqing nodded in agreement, though cautiously. If all goes as expected, it should be so. However, I have also received word from the Dark Knight Palace that the soul tokens of the 3 Tsangwei have shattered. This implies that these 3 sorcerers have met their demise as well. What? They were 3 formidable core formation experts. With Chu Zhitian now missing and the 3 sorcerers dead, could it be that they perished together? Or perhaps Chu Zhitian managed to strike back against them and, gravely injured, has hidden away? Ji Yinlian inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. Bai Chongqing shook his head. Impossible. No matter how talented Chu Zhitian may be, he could not possibly contend with 3 core formation experts at this stage. The deaths of the Tsangwei should not concern him. The most plausible scenario is that after slaying Chu Zhitian, the 3 sorcerers encountered some unforeseen circumstance. Perhaps it is connected to the traitor from the Dark Knight Palace. Yilingmei. Upon hearing this, Ji Yinlian nodded in agreement. I too believe that it cannot be Chu Zhitian who killed the 3 great sorcerers. Bai Chongqing responded with a grunt, then shifted his tone. Chu Zhitian is unlikely to survive, yet for precautionary measures, we must prepare accordingly. I will advise Yu Shuihan to summon Yu Zhao and Zhang Dalai back to the sect. We need to ascertain the situation directly. Furthermore, we must ensure that the little demon seed remains under our control. This way, even if Chu Zhitian is indeed alive, or if he stumbles upon some extraordinary fortune, we can still manipulate him at will. It must be said that this Grand Elder operates with remarkable foresight, meticulously considering every possibility and implementing appropriate measures. That little demon seed? Ji Yinlian's gaze sharpened. An hour later, along a necessary route from the sect leader's residence to Zhuge Peak, the drowsy Yaya, having just woken from an afternoon nap, was groggily pulled out by Miao Yelming. Little master uncle, where are you taking me? Yaya yawned, still not fully awake. To your grandmaster's residence, where there's no one to play with you. Didn't he your father say? You're to sleep there at night and follow me during the day, Miao Yelming replied, munching on dried meat. Upon hearing this, Yaya nodded happily. Indeed, there was no one at the sect leader's residence to keep her company, and it was quite boring. She could only practice the 36 postures of body technique to pass the time, uncertain of when her father would return. Oh, is that not the waste from Zhuke Peak? And this wretched little demon seed? What a narrow path for adversaries to cross. At that moment, a sinister voice echoed through the air. Following the sound, a group of individuals approached. Leading them was none other than Bai Tianming. Chapter 53. The little demon seed commits murder. This boy, around 15 or 16, wore a countenance filled with malice, particularly in the way he gazed at Yaya. His eyes brimmed with hatred and resentment. It was this brat's father who had slain his own father, Bai Yifei, as well as his grandmother, Zhong Wanlin. He also held Chu Zhitian accountable for the death of his grandfather, Bai Pengjiu. Bai Tianming, what do you intend to do? Miao Yuming's expression tightened as she instinctively shielded Yaya behind her, warily observing them. She subconsciously stowed away the jerky she had been chewing. Bai Tianming let out a cold laugh. Nothing much. I merely wish to spar with the beautiful from Zhuke Peak. I hope you will offer your guidance, Miao Shishu. Miao Yumeng, being only 18 herself, was not significantly older than Bai Tianming. Yet, by lineage, she was a direct disciple of Yu Chaolu, and it was fitting for Bai Tianming to address her as. As his words fell, a fierce aura surged from Bai Tianming, revealing him to be a formidable expert at the third level of the acquired stage. One could not deny that his aptitude was exceptional. As the eldest grandson of the Baihu Peak Master, he had enjoyed a plethora of resources and direct tutelage from Bai Pengjiu and Zhong Wanlin, rendering his strength formidable. In contrast, Miao Yumeng had only ascended the mountain after turning 10. Coupled with Yu Chaolu's lack of skill in teaching disciples and the overall lax atmosphere of Zhuke Peak, her prowess was limited to the first level of the acquired stage, placing her 2 minor realms below Bai Tianming. At that moment, facing Bai Tianming's challenge for guidance, Miao Yumeng felt a twinge of insecurity. However, having grown accustomed to such provocations from Baihu Peak, her composure remained intact. Miao Yumeng waved her hand dismissively. There is nothing to advise. You should seek peers for sparring. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, she popped the jerky back into her mouth, preparing to lead Yaya away. Zhuke Peak's waist, where do you think you can go? Take this. Bai Tianming, unwilling to let them off that easily, barked a command and launched an attack at Miao Yumeng. Miao Yumeng, exasperated, realized she could not evade and had to turn to confront him. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of fist and foot colliding echoed incessantly. Come on, Shi Xiao. Yaya clenched her fists, her small face etched with anxiety, fervently cheering for Miao Yumeng. However, after 30 exchanges, Bai Tianming delivered a kick to Miao Yumeng's abdomen, causing her to grunt in pain as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Immediately, the former, emboldened by his advantage, launched a relentless assault on Miao Yumeng. After 10 breaths, Miao Yumeng was gravely injured and spat out blood, even enduring the humiliation of being trampled underfoot. Little master uncle, Yaya cried out in alarm, her large eyes brimming with indignation and concern. There lay Miao Yumeng, usually adorned with a playful, cherubic face, now marred by a grimace of suffering. Yaya, am I not a disgrace? She lamented. You are right. I have been far too indolent. Had I been as diligent as you, I would not have been reduced to this state. Quickly, flee to the master's estate. Do not worry about me, she urged. Yaya shook her small head defiantly. Yaya will not leave. Ha ha ha, what a pitiful wretch. Zhuke Peak is filled with worthless trash. You little bastard, do you intend to assist your master uncle? Taunted Bai Tianming, his laughter echoing as he mockingly invited the 6-year-old girl to attack him while persistently grinding Miao Yuming's face beneath his foot. The onlookers from Baihu Peak erupted in derisive laughter. You scoundrel! Release my master uncle. Yaya's face flushed with fury at the sight of Miao Yuming's humiliation. In the next moment, she clenched her tiny fists and charged at Bai Tianming, resembling a spirited little leopard as she collided forcefully with him. Surprisingly, her diminutive frame contained astonishing strength, enough to send Bai Tianming staggering back. You dare to collide with me? Seeking death, are you? Your father perished outside. I shall send you to join him. Bai Tianming, enraged and humiliated by being toppled by a mere child, retaliated with a swift kick that sent Yaya flying. Yaya, cried Miao Yumeng, her heart racing with alarm. Bai Tianming, you beast. How dare you lay a hand on a child? Scoundrel. In a desperate bid, Miao Yumeng, despite her severe injuries, rose to confront Bai Tianming. However, the crowd surrounding Bai Tianming swiftly subdued Miao Yumeng once more. The trash of Zhuke Peak cannot even protect themselves, let alone that little demon. Even those older than Bai Tianming are no match for him. It would be kinder to end your life. Living is merely a waste of resources. Weren't you all so formidable at Zhuke Peak? Didn't you dare to obstruct us? Let us see now if your master and the elder can come to your aid. Finish her. In an instant. A torrent of fists and feet rained down upon the young girl. Meanwhile, Ye, having been knocked aside, rose once again from the ground. You villain. You are spouting nonsense. My father could not possibly have perished outside. As she spoke, a dark aura enveloped her, and her once bright, clear eyes gradually transformed into an abyss of darkness. In the next moment, the diminutive figure surged forward with astonishing momentum towards Bai Tianming, possessing the ethereal physique of a celestial being. Ye's mastery of the 36 techniques rendered her strength 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary person. Over the past few days, the little one's physical prowess had surged dramatically. Her petite, yet formidable constitution, combined with the explosive power of her demonic lineage, transformed Ye into a veritable miniature Tyrannosaurus, capable of sending Bai Tianming flying with a single punch. Release me, my little master. I shall annihilate you all. Ye's once innocent voice now resonated with a sinister chill. In an instant, she charged towards the group from the White Tiger Peak, who were mercilessly assaulting Miao Yuma. Thuds echoed as figures collided. Cries of agony and despair filled the air. Quick, summon the Peak Master. This little demon is killing. At this moment, Chu Zhitian remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil enveloping Ye and Miao Yuma. That afternoon, he traveled on foot for 100 miles from the city, arriving deep within the Golden Rainbow mountain range. Standing atop a hill, he gazed down at a strategic pass below. To traverse from the Tai Su sect to the adjacent city of Guyan City, one must navigate through the Golden Rainbow Mountains. Thus, the Tai Su sect had established a passage and constructed a stronghold, assigning hundreds of outer disciples to guard it. However, as Chu Zhitian surveyed the pass, his brow furrowed in concern. He discerned a group of cultivators clad in black attire, each adorned with the emblem of a dark celestial bird. How is it that the Mou sect has seized this stronghold? What has become of the guards of the Tai Su sect? Chu Zhitian pondered anxiously. In the next instant, amidst a cloud of dust and the thunderous sound of spirit beasts and hooves, a formidable army of cultivators approached rapidly. Chu Zhitian squinted into the distance, spotting a green dragon banner fluttering in the wind. At the forefront was none other than Su Hongtu, the master of the Green Dragon Peak of the Tai Su sect. Flanking him were Su Ruiyun and Zhang Beichen. Yet, the absence of Su Ruiyun was notable. Observing the Mou sect's contingent, then shifting his gaze to the Su family and Zhang Beichen, a playful expression crossed Chu Zhitian's face. This encounter between the two factions promised to be intriguing. A few days prior, the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, had issued an order for the various peaks to mobilize their forces to respond to potential upheavals instigated by the Night Palace. Thus, after thorough preparations, Su Hongtu set forth with the Green Dragon Army towards Guyan City. Upon reaching this stronghold, they discovered that the guards were not from the Tai Su sect. Why are the Mou sect's members present here? Su Ruiyun furrowed her elegant brows as they drew nearer, taking in the attire of the group ahead. This is outrageous. How can the Mou sect be here? Those worthless outsiders, could it be that they failed to hold their ground and were all eliminated? Zhang Beichen scoffed coldly. Let us proceed and ascertain the situation. Su Hongtu's countenance was as grim as water. Before they could approach, a group emerged from the opposite side. At the forefront was a gaunt middle-aged man sporting a goatee. Beside him stood a young man, appearing to be in his 30s, with a delicate countenance that exuded an air of arrogance and flamboyance. Halt! This pass and the surrounding 100 miles have been temporarily requisitioned by our Mou sect. You are to swiftly turn back and take a detour. As both parties neared within 50 meters, the effeminate youth coldly commanded. His demeanor was brazen and domineering. Impudent. This is the territory of our Tai Su sect. What gives you the right to be here? Furthermore, where are our station personnel? Upon finishing his words, Zhang Beichen stepped forward, questioning furiously. His presence was equally formidable. Your station personnel? They were previously uncooperative, hence they were subdued and captured. But fret not. We did not take their lives, merely spared their wretched existence. What? Do you lot also refuse to cooperate? The effeminate youth sneered mockingly. You seek death. Do you think the elite of our Qinglong Peak are akin to those worthless outsiders? Step aside immediately and offer your personal treasures as an apology, and we may overlook your transgressions against those outsiders. Otherwise, this place shall become your grave." Upon hearing this, Zhang Beichen erupted with rage. For a time, he had been harboring a great deal of fury, and at this moment, it seemed he had found an outlet. Although his talent did not match that of Chu Zhitian, he was still one of the foremost geniuses within the Taisu sect. Moreover, with the backing of Qinglong Peak, the foremost peak, Zhang Beichen was accustomed to acting with impunity. Having just broken through to the innate realm the previous night, he was eager to display his prowess. "Just by you?" The effeminate youth's expression turned to one of disdain. "Umph. Since you seek death, allow me to oblige." Zhang Beichen coldly snorted and drew his sword, charging at his opponent. The momentum of his innate first level was laid bare. However, upon sensing Zhang Beichen's realm, the disdain on the effeminate youth's face deepened. In the next moment, he could not even be bothered to draw his sword. He simply extended his hand and struck towards Zhang Beichen from afar. A palm imprint sent Zhang Beichen's sword flying, and the residual force struck him directly. Puff! Zhang Beichen was sent flying, blood gushing from his body midair. The once brazen and arrogant figure was instantly slain in a single exchange. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the MOU sect members were filled with ridicule. Meanwhile, Su Hongtu and Su Rian looked on in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and fury. In the depths of Su Rian's eyes, a flicker of disappointment flashed. Once upon a time, the radiant figure of her senior brother illuminated her heart. Yet, now, the more she gazed upon him, the more she felt a sense of disillusionment. Not only could he not assist her in her cultivation, but his prowess also seemed rather mediocre. Although at under 40 years of age, he had achieved innate mastery, which could be deemed a talent within the ranks of Qinglong Peak and even the entire Taishu sect, he paled in comparison to Chu Zhitian. Encountering a mere disciple of the Moyu sect, he was effortlessly defeated in a single move. However, it must be said, the strength of this effeminate youth was astonishing. In a fleeting moment, Su Rian's thoughts stirred. The third level of Hunyuan? Who exactly are you? Meanwhile, Su Hongtu, fixated on the effeminate youth, gasped in astonishment. With an air of arrogance, the youth declared, "The third level of Hunyuan. Does it astonish you? Indeed, for your Taishu sect's younger generation. The highest prowess is likely but innate mastery, is it not? TSK, truly a pitiful sect. As for me, Mo Qingchen, I am merely the 7th-ranked disciple of the 3rd generation within the Moyu sect." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Beichen, disdainfully spitting. "Such a waste dares to challenge me? How laughable." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Beichen, consumed by rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. He had thought that with his breakthrough to innate mastery, he would find few rivals among the younger generation. Yet, rather than displaying his might before his master and Rian, he found himself subjected to such humiliation. Su Hongtu coldly snorted, "Child, do not overstep. Does the 3rd level of Hunyuan grant you license to act with impunity? This is the territory of our Taishu sect. Even if the Moyu sect is formidable, it is not your place to seize control here, let alone harm our disciples. Today, I, Su Hongtu, shall educate you on the matter." With those words, Su Hongtu's aura surged. The oppressive force of the 7th level of Hunyuan enveloped the effeminate youth. Mo Qingchen, as the master of Qinglong Peak and the commander of the 10,000 Qinglong troops behind him, Su Hongtu was determined to reclaim his honor. For failure would mean a loss of face and dignity. "Ah, so it is the master of Qinglong Peak from the Taishu sect. I have long admired you. However, you are hardly worthy of teaching the disciple of Mo Laodao." A voice of disdain interrupted, accompanied by an even more formidable aura that pervaded the scene. "The 7th level of Jidan? The Blade Elder of the Moyu sect?" Su Hongtu exclaimed in shock, his intent to strike immediately quelled. His expression morphed into one of horror and panic. Su Rian and the ranks of the Qinglong troops also turned pale. Zhang Beichen, too, was overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure emanating from the Jidan realm, spitting out yet another mouthful of blood. This amount of blood was indeed a year's worth for many women. What an honor it was. As a humble elder of the MOU sect at the core formation stage, I find it quite astonishing to be summoned by the master of a peak from the Taisu sect. Mo Lao Dao, a tall and lean middle-aged man, spoke with a tone laced with mockery. "I am flattered." Su Hongtu's face, tinged with shades of blue and white from the ridicule, ultimately succumbed to the pressure. Clasping his hands and inquiring, "May I ask, Elder Dao, what brings you to occupy the pass of our Taisu sect?" Historically, the MOU sect and Taisu sect have maintained a respectful distance from one another. Mo Lao Dao chuckled softly, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing of great concern. It is merely that our sectus sanctus, Mo Qingfei, inadvertently lost a jade hairpin while frolicking in the Jinhong mountain range a few days ago. Therefore, the MOU sect has decided to temporarily seal off this area to search for the hairpin. With that, he leaned closer to Su Hongtu, his demeanor aggressive. What's the matter, Master Su? Do you have any objections? This statement, rather than serving as an explanation, felt like an insult. It was as if he were pointing directly at Su Hongtu, taunting him. The MOU sect wields considerable power. We can conjure any excuse to act as we please on your territory. What will you do about it? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's expression soured dramatically. His hands trembled slightly with rage. At this moment, he found himself in a precarious position, akin to being roasted over an open flame. To advance? He was no match for Mo Lao Dao. Should battle ensue, he would undoubtedly be utterly defeated. He could very well perish on the spot. The opponent was a formidable core formation expert, and Su, at the 7th level of Hunyuan, paled in comparison. Even if thousands of Azure Dragon soldiers were to assail him, they would be annihilated without a trace. The sustained combat prowess of those above the core formation realm was truly formidable. Insufficient strength renders numbers meaningless. To retreat? As the master of the Azure Dragon Peak, his dignity would be utterly tarnished. While others might mock him for his inability to act, he would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, Su Rian discerned her father's predicament. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she stepped forward, her tone imbued with a soothing quality as she addressed Su Hongtu. Father, what are you doing? The pass here is merely being temporarily borrowed by our friends from the MOU sect. How can we resemble those inept outer sect members who are devoid of reason? The MOU sect and Tai Su sect reside in the same county. We should be allies, supporting one another. To quibble over such trivial matters would only serve to make us the subject of ridicule for our pettiness. Perhaps it would be best to let this pass? Her words, resplendent in their eloquence, echoed in the air. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu responded with a non-committal cold grunt. Meanwhile, a trace of disdain crossed Mo Lao Dao's face, his demeanor remaining confrontational. Let it pass? Do I need to? Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the effeminate youth, Mo Qingchun. Master, since this junior sister from the Tai Su sect is so reasonable, perhaps reconciliation is not out of the question. As long as the friends from the Tai Su sect do not obstruct our endeavors, what do you say? His gaze lingered upon Su Rian's delicate face, unmoving for an extended period. Setting aside her character, Su Rian's beauty was undeniably extraordinary. Ah well. Mo Lao Dao glanced at his apprentice and nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Su Rian's heart soared with joy. Su Hongtu exhaled in relief, casting an appreciative glance at his daughter, feeling as though she had saved him from a predicament. However, some members of the Qinglong army behind them displayed signs of indignation. No matter how sweetly Su Rian spoke or how much flattery she offered, it could not alter the fact that they had to yield to the other party. Yet the woman seemed blissfully unaware. Turning to Mo Lao Dao and Mo Qingchun with a charming smile, saying, if that is the case, I kindly request the esteemed seniors and this brother to grant us a favor. We can temporarily allow your sect to use this pass. But our Qinglong army is eager to proceed to Guyan City. This place is indeed a necessary route. You see, granting you passage is acceptable, right? However, it requires our personnel to guide you along the way. You must not wander recklessly within the Jinhong mountain range. Mo Lao Dao nodded. Yet he proposed a condition that could be deemed excessive. Meanwhile, Mo Qingchun's gaze shifted from Su Rian's face down to her exquisite figure, unabashedly roaming over her form. He then added, furthermore, my dear junior sister, such a delicate beauty like yourself accompanying the army on such a demanding journey must surely be exhausting. You are so cultured and understanding. I feel a connection with you. How about letting the others proceed, first while you stay back for a few drinks with me to forge a friendship? Afterwards, I shall personally escort you to Guyan City. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's face turned ashen. The Taishu sect erupted in a chorus of furious rebukes. Zhang Beichen was particularly incensed. How dare he covet Sister Rian? Damn it, Sister Rian belongs to me. He gritted his teeth and stood despite his injuries. Pulling Su Rian behind him and snarling at Mo Qingchun, you scoundrel. You are utterly delusional. How could my sister Rian? However, before he could finish his sentence, a crisp slap echoed through the air. Su Rian had delivered a resounding strike to Zhang Beichen's face. Silence. Brother Beichen, how can you be so inconsiderate? If the Qinglong army cannot promptly reach Guyan City, can you bear the responsibility? Moreover, If a senior from the MOU sect wishes to befriend me, it is a recognition of my worth. How can you speak so hurtfully? She contemplated the strength of the MOU sect and Mo Qingqian's extraordinary capabilities, feeling a spark of ambition within her. If in the future she could have the protection of a powerful senior from another sect. Uft. Zhang Beichen clutched half of his face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Su Ruyan, incredulous. He had thought that by risking his injuries to protect Sister Ruyan, she would be deeply moved. Yet, unexpectedly, he was met with a slap and the accusation of being inconsiderate. At this moment, Zhang Beichen found himself questioning the very essence of life. Meanwhile, Su Ruyan chose to disregard him, turning instead to smile and chanting at Mo Qingqian, saying, "Brother Qingqian, it is settled then." Agreed, agreed. Mo Qingqian nodded proudly, then bowed slightly to Mo Laodao. Master, if that is the case, shall we allow these friends from the Taishu sect to pass? Let a few junior brothers guide them and return the captured guards to them. Consider it a favor for my junior sister Ruyan. Mo Laodao nodded in acquiescence. Very well. Su Hong too, at this moment, wore a solemn expression as he glanced at his daughter, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. He was a man driven by extreme selfishness and utilitarianism. The current situation, in his eyes, was the best possible outcome. It could be considered a success that he had rescued the outer disciples of his sect. Zhang Beichen, gritting his teeth, remained silent, acknowledging that circumstances were beyond his control. However, not all within the Taishu sect were attuned to the shifting tides of fate. There would always be those who were resolute and unyielding. Even if it meant striking a rock with an egg, they would not hesitate to risk their lives. How dare you? Someone bellowed. This pass, along with the entire Jinhong mountain range, falls under the jurisdiction of my Taishu sect. We must seek permission from your MOU sect to traverse here? Must we be led like lambs? What kind of disgraceful, humiliating logic is this? Today, I, Su Yanhui, would rather perish than endure such indignity. I shall reclaim this pass at once. My Qinglong army will charge forth with honor, refusing to acquiesce. Even if we face annihilation today, we will take a few of your MOU sect's lives, so you understand that my Taishu sect shall not be insulted. Accompanied by a torrent of furious shouts, a robust figure surged forward. His imposing stature and rugged features radiated fury and determination. Following closely behind him, 100 men emerged in solidarity. With a clang, Su Yanhui approached within 20 meters of Mo Laodao and Mo Qingqian, drawing his sword and pointing it towards them. Leave the Jinhong mountain range. Otherwise, we shall fight to the death. Behind him, the 100 resolute men also drew their swords, echoing the rallying cry, leave, or we will fight to the death. Including Su Yanhui, the strength of these Qinglong army men peaked at the 9th level of the acquired realm. Yet, the atmosphere they exuded, one of preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain intact like mere tiles, soared to the heavens. However, at this moment, Su Hong too, as their leader, felt neither pride nor empathy. Instead, his expression darkened to the utmost degree. This act undeniably rendered him the master of Qinglong Peak, particularly feeble and ineffectual. Su Yanhui, do not act recklessly, Su Hongtu admonished sternly. Seeing this, Mo Laodao and Mo Qingqian were moved, yet they soon displayed expressions of profound disdain. Fight to the death? You think you are worthy? Mo Laodao sneered with a menacing grin. If you seek death, then I shall grant it. The terrifying aura of the 7th layer of the core formation stage once again enveloped the surroundings. The elder of the MOU sect advanced step by step towards Su Yanhui and his companions, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A group of soldiers from the Qinglong army, whose strength barely reached the innate stage, faced the formidable opponent, and the outcome was all too evident. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, they were destined to perish on the spot. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Did the birdmen of the MOU sect dare to act so brazenly on another's territory? I too wish to pass through this checkpoint. Let them try to stop me. Chapter 56. Annihilation of the battlefield. A tall figure strode down the main road with steady steps, appearing as though he too was merely a passerby seeking a route. This individual was none other than Chu Zhitian. At this moment, he had undergone a transformation in appearance. His once resolute and handsome visage had taken on a more antiquated and unremarkable look. He had been silently observing all that transpired here. Previously, when Su Hongtu and Zhang Beichun were humiliated and Su Ruyan was insulted, Chu Zhitian had chosen to watch with indifference, even finding amusement in their mutual degradation. However, he now revealed himself. He recognized Su Yanhui. The latter was a captain of the Qinglong army, possessing a cultivation at the 9th layer of the innate stage. In the battle that led to the annihilation of the Wanyao villa, Su Yinhu had served as his deputy commander. Despite being over 20 years Chu Zhitian's senior, he respected his talent and strength, willingly standing as his right-hand man. Their relationship was not only that of fellow disciples, but also comrades who could trust each other on the battlefield. Accompanying him were over 100 stalwart soldiers of the Qinglong army. Chu Zhitian harbored disdain for Su Hongtu and his daughter, as well as for Zhang Beichen. As a member of the Taishu sect, he could not bear to watch his fellow disciples, willing to sacrifice themselves for the honor of their sect, be slaughtered by the Mou sect. Young brother, do you also wish to pass through here? Su Yinhu turned to look at Chu Zhitian. After a moment of hesitation, he advised, you should take a different route. We are here to uphold the dignity of the Taishu sect and are prepared to face death in battle. There is no need for you to wade into this murky water. However, Chu Zhitian merely smiled nonchalantly, seemingly ignoring the other's counsel, and continued forward. As he walked, he proclaimed with boldness, at last, there are a few with backbone on Qinglong Peak, not merely softlings and merchants. If you intend to charge ahead, count me in. Upon hearing this, Su Hongtu's expression shifted between shades of green and red. Su Rian, Zhang Beichen, and the other members of the Qinglong army also exhibited indignation and anger. How dare you speak such words? Just moments ago, the understanding Su Rian had faced Mo Qingchen with grace, but now she drew her sword, pointing it at Chu Zhitian. Her face flushed with humiliation and fury. Su Hongtu and Zhang Beichen also glared furiously at the ancient-looking youth. Chu Zhitian scoffed disdainfully. The esteemed peak master of the Taishu sect, domineering within, yet weakly conciliatory without. To tolerate the occupation of your own sect's stronghold. Is that not the very definition of weakness? And as for you, such degradation of oneself, using beauty as a means to an end, and even resorting to serving drinks to others, what else could one call it but the behavior of a courtesan? At this rate, one might as well expect the act of sharing a bed to follow. Upon hearing these words, Su Hongtu's face turned a deep shade of crimson. You insolent wretch! Are you courting death? Su Rian trembled with rage, pointing her sword at Chu Zhitian, gritting her teeth as she declared, today, I shall see to it that your tongue is severed. What is a courtesan, if not one who sells herself? How dare anyone insult her in such a manner? Zhang Beichen also shouted in fury, who is this cur barking here without understanding the situation? Dare to insult my master and junior sister? I shall challenge you to a duel to the death. Chu Zhitian regarded their fervent demeanor with a look of scornful derision. Faced with the might of the Mou sect, they had previously shown deference and restraint, and now, they dared to confront him with such fervor? Did they presume him to be weak and easily bullied? Just then, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent rang out. You need not concern yourselves with killing him. Anyone who dares to show disrespect to the Mou sect shall find themselves shattered into 1,000 pieces. As the words fell, the effeminate youth, Mo Qingchen, unsheathed his soft sword and lunged at Chu Zhitian. The earlier insult regarding the Mou sect had clearly provoked him. For centuries, the Mou sect had stood at the pinnacle of the 3 sects and 2 schools of Qinglu County. Who would dare show them disrespect? Those who do must perish. Be careful, Su Yinhu hastily warned Chu Zhitian, ready to assist. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. In the face of Mo Qingchen's thrust, Chu Zhitian boldly extended his right hand. With nothing but his bare palm, he seized the soft sword with sheer force. Contrary to expectations, his hand did not become bloodied or severed. Instead, Mo Qingchen's weapon was forcefully wrenched from his grasp. It was then crumpled up and discarded like scrap metal. In that instant, Mo Qingchen's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. You foolish woman, your sword is as flaccid as your resolve. Hurry and perish, lest you mar my sight. With that, Chu Zhitian unleashed a devastating punch. A tremendous force of 150,000 pounds erupted instantaneously. His fist struck Mo Qingchen's chest like a cannonball. The prodigy of the Mou sect was sent hurtling backward, spewing blood that mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Upon hitting the ground, he convulsed a few times before falling silent. His heart had burst, and he breathed his last. Witnessing this scene, everyone was struck with terror. Su Rian was equally astonished. Before she could even grasp Mo Qingchen's leg for support, he was gone. Remembering her earlier affront to this ancient youth, she instinctively retreated a few steps, seeking refuge behind her father, Su Hongtu. Qingchen. Once he regained his senses, Mo Laodao let out a furious and sorrowful roar. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Chu Zhetian. You dare to slay my disciple. Prepare to pay with your life. Chu Zhetian let out a cold snort, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Cease your cries. I shall send you down to accompany him. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically, a terrifying pressure emanating from him. What? The peak of the 9th level of the core formation? You. The once furious Mo Lao Dao was suddenly enveloped in an icy dread, his rage dissipating as clarity returned to his mind. Shock replaced his previous fury, and he promptly turned to flee. Not only he, but several other experts from the MOU sect nearby also scattered in panic. With a disdainful snort, Chu Zhetian leaped 100 meters in a blink, swiftly closing the distance to Mo Lao Dao. His right leg swung like a battle axe, infused with an overwhelming ferocity. The sheer physical strength of the golden body realm, combined with the explosive spiritual power of the 9th level of core formation, rendered Mo Lao Dao's situation akin to being shrouded in the shadow of death. Bang! Crack! A dull thud echoed, followed by the sound of a neck breaking. The esteemed elder of the MOU sect, at the 7th level of core formation, had his neck shattered by a single kick from Chu Zhetian. The astonishing force even turned his brain into mush. The blood wheel eye absorbed the essence of his flesh and blood, sending another surge of warmth coursing through Chu Zhetian's body. Without pausing, he pursued the remaining MOU sect experts. His 100-meter leaps instilled despair in those who had just moments ago reveled in arrogance. After dispatching these few, Chu Zhetian directed his wrath towards the stronghold. Moments later, amidst a cacophony of horrified screams, he returned, still radiating the aftermath of his slaughter. At that moment, every member of the MOU sect who had occupied the stronghold lay lifeless. Following this wave of carnage, Chu Zhetian's physical strength surged by an additional 300,000 pounds. Who was it that claimed I sought death? Who wished to sever my tongue? And who was it that intended to challenge me to a life-and-death battle? Upon his return, Chu Zhetian suddenly recalled something, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene. Chapter 57. The shameless countenance. At this moment, everyone was paralyzed by fear. No one had anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable passerby was, in fact, a ruthless individual at the peak of the 9th level of core formation. Su Yan, who gazed at the corpses of Mo Lao Dao and Mo Qing Chun, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his face. Pray tell, esteemed young hero, what is your name and which sect do you hail from? We are immensely grateful for your assistance in dealing with the scoundrels of the MOU sect. Su Yan, whose tone was filled with admiration, gratitude, and respect. Chu Zhetian felt a stir within. The deaths of so many MOU sect members within the territory of the Tai Su sect would undoubtedly pose a problem for the sect. If they could not identify the perpetrator, the MOU sect might retaliate against the sect itself. Therefore, it was essential to ensure that the grievances had a rightful owner. Contemplating this, Chu Zhetian casually fabricated a name. You may call me Nirvana. I hail from the Frostwolf sect of North Cold County. My journey down the mountain has led me to this place. The slaying of these birdmen was merely a consequence of their occupation of the pass, obstructing my path. There is no need for gratitude. So, it is a young hero from the Frostwolf sect. Su Yanhua clasped his hands in greeting. North Cold County belongs to the same great imperial dynasty, the Datsong, as the Azure Cloud Prefecture, neighboring the Qinglu County. It is unexpected that such a formidable and ancient youth hails from there. Su Hongtu, Su Ruyan, and Zhang Beichen exchanged glances, each perceiving the flicker of panic in the other's eyes. Recalling their earlier bravado against Nirvana, their hearts trembled in fear. Thank you, young hero Nirvana. Your assistance in eliminating these fanatics from the MOU sect brings great relief. In the next moment, Su Hongtu, mustering his courage, bowed towards Chu Zhetian with an expression seemingly filled with gratitude. Zhang Beichen's eyes flickered, and he forced a sycophantic smile, his demeanor betraying his discomfort. Brother Nirvana, it was merely a misunderstanding. To engage in a life-or-death battle with the other party? Now, even if he were given 100 chances, he would not dare. Su Ruyan's eyes shimmered with a hint of vulnerability as she said, I too was coerced by Mo Qingchen earlier, and I feigned compliance for the greater good. I am truly grateful to Brother Nirvana for ridding me of them. Otherwise, that scoundrel might have done something unspeakable. I am Su Ruyan, should the opportunity arise. I must pay my respects at the Frostwolf sect. Of course, if Brother Nirvana is interested, you are welcome to accompany us to Goyan City. I shall host you well. As she spoke, her almond-shaped eyes glistened with an alluring glimmer. Witnessing the trio's behavior, Chu Zhetian felt a surge of disdain within. In his past life, he had revered his master, considered his senior brothers as kin and idolized goddesses, yet they all bore such shameless visages. Vanity, shamelessness, and oppression of the weak. How could the Tai Su sect have produced such individuals? If I were to lead the Tai Su sect, I would swiftly expel you from the sect. With no intention of being polite to the three, Chu Zhitian pointed at them with disdain and scolded them. Subsequently, he did not linger and simply greeted Su Yanhua before departing. The MOU sect members indeed appeared during this time in the Golden Rainbow Mountain Range. It seems imperative to locate the secret realm of the Golden Cicada swiftly. I must not allow that Mo Qingfei to seize this opportunity as she did in my past life. A sense of urgency surged within him. As they watched him leave, Su Hongtu and the others' expressions fluctuated between gloom and uncertainty. This series of events had left them feeling utterly humiliated. Reflecting upon it, they felt akin to jesters. Su Rian's expression bore frustration intertwined with a hint of unwillingness. The Frostwolf sect of North Cold County, led by Nirvana, he appears to be no older than 30. Yet his power is terrifying, dispatching those at the 7th level of the core formation stage with the ease of slaughtering chickens or dogs. This talent surpasses even that scoundrel Chu Zhitian in its peculiarity. Should he become my subordinate, how could that wretched man not kneel before me in repentance? 2 hours later, darkness envelopes the sky. Within the Jinhong mountain range, a figure halts in a secluded valley. But where, pray tell, is the Golden Cicada secret realm? Furthermore, I have yet to uncover the whereabouts of that Mo Qingfei. Otherwise, simply following her discreetly would suffice to locate the secret realm. At this moment, Chu Zhitian is beset by a surge of impatience. In his previous existence, he only knew that this prodigy from the MOU sect discovered the Golden Cicada secret realm amidst these mountains, yet he was oblivious to its precise location. From afternoon until now, he has scoured an area of no less than 100 miles, yet remains empty-handed. This secret realm not only determines whether he can swiftly ascend to the nascent soul realm, but also relates to whether he can forge a bond of destiny with Yeya. Meanwhile, in the Taishu sect, at the Chongqing courtyard, a diminutive figure finds herself trapped within a certain chamber. This chamber, once a sanctuary for Bai Chongqing's cultivation, has now transformed into a temporary prison for the demonic seed. In the reception hall of Chongqing courtyard, Yu Shuihan wears a grim expression as he negotiates with Bai Chongqing. Grand Elder, although Yeya is a demonic seed, she is ultimately just a child. Is it truly necessary to confine her? Bai Chongqing snorts in disdain. Why is it unnecessary? This afternoon, a disciple from White Tiger Peak met his demise at her hands. Surely, the sect master is aware of this? Upon hearing this, Yu Shuihan's expression flickers. I am well aware of the circumstances. Had it not been for Bai Tianming and others provoking her, even injuring Miao Yameng, Yeya would not have lost her composure. This child is not inherently malevolent. He continues, with a note of resolve, Grand Elder, do not forget that I am the sect master of this sect. Even if punishment is warranted for Yeya, you cannot act unilaterally without my consent. Entrust her to my care, and I shall ensure she does not leave the sect master's residence. Bai Chongqing, upon hearing this, merely chuckles coldly. Sect master, your concern for this demonic seed stems solely from Chu Zhitian, does it not? He is no longer among us. Yu Shuihan's countenance darkens instantly. Chu Zhitian is not necessarily gone. Bai Chongqing feigns concern. I too hope he still lives, destined to lead the sect to greatness. Yet, in the face of 3 golden core great witches, is that feasible? Therefore, sect master, why persist in your attachment to his daughter? Furthermore, do not forget that we elders possess the authority to supervise and even impeach the sect master, as well as the obligation to safeguard the entire sect. This small demonic seed may still have ties to the Dark Knight Palace, potentially attracting that malevolent ancestor of the nascent soul realm. In such a case, I might be able to entangle with them, but you, sect master, would likely find it difficult to cope. Thus, it is far more prudent to keep this demonic seed confined under my watch. Sect master, please take your leave. As the conversation drew to a close, the tone of the Grand Master took on an unmistakable air of finality, clearly indicating an unwavering resolve. There would be no surrender. Within the confines of a dim chamber, a small figure huddled in the corner. Father, Yeya misses you dearly. Where are you? They all say you cannot return, but Yeya does not believe it. Father, can you hear me speaking to you? At that moment, Yeya produced a jade pendant that hung around her neck. With determination, she pierced her fingertip with a hairpin, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the jade. Leaning closer, she whispered softly. Hundreds of miles away, Chu Zhitian, in a state of desperation, suddenly felt a ripple in his chest. Yaya? Startled, he quickly retrieved the jade pendant that also hung around his neck. This was a communication jade, a functional artifact he had exchanged for in the treasure chamber before departing from the sect, costing him thousands of contributions. The pendant was a pair, each worn by him and Yaya, enabling communication across vast distances, albeit only once. At that moment, as he listened to his daughter's voice emanating from the pendant, a wave of longing and heartache surged within him. He nearly succumbed to the impulse to respond directly, but as he opened his mouth, he restrained himself. No, he must not reply. Chapter 58. Truly, Father's little blessing. Chu Zhitian resisted the urge to answer Yaya. He could not be certain if there were others present with her. Should Yu Chaolu report to the sect that he was missing, and here he was, communicating with Yaya, it would surely expose him. His efforts to deceive the Grand Master and the Fourth Master would be in vain. The incident in Jinhong City seemed to be a plot directed against him. This realization filled Chu Zhitian with a sense of urgency. His displayed talents and rapid cultivation had made some uneasy. Thus, he could not ascertain what actions they might take if he were still alive. Collaborating with the Dark Knight Palace to launch a full-scale attack on the Tai Su sect was not outside the realm of possibility. Therefore, he must ensure his own disappearance from the world to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, he currently lacked the strength to contend with the threats he faced. Endure. A moment's impatience could disrupt grand schemes. Once I locate the Golden Cicada's secret realm and break through to the nascent soul stage, I shall make amends to my daughter. My dear, I am sorry, Chu Zhitian thought to himself. At that instant, the voice of Yaya echoed once more from the jade pendant. Father, are you listening? Are you preoccupied with important matters, and thus unable to attend to Yaya? It must be so. Father will surely return safely to accompany Yaya. Nothing will happen to you. As he listened to his daughter's voice, Chu Zhitian felt his heart flutter. As this moment unfolded, the little one's voice, imbued with a hint of yearning, softly murmured, Father, Yaya misses you dearly. Do you think of Yaya? Indeed, Father certainly thinks of you. Chu Zhitian silently responded in his heart. At that moment, the child continued to speak to herself. Grandmother once said that everyone is a star in the sky. She also mentioned that the star representing Yaya resides in the eastern heavens. If you miss Yaya too, just cast your gaze towards the east. The star that symbolizes Yaya must be twinkling down at you. With a playful giggle, she added, Hee, which star represents you, Father? Never mind. You can tell Yaya when you return. Right now, Yaya can't see it anyway. I'm so sleepy. Yaya wants Father. In dreams, I can see Father. In the dimly lit confines of the chamber, Yaya curled up in a corner, conversing with her father. Uncertain if he could hear her, she refrained from mentioning her confinement by the malevolent matriarch. She understood that her father was out fighting against wicked foes. She did not wish to distract him with her worries. Eventually, her large eyes slowly fluttered shut. It seemed that after speaking with her father, her feelings of anxiety and helplessness began to dissipate, and a sweet smile graced her innocent little face. Surely, in her dreams, she had truly seen her father. Yaya, wait for Father to return. Chu Zhitian choked on his words, feeling a heavy ache in his heart. He longed to rush back and embrace his daughter with all the affection she deserved. Yet reason reminded him that he must first possess the strength to ensure his beloved's safety for a lifetime. With a tender expression, he listened to the gentle sounds of Yaya's soft snores emanating from the jade pendant. It wasn't until the pendant's communication time elapsed that Chu Zhitian reluctantly put it away, feeling as though he had just heard the most enchanting melody in the world, momentarily forgetting his quest for the secret realm. In the next instant, he turned his gaze towards the eastern night sky, fixating on the brightest star. My darling, is that star you? Chu Zhitian mused to himself. After observing it for a while, just as he withdrew his gaze, a flicker of light caught his attention in the eastern direction. His eyes sharpened, and surprise illuminated his face. According to the revelations from the past life of the Mo Ching Fei, the entrance to the Golden Cicada's secret realm was a smooth stone wall within a cave, shimmering with golden light in an erratic manner. Only by fortuitously encountering it could one capture the light from the outside world and unveil the Golden Cicada's secret realm. Chu Zhitian never anticipated that his longing for Yaya would lead him to gaze at the stars in the eastern night sky, ultimately revealing the Golden Cicada's secret realm. My treasure, you truly are your father's little blessing. Chu Zhitian kissed the jade pendant fervently. In the next moment, he hurriedly dashed towards the direction of the light. This place was a grand subterranean tomb. A line of 15 individuals appeared at the entrance of the tomb. Before them lay a tomb passage, towering 3 meters high and exceeding 5 meters in width. What was truly astonishing was that the walls of this passage were constructed entirely from exquisite spirit stones. Contrary to the anticipated stench of decay, entering this underground tomb felt remarkably refreshing. A deep breath revealed an abundance of rich spiritual energy. Among this group, at the forefront stood 2 men and a woman. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and graceful, with exquisite features that exuded a sweet charm. Her eyes were strikingly clear, radiating an indescribable vitality. She was Mo Qingfei, the third-generation disciple of the Mo sect, renowned for her unparalleled talent and strength. At the age of 24, she had already attained the second level of the Golden Core realm, truly an extraordinary prodigy. The 2 men accompanying her included 1 elder and 1 youth. The elder was stout and stocky, wielding twin hammers, exuding an aura of steadfastness. He was Mo Xiong, Mo Qingfei's protective elder, a formidable presence at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. The younger man appeared remarkably handsome, with a striking demeanor and eyes that occasionally sparkled with brilliance. He was Mo Qingzhou, the second most talented individual of the younger generation in the Mo sect, possessing strength just below that of Mo Qingfei, having reached the 1st level of the Golden Core realm at the age of 35. In this world of cultivators, anyone under 50 was considered quite young, and Mo Qingzhou's talent was indeed rare. Was this the fabled Golden Cicada secret realm? Be cautious, junior sister, Mo Qingzhou advised. Stepping protectively in front of Mo Qingfei, his movements swifter than even those of the elder, Mo Xiong. His demeanor was filled with solicitude. Mo Qingfei merely nodded, seemingly accustomed to her brother's attentiveness. The richness of the celestial spiritual energy here was such that, regardless of whether they obtained the Corpse King's nascent soul or the fate-linked Golden Cicada goo, this place could be deemed a sacred ground for cultivation. At that moment, Mo Xiong exclaimed in awe, "The Corpse King's nascent soul is a celestial treasure that can allow one to break through to the nascent soul realm in a single leap. And the fate-linked Golden Cicada goo needs no further introduction. Moreover, they are a pair. Let us proceed. My ability to swiftly ascend to the nascent soul realm hinges upon this venture. I hope for the assistance of you, Uncle Mo Xiong and Senior Brother." Mo Qingfei spoke softly, her voice melodious as if carried by a gentle breeze. Mo Xiong and Mo Qingzhou responded affirmatively and led the way ahead, with Mo Qingfei closely following. Behind them were 12 members of the MOU Guard, all of whom possessed strength at the Hunyuan realm, subtly encircling the exceptional Mo Qingfei. Suddenly, a disturbance emanated from the entrance of the secret realm behind them, and in the next moment, another figure materialized out of thin air. Upon turning to look, Mo Qingfei and her companion's expressions shifted dramatically. As Chu Zhitian entered, his pupils constricted, sensing a hint of trouble. Indeed, he had stumbled into a predicament. Chapter 59. The beautiful and kind-hearted Mo Qingfei. The moment Chu Zhitian intruded, the expressions of the members of the MOU sect darkened with discontent. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Mo Qingzhou arched an eyebrow, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. This Golden Cicada secret realm was a place where the MOU sect had captured remnants of the Great Jin dynasty, information gleaned from their captives. Their intention in coming here was to monopolize this secret realm. Now, however, an unexpected guest had appeared. Naturally, the instinctive thought that surged in Mo Qingzhou's mind was to eliminate him. Aside from him, Mo Xiong and the other MOU guards regarded Chu Zhitian with an equally perilous gaze. "I don't know how I got in," Chu Zhitian replied innocently, his expression one of bewilderment. "My name is Nyoda, a hunter from a nearby village. I lost my way in the Golden Rainbow Mountains, and, after encountering a pack of wolf beasts, I fled in panic into a cave. Inside the cave, there was a mirror-like stone wall, and when I approached it, I found myself here." His feigned innocence, coupled with his rustic appearance, made him appear like a genuine, simple villager. Upon hearing this, the members of the MOU sect exchanged glances. From the remnants of the Great Jin, they had learned that the entrance to the Golden Cicada secret realm remained open for a brief duration after activation, allowing for free entry and exit. However, the cave's inconspicuous nature, combined with the vastness of the Golden Rainbow Mountains and the blockade enforced by Mo Lao Dao and Mo Qingchen, made it nearly impossible for anyone to stumble in. Yet, who would have anticipated that an oblivious rustic villager would inadvertently wander in? The next moment, Mo Qingzhou coldly declared, "Consider it bad luck. You've come to the wrong place. Lao Ba, take him home." He gestured dismissively towards one of the MOU guards, who was about to strike down the villager. Seeing that his ruse was futile, Chu Zetian prepared to defend himself. Just then, a gentle and melodious voice interjected. Enough. He is merely an ignorant villager and poses no hindrance to us. It was Mo Qingfei who spoke. After assessing Chu Zetian for a few moments, she continued, Nyoda, is it? Since you are here, you might as well accompany us. This is an ancient tomb, and there may be dangers ahead. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingzhou snorted. Only my junior sister Qingfei possesses such a compassionate heart. You're fortunate. Chu Zetian quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, miss. Not only are you as beautiful as a celestial being, but your heart is as kind as that of a bodhisattva. Mo Qingfei chuckled softly. You rustic villager certainly have a way with words. Very well, stay close to us. Her laughter was enchanting, captivating enough to rival the beauty of the heavens. Even though Chu Zetian possessed a resolute spirit, he found himself momentarily entranced, struck by the beauty before him. At that instant, witnessing Mo Qingfei smile at Chu Zetian, a flicker of malevolence surged within the depths of Mo Qingzhou's eyes. This senior disciple of the MOU sect had long pursued Mo Qingfei, and his nature was one of cruelty, narrow-mindedness, and a penchant for vengeance, with an overwhelming desire for possession. To him, Mo Qingfei was unequivocally his woman. Once, harboring resentment after a junior brother discussed cultivation insights with her, he seized the opportunity during a sect competition to cripple the rival with a single strike. If he could treat his fellow disciples in such a manner, one could only imagine how he would regard a mere village peasant. When he saw Chu Zetian daring to converse with Mo Qingfei and eliciting a smile from her, Mo Qingzhou's murderous intent was rekindled. Thus, in the next moment, as Chu Zetian sought to follow, Mo Qingzhou positioned himself directly in front of him. You lowly commoner, halt, he declared. Though my junior sister is kind-hearted, this ancient tomb is fraught with peril, and we are under no obligation to carry you, a burden. Here's the deal. If you wish to accompany us, you must first wear this collar. With a mocking smile, he produced a collar from his spatial artifact. Now, put it on and prostrate yourself like a dog. I shall consider you my spirit hound. At his words, the MOU guards erupted into laughter. Qingzhou, you truly know how to have fun. This rustic peasant, worthy of being your spirit hound. A spirit hound leads the way. What can he do? They jeered. Hey, peasant, why not hurry and put it on? To be the dog of our esteemed senior brother is a fortune you could only dream of. At that moment, Chu Zetian's heart boiled with rage, his eyes glowing with cold light. The next instant, he cast a cautious glance at the golden core sixth layer Mo Xiong and inwardly resolved, let them revel for a while. Once they tread upon my traps, I shall make them understand the nature of the entity they dare to provoke. What insolent gaze is that, you lowly wretch? Mo Qingzhou felt Chu Zetian stare, and his expression darkened. He stepped forward, thrusting the collar before Chu Zetian's face, threatening coldly, did you not hear me? You have two choices. 1. Prostrate and act like a dog, and I shall graciously lead you. 2. I will slay you right now. At this juncture, Mo Qingfei interjected. Senior brother, cease this folly. To stoop to the level of such a village peasant is beneath your dignity. She furrowed her delicate brows, appearing somewhat dissatisfied and speechless at her brother's behavior. Upon hearing her words, Mo Qingzhou let out a cold snort and relented. However, his gaze upon Chu Zetian remained laden with malice. You best be wise, he warned before finally turning away. Chu Zetian feigned a sense of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thank you, miss. He expressed his gratitude once more to Mo Qingfei. Think nothing of it, she replied. Mo Qingfei nodded gently. Following this, Chu Zetian adopted an unassuming demeanor as he accompanied the members of the MOU sect deeper into the underground palace. However, his gaze occasionally flickered with a fierce glint as he cast a glance at Mo Qingzhou and the others. Although this was an ancient tomb, the rich spiritual energy within invigorated the spirit. Along the path, the walls of the tomb were adorned with luminous pearls and glowing jade, illuminating the surroundings with a brilliant light. As far as I know, dangers lurked within this underground palace. Even golden core experts could easily meet their demise here. In her past life, Mo Qingfei had also faced perilous trials. In this lifetime, my initial intention was to lead all the members of the MOU sect, including her, to their doom, thereby monopolizing the opportunities for myself. Yet now, the fortune must remain mine. As for Mo Qingfei, I shall spare her life. Chu Zetian mused silently. Just then, the impending crisis arrived as anticipated. Chapter 60. using him to lure the corpses. A strange and chilling voice echoed ominously. As the crowd passed through the initial tomb passage and reached a spacious area, several figures suddenly surged forth from the tomb chambers on both sides. Armed with heavy swords and clad in battle armor from the Great Jin dynasty, their skin was a dark hue, with shriveled flesh and eyes glowing crimson. They were the corpse demons, specifically the green zombie demons. "Be cautious," Mo Xiong exclaimed, issuing a warning. "These mere green zombies, I shall handle them myself," Mo Qingzhou scoffed, drawing his sword and charging forth. Mo Xiong and the 12 members of the MOU guards also sprang into action. The corpse demons are a type of malevolent creature, formed from the bodies of human cultivators or other races, having absorbed spiritual or yin energy. They are commonly found in ancient tombs or foreboding locales. The moment they transform into corpse demons, they possess immense strength. Even the lowest tier of purple zombie demons rival the power of acquired realm cultivators. The green zombie demons before them, however, could make even Hunyuan experts retreat in alarm. Nevertheless, the weakest among the MOU sex party were Golden Core experts, so they harbored no fear of these green zombies. Clang, clang, clang. The desiccated flesh of the corpse demons was as resilient as steel. Weapons clashed against their bodies, producing the sound of metal striking metal. Yet, within moments, over 20 corpse demons were effortlessly slain beneath their blades. Alas, these corpse demons, with their dried and shriveled flesh, did not release any blood essence upon their demise, which Chu Zhitian could absorb. At this moment, both Mo Qingzhou and Mo Xiong, along with the MOU guards, appeared at ease, while Mo Qingfei even seemed disinclined to intervene. The only one visibly trembling was Chu Zhitian, who timidly approached Mo Qingfei. "What manner of creatures are these? Are they truly dead?" He gulped, his voice quavering with fear. Seeing his reaction, Mo Qingfei couldn't help but smile. "Rest assured, they are all dead and pose no threat to you." Mo Qingzhou wore a mocking expression. "Pathetic. A few corpse demons have frightened you to this extent?" This time, he did not feel anger at Chu Zhitian for drawing closer to Mo Qingfei. The grotesque display of fear from the other party merely elicited amusement and disdain from him. "Corpse demons?" Chu Zhitian exclaimed, shaking his head incessantly. "No, I must leave this place. The spectral entities within here are far more terrifying than the wolves outside." With that, he feigned turning to flee. "Now you wish to escape? It is too late. A stick of incense has already burned, and the entrance to the secret realm has closed." What a fool. Hearing this, Chu Zhitian trembled in fear. How could this happen? I must get out. How can I possibly escape? Mo Qingfei regarded him with an expression of exasperation. A moment later, she shook her head and said softly, "You need not be afraid. As long as you stick with us, the corpse demons cannot harm you." "Are there more of such ghastly beings?" He protested. "No way. I refuse to accompany you. Since all the corpse demons here are dead, I shall remain here. When you leave, will you return to take me with you?" Fear and desperation filled Chu Zhitian's eyes, prompting another round of laughter from Mo Qingzhou and the others. Mo Qingfei furrowed her brow, seemingly growing impatient. Finally, she nodded and said, "Very well. Then you may stay here for now." Subsequently, the members of the MOU sect made slight adjustments and searched the tomb chambers on either side before continuing deeper into the secret realm. Meanwhile, out of fear, Chu Zhitian remained behind. Once the others had distanced themselves, he returned to the earlier passageway. "I must break through as swiftly as possible. A Golden Core expert is not to be underestimated. Even with my physical strength, I cannot be entirely certain against this group of MOU sect masters. However, once I attain the Golden Core, no one in this secret realm should be able to threaten me, including that Golden Core 6th layer expert, Mo Xiong, and those two corpse kings." In the next moment, he focused his mind and activated the extreme Tao True scripture. Instantly, streams of spiritual energy surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. The dense spiritual energy surrounding him was rapidly depleted. Even the high-grade spirit stones embedded in the walls of the passageway visibly transformed into a grayish hue. Time passed, minute by minute. Chu Zhitian's dantian was continually solidifying and compressing, gradually transforming toward the Golden Core. After more than half an hour, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from him. Golden light radiated from his dantian. A golden core, resembling a solid metallic sphere, spun rapidly within. This was indeed a solid dantian formed from an extreme compression of spiritual power. The Golden Core realm. Success. At present, I can finally employ some of the extraordinary abilities that reside within my memory, which can be considered as my genuine trump cards. A confident smile, indicative of assuredness, graced the face of Chu Zetian. These extraordinary abilities differ significantly from mere martial skills or spells. The prerequisite for mastering such powers lies in possessing a profound comprehension of certain celestial principles. Moreover, their utilization often demands substantial energy or specific methods, accompanied by certain sacrifices. In my previous existence, as one on the verge of shattering the void, Chu Zetian naturally grasped various celestial principles, particularly excelling in the sword path, where he had reached the threshold of insight. However, in this lifetime, prior to attaining the Golden Core realm, he still found himself unable to wield the extraordinary abilities that once flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. Even if he were to exhaust his entire reservoir of spiritual energy in one go, it would still be insufficient to support the execution of such powers. Yet now, the prospect of deploying 2 or 3 extraordinary abilities in quick succession poses no significant challenge. Among Golden Core practitioners, not everyone possesses the capability to employ these extraordinary powers. Even as a novice in the Golden Core stage, my true combat prowess far surpasses that of other Golden Core cultivators. It is a matter of security. A confident curve adorned the corners of Chu Zetian's lips. Old comrades, I can finally let you shine once more. At this moment, having broken through to the Golden Core realm, the hidden cards that once ensured his survival in his previous life were about to reveal their brilliance. The former war sovereign of the skies was gradually making his return. Meanwhile, within half an hour, the disciples of the MOU sect had traversed multiple areas within the underground palace, vanquishing no fewer than 100 corpse demons along the way, including 2 that were comparable to Golden Core experts. As they navigated through an area shrouded in corpse mist, they delved several hundred meters deeper before emerging into a grand hall. At the end of the hall stood a pair of tightly shut palace doors. The imposing doors were intricately carved with a dragon and a phoenix, while a massive coffin obstructed the entrance. The group had no time to admire the magnificent hall. Their gazes were filled with caution and seriousness, fixated on the enormous coffin, as if something unfathomably terrifying lay within. Beyond these doors lies the true main tomb chamber. Mo Xiong spoke solemnly. Mo Qingfei's eyes remained locked on the coffin, a grave expression settling on her exquisite face. What stands before us now represents the greatest threat here. They had learned from the remnants of the fallen Jin dynasty that this Golden Cicada secret realm was, in fact, the burial site of a feudal lord and his partner from the era of the Great Jin dynasty. The greatest opportunity, as well as the peril within the tomb, was embodied by the 2 corpse kings that had emerged from these individuals. Each corpse king possessed a Yuan infant within, along with a life-bound Golden Cicada goo. Inside the Guardian Hall's coffin lay the male corpse king, transformed from the feudal lord. According to the remnants of the Great Jin, his strength in life had astonishingly reached the void stage, transcending even the Yuan infant realm. After death, the corpse king transformed into a being comparable to the pinnacle of the Golden Core's 9th level. The mistress of the main tomb chamber, in her former life, had attained the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Now, her strength as a female corpse king likely resides somewhere between the 4th and 6th levels of the Golden Core. Those remnants of the Great Jin truly are insidious, leaving us with but a fraction of the truth. Initially, our plan was to disregard the male corpse king and directly enter the main tomb chamber. After jointly vanquishing the female corpse king, I would utilize her nascent soul to transcend into the nascent soul realm myself, subsequently dealing with the male corpse king. However, it is now evident that attempting to enter the main tomb chamber will inevitably alert the male corpse king, a formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Golden Core. Mo Qingfei furrowed her brows tightly. In truth, a solution is not beyond reach. Although the strength of this corpse king should not be underestimated, its intelligence is surely quite limited. We merely need to divert its attention. At this moment, Mo Qingzhou's expression shifted, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Who will be the bait? Mo Xiong inquired in a deep tone. Isn't there a worthless fool among us? Though merely an ordinary person, if we administer the soul-exploding pill to him, he could certainly flee with remarkable speed. Luring away a corpse king with low intelligence would suffice. A cruel and sinister smile emerged on Mo Qingzhou's face. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiong and the other MOU guards nodded in agreement. The life of a humble villager held no value in their eyes. Only Mo Qingfei frowned, pondering whether this course of action was excessively cruel. What is the soul-exploding pill? It is a forbidden drug capable of temporarily exhausting the potential of life and even the power of the soul. After its effects wear off, the user's internal organs would directly deteriorate, with their innate energy completely depleted. Ultimately, they would become nothing more than a desiccated corpse. The most insidious aspect is that the soul itself would be consumed by the pill, leading to complete annihilation, rendering one incapable of even becoming a ghost. It must be noted that although Mo Kinfi possessed extraordinary strength as the paragon of the Mou sect, she had always been well protected and thus remained somewhat naive. Consequently, she retained a degree of innocence. Upon hearing her senior brother's suggestion, a wave of resistance surged within her. Cruelty? Without us, that villager would meet the same fate, torn apart by the corpse demon. Moreover, if he does not lure the corpse away, who will? Mo Qingzhou scoffed dismissively. Mo Kinfi contemplated for several seconds before extending a slender jade-like finger to point at Mo Qingzhou. I believe you are the most suitable to act as bait. Given your strength, as long as you avoid engaging in battle, the Corpse King will undoubtedly be unable to catch you. Meanwhile, Uncle Xiong and the others can take the opportunity to open the hall's door and enter the main tomb chamber, uniting to eliminate the female Corpse King. You can lead the male Corpse King in circles to create distance, then return without fail. As these words left her lips, Mo Qingzhou's mouth twitched several times. Good heavens! So, in her reluctance to harm that villager, she ultimately proposed that he should be the one to lure the corpse? In an instant, a tide of anger and resentment surged within Mo Qingzhou. Indirectly, the intent to harm that Cao Da is even more pronounced. Junior sister, why do you fail to discern the bonds of kinship? You protect that peasant while I, your senior brother, am left to face danger? Mo Qingzhou inquired darkly. Mo Qingfei shook her head and replied, it is different. Forcing that Cao Da to consume the exploding soul pill to lure the corpses is a certain death sentence, leaving not even a trace of his soul. However, if you manage the situation well, senior brother, you could emerge unscathed. Mo Qingzhou scoffed. How can a lowly commoner be compared to me? My act of luring the corpses also entails risk. Indeed, the life of a rural peasant is as worthless as grass. If he dies, so be it. Yet, should anything go awry with Qingzhou, the lives of 1,000 or 10,000 peasants would not suffice to compensate. At this moment, Mo Xiong spoke in a grave tone. On one side lies the inevitable death of the peasant, while on the other, Mo Qingzhou must only take a minor risk. However, aside from Mo Qingfei, everyone else deemed the former trivial, while the latter exceedingly grave. Just as Mo Qingfei intended to speak further, she was abruptly interrupted by her guardian elder. Mo Xiong waved his hand. There are no further arguments. It is settled. Qingfei, you are still naive and do not comprehend the harsh realities of the cultivation world. In all matters, one must weigh the pros and cons, rather than ponder notions of kindness and righteousness. The compassion of a woman will only bring harm to oneself and others. With that, before Mo Qingfei could utter another word, Mo Xiong summoned 2 members of the MOU Guard, instructing them to return and bring Cao Da here. Given the perils lurking within this underground palace, I shall accompany you as a precaution, Mo Qingzhou stated, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze. Initially, their exploration proceeded at a sluggish pace. However, on their return, the trio of Mo Qingzhou took less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Why does it feel as though the spiritual energy here has vanished? They found themselves in a relatively spacious area, with 2 tomb chambers on either side. This was precisely where they had first encountered that green zombie creature. Not only had the spiritual energy dissipated, but the spirit stones used for the walls had also transformed into mere rubble. It appeared as if something had drained them entirely. One MOU guard, surveying the surroundings, expressed his uncertainty. Malevolent. Be cautious. Mo Qingzhou furrowed his brow, a look of alertness etching his features. Let us hurry and locate that commoner to bring him back, lest complications arise. Within the tomb passage, as soon as the trio of Mo Qingzhou ascended the spiral staircase, Chu Zhitian had already sensed their presence. Thus, he ceased his cultivation immediately. Consequently, Mo Qingzhou and his companions only noticed the absence of spiritual energy, oblivious to other occurrences. Next, the 3 searched the 2 external tomb chambers before proceeding into the tomb passage. Qingzhou, this peasant is indeed here. One of the MOU guards exclaimed upon spotting Cao Da, seated on the ground, seemingly in a daze. This wretch is so fearful of the deceased corpse demons that he has hidden himself away in the tomb passage? Mo Qingzhou let out a cold laugh and strode swiftly towards Chu Zhitian. What brings you back? Chu Zhitian inquired, rising to his feet with an inscrutable expression. Upon seeing only these three return, a flicker of cold light flashed in his starry eyes. Mo Qingzhou's lips curled into a mocking smile. We have reached the end of this ancient tomb and are about to exit. Hence, we kindly return to escort you. Hearing this, Chu Zhitian feigned immense gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Thank you, esteemed immortals. One of the MOU guards exchanged glances with Mo Qingzhou and scoffed, you rustic villager. Do you intend to express your gratitude merely with words? Shouldn't you demonstrate some sincerity and bow to us? Another chimed in, I think bowing is unnecessary. Mo Qingzhou's previous suggestion was rather clever. How about we put a dog collar around his neck and lead him along? At these words, Mo Qingzhou burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid idea. It is settled then. As he spoke, he retrieved a dog collar from his spatial treasure and pointed it at Chu Zhitian's nose. Come, peasant. Put this on yourself. Otherwise, we shan't take you with us. If we leave you behind, you will perish here. The corpses and demons within will tear out your heart and shred you to pieces. If you wish to survive, you would do well to comply. The two MOU guards laughed, as if mocking a fool. Not only did they intend to make this peasant suffer, but they also wished to humiliate and toy with him before his demise. There is no greater cruelty than this. Chu Zhitian regarded them with narrowed eyes. Confirming that only these three had returned, he had already devised their fate in his mind. Their prancing antics only intensified the murderous intent brewing within him. At that moment, Mo Qingzhou stepped closer and poked Chu Zhitian's shoulder with a finger. What is the matter, peasant? Still defiant. Now that my junior sister Qingfei is absent, no one is here to protect you. Comply, or I shall make your existence a living torment. To you, a despicable insect. We cultivators are akin to gods in the heavens. Do you understand? You have no right to resist. Bowing your head is the wisest choice. Upon hearing this, the seemingly stubborn Chu Zhitian finally nodded. Very well, I shall bow to you. Mo Qingzhou and the two MOU guards immediately wore smug, mocking smiles. Having such a peasant to entertain them within this ancient tomb seemed rather enjoyable. But just as their smiles began to blossom fully, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With the sound of two thunderous crashes, two figures were sent flying outwards. Chapter 62. The coffin stirred. The ones sent flying were the two MOU guards. Upon landing, their chests were visibly caved in, ribs shattered inch by inch. Their hearts and lungs were reduced to pulp. After expelling a copious amount of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs from his mouth, he convulsed a few times before falling silent. Astonishingly, he was struck dead by a single punch from Chu Zhitian. Following this, streams of vital essence were automatically absorbed by the blood wheel eye, further enhancing Chu Zhitian's physical prowess. Mo Qingzhou's expression changed dramatically. Glancing back at the gruesome scene of the two deceased, he fixed an incredulous and furious gaze upon Chu Zhitian. The demeanor that once regarded him as nothing more than an ant, a mere plaything, now bore a hint of seriousness. At that moment, even if he were foolish, he realized that this Nyoda was far from an ordinary mountain dweller. Instead, he was a cunning predator in disguise. A scoundrel. So, you were concealing your true strength? Mo Qingzhou ground his teeth in rage. Chu Zhitian let out a cold laugh. Foolish and despicable creature. Do you understand now? Unfortunately, it is too late. Die. With those words, Chu Zhitian followed up with a powerful punch towards him. To maintain the secrecy of his true identity, he refrained from using the sky-rending sword. Most importantly, his cultivation at the first level of the Golden Core realm, combined with the physical strength of the Golden Body realm, gave him absolute confidence in overwhelming Mo Qingzhou. Mo Qingzhou's expression tightened, and he quickly raised his sword to block. The 3-foot azure blade in his hand, named Zhan Xiong, was a rare earth-grade treasure. Clang! Chu Zhitian's fleshly fist collided with the earth-grade weapon. In the next instant, their clash produced a metallic sound. The tremendous recoil left Mo Qingzhou's hands tingling, forcing him to involuntarily step back. The once vicious and arrogant visage now displayed a heightened look of suspicion. Clearly, the spiritual energy emanating from this Nyoda was also at the first level of the Golden Core. Yet, the might of his punch far surpassed that of his own. After a single exchange, Mo Qingzhou understood that he was no match for his opponent. In that moment, any pride as the senior brother of the MOU sect vanished, and he turned to flee. Did you not wish for me to bow down? Why are you running? Seeing this, Chu Zhitian stomped his foot, unleashing a terrifying surge of physical power that propelled him forward over 100 meters. After a mere 20 breaths, boom, the wall of the tomb, made of once pristine spirit stones, was shattered into dust by the impact of Mo Qingzhou's body. At this moment, the senior brother of the Mo sect fell to the ground like a broken sack, blood spewing from his mouth, his complexion as pale as paper. His bones were mostly shattered, and his internal organs were crushed and displaced. It was solely due to the tenacity of a golden core cultivator's life force that he clung to life, barely hanging on. The Zhanxiong sword had long since slipped from his grasp. In the next moment, he looked at Chu Zhitian, who approached like a harbinger of death, terror filling his eyes. With a thud, unable to maintain his stance, Mo Qingzhou collapsed to his knees. On his face, a forced smile of desperation emerged. "Please, spare me. We can talk this out," Mo Qingzhou implored, suppressing the hatred within as he knelt before Chu Zhitian in a plea for mercy. At a mere 50 years of age, he had already attained the first level of the Golden Core stage. If he could survive, a boundless future awaited him. He was truly reluctant to accept death. Observing the disheveled figure of his opponent on the ground, Chu Zhitian's lips curled into a frigid smile devoid of warmth. He approached Mo Qingzhou, towering over him, and declared, "Did you not compel me to bow? I am now humbled. However, you must kneel as well." Mo Qingzhou nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. I was blind to your worth. If you spare my life, I shall serve you faithfully. I will be your loyal hound, as long as you do not kill me." In a desperate bid for survival, the once arrogant man found himself kneeling before Chu Zhitian, mimicking the bark of a dog. Yet, in the next instant, Chu Zhitian reached out and seized the sword, Zhanxiong, that had fallen to the ground. With a swift motion, a sickening sound echoed as a head was severed from its body. "I have no need for a dog like you." Chu Zhitian's voice was cold as ice. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat surged within him, refining and nurturing his physical form. In that moment, having just broken through to the body refinement golden body stage, his physical strength soared by an astonishing 500,000 pounds. To slay a golden core expert could elevate my physical prowess to such an extent? How exhilarating! With renewed vigor, Chu Zhitian's mind conjured the image of Mo Xiong. As for Mo Qingfei, he held no intention of taking her life. After rummaging through the corpse for treasures and collecting the spatial artifact into his ring, Chu Zhitian departed from the scene. Within the great hall, Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong awaited at a distance of 100 meters from the immense coffin. Qingfei, once that brute, Nyoda, diverts the corpse king within the coffin. "You must use the dragon and phoenix blood pearl to open the hall's door. Once our people have entered the main tomb, you must swiftly close the door behind you. We are more than capable of dealing with the female corpse king inside. At that moment, consume the breakthrough pill within the main tomb, and you will soon reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, allowing you to refine the corpse king's nascent soul and break through to the nascent soul realm. Then, dealing with the male corpse king will be a trivial task." While awaiting Mo Qingzhou's return, Mo Xiong meticulously outlined their forthcoming plans to Mo Qingfei. "Understood, Uncle Xiong." Mo Qingfei nodded. Thanks to Mo Xiong's guidance, she had managed to steady her emotions, no longer feeling conflicted over the sacrifice of Nyoda. At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with excitement and anticipation at the prospect of soon stepping into the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred, accompanied by a piercing sound of friction. The cover of the enormous coffin began to stir. Everyone turned to look, a shiver running down their spines. In the shadows, a pair of watchful eyes revealed a flicker of uncertainty. Was the corpse king about to emerge? Chu Zhitian mused inwardly. At that moment, he had already arrived. Concealed at the entrance of the Guardian Hall, within a segment of the tomb passage, he fixed his gaze on the colossal coffin, feeling an inexplicable throbbing at his forehead. Precisely where the blood wheel I resided. The blood wheel I was reacting to this coffin? Boom. Another resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy. The immensely heavy coffin lid was violently thrust aside by an overwhelming force. Subsequently, an incredibly dense black mist surged forth from the coffin like an explosion. Along with it emerged a shadowy figure. Clad in an exquisitely luxurious Dejin python robe, the figure leapt from the coffin. A palpable aura of death emanated from its corporeal form. As the corpse king, its flesh was remarkably robust. Even its visage retained the handsome features from its former life. Yet, the skin was as dark as ink, exuding a chilling malevolence. In an instant, the entire Guardian Hall was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of dread. Damn it! Why did this corpse king emerge on its own? Mo Xiong's expression changed dramatically, filled with suspicion and fury. Mo Qingfei gazed at the corpse king. her exquisite face etched with seriousness. The MOU guards felt a profound unease from the terrifying pressure radiating from the figure. Observing discreetly, Chu Zhitian's eyes glimmered with an inexplicable excitement. The spectacle was about to begin. Chapter 63. Save you? You think too highly of yourself. In the eyes of the MOU sect and its members, as long as they maintained their distance and did not provoke it, the corpse king within the coffin should remain in a dormant state and not emerge on its own. However, reality exceeded their expectations. The Guardian Hall was now filled with a menacing aura, suffused with the essence of death. Uncle Xiong, what should we do now? Not only the weaker MOU guards, but even Mo Qingfei's beautiful face paled slightly. Despite her cultivation at the second level of the Golden Core stage, she had never experienced true combat. Moreover, what they faced was not an ordinary cultivator, but a terrifying corpse king. This realization instilled a sense of panic within Mo Qingfei. There is no choice. I'll lure it away. You take the others and hurry to open the hall doors to enter the main tomb. Simultaneously, send a message to Qingzhou and urge him to return quickly. Don't worry about that arrogant fellow. Mo Xiong's expression was equally grave. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the corpse king in the python robe. Mo Qingfei nodded, moving closer to the hall doors while retrieving a communication jade pendant. However, there was no response from Mo Qingzhou's side. What could be the reason? Could something have happened to my senior brother as well? Mo Qingfei's delicate face tightened, and a sense of foreboding surged within her heart. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, Chu Zhitian watched the unfolding chaos with a cold smile. Did they still hope to summon Mo Qingzhou back? The light boat had already sailed over myriad mountains. He would not return. Buzz. At this time, the twin hammers of Mo Xiong surged with spiritual energy, crashing towards the corpse king in a fierce assault. The might of a sixth-tier Golden Core practitioner was fully displayed. Demon, take this. He roared. The corpse king opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. Its fist, shrouded in thick corpse energy, collided with Mo Xiong's twin hammers. The formidable cadaverous body was comparable to divine weaponry. Mo Xiong grunted, retreating several steps as his eyes widened in disbelief. What a fearsome creature. In just a fleeting moment, he felt the terrifying presence of the python robe corpse king. Once a corpse demon took form, it became impervious to blades or spears, endowed with immense strength. Reaching the level of a corpse king, its physical prowess was even more horrifying. The python robe corpse king before him possessed not only immense physical strength, but also an evolution of corpse energy within. This corpse energy was to the corpse king what spiritual energy was to human cultivators, and it was even more sinister and terrifying. With the enhancement of corpse energy, the strength of the corpse king before them had surpassed that of an ordinary ninth-tier Golden Core practitioner, nearly equating to a half-step into the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Mo Qingfei and the 10 MOU guards saw Elder Mo Xiong being repelled by the corpse king in their first encounter, and their expressions grew increasingly grave. Roar! In the next second, enveloped in dense corpse mist, the corpse king charged once more towards Mo Xiong. Xiong uncle, be careful, Mo Qingfei hurriedly warned. I'm fine. I'll draw its attention and avoid a direct confrontation. You all hurry into the main tomb, Mo Xiong declared as he turned to flee, clearly intending to outmaneuver the corpse king by exploiting its low intelligence. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The python robe corpse king pursued Mo Xiong for several meters before abruptly changing direction, charging towards Mo Qingfei and the MOU guards. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling hue of green, radiating a sense of human-like mockery and cruelty. Damn it, this demon is not pursuing me. Mo Xiong's eyelids twitched, a mix of shock and anger flooding his senses. Its intelligence seemed far from low. Mo Qingfei's expression also shifted, feeling the sadistic glint in the corpse king's eyes. She was seized by an icy dread. From the time it was buried in this underground palace until now, thousands of years had passed. Throughout these long years, it had not only evolved into an unparalleled fiend at the level of a corpse king, but had also developed an intelligence on par with that of humans. It was utterly unlike their earlier expectations of a mindless creature driven solely by instinct. Faced with the approaching corpse king, Mo Qingfei bit her lip and swiftly drew her sword to confront it. With a clang, after a brief engagement, her delicate form was also forcefully repelled. Letting out a ferocious roar, the beast, upon discerning Mo Qingfei's formidable strength, redirected its focus toward the 10 MOU guards. In an instant, the corpse king, shrouded in a python robe, delivered a punch that pierced the heart of one MOU guard. With a crack, its enormous, pitch-black hand unleashed a force of 1,000,000 pounds, snapping the neck of another guard with ease. Within moments, 2 MOU guards were slain. Witnessing this scene, Chu Zetian furrowed his brow in dismay. He realized that those killed by the Corpse King yielded no essence of flesh and blood for him to absorb, as the bodies were tainted by corpse poison, rapidly transforming into cadaverous entities, thus obstructing the dispersion of their life essence. In his scheme, aside from sparing Mo Qingfei's life, all other remnants of the MOU sect were to serve as sustenance for the devouring celestial body. Was this not akin to competing for his prey? Chu Zetian mused inwardly, his expression darkening. Qingfei quickly used the dragon and phoenix blood pearl to unlock the hall doors. We must enter the main tomb chamber and keep it at bay, taking advantage of the Corpse King's slaughter of the MOU guards. Mo Xiong rushed over to seize Mo Qingfei, making a beeline for the grand doors at the end of the hall. With a creak and groan, they exerted every ounce of strength to shift the colossal coffin. The recess for the dragon and phoenix blood pearl between the two doors was utterly obstructed by the coffin. It had to be moved aside to unlock the doors. Yet, it was constructed from an unknown material that was not only chilling to the bone, but weighed millions of pounds. Even a golden core expert could only shift it incrementally. Little by little, at their current pace, they feared all the MOU guards would perish before they could move the massive coffin even half a meter. With a resounding thud, the Corpse King struck again, reducing a third MOU guard to mere fragments. Xiangshu, what shall we do? We cannot possibly move this coffin in such a short time. The eldest senior brother has also lost contact. Perhaps we should confront this monster head-on. Seeing the MOU guards fall so swiftly, and realizing how difficult it was to merely buy time for themselves, Mo Qingfei became flustered. Mo Xiong's expression fluctuated between gloom and resolve. "Ah, you vile creature. I shall fight you." At that moment, another MOU guard, realizing he was the next target of the Corpse King, roared in defiance, as if driven by a madness before death. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. Just as the Corpse King was about to claim its fourth victim, a figure leapt 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Two fists collided with a resounding impact, and both the figure and the Corpse King staggered backward. In an unexpected clash with the python-robed Corpse King, I stood my ground without yielding. "Do not interfere. The remaining heads belong to me." Chu Zetian's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he locked gazes with the Corpse King's eerie green orbs. To my astonishment, this formidable beast displayed a hint of human-like caution towards Chu Zetian. Meanwhile, the who believed himself doomed stood frozen in shock. Once he regained his senses, he gazed at the figure shielding him, expressing profound gratitude mingled with disbelief. "Thank you for saving my life." As the words escaped his lips, Chu Zetian turned to him, a devilish smile emerging on his seemingly innocent face. "Save you? You overestimate your worth. I merely intend to take your place as the killer." Upon hearing this, the was left dumbfounded. But before he could react, he felt an overwhelming force crash against his chest. In an instant, his ribcage caved in and his heart burst, sealing his fate. As consciousness slipped away, he finally grasped the truth. He did not seek to save me. Rather, he aimed to usurp the Corpse King and personally slay me. But why? Until his last breath, he could not fathom Chu Zetian's motives. Yet, Chu Zetian did not require anyone's understanding. With the demise of a surge of warmth coursed through Chu Zetian's body once more. A roar erupted from the Corpse King, its green eyes fixated on Chu Zetian, radiating fury and astonishment. The intelligence it possessed rivaled that of human cultivators. Sensing an immense threat emanating from Chu Zetian, for a moment, it refrained from making any rash moves. The other, including Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong, gazed at Chu Zetian with bewildered anger. This rustic villager had, astonishingly, slain one of their own with a single punch. Witnessing the green zombie tremble before him, they realized with dread the true extent of his power. Engaging the Corpse King in a contest of strength, he held his own effortlessly. At that moment, their understanding dawned. This so-called had been feigning all along. "You scoundrel!" Mo Qingfei glared at Chu Zetian, her fury palpable as she beheld the lifeless. In the next heartbeat, a realization struck her. Could it be that my senior brothers also fell victim to your treachery? Chu Zetian merely cast a fleeting glance her way, offering no response. Instead, a sword materialized in his grasp. With another swift strike, he eliminated yet another. Given his current prowess, dispatching these Hunyuan realm experts was as simple as breathing. Feeling the waves of warmth flooding his body, Chu Zetian mused that the deaths of these were justified. It is the sword of the sky severing from my senior brother. I will slay you. Mo Qingfei's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on the blade in Chu Zetian's hand. In her rage and desperation, she charged forward, determined to confront him in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Mo Xiong raised his arm to obstruct her. Qingfei, now is not the time for vengeance against Qing Zhou and his companions. Quickly, take the opportunity to move the coffin. Hearing this, Mo Qingfei gritted her teeth in frustration. Rationality confirmed that Uncle Xiong was indeed correct. Creak, creak, accompanied by a series of jarring friction sounds. Mo Xiong and Mo Qingfei continued to exert every ounce of their strength, inching the massive coffin forward. Roar! The serpent-robed corpse king, witnessing this, let out a furious roar, abandoning the formidable opponent, Chu Zetian, and charging at the two. It was evident that its madness had intensified. It seemed unwilling to allow anyone else to enter the main tomb chamber. This is bad. The corpse king is coming. Mo Xiong's expression tightened. Mo Qingfei also braced herself for battle. Just then, Chu Zetian, who had just dispatched the last of the MOU guards, leaped forward, positioning himself before the serpent-robed corpse king. You continue. I will hold this beast at bay. Chu Zetian cast a cold glance back, speaking in a chilling tone. Of course, his intentions were not altruistic. He too desired access to the main tomb chamber, hoping Mo Qingfei and her companion would assist in opening the door. We do not require your assistance, you scoundrel. Mo Qingfei, still naive to the ways of the world, spat furiously. Her exquisitely beautiful face was flushed with rage, her spirited eyes glaring at Chu Zetian, filled with hostility and disdain. Qingfei, no need for idle chatter. The matter at hand is urgent. Mo Xiong quickly advised her, as they rushed to move the enormous coffin. Bang, 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 boom. At this moment, Chu Zetian and the serpent-robed corpse king were engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle. The former had sheathed the sword of sky-shattering, trading blows with the corpse king, fist to fist, foot to foot. Each collision bore the weight of immense physical power. The combination of formidable spiritual energy and corpse aura rendered their attacks terrifyingly potent. The remains of the MOU guards were reduced to mere pulp. The spirit stones embedded in the walls of the grand hall shattered incessantly. Columns thick enough for two people to embrace came crashing down. What a thrill! Chu Zetian became increasingly exhilarated, a fierce battle fervor surging in his starry eyes. This raw, direct confrontation seemed to bring him immense satisfaction. Roar, roar. However, the serpent-robed corpse king continued to roar in fury, its corpse aura swirling violently. As it saw the massive coffin being gradually shifted by Mo Qingfei and her companion, its madness intensified. Deep within its subconscious, the main tomb chamber was a place that must not be trespassed. Inside, it seemed to harbor something of utmost importance to it. Yet, it was firmly obstructed by Chu Zetian, unable to advance a single step. After a full incense stick's worth of time, as Chu Zetian continued his fierce battle with the serpent-robed corpse king, Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong finally combined their strengths to move the colossal coffin. Weighing millions of pounds, 3 meters aside, this revealed a circular groove above the palace doors. On the two doors, there were representations of a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon's mouth and the phoenix's beak faced each other, as if sharing an intimate bond. That groove was situated precisely between the two. Qingfei, quickly place the dragon and phoenix blood pearls. Mo Xiong urged. In truth, even without his prompting, Mo Qingfei already held a fist-sized, blood-red, translucent pearl in her hand. In the next moment, she embedded it directly into the groove of the door. With a thunderous rumble, the palace doors began to open slowly. As soon as a gap wide enough for a person to pass through appeared, Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong transformed into fleeting shadows and dashed inside. Once inside, Mo Xiong cast a glance at the wall behind the door and moved to activate the mechanism to close the doors again. After the remnants of the Great Gene fell into the hands of the MOU sect, they had enjoyed special treatment and had divulged nearly all the information regarding the secrets of the Golden Cicada mystic realm. Thus, although Mo Xiong might not have known every detail about the mechanisms and layouts inside, he certainly had a good understanding. Uncle Xiong, Nyota is still outside. Shouldn't we let him in before closing the door? Mo Qingfei instinctively called out. Hearing this, Mo Xiong let out a cold snort and reprimanded. Qingfei, are you confused at such a young age? That scoundrel killed Qing Zhou and the MOU guards, and you still want to help him? The elder's heart burned with frustration. His talented niece indeed possessed extraordinary strength and aptitude, yet her character was excessively kind-hearted. One could even describe her as saintly. I just wish to personally exact vengeance on him. If he dies at the hands of the Corpse King outside, wouldn't that be a boon for him? Mo Qingfei's expression shifted several times before she bit her lip and spoke. It would be all the better if he were slain by the Corpse King. Mo Xiong gritted his teeth in fury. Without further hesitation, he directly activated the mechanism behind the door. With a resounding rumble, the palace doors, which had just begun to open, slowly began to close again. The thieving scoundrels of the MOU sect are truly treacherous. I help you fend off the Corpse King, and yet you wish to leave me outside? Dream on. Just then, accompanied by a hearty laugh, Chu Zhitian, after delivering a powerful blow that repelled the serpent-robed Corpse King, raced toward the main tomb chamber with incredible speed. The serpent-robed Corpse King followed closely behind. Given their speed, they would undoubtedly breach the palace doors before they fully closed. Uncle Xiong, what should we do? A hint of panic surfaced on Mo Qingfei's delicate face. Let him die? What else can we do? Mo Xiong's eyes gleamed with a fierce and frenzied light. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A palm imprint shot forth, directly slamming onto the other gigantic black coffin within the main tomb chamber. Within that coffin lay the fabled female Corpse King. Chapter 65. This move is dedicated to you, and to myself as well. Uncle Xiong, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this, Mo Qingfei was taken aback. Mo Xiong's actions were clearly intended to awaken the female Corpse King as well. This scoundrel, one Corpse King might not suffice to eliminate him. Let us summon another Corpse King. Ideally, they may both perish in a fierce clash. Mo Xiong spoke with malevolent intent. What shall we do? Mo Qingfei furrowed her delicate brows. It appears that the intelligence of the Corpse King is not to be underestimated. Once roused, it may not necessarily attack anyone. Do not forget the life-saving trump card bestowed upon you by the sect leader before your departure. Mo Xiong quickly reminded her. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingfei immediately recalled. She hastily retrieved a spirit talisman from her spatial artifact. Such talismans, akin to magical tools and weapons, serve as external means utilized by cultivators. The talisman she produced is an invisibility talisman, an exceedingly rare celestial-grade artifact. Not only does it allow the cultivator to conceal their form, but it also renders their presence undetectable. This item was specifically prepared by sect leader MOU as a life-preserving measure before Mo Qingfei left the sect. After all, the loss of such a prodigy would be a tremendous blow to the MOU sect. With a swift motion, Mo Qingfei tore the talisman apart without hesitation. Immediately, her and Mo Xiong's figures began to fade from view. Boom. In the main tomb chamber, a figure emerged from the massive coffin after being disturbed. Clad in opulent garments, the figure retained the appearance of their former self. Their features were exquisitely refined, clearly indicative of a breathtaking beauty in life. Yet now, their skin was as dark as ink, their eyes glowed with a haunting green, and an aura of death enveloped them, stripping away any semblance of beauty. At that moment, Chu Zhitian and the robed Corpse King rushed in one after the other. Roar! The female Corpse King let out a deafening howl, radiating an aura of savagery as it surged forth. In that instant, both Corpse Kings targeted Chu Zhitian, completely oblivious to the presence of the two hidden figures within the tomb. Mo Qingfei and Mo Xiong concealed themselves in a corner, observing the ensuing battle between man and corpse from a distance. What others could not see was the conflicted expression on Mo Qingfei's face, while Mo Xiong wore a cold smirk. It must be said, compared to Mo Qingzhou, this guardian elder resembled a venomous serpent. The former was merely petty and arrogant, lacking in guile, while Mo Xiong was truly sinister and ruthless. This tactic of using corpses to kill was executed with remarkable finesse. Yet as the events unfolded, Mo Qingfei's expression grew increasingly troubled, while the cold smile on Mo Xiong's face gradually transformed into profound astonishment and gravity. As Chu Zhitian single-handedly faced the two formidable Corpse Kings, he surprisingly maintained the upper hand. With a resounding crash, he swept a leg out, sending the female Corpse King flying. She collided violently with the wall of the main tomb chamber, her entire body writhing with corpse energy, as if it might disperse at any moment. The impact left a noticeable dent in her chest, starkly revealing that her strength paled in comparison to that of the python-robed Corpse King, likely equivalent to that of an 8th-tier golden core cultivator. In the presence of Chu Zhitian, she seemed utterly insufficient. Despite Chu Zhitian's own cultivation being only at the first level of golden core, his physical prowess was immensely formidable. Through the cultivation of the extreme Tao True Book and the devouring celestial body, the spiritual energy he refined was far more concentrated and potent than that of an average practitioner, resulting in tremendous power. Coupled with the combat experience stored in his memory and an array of formidable martial techniques, his strength could be deemed invincible beneath the nascent soul realm. With each clash between the lone warrior and the two corpses, the entire main tomb chamber trembled, as if on the verge of collapse. After dozens of intense exchanges, a satisfying proclamation escaped his lips. "However, you two wretched beings, this is where it ends for you. Allow me to liberate you." As the words fell, Chu Zhitian delivered a powerful punch directly to the female corpse king's head. The head, being the most crucial vulnerability of the corpse demon, shattered with a resounding explosion akin to that of a watermelon, resulting in her immediate demise. The python-robed corpse king, witnessing this, let out a series of thunderous roars, imbued with deep sorrow and rage, launching an unprecedented frenzy of attacks against Chu Zhitian. After exchanging blows a few more times, Chu Zhitian finally unleashed the Earth-grade sword, Sky Sever, which he had seized from Mo Qingzhou. "How deep is your affection for your consort, even in death? Once, I too bore such passion. Thus, I gift you this technique, Prison Dragon Breaks the Lock, in honor of both you and my past self." A brilliant light glimmered in Chu Zhitian's eyes as golden radiance erupted from his dantian. The freshly condensed golden core blazed like a sun, shrinking by a third in mere moments. Following this, the spiritual energy within him surged like boiling water, rapidly infusing into the Sky Sever sword in his grasp. With a series of metallic chimes, the Earth-grade sword seemed almost overwhelmed by the influx of spiritual energy, as cracks began to appear along its blade. Simultaneously, a five-clawed golden dragon coiled around the Sky Sever, formed from the potent and pure spiritual energy within Chu Zhitian, emanating a subtle yet commanding dragon might. This dragon was entwined with shimmering golden chains, adding to the spectacle of the moment, as if to imprison it indefinitely. However, in the next moment, accompanied by Chu Zhitian's sword swing, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, intermingled with the sound of breaking chains. The five-clawed golden dragon broke free, surging forth with an awe-inspiring might. Aimed directly at the corpse king draped in a python robe. "Divine ability, Dragon Prison Break," Chu Zhitian silently proclaimed within. Boom. The five-clawed golden dragon collided with the corpse king, sending the latter hurtling backward. In midair, his head and upper body were utterly reduced to minuscule fragments. Clang, 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 clang. With the loss of spiritual energy support, the Zhanxiong sword in Chu Zhitian's grasp could no longer withstand the strain. It shattered into metallic shards, cascading to the ground. Divine ability revealed. The corpse king vanquished. Even a sword of earthly quality could not endure the impact and was rendered completely useless. "Old friend, you remain as formidable as ever." A smile crept upon Chu Zhitian's lips, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Despite the significant depletion of his spiritual energy, his spirit soared to exhilarating heights. Yet at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Buzz. Two golden hammers seemingly materialized out of thin air, hurtling toward Chu Zhitian with lethal intent. It was Mo Xiong, hidden in the shadows, making his move. Seizing the opportunity, just as Chu Zhitian had employed his divine ability, he launched a surprise attack. In this strike, Mo Xiong unleashed his most formidable technique, determined to severely injure, if not outright kill, Chu Zhitian. For he knew he had but this one chance. Chapter 66. Nyoda, we shall meet again. Buzz. Confronted with Mo Xiong's deadly strike, Chu Zhitian appeared to be prepared, as the golden elixir within him radiated brilliantly once more. The immense spiritual energy coalesced instantaneously into a golden shield. Though the shield was formed from spiritual energy, it gleamed with a metallic luster, exuding an indescribable golden quality. Divine ability, Indestructible Golden Bell. If the previous Dragon Prison Break was an offensive divine ability, then the Indestructible Golden Bell was a protective divine ability mastered by Chu Zhitian. Clang. Accompanied by a jarring metallic clash, the dual hammers struck against the Indestructible Golden Bell, merely causing it to bend and warp slightly. Bang. Following this, a fist, as powerful as a cannonball, struck heavily against Mo Xiong's chest. He was sent flying, spewing forth a torrent of blood mist in his wake. "Did you think I had forgotten about you, lurking in the shadows, old dog? Did you believe I would remain unguarded?" Chu Zhitian turned, his gaze filled with disdain and mockery. Divine ability. You actually mastered a divine ability at the Golden Elixir realm? You are not merely a villager, Nyoda. Who exactly are you? After spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood, Emo Xiong gazed at Chu Zetian with a look of terror and inquired. The dead need not know so much. Chu Zetian approached Emo Xiong with an icy demeanor, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. Just then, the enchanting figure of Emo Qingfei emerged from her concealed state, positioning herself protectively in front of Emo Xiong. Stop, she commanded, her sword aimed unwaveringly at Chu Zetian. A wave of self-mockery and resentment washed over her as she regarded this seemingly unsuspecting adversary. Recalling her prior naivety in defending him, it dawned upon her that the man who had trembled at the sight of the corpse demon, hiding behind her like a mere villager, was, in fact, a being comparable to a nascent soul powerhouse. To slay the masters of my MOU sect is as effortless as chopping vegetables for you. Huh, are you now intent on killing me as well? Chu Zetian's expression shifted slightly as he replied coolly, Miss Mo, you cannot blame me. Apart from you, others in your MOU sect regard my life as inconsequential. The realm of cultivation is rife with intrigue and bloodshed. Today, consider this a lesson. If this experience serves to enlighten you, it may one day save your life. At this juncture, a memory from his previous life surfaced in Chu Zetian's mind. Mo Qingfei, the unparalleled prodigy of MOU sect, had achieved the status of a nascent soul master before the age of 25. Yet, less than 3 years later, she had perished during what was deemed a trivial trial. The specifics eluded him, but he feared her innocence played a significant role in her demise. The untimely loss of such a talent was indeed lamentable. In the next moment, Chu Zetian concentrated his thoughts and, with a stern tone, declared, I do not wish to kill you. Step aside. Mo Qingfei paused, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Emo Xiong, clutching his chest, urged urgently, Qingfei, since he spares you, you must leave. Do not concern yourself with me. However, Mo Qingfei bore a resolute expression as she lunged at Chu Zetian with her sword. If you wish to harm my uncle Xiong, you must first step over my corpse. As her protector and a figure she regarded as a mentor, she could not disregard his fate. Mo Xiong, witnessing her determination, gritted his teeth. After ingesting a healing elixir, he disregarded his injuries and joined Mo Qingfei in their assault against Chu Zetian. Clang, clang, clang. After exchanging several blows, Mo Qingfei was sent hurtling away by a punch from Chu Zetian. Upon landing, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, visibly gravely injured. Despite being a formidable opponent among her peers, she seemed utterly vulnerable before Chu Zetian. Chu Zetian cast a cold glance her way before unleashing his full might against Mo Xiong. Within a mere 10 breaths, Mo Xiong collapsed to the ground as if he were a broken sack, his internal organs shattered beyond recognition. The esteemed 6th level of Golden Core had met its end. Following this, the essence of his flesh and blood was automatically absorbed by the Sharingan. At that moment, Chu Zetian felt an overwhelming surge of heat coursing through his body, spreading throughout, nourishing his muscles, fortifying his bones, and enriching his internal organs. The already formidable physical body has astonishingly enhanced by a full 30%, a staggering increase of 800,000 pounds of strength. To slay a cultivator of the 8th level of the Golden Core realm yields such immense gains. Having just broken through to the Golden Body stage, I feel that the next realm, Shattering Mountains, is not far off, mused Chu Zetian. Uncle Xiong. A voice filled with grief and rage pierced the air. Qingfei, despite her grievous injuries, rushed to the side of Mo Xiong's corpse. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes, brimming with intense hatred, locked onto Chu Zetian. Bastard! Come on. My life is at stake here. Chu Zetian remained expressionless. I do not desire your life, but the opportunities here are mine for the taking. You should know how to leave. Depart. Upon hearing this, Qingfei's expression changed dramatically. She contemplated engaging Chu Zetian in a desperate battle, yet she was acutely aware that she was no match for him. With Uncle Xiong dead, her presence here was utterly meaningless. As for the opportunities, how could she possibly compete with Chu Zetian? At last, she cast a deep glance at Chu Zetian, collected Mo Xiong's body into her spatial treasure, and made her way toward a corner of the main tomb chamber. There, she discovered a smooth stone wall, the very exit of this golden cicada secret realm. Qingfei pressed her hand against the wall, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The stone wall instantly shimmered with ethereal light, transforming into a void-like circle. Yoda, we shall meet again. Next time, I will ensure your dismemberment, avenging Uncle Xiong and my brothers. Before departing, Ing Qingfei shot one last fierce look at Chu Zetian, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Chu Zetian nodded. Next time, I shall show you no mercy. Ing Qingfei smirked derisively, then swiftly stepped into the void circle. Once she had departed, Chu Zetian exhaled a sigh of relief. Sparing Ing Qingfei's life was a gesture of gratitude for the protection she had offered him upon their first meeting. However, since they were now adversaries, the next encounter would undoubtedly be one of lethal intent. Of course, this presupposed that she would recognize me. I am now Nyoda, not Chu Zetian. Contemplating this, a playful smile graced Chu Zetian's lips. In the next moment, anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he approached the lifeless corpse of the serpent-robed corpse king. As the corpse's rancid energy dissipated, its flesh had turned to dust, leaving only a skeletal frame. More precisely, it was a half-skeleton, as its upper body had been utterly shattered by the prison dragon's broken lock. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that where its navel once was, there lay a cicada the size of a fingernail. Meanwhile, within the lower abdomen's dantian, a corpse king's nascent soul resided. Both the fateful golden cicada goo and the corpse king's nascent soul are now mine. Gazing upon these two treasures, Chu Zetian's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the dust settles and the crisis dissipates, the time for reaping rewards has finally arrived. Chapter 67, A Monumental Surprise. Gazing upon the golden cicada nestled within the corpse king's body, now in a state of dormancy, yet still vibrant with life, Chu Zetian's eyes shimmer with a sense of relief. With this life-sharing golden cicada goo, both my daughter and I are bound by fate. As long as we do not perish simultaneously, we shall both endure. The thought of bestowing such a safeguard upon my daughter's life brings a smile to Chu Zetian's face. Next, his attention shifts to the corpse king's primordial infant. This object, a manifestation of the corpse king's essence during his lifetime, astonishingly resembles a diminutive infant, albeit entirely shrouded in darkness, tainted by the poison of the dead. From a distance, one could almost perceive a flicker of spirit emanating from this tiny being. It is through this primordial infant that the male and female masters of this ancient tomb, even after thousands of years, have gradually transformed into the corpse king, attaining a notable level of sentience. By purifying the surrounding poison and refining it into his own being, merging it with his own dantian, one could ascend to the realm of the primordial infant. The golden cicada secret realm is particularly delightful, for both the life-sharing golden cicada goo and the corpse king's primordial infant are pairs. The golden cicada goo is undoubtedly destined for me and Yaya. As for the primordial infant, I shall refine one for myself. The other can be bestowed upon my great-grandfather. Reflecting upon the unwavering support of my great-grandfather Su Beiwang and the scene from my past life, where he risked everything to save me, Chu Zetian is overwhelmed with gratitude, admiration, and a sense of closeness towards this venerable elder. No matter what precious treasure is offered to this great-grandfather, Chu Zetian feels no regret. It is a kind of familial affection he has never experienced as an orphan, a bond from a senior. Moreover, his great-grandfather has reached the 8th level of the Golden Core, making him an ideal candidate for a swift breakthrough into the realm of the primordial infant. In contrast, the sect leader, Yu Shuihan, has only attained the 6th level, falling somewhat short. As for Yu Chaoshu, who has just barely breached the Golden Core realm, she is not to be considered at all. After securing the 2 life-sharing golden cicada gus and the corpse king's primordial infant within his mustard seed bag, Chu Zetian's gaze fixates on the enormous coffin within the main tomb chamber. This colossal coffin is accompanied by another. Chu Zetian approaches and attempts to move the coffin in the main chamber. Much like the one in the outer sanctuary, it weighs an astonishing 10 million pounds. Even with his current strength, shifting it proves to be immensely strenuous. To lift it is akin to scaling a mountain. Its size is vast, yet its weight is utterly exaggerated. Furthermore, it is imbued with a chilling aura, capable of gathering an abundance of yin energy. Contemplating this, Chu Zetian's expression sharpens, and his pupils constrict. He observes that the black coffin is surrounded by an overwhelming concentration of yin energy, so dense that it has transformed into tendrils of black mist, slithering like serpents in an eternal dance. Could the material used to forge this coffin be the legendary yin demon gold? The very thought sends his heart racing. His gaze upon the black coffin ignites a spark of greed and excitement. The Tian demon gold, a legendary celestial mineral. Not only is its density extraordinarily terrifying, just a piece the size of a fingernail weighs over 1,000 pounds, but it is also indestructible. Even the mightiest of earthly immortals cannot shatter it, no matter how forcefully they strike. When refined through a special forging technique and combined with specific materials, it can be transformed into divine weapons or magical artifacts, achieving at least the quality of an embryonic celestial artifact. Moreover, due to its unique ability to absorb sinister energy, Titan Demon Gold can also harbor spiritual entities and even generate them on its own. Consequently, this embryonic celestial artifact is destined to evolve further into a true celestial weapon, or even a divine artifact. Given the current strength of Chu Zetian, the earthly-grade Sword of Sky Severing is inadequate for his battles, and the sky-splitting sword has already become nearly useless. It is high time to forge a divine sword of celestial quality. The Titan Demon Gold serves as the perfect primary material for such an endeavor. Furthermore, the coffin crafted from this gold exhibits an even more pronounced ability to gather sinister energy. Perhaps it could offer a delightful surprise to the Dark Knight Palace. With this thought, a spark of excitement and madness ignited in Chu Zetian's eyes. As he understood it, the greatest threat to the Dark Knight Palace was not their malevolent ancestor at the nascent soul stage, but rather the dreadfully powerful object buried beneath their headquarters. The Dark Knight Demon Palace. This object was forged from countless souls, summoning sinister energy from the heavens to form a terrifying celestial formation. Should a cultivator of the void realm become ensnared within it, they would face certain death, their very souls devoured by the overwhelming sinister energy, thus becoming sustenance for the horrific object. In the past, I harbored immense trepidation towards this object. But now, I wonder what would occur if I were to hurl these two coffins into that celestial formation? As Chu Zetian's thoughts raced, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. In a fit of excitement, he focused his intent to store the black coffin within his spatial bag. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened. He discovered that the spatial bag could not accommodate such an object. Subsequently, he attempted to retrieve several other spatial treasures: the spatial bracelet, the void belt, the spatial gourd, and so forth. These treasures were spoils earned from previous battles, including those taken from the three great witches of the Dark Knight Palace, as well as from Mo Laodao, Mo Qingqian, and Mo Qingzhou. Yet, despite the superior quality of these spatial treasures compared to his own bag, they too failed to contain the black coffin. No wonder. In a past life, I only heard of Mo Qingfei obtaining the life-linked golden cicada goo and the corpse king's nascent soul. Yet there was no mention of this black coffin. It seems it cannot be taken out at all. Am I to enter a treasure mountain only to return empty-handed? Chu Zetian furrowed his brow, filled with reluctance. Suddenly, he felt a violent throbbing in his forehead. The blood wheel has reacted again. Upon first encountering the grand hall and the coffin within, the Sharingan pulsated vehemently. At this moment, it was even more pronounced. This stirred something within Chu Zetian. In the next instant, a vertical eye materialized prominently upon his forehead. The crimson eye, fearsome in its hue, housed a swirling vortex of blood that spun ceaselessly, exuding an aura of the arcane and the enigmatic. Subsequently, Chu Zetian focused his vertical eye upon the ebony coffin, attempting to draw forth its essence. Much like he had previously absorbed the spiritual energies from elixirs and treasures. In a remarkable turn of events, the ebony coffin levitated, instantly shrinking to the size of a grain of sand, before being drawn into the Sharingan. Indeed, it was possible. The Sharingan possessed boundless capabilities, yet it required personal exploration. With little left to deliberate, Chu Zetian opened the main chamber's entrance, absorbing the ebony coffin into the blood-red vortex. Following this, he concentrated his thoughts, immersing his consciousness into the blood-red vortex, which was synonymous with the god burial blood domain. In that moment, he became the sovereign of this realm, his awareness akin to a divine perspective, surveying and comprehending all. He beheld the two ebony coffins, diminutive in comparison to a colossal corpse of a divine demon lying adjacent to them. The god burial blood domain seemed to constitute a miniature world unto itself. Yet, why could he not discern the presence of the world slayer, despite being the master of this domain? Chu Zetian pondered in silence, contemplating the entity's fusion of myriad bloodlines to forge this devouring sacred body stirred his spirit. He yearned to communicate with such a powerful being. However, he was utterly oblivious to any trace of its aura. Where could this world slayer be, concealed in slumber? With excitement subdued, he seated himself upon the ground in a dignified lotus position. The day I transcend to the nascent soul stage will mark my return. Await your father. At this moment, within the god burial blood domain, As Chu Zhetian's consciousness departed from the Crimson Realm, an immensely vast visage manifested in the sky. Those colossal eyes glimmered with malevolent light, fixated upon the two ebony coffins. Chapter 68. Is this girl related to Zhetian? In the Jinhong mountain range. Within a secluded valley, Mo Qingfei, having exited the Golden Cicada's secret realm, found herself randomly transported to this location. Upon her emergence, she let out a low moan. A fresh stream of vivid crimson spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her exquisitely beautiful face momentarily lost all color, even taking on a shade of dark aura. One cannot help but remark that Chu Zhetian truly lacked an understanding of cherishing delicate beauty. His previous assault on Mo Qingfei had merely been a calculated risk, presuming she would not perish from his actions. In a desperate bid to prevent the young girl from obstructing his pursuit of Mo Xiong, he struck her with unrelenting ferocity, resulting in severe injury to Mo Qingfei. Compounded by the loss of her fellow disciples within the secret realm, she found herself engulfed in despair, both mentally and physically weakened. This unfortunate state was further exacerbated by the fact that she had inhaled a considerable amount of corpse energy within the confines of the secret realm. In her prime, such a small amount of corpse energy would have posed little threat. By merely channeling her spiritual power to protect her vital organs, she could have expelled it gradually. However, in her current condition, Mo Qingfei was utterly incapable of suppressing the spread of the corpse poison within her body. Even consuming a potent pill only left her with an overwhelming sensation of impending unconsciousness. With a sharp bite of her tongue, she summoned her dwindling strength to rise, staggering towards the valley's exit. At this juncture, encountering other cultivators was the least of her concerns. Even a mere encounter with wild beasts would likely spell doom for her. She could feel her body succumbing to the insidious poison. Would Mo Qingfei truly transform into a grotesque corpse demon? Biting her lip, she instinctively moved toward the pass. Still unaware of the fates that had befallen Mo Laodao and Mo Qingchun, naively hoping to reunite with them. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity struck. Accompanied by a low, mournful howl, several pairs of sinister green eyes emerged from the shadows. Indeed, a pack of wolves. An expression of unwillingness and despair washed over Mo Qingfei's pallid face. Was this truly the will of heaven? It seemed she would not have the chance to exact her vengeance upon Yoda. However, even in death, she would not let him escape her wrath. In swift succession, the wolves lunged and circled around her, their emerald eyes fixated on her, brimming with predatory intent and an insatiable thirst for blood, poised to strike at any moment. Zhetian, where are you? You little rascal, summon your ancestor. Just then, a series of urgent shouts echoed through the valley, infused with palpable anxiety and concern. Seemingly approaching rapidly, the wolves turned their heads towards the source of the sound. In the next instant, a radiant palm print, glowing with a white luminescence, descended swiftly, obliterating one wolf into a mist of blood. Instantly sensing the imminent peril, the pack, in sheer terror, turned tail and fled. You beasts, seeking your own demise. Su Bei exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The newcomer was none other than the esteemed second elder of the Taisu sect. Upon receiving the alarming news of Chu Zhetian's sudden disappearance, the elder had rushed through the night to the vicinity of Jinhong City, personally searching for any trace of him. Alive or dead, I must find you. With a swift motion, Su Bei Wang unleashed a series of strikes, reducing several wolf-like beasts to mere pulp. The thought that if something were to befall Zhetian, its remains might be devoured by these creatures, ignited a fierce anger within him. Suddenly, his keen gaze fell upon Mo Qingfei, who stood precariously on the verge of collapse. Where did this little girl come from? Is she injured? Su Bei Wang pondered, hastening towards her with long strides. Little one, what brings you out here alone in the dead of night amidst these deep woods? Have you encountered my descendant from Zhetian? He scrutinized Mo Qingfei for a moment before inquiring with a glimmer of hope. Who is your descendant from Zhetian? I have not had the pleasure of meeting them, Senior, Mo Qingfei replied, shaking her head. However, before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her vision, and she lost consciousness, toppling forward. Su Bei Wang was startled and rushed to catch her. The moment he made contact with Mo Qingfei, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Is there a fluctuation of spiritual energy? This little girl is also a cultivator. Hiss. She is even at the golden core stage? Yet she is gravely injured, her internal energy in disarray. Moreover, why does she emit an aura reminiscent of decay? Su Bei Wang gasped in shock as he assessed Mo Qingfei's strength. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he quickly hoisted her onto his shoulder. Making his way towards the stronghold, this young girl has achieved the golden core stage at such a tender age. Which prodigious family does she belong to? Most importantly, how did she sustain such severe injuries? Is it connected to Zhetian's disappearance? Meanwhile, Bei Wang made his way from Tai Su's sect to Jinhong City under the cover of night. On the other side, Yu Zhaolu and Zhang Delay also received orders to return to the sect immediately. The following day, at the hour of Chun, Yu Zhaolu and her companions, having hastily returned under the stars, arrived at Zhu Ke Peak. Within the Peak Master's residence, the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Master, has junior brother Chu truly gone missing? Miao Yumeng asked tearfully. Yesterday, she had been severely injured by the people of Baihu Peak, and her face remained pale. Zhang Wenxian and Tang Yitai also displayed expressions of disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Delay stood aside, his head drooping, his face as cold as water. Master, senior brother, what has transpired? Is it true that junior brother has encountered the great witch of the Dark Night Palace? Also, master, I heard that you are to wed into the Tiandao sect. Is this true? The past few days have been filled with relentless misfortunes for them and all the disciples of Zhu Ke Peak. Now, it has spread throughout Tai Su's sect that due to the death of Zhong Wanlin, the Grand Elder of Tiandao sect has come to demand accountability. In an effort to quell their wrath and protect her disciple Chu Zhetian, the Peak Master Yu Zhaolu has agreed to marry the Grand Elder of Tiandao sect as a concubine. In the realm of the Chu Zhetian, the foremost prodigy of the Tai Su sect, he encountered 3 formidable great witches in Jinhong City. Presently, his fate remains uncertain, with the prospects of survival appearing grim. Thus, even without explicit notification, Miao Yumeng and her companions were already cognizant of the dire situation. Why all the long faces? Fear not. My union with the Tiandao sect is merely a strategic measure. As for your junior brother Chu, I firmly believe he shall return. Yu Zhaolu, with a hint of irritation, admonished several of her direct disciples. Yet, as she spoke, her tone and expression bore traces of sorrow and concern, as if she were not only comforting her disciples, but also seeking solace for herself. Such theatrics were fully orchestrated. Even though Yu Zhaolu was aware of Chu Zhetian's arrangements and felt a semblance of assurance regarding his safety, she could not afford to display her inner calm. After all, 2 formidable entities within the sect were vigilantly observing. Is that truly so, master? Are you not merely soothing our spirits? Upon hearing these words, Miao Yumeng wiped her tears and inquired. Zhang Delay, Zhang Wenxian, and Tang Yitai gazed at Yu Zhaolu with eager anticipation, seemingly seeking confirmation of their hopes. At that moment, a voice, cold and tinged with malicious glee, interrupted the atmosphere. Your esteemed master is, of course, only offering you words of comfort. The Grand Elder of the Tiandao sect has already made her choice. As for Chu Zhetian, his demise is all but certain. Turning towards the source of the voice, a group entered the hall of the Peak Master's residence, led by Peng Kuan, the acting master of the White Tiger Peak. Master Yu Zhang Delay, accompany me for a moment. The sect master and several elders wish to speak with you both. Chapter 69. The Transformation into a Full Tai Su Sect, Insight Institute. Upon their arrival, Yu Zhaolu and Zhang Delay were separated and ushered into 2 distinct interrogation chambers. In Yu Zhaolu's chamber, she faced questioning from sect master Yu Shuihan, along with the 3rd, 5th, and several other elders, who meticulously inquired about their expedition to Jinhong City. Meanwhile, in Zhang Delay's room, the atmosphere was grave, with the Grand Elder by Chongqing, 4th Elder Jiyin Lian, along with the 6th and 7th Elders, seated with expressions of solemnity. Their gazes towards Zhang Delay were piercing, particularly those of Bai Chongqing and Jiyin Lian, who regarded him as if he were a suspect. Zhang Delay, recount in detail your journey to Jinhong City and all that transpired. Remember, no detail is too trivial to overlook. After Zhang Delay had greeted the elders, Bai Chongqing spoke with a grave tone. Yes, Grand Elder. Zhang Delay, not daring to be negligent, promptly narrated the events from beginning to end. After a moment, Bai Chongqing coldly inquired, so, according to your account, you did not accompany your master and Chu Zhetian into Jinhong City, but instead remained stationed outside the city with the troops? Indeed, esteemed elder. Zhang Delay nodded affirmatively. At this moment, both the 6th and 7th elders displayed expressions of contemplation. Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian exchanged a glance. Are you saying that when Chu Zhetian encountered the Grand Sorcerer of the Dark Night Palace, you were entirely absent? You do not know how he vanished? Bai Changqing inquired in a grave tone. Yes, when I saw my master again. She appeared utterly distraught and instructed me to send someone to search for the whereabouts of junior brother Chu. Zhang Dalai, with his straightforward nature, nodded earnestly and spoke the truth. As his words fell, Bai Changqing cast a meaningful glance at Ji Yinlian. In the next moment, she let out a cold snort. Her tone sharp and severe. Zhang Dalai, how can you prove that everything you say is true? We now suspect you are connected to the Dark Knight Palace. We have decided to conduct a soul search on you. Either prove your innocence or expose you as a spy from the Dark Knight Palace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dalai was left utterly dumbfounded. Fourth Elder, what are you saying? How could I possibly be a spy for the Dark Knight Palace? I, Zhang Dalai, swear to the heavens, am utterly devoted to the sect, with no ulterior motives. At this moment, Bai Changqing coldly replied, is that so? If my memory serves me right, you once risked your life to protect that demonic seed, Chu Ye. Now that I think about it, you had only just met that child. Why were you so recklessly devoted? Furthermore, during the expedition to Jinhong City, why did you not accompany your master and Chu Zhitian into the city? Did you perhaps know in advance that 3 grand sorcerers were lying in ambush within Jinhong City? Zhang Dalai's face was filled with innocence. Elder, it was my master who arranged for me to stay stationed outside the city. How could I have known in advance that grand sorcerers were lying in wait inside? If I had known, I would have certainly stopped my master and junior brother Chu. He did not think further, only striving to prove his innocence. This simple and kind-hearted man even expressed regret for not preventing junior brother Chu from entering the city at that time. Your empty words are hardly credible. The Dark Knight Palace has laid an ambush of 3 grand sorcerers in Jinhong City, likely concocting a grand conspiracy capable of overturning our Taisu sect. This matter is of utmost importance and leaves no room for negligence. If you are innocent, then accept the soul search with an open heart, Ji Yinlian declared with righteous indignation. In a flash, before Zhang Dalai could react, Ji Yinlian swiftly subdued him. A palm strike fell upon the back of his neck. Zhang Dalai immediately rolled his eyes back and lost consciousness. As the chief of Zhuke Peak, his strength was among the strongest of Yu Chaolu's direct disciples. Yet he was merely at the 8th layer of the acquired realm. Faced with Ji Yinlian, who was at the 9th layer of the Golden Core realm, he had no means of resistance whatsoever. In the next moment, Ji Yinlian's fingers transformed into claws, emanating a wave of spiritual energy as she grasped the crown of Zhang Dalai's head. Simultaneously, her eyes glimmered with a silver light, seemingly overshadowing the color of his pupils. The 4th Grand Master, proficient in the art of soul extraction, observed the scene with an impassive expression. Meanwhile, the 6th and 7th Grand Masters remained seated, unperturbed, showing no inclination to intervene. As Grand Masters, they were indifferent to the plight of an ordinary direct disciple. To ensure safety, the soul extraction was conducted thoroughly. In the subsequent moments, despite being in a state of unconsciousness, Zhang Dali emitted agonizing cries of unbearable pain. His once simple and honest visage contorted in anguish. The method of soul extraction was indeed malevolent, inflicting suffering that stemmed directly from the very essence of his being. The victim would feel as though their 3 souls and 7 spirits were being meticulously unraveled thread by thread. In the interrogation chamber, the echoes of his screams lingered for an extended period. After half an hour, Yu Chaolu emerged from the chamber. You may return now, pronounced the sect leader, Yu Shuihan. What about Dali? Is he not finished yet? I shall wait for him to return with me, Yu Chaolu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of discomfort crossed the faces of Yu Shuihan and the 3rd and 5th Grand Masters. The decision to conduct a soul extraction on Zhang Dali had already been unanimously approved by the senior leaders of their sect. After all, the sudden emergence of 3 powerful sorcerers in Jinhong City warranted serious attention. To uncover the truth, the sacrifice of a direct disciple seemed a trivial price to pay. Moreover, as long as Zhang Dali could endure the process, it would not be considered a true sacrifice. Perhaps he had already completed his questioning and returned ahead of schedule. Do not concern yourself with him. You may leave, Yu Shuihan said, his gaze flickering as he waved his hand dismissively. Yu Chaolu frowned, sensing something amiss. How could Dali not wait for his master? Just then, the door of another interrogation chamber swung open, revealing only Bai Changqing and the other 4 Grand Masters. Hee, it hurts so much. As the door opened, Yu Chaolu was met with an array of bizarre sounds emanating from within. The cacophony oscillated between fits of laughter, agonizing groans, and heart-wrenching sobs. Her complexion shifted, and she hurriedly rushed inside, her heart racing. Upon witnessing the scene within, her beautiful eyes instantly welled with tears. There lay Zhang Dali on the floor, still in a state of confusion. Given his condition, it seemed unlikely he would ever regain consciousness. His features and entire body continued to convulse, as if the pain had yet to abate. White foam dribbled from his mouth, and beneath him lay a pool emitting a nauseating stench. Dali, what has happened to you? Yuchalu disregarded the foul stench and hurried to the side of Zhang Dalai, anxiously inquiring about the condition of her beloved disciple. It was unfathomable to her what her apprentice had endured in this place. In the next moment, she abruptly turned her head, casting a cold glare at Ji Yinlian. You conducted a soul search on my disciple? Indeed. We suspect he has colluded with the Dark Knight Palace. To uncover the truth, we conducted a soul search. Ji Yinlian replied with a nod, her tone indifferent. Yuchalu mocked. So, has the search concluded? Does my disciple have any ties to the Dark Knight Palace? Upon hearing this, Ji Yinlian offered no response, merely stating with increasing coldness, we, the several elders, act with the greater good of the sect in mind and are not obliged to explain or justify our actions to you. Furthermore, do not forget, you are soon to marry into the Tiandao sect. I will find a way to restore him. You need not concern yourself. Bai Chongqing, with an impassive expression, added, Sect leader Yu, it is best you withdraw. Prepare for your upcoming marriage into the Tiandao sect. Securing several more years of stability for our sect should be your primary focus. Yuchalu cast another glance at the dazed and foolish Zhang Dalai, then scanned back and forth between Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian. A profound sense of grief and rage surged within her. Zhang Dalai was her most cherished disciple, an orphan who had followed her since childhood. The bond of master and disciple was scarcely different from that of mother and child. Yet now, he had been tortured to such a state. Ji Yinlian spoke of finding a way to restore him, but the trauma inflicted upon his soul was not something easily mended. At that moment, Yuchalu recalled the warning from Chu Zhitian before their separation, urging her to be cautious of the first and fourth elders. Zhitian's foresight had proven accurate. With their identities, powers, and status, if they harbored ill intentions, what calamity could they bring upon the entire Taishu sect? No, I must remain composed and not reveal any signs of my turmoil. Everything will be addressed upon Zhitian's return. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Yuchalu cautiously caressed the twitching features of Zhang Dalai, as if attempting to soothe her disciple as suffering. In the next moment, she slowly stood up and gazed serenely at Ji Yinlian. Very well, I will leave my disciple in the care of the fourth elder. Please do your utmost to help him recover. Turning her attention to Yu Shuihan, her beautiful eyes flickered with mockery and resentment. Sect leader, is Yaya still in your residence? Shall I go to fetch her myself, or will you return her to Zhuke Peak? With Zhitian's fate uncertain, I shall take responsibility for Yaya's upbringing from here on. In response to her inquiry, Yu Shuihan's expression shifted once more as he replied, Did your disciples not inform you? Yuchalu's heart sank at his words. What do you mean, sect leader? I was brought here immediately upon returning to the sect. What has happened to my disciple? What has become of Yaya? At that moment, Bai Chongqing's frigid voice resonated. That little demon seed went mad and harmed a disciple of the White Tiger Peak. Now, I have imprisoned her in Chongqing Courtyard. Upon hearing this, Yuchalu's expression transformed entirely. What? Yaya is merely a 6-year-old child. How could you imprison her? She could never have anticipated that her return to the sect would be met with such a series of upheavals. The eldest disciple had been driven to madness. Even Yaya had been confined. Bai Chongqing, Ji Yinlian, what are you two old scoundrels plotting? A 6-year-old child? In my view, she is undeniably a significant hidden danger buried within our sect by the Night Palace. She might even bring calamity upon the sect or attract the malevolent ancestor of the Night Palace. Hence, I must personally oversee her. I have not directly slain this demon seed out of respect for the sect leader, Bai Chongqing proclaimed solemnly. His every word seemed to be in the interest of the sect. He even laid groundwork for their upcoming schemes. Their plan was not to utterly annihilate the Taisu sect, but rather to orchestrate a grand transformation through the hands of the Night Palace. Eventually, they would collude with external enemies to slay the sect leader and other esteemed elders, eradicating those who opposed him. They had already conspired with the Night Palace about the division of spoils, those who perished in the process, including the corpses and souls of the sect leader and several elders, would be offered to the malevolent ancestor of the Night Palace for the purpose of refining demonic artifacts. and Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian would seize the reins of power. No one would be left to thwart their efforts to refine the sect's spiritual veins, thus enabling their ascension to the nascent soul stage. Therefore, in order to maintain a firm grasp over the sect and sway people's hearts, he was currently laying the groundwork. Keeping Ye was not only a precautionary measure to manipulate Chu Zetian, but also a means by which they could place the blame on this 6-year-old child when the time came. It would be this demon seed who attracted the malevolent ancestor of the Night Palace, bringing great disaster to the sect. Bai Chongqing had even envisioned a scenario where he would publicly sever the head of this little demon seed, ridding the sect of its scourge and appeasing the spirits of the sect leader and others in the afterlife. At that very moment, upon hearing Bai Chongqing's righteous explanation, Yu Chaolu nearly lost control and erupted in fury. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. She could not act impulsively. Otherwise, all that Zetian had done would be in vain, and it could even endanger Ye's life. The next second, she took a deep breath and mockingly smiled. The esteemed elder truly exhausts himself for the sake of the sect, dedicating himself wholeheartedly. Yu Chaolu had an ungracious request. She implored the elder for mercy. I beseech you to confine me alongside Ye. She had promised Zetian to take good care of Ye, but lacked the strength to snatch the child from the elder's grasp. At the very least, she could be by the child's side. Zetian, you assured me it wouldn't take long. Ye and I await your return. That afternoon, at the Jinhong Pass, within a certain chamber, the naked Mo Qingfei was submerged in a large wooden tub filled with water brewed from glutinous rice. Additionally, a few potent substances had been added. It was evident that her once somewhat darkened complexion, now pale, had returned to a more normal hue. Clearly, the toxic remnants within her body had been largely purged, alleviating the imminent threat of transformation. With a soft moan, Mo Qingfei gradually regained consciousness. Suddenly startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around her bare shoulders. Creak. The door to the room swung open. You are awake? A female disciple from the Tai Su sect, stationed at the pass, entered upon hearing the commotion. She belonged to the logistics division of the Qinglong army. Following the eradication of the MOU sect members at the Nirvana stronghold by Su Hongtu and others, a portion of the Qinglong army had been left behind to assist. This female disciple was among them, previously assigned to care for the rescued Mo Qingfei. Who are you? Where's this place? Mo Qingfei cautiously inquired, shielding her body with her hand. After a brief exchange, her expression shifted between sorrow and anger. Her beautiful eyes revealed a glimmer of heartbreak and vengeance. In the course of their conversation, she had inquired about the whereabouts of Mo Lao Dao and Mo Qingshun, only to learn from the disciple that they too had perished. The perpetrators were a young powerhouse from the Frost Wolf sect in Beihan County, known as Nirvana. Based on the disciples' descriptions and the timeline of events, it appeared that this Nirvana was the same individual as Nyoda. With her heart filled with suspicion, she dressed and sketched a face that appeared ancient and honest on the ground. Sister, take a look. Is this the one who killed the MOU sect experts? The disciple glanced at it and nodded emphatically. Indeed, this is him. This man is Nirvana. Have you seen him before? The disciple had caught a distant glimpse of Nirvana and, aside from Su Yinhu and others, had also been among those mocked by him. Furthermore, the Peak Master Su Hongtu had previously ordered the dissemination of information regarding Nirvana's slaughter of MOU sect allies, ensuring that the MOU sect would know who was responsible, thus avoiding implicating the Tai Su sect. Thus, the disciple answered Mo Qingfei's inquiries without hesitation. As the last words fell, a frost seemed to envelop Mo Qingfei's delicate features. Her captivating eyes fixed intently on the visage of Nirvana. Nirvana from the Frost Wolf sect in Beihan County? I shall undoubtedly find you. Chapter 71. A promise for my great-grandson beneath the vast sky. A robust voice resonated. In my opinion, that young hero of Nirvana has done well, inflicting harm upon the disciples of the Tai Su sect and forcibly seizing our stronghold. Those individuals from the MOU sect deserve their fate. As the voice echoed, Su Bei Wang entered with a composed expression. He was well aware of the events that had transpired at the Jinhong Pass. What vexed him most was witnessing his grandson, Su Hongtu, being humiliated in the face of the MOU sect's actions. You may leave, Su Bei Wang gestured dismissively to the female disciple upon entering. Senior, you are aware of my identity? At this moment, Mo Qingfei stood and bowed, her expression slightly awkward as she inquired. Mo Qingfei, the most exceptional disciple of the younger generation in the MOU sect, achieving the second level of the Golden Core at merely 24 years of age. a talent seldom seen in a millennium, Su Bei Wang remarked with a hint of annoyance. Naturally, the Tai Su sect had conducted investigations into the talents of various sects, and a figure like Mo Ching Fei was certainly on their radar. I am undeserving of such praise. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Mo Ching Fei responded, bowing deeply to Su Bei Wang, her gratitude genuine. Had it not been for this senior, she feared she would have met a tragic end. The deaths were indeed gruesome. Enough. If you possess any shred of conscience, return and explain the situation to your MOU sect leader. Ensure that the deceased do not take their grievances out on our Tai Su sect. Furthermore, regarding the occupation of our Jinhong Pass and the injuries inflicted upon our station personnel, the MOU sect must provide an explanation to the Tai Su sect. Though the MOU sect is powerful, one must not be overly tyrannical. If a conflict truly erupts, it will be detrimental to both sects. Su Bei Wang asserted with authority. Mo Ching Fei's delicate face flushed slightly. The actions of her people within the Tai Su sect's territory were indeed indefensible. The blockade of the Jinhong mountain range was intended to secure opportunities within the Golden Cicada's secret realm, yet it had culminated in nothing but losses and devastation. Was this not a form of retribution? Rest assured, Senior, upon my return to the sect, I shall convey the truth. Justice must be served, and the MOU sect shall not hold the Tai Su sect accountable. This incident will also warrant compensation for your esteemed sect. Mo Ching Fei replied with a bitter smile. That is reassuring. Su Bei Wang's expression softened slightly. Then he inquired with intensity, his gaze fixed upon her. By the way, during your recent activities in this vicinity, have you encountered my great-grandson? Great-grandson? I am unfamiliar with who that is and have not seen him. Mo Ching Fei shook her head, her face reflecting confusion. What great-grandson? During her time in the Jinhong mountain range, she had not laid eyes upon any living soul. The only one she had encountered was a certain Yoda. Very well. Take care of yourself, Su Bei Wang sighed, a renewed sense of worry and melancholy settling upon his countenance. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Senior. At that moment, Mo Ching Fei called out to him. Carefully choosing her words, I am unable to repay you for the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. Where are you headed? I wonder if there is any way I might assist you? Su Bei Wang scrutinized her with a flicker of interest in his eyes and remarked, You little girl, you are indeed quite charming. Since you feel indebted for saving your life, why not offer yourself in return? Mo Ching Fei gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this esteemed senior lacking in decorum? Ha! At that moment, Su Bei Wang chuckled heartily, but alas, being of my advanced age, it would hardly be appropriate for you to offer yourself to me. Instead, how about you bestow your hand upon my great-grandson when I find him? As a great-grandfather, Su Bei Wang had been contemplating a suitable partner for the young man since Chu Zhitian's separation from Su Ruyan. It was akin to a family elder worrying over the matrimonial affairs of their descendants. However, after much deliberation, Su Bei Wang felt that none of his great-granddaughters were worthy of Zhitian. Yet this girl from the MOU sect seemed to be a suitable match. Not only was she remarkably beautiful and of good character, but her strength and talent were also evident. If Zhitian were to marry her, it would be a tremendous advantage. Not only would he gain a formidable ally, but due to Mo Ching Fei's status, the Tai Su sect could also forge a marriage alliance with the foremost sect of Qinglu County, ensuring mutual support and vigilance. Wouldn't that old fellow Yu Shuihan be laughing so hard he couldn't keep his eyes open? This arrangement would be beneficial for both Zhitian and the sect, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Offer her to your great-grandson? Mo Ching Fei's expression revealed a hint of bewilderment. What? Are you unwilling? Did you not claim that you could not repay the life-saving grace? What? Is this little girl merely speaking without intention? Although Su Bei Wang was inherently rough and boisterous, having lived many years, he was certainly not as straightforward as he appeared. Even if he was not cunning, he possessed a wealth of wisdom. Thus, in pursuit of Zhitian's future, he resorted to moral persuasion. He then shifted his tone. Or do you believe that my great-grandson is unworthy of you? Little girl, do not think that just because you have reached the golden core stage at such a young age, it is something remarkable. My great-grandson will undoubtedly surpass you in the future. He is more than adequate for you. In his heart, he regarded Chu Zhitian as a rising star destined to elevate the Tai Su sect to prominence in this realm. No one could possibly surpass this young man. He would be more than sufficient for any young woman. It was akin to a parent's pride in their child. Mo Ching Fei's delicate features flushed an even deeper shade of red. Having had little experience in the world and possessing a pure heart, She found herself at a loss in response to Su Beiwang's moral persuasion. Indeed, the senior had saved her life. How could she possibly express her gratitude? But to marry his great-grandson? Would that be acceptable? They have yet to meet each other. Most importantly, she is still engulfed in the sorrow caused by the tragic events involving Uncle Xiong, her senior brother, and others who fell victim to the calamity brought by Nirvana. How could she possibly have the mental space to contemplate such matters? For a moment, Mo Qingfei hesitated, pondering how to gently decline. Suddenly, an idea struck her regarding Nirvana. She gazed at Su Beiwang, whose eyes were filled with anticipation, and devised a method to dissuade him. Esteemed senior, it is not that I am ungrateful, nor do I deem your esteemed descendant unworthy of me. Rather, I am currently burdened with a profound grudge. My venerable guardian and numerous brothers and sisters of the sect have all suffered at the hands of that Nirvana because of me. If I do not seek vengeance for them, what face do I have to continue living in this world? As far as I know, the Frostwolf sect of Beihan County is exceedingly formidable. Their heritage and strength completely surpass our 3 sects and 2 schools in Qinglu County. Therefore, this vendetta, even our Moyu sect may have to endure. Yet, I, personally, have vowed to take revenge. Even if it means flying into the flames or striking a rock with an egg, I will slay that Nirvana. Thus, I have no desire to contemplate matters of romance at this time. If one day I fall victim to that Nirvana, would it not bring calamity upon your esteemed descendant? Unless, Mo Qingfei bit her lip and continued, unless he can assist me in avenging this wrong and eliminate that Nirvana. At that point, not only would I be willing to pledge myself to him, but I would gladly serve as a maid. Upon hearing this demand from Mo Qingfei, Su Beiwang's expression shifted several times. Finally, he nodded ambiguously. The Frostwolf sect, you say? Your grudge, perhaps only my descendant Zhitian can aid you. Rest well. I must take my leave. With that, Su Beiwang stood up and departed. Regardless, he must first locate Zhitian. Otherwise, what they discussed would hold no significance. Mo Qingfei watched Su Beiwang leave, her lovely face shifting through a myriad of expressions. Who? Does the esteemed senior imply that her only hope for vengeance rests upon his descendant Zhitian? The strength of the Taishu sect pales in comparison to the Moyu sect. Could it be that a once-in-a-lifetime genius has emerged? One even more formidable than herself? Chapter 72. The ancestor may not live to see that day. More than half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Within the Golden Cicada secret realm, Chu Zhitian remained unaware of the passage of time, tirelessly immersed in his cultivation. Buzz. At that moment, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. After more than 10 days, aided by the insatiable speed of the devouring heavenly sacred body and the exquisite techniques of the supreme Tao True Book, Chu Zhitian's cultivation level finally ascended from the first to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core. Next, he aimed to refine the Corpse King's nascent soul and condense it into a nascent soul dantian. Chu Zhitian mused to himself. The transition from Golden Core to nascent soul is a barrier that has blocked countless cultivators. It is not merely a matter of cultivating spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, practitioners must enhance their primordial spirit and strengthen their mental faculties. Subsequently, they communicate with their dantian through their mental energy, establishing a mutual resonance. This process, spanning numerous years, enables the dantian to cultivate a modicum of spirituality under the nurturing influence of mental energy. The original Golden Core evolves into a spiritually endowed primordial infant. It is this intricate process that leaves the vast majority of practitioners at a standstill, often confined to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core for their entire lives. Even those who manage to succeed typically require a significant amount of time. Besides this methodical approach, there exists a shortcut: discovering various celestial and earthly spiritual entities, refining them into one's body, and merging them with one's dantian, thus creating a spiritually endowed primordial infant. In this context, Chu Zhitian's endeavor to refine the Corpse King's primordial infant is rooted in this very principle. By Chongqing, the Grand Supreme Elder has been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Golden Core for decades, leading him to harbor nefarious intentions. The sect's main spiritual pulse has already manifested earthly spirits. He and Ji Yinlian, driven by their own ambitions, seek to refine the sect's main spiritual pulse into their bodies. Such actions would undoubtedly provoke opposition from the sect leader and other Grand Supremes. Thus, the two are willing to overturn the sect, causing widespread suffering and stepping over the corpses of others to ascend into the primordial infant realm. They believe that if the sect leader and the other Grand Supremes fall, no one within the Tai Su sect can thwart their ambitions. Recalling the harrowing scenes of the sect's calamity from his previous life, Chu Zhitian's eyes glimmered with a cold resolve. In this lifetime, he is determined to thwart these machinations and preemptively extinguish Bai Chongqing and his cohort's conspiracies. In the next moment, he focused his mind and began refining the Corpse King's primordial infant. Once he enters the primordial infant realm, his power will undergo a remarkable transformation. His primordial spirit will manifest, and the infant core will internalize. He will traverse the vastness of the cosmos, comprehending the essence of heaven and earth. At that point, the primordial infant's Dantian can further merge with his mental energy, allowing him to grasp the principles of the universe. Even a mere glimpse of these principles can imbue his offensive and defensive techniques with formidable power. This strength is utterly devastating to cultivators below the primordial infant level. Chu Zhitian mused inwardly. Previously, his ability to wield divine powers at the golden core level depended on some understanding of certain universal principles. Yet, within those divine powers, he could not encapsulate the essence of these principles. Thus, the techniques he manifested were merely hollow forms devoid of true substance. However, once he transcends into the primordial infant realm, the might of his techniques, such as the prison dragon break lock, will be incomparable. Even ordinary moves will contain the essence of universal principles. Nonetheless, while his primordial spirit remains insufficiently powerful, the consumption of mental energy when employing such strength is staggering. Thus, it should not be misused except in critical moments. With a vision of the primordial infant realm ahead, Chu Zhitian concentrated on refining the Corpse King's primordial infant. He had lost track of how much time had elapsed since he entered the Golden Cicada secret realm. His disappearance from the mortal realm should buy him some time against Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian. Yet within this realm, I remain utterly oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Such a sensation is indeed disconcerting. I must strive to break free and return swiftly. Yaya is still waiting for me. Moreover, I must return before she heads to the Tiandao sect. In the Chongqing courtyard, within the secret chamber, I find Moon Chaolu meditating on the ground, her internal spiritual energy circulating. This chamber was originally a place for Bai Chongqing's cultivation, thus imbued with an exceptionally rich concentration of spiritual aura. It is similarly connected to the sect's spiritual vein, rivaling the exclusive cultivation chamber of Yushuian. Having been imprisoned here alongside Yaya, Moon Chaolu certainly does not squander her time. At this moment, she is also practicing the extreme Tao True Scripture. Indeed, previously, during their encounters in Jinhong City, after several intimate exchanges, Chu Zhitian had transcribed the techniques from his mind and presented them to Moon Chaolu. He holds an unwavering trust in this enchanting mentor, or rather, his cherished confidant. Whether in his past life or this one, Moon Chaolu has been utterly devoted to both him and Yaya. For his sake, she clashed with Su Hongtu and Yi Shoujing. In the face of the relentless Bai Pengjiu, she fought valiantly to protect him. When the Grand Elder of the Tiandao sect sought retribution, she took the blame upon herself, even agreeing to become his concubine. Each of these events is etched indelibly in Chu Zhitian's heart. Have I truly reached the 7th level of the Golden Core? The technique bestowed upon me by Zhitian is indeed of divine quality. In merely half a month, I have ascended from the 1st to the 7th level. At this moment, a ripple of spiritual energy emanates from Moon Chaolu, and she finally opens her beautiful eyes. However, rather than displaying joy at her newfound strength, her expression is tinged with concern. Zhitian, have you not returned yet? If you delay any longer, I fear it may be too late. In the next moment, she turns her gaze. Upon seeing the small figure, her mood lightens slightly. While she cultivates, Yaya is also diligently practicing the 36 stances of the martial techniques taught by her father. The little one has become quite proficient and precise in her movements. Yet her innate adorableness remains undeniable. Still, she often curls up and weeps in her dreams at night, missing her father. During such moments, Moon Chaolu gently cradles her, soothing her with tender affection. Master Ancestor, why have you stopped cultivating? At this time, Yaya blinks her large eyes and inquires of Moon Chaolu. A fond smile breaks across Moon Chaolu's face. Yaya, perhaps you should pause your practice for now? I have some important matters to discuss with you. Oh, okay. Yaya nods her little head and ceases her training. In the next moment, she obediently sits before Moon Chaolu. Master Ancestor, what do you wish to tell Yaya? Is it about father? When will father return? The little one begins her daily inquiry. Not a day passes without her longing to see her father. Do not worry. Your father will return in a few days. However, the venerable master may not wait for that day and must embark on a journey ahead of time, unable to continue accompanying Yeya. Therefore, the words the master is about to impart must be carefully remembered and earnestly followed by Yeya. Yu Chao Lu retracted the smile on her face, donning a serious expression. Observing this, Yeya straightened her posture. Yes, whatever the master says, Yeya will remember and obediently heed. Chapter 73. Setting out for the Heavenly Blade Sect. Do you recall the first time the master brought you back to Zhuke Peak and the items she bestowed upon you? Seeing Yeya so obedient and sensible, Yu Chao Lu affectionately patted her little head and inquired. Of course, Yeya remembers. The master gave me many wonderful things. Yeya nodded in affirmation. At that time, Yu Chao Lu, as a token of their meeting, presented the little one with a mustard seed bag filled with delightful treats and several practical items. Do you remember the escape talisman? Show it to me. Is it still with you? Yu Chao Lu asked. The escape talisman is similar to the concealment talisman previously used by Mo Qingfei, as both allow one's figure to vanish after use. However, the escape talisman is not as formidable as the concealment talisman. It merely renders the user invisible to the naked eye without masking their presence. Furthermore, it is only effective for the user. Nevertheless, the duration of invisibility is sufficiently long. As long as one does not reveal themselves, the invisibility can last for 2 to 3 days. It belongs to the upper-grade, Earth-level spiritual talismans, making it quite precious. Thus, it is evident that Yu Chao Lu is quite generous towards Yeya. Upon hearing this, Yeya conjured an escape talisman in her small hand. Here it is, master. Look. Very good. Yu Chao Lu nodded with satisfaction and then, adopting a serious tone, cautioned, Today, someone will come to take the master away. When that happens, you must tear this escape talisman and follow closely behind the master as we leave this secret chamber. Afterward, you must continue to stealthily accompany the master, but ensure that no one discovers you. Can you do that, Yeya? She was already aware that the Grand Supreme might have ulterior motives, and how could she rest easy leaving Yeya here? Thus, she preferred the little one to secretly accompany her to the Heavenly Blade Sect rather than fall into Bai Changqing's hands. With her presence, as long as she pretended to cooperate with the people from the Heavenly Blade Sect, they should not cause any trouble for a 6-year-old girl. Yu Chao Lu knew that Chu Zhitian would eventually come to the Heavenly Blade Sect. By then, she might have already, but she was certain she could ensure Yeya's safety until Zhitian arrived to rescue her. I can do it. Rest assured, master. Yeya is very capable. Yeya nodded earnestly, responding with conviction. Though the little one was quite young, she was exceptionally clever and understood everything in her heart. At that moment, her large eyes gazed at Yu Chao Lu, and a hint of affection and admiration arose in her expression. She was acutely aware that she was confined. Yet she also recognized that her esteemed master had been by her side during these days, advising her for her own benefit. It was clear that he wished to liberate her from the clutches of malevolent individuals. The little one felt that her master was even better than her own mother. Yu Chao Lu, feeling a sense of comfort, gently pinched the rosy cheek of Yeya. In her heart, she mused, truly, she is the daughter of Chu Zhitian, exuding the same confidence and strength, not to mention an undeniable charm. Yu Chao Lu held great faith in Yeya's ability to fulfill her instructions. Over the past fortnight, she had discovered the child's remarkable abilities. Despite Yeya's small stature, Yu Chao Lu had experienced firsthand the extraordinary strength she possessed. The combination of the Lingxi celestial body and the practice of the 36 techniques had endowed the little girl with physical prowess that was comparable to that of a postnatal cultivator. This was under the condition that the demonic seed within her had yet to manifest. If it were to erupt, she had previously even injured by Tianming, who was at the 3rd level of postnatal cultivation. Now, considering the passage of time, she could only imagine how much stronger Yeya had become. In the next moment, Yu Chao Lu felt the child's sparkling gaze upon her and could not help but smile gently. Yeya, why do you look at your master like that? Yeya diverted her gaze and lowered her little head, seemingly a bit shy. While playing with her fingers, she softly replied, because Yeya likes her master. I think her master is even better than my mother. It would be wonderful if my master could be my mother. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming surge of affection and tenderness washed over Yu Chao Lu, akin to a flood that could not be contained. In an instant, she embraced the little one, planting a kiss on Yeya's cheek. From now on, when we are alone, don't call me master anymore. Can you call me mother instead? In truth, Yu Chao Lu felt a bit bashful to express this directly. She certainly preferred to be Yeya's mother rather than her master, especially considering what had transpired with that scoundrel father. Is that really possible? Yeya's eyes sparkled with delight at the question. Indeed, Yu Chaolu replied, her voice laced with affection. Mother? Mother, I am here. He. Yeya now had an even better mother. In that moment, her laughter revealed 2 adorable dimples, and she was filled with joy. Children may not possess the intellect of adults, but their instincts are remarkably keen. She could sense that Yu Chaolu's kindness was genuine, and thus, she yearned to grow closer to her. Just then, Yu Chaolu's expression shifted as she caught a certain sound. It was the noise of the outer door being opened, leading into the underground chamber. Yeya, someone is coming. Quickly, tear apart the escape talisman. Remember everything your mother instructed you. Yu Chaolu released Yeya, her tone urgent. She had not anticipated the arrival would be so swift. Yeya nodded her little head, yet tightly sealed her lips in silence. Suddenly, with a swift motion, her petite hand tore the talisman in her grasp to shreds. In an instant, her small figure began to blur and then vanished entirely. Yu Xiaolu quickly moved to a corner of the secret chamber, arranging a myriad of items from her spatial artifact into the shape of a child. She then removed her outer garment and draped it over the makeshift figure. Just as she completed her endeavor, the stone door of the chamber was forcefully opened from the outside. Yu Xiaolu cast a cold glance towards the entrance. There stood Bai Pengkuan and another senior member of the Bai clan, Bai Hengqiu, accompanied by a group of female disciples from the External Affairs Hall. Their attire unmistakably resembled that of a wedding procession. Yu Xiaolu, tomorrow marks the auspicious day for your union with Elder Zhong Wanhai of the Tiandao sect. As a concubine, it is customary for you to present yourself at their doorstep. The journey from our sect to Tiandao sect is arduous. Prepare yourself. And we shall depart today, Bai Hengqiu stated with an impassive expression. This individual was the second son of the esteemed Bai Chongqing and one of the 4 vice leaders of the Taishu sect. Yu Xiaolu surveyed her surroundings, but found no sign of the sect leader, Yu Shuihan. Yu Shuihan, you as a father, do not even come to see me off. Is it that you care so little for your daughter? Or do you, as the leader of Taishu sect, feel that my marriage into the Tiandao sect as a concubine brings you shame? She inwardly mocked. In that moment, she acutely felt the powerlessness that stemmed from the insignificance of a weak sect. If Taishu sect were as formidable as Moyu sect, boasting several nascent soul experts, would they be coerced by Tiandao sect over the death of a single Zhong Wanlin, the daughter of a grand sect leader, the master of a peak, reduced to marrying as a concubine? All this humiliation arose from weakness. Perhaps only by overshadowing the heavens could everything change. Chapter 74. There is still time. That morning, Yu Xiaolu departed from Taishu sect, heading towards Tiandao sect. At Zhuke Peak, Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumen gathered together. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Each of the 3 bore expressions thick with sorrow and indignation. Not far off, on a bed, lay the unconscious Zhang Dezai. Since returning from the Insight Institute, this elder brother had remained in a comatose state for half a month. Occasionally, he would emit silly laughter or cries of distress. It was feared that even if he awoke, he would be a complete fool. The 4th Supreme, Ji Yinlian, had stated she would find a way for his recovery. Yet it seemed merely words without substance. Perhaps she truly had no means to assist him. Do you think our master truly wishes to marry that Zhong Wanhai as a concubine? Zhang Wenxuan inhaled deeply and inquired in a somber tone. Before departing, Yu Chaolu returned to Zhuke Peak, where she managed to prevent several disciples from accompanying her while also imparting some instructions. Most importantly, she urged them to leave the sect for a period under the pretense of seeking medical assistance for Zhang Dalai. Everything would be addressed upon the return of their junior brother, Chu. Furthermore, Yu Chaolu repeatedly professed her admiration for the esteemed elder of the Tiandao sect, admonishing them not to weep and hinder her happiness. Master is deceiving us, Miao Yuma exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears. When I was young, Master once mentioned her intense desire to see that Zhong Wanhai suffer 1,000 torments. She had visited the Tiandao sect to see Elder Chaoxia and witnessed her sister being mercilessly tormented by that Zhong Wanhai. Thus, she has harbored resentment towards the sect leader. How could Master possibly harbor feelings for someone named Zhong? Clang. As her words fell, Tang Yitai unsheathed his sword without hesitation. His usually mischievous expression now replaced with one of profound indignation. Given this, Master's journey to the Tiandao sect would undoubtedly be fraught with peril, a torturous existence. As her loyal disciples, We are no different from her own children. If we do not act in the face of such disgrace, what face do we have to live in this world? Zhang Wenxuan also gritted his teeth. What third junior brother said is absolutely correct. We must take action. Even if it means shattering ourselves, we cannot allow Master to be humiliated. Miao Yuman nodded in agreement, her youthful face now reflecting a newfound resolve. That scoundrel named Zhong dares to lay a hand on Master? Only over our dead bodies. In the next moment, the three exchanged glances, each seeing the madness and determination mirrored in the other's eyes. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. 2 days later, in the Jinhong mountain range, amidst a ripple of spatial fluctuations, Chu Zetian appeared in a valley seemingly out of thin air. Coincidentally, upon exiting the Jinchan's secret realm, he should have materialized randomly within a 100-mile radius. Yet, by a stroke of fortune, he found himself in the very spot where Mo Qingfei had previously appeared. At this moment, he had already ascended to the nascent soul stage. Moreover, due to the memories of his past life, Chu Zetian had become a formidable nascent soul adept, proficient in the powers of Tao. After discerning his direction, he quickly exited the valley and, having changed his appearance, made his way to the city of Jinhong, located 100 miles away. What? I have spent a full 18 days within the Jinshan's secret realm? Staring at the water-operated celestial device on the city wall that recorded dates and times, Chu Zetian's expression shifted dramatically. He then calculated with a flick of his fingers, and his breath caught in his throat. A deep sense of urgency and guilt surged within his starry eyes. Today marks the so-called auspicious day, the very day that Chaolu had arranged to become Zhong Wanhai's concubine. Damn it! I thought I would break through to the nascent soul stage in about 10 days. Unexpectedly, so much time has passed. Reflecting on these days, Yu Chaolu has been anxiously awaiting my return. Today, I am to be reluctantly married to Zhong Wanhai, even entering the bridal chamber, causing a tumult of unease within Chu Zetian. I had promised Chaolu that I would return in time to avert this calamity. Yet, until today, she has waited in vain. How profound is the disappointment that fills my heart. A sharp pang of anguish strikes Chu Zetian's soul. In the next moment, he turns and races towards the direction of the Tiandao gate. His formidable physical strength, combined with a surge of potent spiritual energy, allows him to soar close to the ground. His speed is as swift as lightning. At this moment, he longs for the days of his previous life when he had attained the earth immortal realm, enabling him to fly upon his sword, traversing thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Hurry, faster. There must still be time. The distance from here to the Tiandao gate is a mere 2,000 miles. I can reach it in a day. Chaolu, wait for me. That evening, at the Tiandao gate, within the Grand Elder's residence, one high courtyard. Today, this estate, along with the entire Tiandao gate, is enveloped in an atmosphere of jubilance. The Grand Elder Zhong Wanhai is taking a 10th concubine. This concubine is none other than the youngest daughter of the Supreme Void Sect's leader, and she is one of the 6 peak masters of that sect. This not only signifies Zhong Wanhai's acquisition of beauty, but also represents a certain triumph for the Tiandao gate. In the bridal chamber illuminated by a rosy glow, a stunning figure sits on the bed, adorned with a bridal veil. She is draped in phoenix embroidery, her head crowned with a phoenix tiara. Suddenly, the red veil is lifted, revealing the exquisite and unparalleled beauty of Yu Chaolu. Ha ha, Sister Chaolu, you look truly magnificent today. My dear sister-in-law, oh no. My husband will surely cherish you well tonight. Zhong Wanhai, his face aglow, gazes at Yu Chaolu with an unmistakable and lascivious glint in his eyes. In the next moment, he tears away the outer layer of his bridal attire, leaning in to kiss the enchanting beauty before him. A flash of hatred and disgust flickers in Yu Chaolu's eyes as she raises her hand to block him. Having already reached the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, she is not intimidated by Zhong Wanhai. However, she knows that she cannot act recklessly at this moment and must feign compliance for now. Thus, she suppresses her urge to retaliate, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she smiles seductively at Zhong Wanhai. Don't be in such a hurry. I have a question for you. If you do not answer me properly, I may find a way to suffocate you tonight. As she finishes, she playfully pokes his forehead with a delicate finger, exuding an alluring charm that is simply irresistible, embodying her usual carefree spirit. Oh, then go ahead and ask, Zhong Wanhai replies, his face momentarily registering anger before settling into a look of amusement. Why is it that I have not seen my sister at all today? Could you allow me a glimpse of her? Yu Zhaolu posed the question that weighed most heavily on her heart. Ever since her entry into the Tiandao sect and the conclusion of her wedding with Zhong Wanhai, She had not caught a glimpse of her sister. Yu Zhaoxia. A sense of foreboding began to stir within her. Could it be that you wished to summon your sister, so that the two of you might serve your husband together? Upon hearing these words, Zhong Wanhai seized Yu Zhaolu's chin with a wicked grin and inquired playfully. Yu Zhaolu managed to conjure a seductive smile. That could be possible. However, upon hearing this, Zhong Wanhai remained unperturbed by her beauty. Instead, he responded with a more sinister smile. Sister Zhaolu, do you believe I am unaware of your attempts to stall for time? What is it? Are you having second thoughts? Or do you think someone can come to your rescue? Today, you have fallen into my grasp, and there is no escape for you. After uttering these words, he let out a heavy snort, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him as he made a brazen move towards Yu Zhaolu. It was evident that he intended to employ coercive measures. In that instant, Yu Zhaolu's expression sharpened. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted. A series of thunderous explosions sent the entire Wanhai courtyard into disarray. Chapter 75. Where are you going? Aren't you here to play? Outside. Three figures clad in the garb of Tian Dao sect disciples converged. It was none other than Zhang Wenxian, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng, now transformed after changing their attire. After escorting their senior brother away from the sect to the Zhang family in the county city, Zhang Wenxian's abode, they had made preparations and hastened their way back to the Tian Dao sect. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Second brother, the gunpowder you procured is simply exhilarating. I have blown up the spirit beast pen of the Tian Dao sect. Chaos reigns there, with the beasts running amok. Tang Yitai exclaimed, a mischievous grin plastered across his face, gesticulating animatedly. Zhang Wenxian, brimming with pride, tossed his head back. Need I say more? This was a precious acquisition, costing me a full 100,000 taels of silver. Obtained from a captain of the city escort. Even an innate master would meet their demise if they were careless around this gunpowder. Hee hee. I even blew apart their treasure pavilion's backyard. How delightful. Upon hearing this, Tang Yitai gave a thumbs up to his second brother. This ought to keep those scoundrels at Tian Dao sect occupied. With such turmoil, I refuse to believe that Zhong Wanhai, as the Grand Elder, can still be preoccupied with the bridal chamber. As they spoke, they turned to look at Miao Yumeng beside them. However, in the next moment, both Zhang Wenxian and Tang Yitai wrinkled their noses and displayed expressions of disgust. Junior sister, where exactly did you explode something? Why do you reek so badly? Tang Yitai questioned, pinching his nose. Miao Yumeng's expression appeared somewhat awkward, her feet shuffling as if she were desperately trying to clean the soles of her shoes. Just then, a group of people rushed by in the distance. A more potent stench wafted through the air, and upon closer inspection, one could hardly believe their eyes. These individuals were utterly coated in a thick, yellowish substance. Some sported a lump atop their heads, while others had their hair matted together with filth, clinging to their faces in disheveled strands. The most unfortunate among them appeared to have been severely injured, their limbs grotesquely disfigured and smeared with repulsive matter. Their mouths agape in anguished cries. It seemed that even if they had survived the blast, they would likely succumb to infection from their wounds. Little junior sister, I may have an inkling of where your explosives were deployed, Zhang Wenxuan remarked, his lips twitching. Meng, the area you targeted is quite critical, Tang Yitai added, wiping a bead of cold sweat from his brow. The two exchanged uneasy glances at Miao Yumeng's delicate and cherubic face, unable to suppress a shiver. This seemingly harmless little sister had proven to be rather destructive. Hee hee, as long as it creates chaos for the Heavenly Blade sect, she chuckled. Although they were uncertain of their master's precise intentions, they felt confident that delaying matters could only be beneficial. Let us be off. We must find our master swiftly. Miao Yumeng giggled before adopting a more serious demeanor. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai's expressions turned grave, despite the levity of their antics. They could not afford to lose sight of their responsibilities. Meanwhile, in another room, the sudden explosion interrupted Zhong Wanhai's impending confrontation with Yu Zhaolu, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Peering through the window, he was met with the sight of flames and chaos outside, causing his countenance to darken. You wretched woman, was this your doing? Zhong Wanhai glared at Yu Zhaolu with palpable fury. Yu Zhaolu's face reflected her surprise, but soon her mind began to speculate. It must be Yumeng and her companions. It cannot be by Pengkuan or by Hengqiu, as they left the Heavenly Blade sect immediately after the wedding. Nor could it be Zetian, otherwise, the situation would have escalated far beyond mere chaos. It had to be her own disciples. The realization that her students had disobeyed her and brazenly caused a ruckus at the Heavenly Blade sect filled her with a tumult of emotions: worry, tension, gratitude, anger, and helplessness. You little rascals. Ignoring your master's words, it seems I have been too lenient with you. Do you realize how perilous this is? If you fall into the hands of the Heavenly Blade sect, Yu Xiaolu thought to herself, her expression taut. At that moment, Zhong Wanhai cast a cold glance at Yu Xiaolu before turning to assess the situation outside. Who dares to be so audacious at the Heavenly Blade sect? If I catch them, I shall flay them alive. Yu Xiaolu's eyes narrowed, and she sprang into action. In her hand, a sword materialized out of thin air, thrusting towards Zhong Wanhai's back. Startled, Zhong Wanhai swiftly drew his blade to defend himself. Clang! The clash of metal reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air. Stumbling back 3 paces, a look of disbelief crossed his face. What? 7th level of the core formation? How could your strength be so formidable? In that brief encounter, Zhong Wanhai immediately recognized the true prowess of Yu Xiaolu, leaving him utterly astonished. To his knowledge, wasn't Yu Xiaolu at the Hunyuan realm? When did she reach the 7th level of core formation? He was only at the 3rd level, with a gap of 4 minor realms. He found himself at a distinct disadvantage after just one exchange. Yu Xiaolu offered no reply, merely sneering coldly. Zhong Wanhai, where do you think you're going? Did you not wish to engage with me? I shall oblige. With that, she launched another fierce assault. Clang, clang, clang. The room became a whirlwind of flashing blades. Tables, chairs, furniture, and even the bed crafted from the bones of spirit beasts were reduced to dust under the onslaught of the 2 formidable core formation experts. Thankfully, Zhong Wanhai's residence was fortified with protective arrays. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to ruins. Finally, after a dozen exchanges, with a swift stroke, Yu Xiaolu seized her chance and pierced Zhong Wanhai's abdomen. He let out a muffled groan and retreated hastily. Once steady, he pressed his hand against the wound, glaring at Yu Xiaolu with a predatory gaze. Zhong Wanhai, tell me, what has happened to my sister? Yu Xiaolu demanded sharply. Zhong Wanhai let out a sinister laugh, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Want to see your sister? Very well. Once I incapacitate you and toy with you, I shall allow you to join her. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaolu's eyes widened in shock, her brows furrowing in anger. What have you done to my sister? If I do not see her today, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 cuts. Zhong Wanhai clutched his wounded abdomen, yet erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, Yu Xiaolu, do you truly believe you can contend with me? Your attainment at the 7th level of core formation is indeed surprising. But that is all. In the next moment, 2 of his fingers revealed a purple pill. Do you recognize what this is? Zhong Wanhai bellowed. Yu Xiaolu's pupils constricted, her expression changing drastically. The explosive spirit pill? This pill is of supreme heavenly quality. It can cause the internal spiritual energy to ignite, unleashing several times its usual power. The user will experience a significant surge in strength for a brief period. With Zhong Wanhai's 3rd level of core formation, upon consuming the explosive spirit pill, he would possess combat power equivalent to half a golden core. Yu Xiaolu would be utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 76. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth indeed. It is the explosive spirit pill. Zhong Wanhai's face was filled with a sense of triumph, as if the sting from the sword thrust by Yu Xiaolu had ceased to matter. With this superior grade heavenly elixir in his possession, he was utterly confident that he could effortlessly overpower Yu Xiaolu. This potion not only boasted astonishing effects, but also had minimal side effects, merely depleting one's spiritual energy and causing a temporary weakness without damaging the foundation. You wretched woman, is being at the 7th level of the core formation so impressive? Soon, I shall consume the explosive spirit pill and leave you grievously injured. I will shatter your dantian and sever your meridians. With you utterly defenseless, I shall toy with you until your demise. Ha ha ha, doesn't that sound exhilarating? Zhong Wanhai laughed maniacally, reveling in his twisted delight. Yu Xiaolu's delicate features flickered between expressions of anger and uncertainty. In the next moment, Zhong Wanhai was poised to place the explosive spirit pill into his mouth. However, at that instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With a swift motion, a petite figure appeared without warning. In a single leap, akin to a nimble kitten, she darted past Zhong Wanhai. Instantly, the explosive spirit pill he had been grasping vanished from his fingers. He didn't even have time to react, as he instinctively attempted to place it in his mouth only to find it empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master Ancestor, here you go? A sweet, innocent voice chimed. The sudden newcomer was none other than the previously invisible Yeya. The little one, mindful of the presence of others, still referred to Yu Chaolu as Master Ancestor while privately calling her mother. Yeya quickly dashed to Yu Chaolu's side, opening her small hand to reveal the explosive spirit pill resting in her palm. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhong Wanhai stared in disbelief at his empty hands, utterly dumbfounded. He could not fathom that a child he could not see had been in the room. Not only him, but Yu Chaolu's expression was equally frozen in astonishment. She had not anticipated Yeya would emerge at such a critical moment. The tiny girl had managed to snatch the elixir from the grasp of a third-level core formation expert. In that moment, Yu Chaolu looked at Yeya with an expression that nearly melted with affection. What is a lucky charm, if not someone like Yeya? Regaining her composure, Yu Chaolu quickly stepped forward, shielding Yeya behind her while she seized the explosive spirit pill and consumed it without hesitation. Her aim was not merely to defeat Zhong Wanhai, but to gain control over him. Ideally, she would use him as leverage. In this way, she, Yeya, and the few direct disciples causing a ruckus outside might escape unscathed. Furthermore, she hoped to extract information regarding her sister, Yu Chaoxia's whereabouts, and to leave the Tiandao sect with her. With the formidable power of the 7th level of the Foundation establishment stage, defeating or even killing Zhong Wanhai is not a difficult task. However, capturing him alive seems quite improbable. Yet now, with the explosive spirit pill in hand, the situation has dramatically changed. Buzz. After ingesting the explosive spirit pill, the aura of Yu Chaolu surged immensely. Her internal spiritual energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, blazing fiercely. It even overflowed uncontrollably, causing her garments to flutter without wind. An overwhelming presence, far surpassing the Foundation establishment realm, emanated from her. This explosive spirit pill granted Yu Chaolu a fleeting strength equivalent to the 1st level of the Golden Core stage. Damn! Zhong Wanhai's eyelids twitched violently. After cursing under his breath, he turned and fled. A 3rd-level Foundation establishment cultivator against a 1st-level Golden Core cultivator would only end in utter defeat. What was there to fight about? Elder Wanhai, don't you enjoy a thrill? Allow me to indulge you. A playful yet seductive smile danced upon Yu Chaolu's lips, though her gaze remained icy cold. Moments later, bang! Zhong Wanhai was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing through the door of the room and collapsing to the ground like a beaten dog, blood gushing from his mouth profusely. Bang! Crack! In an instant, Yu Chaolu appeared, her exquisite and enchanting figure stepping mercilessly upon Zhong Wanhai's knee. Crack! 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 She then proceeded to shatter his other leg and both arms. Severely injured, Zhong Wanhai had no strength left to resist, becoming akin to fish on a chopping board, entirely at Yu Chaolu's mercy. Is this thrilling, dear brother? Yu Chaolu teased, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. Wretched scoundrel, you and this little bastard will not leave the Tiandao sect alive today. I will ensure your bodies are torn asunder. Zhong Wanhai's face contorted in agony, yet he remained defiant, his eyes glaring at Yu Chaolu, filled with endless malice. Speak. Where's my sister? Otherwise, I shall make your existence a torment from which you cannot escape. Yu Chaolu's expression turned frosty as she viciously ground her foot down on his knee once more. Ah, wretched scoundrel. You vile wretch. Zhong Wanhai let out a piercing scream. However, no one could hear his cries. At that moment, the entire Tiandao sect was in chaos. Explosions, flames, screams, and curses drowned out Zhong Wanhai's voice. Moreover, he had previously instructed that no one was to disturb him during this affair. Who in the Tiandao sect does not know of this elder's cruel and capricious nature? Who would dare to provoke him? Yet, while the people of Tiandao sect dared not intervene, there were those who would. As the footsteps echoed, 3 furtive figures scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. They swiftly followed the sound in this direction. Master, Yeya? An excited yet suppressed voice rang out. Who else could it be but Miao Yumeng and her companions? Upon seeing Yu Chaolu standing at the entrance, accompanied by Yeya, the 3 were overwhelmed with joy. Master, Miao Yumeng, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward, eager to leap into Yu Chaolu's embrace. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai followed closely behind. In that moment, they were oblivious to the figure lying on the ground, Zhong Wanhai. After embracing Yu Chaolu, Miao Yumeng suddenly felt as though she had stepped on something soft. Lowering her gaze, she instinctively rubbed her shoe against the ground. Junior uncle, you've stepped on the face of a major villain, exclaimed Yeya, pinching her nose and gazing sympathetically at Zhong Wanhai beneath Miao Yumeng's foot. Chapter 77, The hostage in hand, oh dear, my apologies. Miao Yuman gasped, startled by the filthy and pitiful visage beneath her. She quickly jumped off. Ugh. In the next instant, Zhong Wanhai, already severely injured, was overwhelmed by a foul stench that surged into his nostrils, seemingly invading his very organs. His stomach churned violently, and he violently expelled a mouthful of congealed blood mixed with remnants of food. Overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, he fainted. Witnessing this pitiful state, Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai exchanged glances, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Ye, covering her nose, scurried away. Yu Chaolu looked at Miao Yuman with a hint of admiration. Despite her own torment of Zhong Wanhai, he had not lost consciousness. Yet her little disciple's mere footfall had sent him to the netherworld. However, her expression soon hardened as she turned to her 3 disciples. Who permitted you to follow me? Did you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Faced with their master's reproach, Miao Yuman and her companions appeared sheepish, their eyes darting. Master, we were merely following your instructions to escort senior brother away from the sect. However, we somehow became lost and inadvertently ended up at the Tiandao sect, Zhang Wenxuan sheepishly explained. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu chuckled. Oh? And where is your senior brother now? We sent him back to the Zhang family, Zhang Wenxuan replied, his neck retracting in guilt. Yu Chaolu laughed lightly. You truly are remarkable, even while lost. You managed to return your senior brother to the Zhang family, only to then stumble your way to the Tiandao sect. What virtues can one expect from a disciple if she remains oblivious to her master's character? How could she possibly be unaware of the blatant falsehoods being uttered? He indeed. Master, exclaimed Miao Yumal with a playful grin, feigning ignorance with a charming demeanor. She then leaned toward Ye, shifting the topic. Oh? Ye, what brings you here? Yes. We thought you were being kept under strict watch by the Grand Master, she continued. It turns out this little rascal has been secretly accompanying our master to the Heavenly Sword sect, causing our elder to worry unnecessarily. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai, too, deflected attention onto Ye. Ye took a couple of steps back, looking disdainfully at the approaching Miao Yuma. Little junior sister, you smell awful. Miao Yuma immediately rolled her eyes. You ungrateful little one. At that moment, Yu Zhaolu observed her 3 disciples, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement, yet also an involuntary sense of affection. Enough of this pretense, she declared, her gaze playful. What kind of characters do you think I am unaware of? To cause such a commotion, you must possess quite the talent. Upon hearing this, the trio instantly dropped their playful facades, their heads hanging low. Master, we understand our mistakes. Please do not be angry, one of them implored. By the way, I have 2 items to pass on from the sect master, Miao Yuma added, clutching Yu Zhaolu's arm and shaking it affectionately before her tone shifted. Moon Shuihan. Yu Zhaolu scoffed, her discontent with this individual evident. At that moment, Miao Yuma retrieved 2 items from her spatial pouch, a pill encased in a porcelain vial and a palm-sized flying puppet. The pill, known as the 9-turn life-sustaining elixir, was an elixir of celestial quality. Even when one was on the brink of death, it could bring them back to life. Within the entire treasure pavilion of the Taishu sect, only 8 such elixirs existed. Moon Shuihan had actually given one to Miao Yuma for Yu Zhaolu. The flying puppet, crafted to resemble a bird made of wooden pieces, could expand and carry a person aloft when infused with spiritual energy. Such a treasure was invaluable, especially for cultivators who had yet to reach a certain level and could not fly. Master, before we descended the mountain, the sect master sought us out and asked me to deliver these 2 items to you, Miao Yuma explained. Yu Zhaolu gazed at the 9-turn life-sustaining elixir and the flying puppet, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The resentment she harbored toward Moon Shuihan seemed to diminish slightly. The 9-turn life-sustaining elixir is likely a precaution for my sister, she mused internally, while the flying puppet is intended to facilitate our escape if needed. It seems Moon Shuihan has more on his mind than just the sect. With that thought, she took the porcelain vial and addressed her 3 disciples. I shall keep the 9-turn life-sustaining elixir, while you may retain the flying puppet. When Xian, Yitai, Yumeng, I implore you 3 to take Yu and depart from the Heavenly Blade sect at once. The reason I accepted this life-saving elixir is that she suspects her sister possesses the 9 turns solidifying life elixir, which may yet salvage the situation. Master, what about you? Miao Yumeng's expression tightened. Yu blinked her large eyes, gazing at Yu Chaolu. Ancestor, are you not coming with us? Yu Chaolu shook her head. I have unfinished business to attend to. At this juncture, she cast a cold glance at Zhong Wanhai. Rest assured. Do you truly believe I lack the ability to protect myself? Moreover, with this hostage in hand, I am confident I can withdraw unscathed. Hearing these words, Miao Yumeng and the others exchanged glances, ultimately acquiescing with reluctance. They were well aware of their own limitations. They could create a bit of chaos, but should a genuine crisis arise, their meager strength would be utterly insufficient. Once the Heavenly Blade sect fully regained its composure and suppressed the turmoil, they would likely be apprehended swiftly. It was prudent to escape while the outside was still in disarray. Remaining could potentially jeopardize their master. Time was of the essence. Though reluctant, the three hastily departed the courtyard with Yu Yu. At that moment, Yu Chaolu turned her gaze to the unconscious Zhong Wanhai on the ground, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling light. Crack! She delivered another kick to his shattered knee. Brother-in-law, it's time to awaken. I have inquiries to make of you. Speak. What has become of my sister? Meanwhile, 200 miles away, within a forest, a fleeting shadow darted swiftly. Just 200 miles left, I shall arrive shortly. Chu Zhetian thought to himself. Having already transcended to the nascent soul realm, coupled with the formidable strength of the golden body realm, his full speed dash surpassed that of many demonic beasts and flying magical artifacts. At this moment, he was not far from the Heavenly Blade sect. Chapter 78. The One Beneath the Bed. A moment later, unable to withstand the torment any longer, Zhong Wanhai finally relented. Within this room, there was indeed a concealed underground chamber. Yu Chaoxia is located therein. Zhong Wanhai's voice was low and powerless. At this point, he resembled a thoroughly defeated creature being dragged along by Yu Chaolu. With a heart filled with trepidation, anxiety, and anticipation, Yu Chaolu pushed open the door to the underground chamber. Upon entering, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. The chamber before her was not the prison she had envisioned. Rather, it was opulently lavish. One could say it exuded an air of intimacy. A carpet made of white demonic beast fur, pink drapes, and an enormous bed crafted from exquisite spirit would adorn the space. Scattered atop the bed were some intimate garments belonging to a woman. This underground chamber appeared to resemble a bridal chamber more than the room above. Where's my sister? Scanning the surroundings, I could not find my sister's figure. Yu Chaolu glared at Zhong Wanhai and asked in a harsh tone. Zhong Wanhai's gaze flickered before he pointed towards the large bed, saying, Your sister is right beneath that bed. What? Yu Chaolu's complexion changed dramatically. She cast Zhong Wanhai aside and hurried towards the bed. After searching beneath it, she discovered a mechanism. With a slight exertion, she pulled out a wooden compartment resembling a large drawer. This wooden box measured nearly 2 meters in length and about 1 meter in width. Rather than a mere box, it resembled a coffin meant to contain a person. Upon seeing the figure within, Yu Chaolu's eyes widened in shock, nearly bursting with disbelief. Her body trembled uncontrollably from a mix of anger and sorrow. Inside lay a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yu Chaolu, her sister, Yu Chaoxia. The sight was horrifying. The woman's body was marred with whip marks, knife wounds, and even deformities from blunt instruments. Her limbs were cruelly pinned down with black nails, rendering her immobile. Upon noticing Yu Chaolu, the seemingly lifeless woman suddenly widened her eyes, her gaze a tumult of emotions, joy, fury, and a plea for help. Yet, she could not articulate her thoughts, only managing to emit muffled sounds. Her tongue had been severed. Sister, Yu Chaolu cried out in despair. She then shattered the wooden compartment and pulled the black nails from her sister's body. With trembling hands, she gently caressed her sister's face, overcome with tears. Their mother had passed away during her childhood, and their father, Yu Shuihan, was too preoccupied with sect matters to care for her. It was her sister, 10 years her senior, who had always looked after, cared for, and accompanied her. Though she had little memory of their mother, her bond with Yu Chaoxia was unbreakable. Little did she expect that upon their reunion, her sister would be reduced to such a tortured, unrecognizable state. Sister, it's all right now. I'm here to rescue you, Yu Chaolu exclaimed, her demeanor transformed from carefree indifference to desperate urgency. She quickly pried open Yu Chaoxia's mouth and inserted the invaluable 9 transformations vitality pill. Watching this scene, a twisted smile crept onto Zhong Wanhai's face, filled with a sense of vindictive pleasure. Oh, she is not dead yet? Remarkably resilient, isn't she? How do you find my design, Yu Chaolu? I've rendered your sister's hands and feet useless, severed her tongue, and imprisoned her below to ensure she hears my nightly encounters with other women. Ha ha. Suddenly, Yu Chaolu whirled around, her gaze directed at Zhong Wanhai. brimming with a deep-seated hatred. Why? Why have you done this to my sister? Because Zhong Wanlin perished in the Taisu sect. You resorted to such inhumane actions against my sister? Upon hearing these words, a profound expression of resentment and malice surfaced on Zhong Wanhai's face. I am certainly not solely seeking vengeance for Wanlin. Are you aware of what your sister has subjected me to over the past decades? From the moment she became pregnant, she has been surreptitiously adding the elixir of sterility to my meals and drinks daily. I may have numerous wives, yet throughout all these years, she is the only one who bore me a son. I have never comprehended the reason behind this, even believing there was something amiss with my own body. It turns out, it was your sister, that wretched woman, who orchestrated this. This harlot has condemned me to a legacy-less existence. Thus, I shall ensure she experiences a fate worse than death. Ha ha. Yu Chaolu glared at Zhong Wanhai, her teeth clenched, filled with both hatred and mockery. Is it not because of you that my sister has never been regarded as a human being? This is your retribution. Yu Chaoxiao had previously mentioned to Yu Chaolu about secretly drugging Zhong Wanhai during her visit to Tian Daomin to see her sister. Ever since marrying Zhong Wanhai, Yu Chaoxiao has endured various forms of abuse at his hands. Zhong Wanhai, relying on the might of Tian Daomin over Taisu's sect and his own far superior strength, would mercilessly beat and berate his wife. In his twisted psyche, he subjected Yu Chaoxiao to numerous humiliations and torments. She felt that it was only a matter of time before she met her demise at his hands. To safeguard her son's future, she needed to ensure that Zhong Wanhai had only one child. This way, her son might receive the love and attention of the Zhong lineage, spared from the cruelty and abuse that might befall him due to his mother's disgrace. Retribution? Then what she faces now is indeed self-inflicted. And you, wretched creature, both you sisters are vile. You shall not leave Tian Daomin alive today. If you possess the ability, kill me now. Zhong Wanhai, racked with excruciating pain, cursed Yu Chaolu bitterly. Sister, I will take you home. Yu Chaolu inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to shatter Zhong Wanhai into pieces as she attempted to help her sister up. Just then, a cold, piercing voice suddenly rang out. Yu Chaolu, I know you are inside. Come out. Even through the underground chamber, the voice resonated with clarity. Clearly, the speaker was an extraordinary master. Sister, please wait for me here for a moment. Yu Chaolu's complexion changed dramatically. After quickly relaying instructions to her sister, she hoisted the incapacitated Zhong Wanhai and emerged into the courtyard. There, she found herself surrounded by members of Tian Daomin. At the forefront stood a man of towering stature, a formidable presence. It was none other than the current leader of Tian Daomin, Zhong Quanxiao. As his eyes, like copper bells, fell upon Zhong Wanhai, they instantly narrowed in shock. Upon witnessing the disheartening state of his son, a surge of formidable malevolence enveloped him. Yu Chaolu, how dare you? Release my son at once. In Chapter 79, No Tears Until the Coffin Appears. Boom. Somewhere within the Heavenly Blade sect, another explosion erupted, igniting a vast expanse of flames. Alongside this, a noxious stench began to permeate the air. From above, an array of viscous substances plummeted down. Ah, help! Save me! In an instant, a chorus of anguished cries and pleas for rescue filled the atmosphere. For figures, 3 adults and 1 child, stood at a distance, each displaying a myriad of expressions as they observed the chaotic scene. Junior sister, have you developed a penchant for explosions? Tangy Tai remarked, his forehead adorned with beads of sweat. Indeed, we ought to make a hasty retreat from the Heavenly Blade sect. Should we be apprehended, we must not drag our master into this mess, Zhang Wenxuan added, fanning himself. What do you know? Although I'm unaware of our master's intentions, allowing the Heavenly Blade sect to remain in disarray for a while longer is certainly prudent. Besides, we still have gunpowder, so let us ignite a few more locations. Miao Yumeng declared with an air of mischief. At that moment, a throng of individuals emerged from the direction of the recent explosion, each appearing utterly disheveled. Drenched in a sticky, miserable state, Miao Yumeng's eyes lit up at the sight, and she drew her sword, charging forward. She also handed a short sword to Yeya, a weapon gifted to her by their master during her early training. Yeya, come, follow your junior uncle, and let us confront them. Aware of Yeya's formidable combat prowess, even surpassing her own, Miao Yumeng beckoned the child to join her. Oh, junior uncle is so amazing. Yeya nodded enthusiastically, following Miao Yumeng with fervor. However, her diminutive stature made her movements appear somewhat comical and endearing. Midway through their advance, Miao Yumeng suddenly halted, dipping her sword into the debris from the explosion. Observing this, Yeya mimicked her actions. Half a minute later, Puff, puff, puff. In unison, Miao Yumeng and Ye wreaked havoc on their surroundings. Each swing of their swords was accompanied by magical attacks, transforming them into a duo of formidable force. Those who dared to confront them met their demise. Zhang Wenxuan and Tang Yitai watched in disbelief, their faces twitching at the spectacle. Junior brother, let us refrain from provoking junior sister in the future. The former coughed, his expression darkening. And Ye, be kinder to this little one. If she continues to accompany junior sister, she may very well surpass us all, Tang Yitai added. Soon after, a spark of excitement flickered across his face. Let us go. We shall join the fray and fight our way through. However, at that very moment, their expressions shifted dramatically. A formidable aura surged toward them with alarming speed. This is bad. The experts from the Heavenly Blade sect have arrived. A Huan Yuan level powerhouse. Little junior sister. Cease your battle at once. Activate the flying puppet and flee quickly. Over here. Yu Chaolu found herself ensnared by the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect, Zhong Guangxiao, accompanied by a cadre of formidable experts. Release your son? Do you take me for a fool, sect leader Zhong? If you release him, how could I possibly escape? Yu Chaolu mocked, gripping Zhong Wanhai tightly. At that moment, Zhong Wanhai's face twisted with resentment upon seeing his father arrive with reinforcements. You vile woman. Do you think you can escape today? Father, don't worry about me. Kill her. Kill her. Oh. Having suffered at Yu Chaolu's hands, Zhong Wanhai harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Witnessing his son in such a broken and battered state, Zhong Guangxiao's face darkened ominously. The surrounding experts from the Heavenly Blade sect gazed at Yu Chaolu with intense killing intent. How could their esteemed elder be reduced to such a disgraceful state by this woman? Yu Chaolu, you madwoman. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion for you. Why have you inflicted such cruelty upon Wanhai? Do you truly wish to incite war between the Heavenly Blade sect and the Taishu sect? Zhong Guangxiao questioned through clenched teeth. Hearing this, Yu Chaolu's eyes flickered momentarily. She had no desire for conflict between the two sects. Her original plan was to leave with her sister, Yu Chaxia, and incinerate the underground chamber along with Zhong Wanhai, leaving no witnesses. However, she had not anticipated being intercepted by Zhong Guangxiao beforehand. Facing his inquiry, Yu Chaolu scoffed coldly. Why? Sect leader Zhong, do you truly remain ignorant of what your son has done to my sister? This is a personal grievance between us sisters and that beast. If you wish to avoid war between the sects, refrain from involving the Taishu sect. Zhong Guangxiao's expression fluctuated between stormy and calm. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, very well, Wanhai has wronged your sister, and now he has suffered at your hands. How about we consider this matter settled? Release him, and I shall allow your departure. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Zhong, do you think I am a child? Yu Chaolu retorted defiantly. Let me pass, and I shall naturally release Zhong Wanhai once I am free from the Heavenly Blade sect. She stood her ground unwaveringly. You are truly overstepping. Are you not afraid that those little mice who aided you in causing chaos will meet a grim fate? Zhong Guangxiao's voice dripped with malice. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu's expression shifted several times before she coldly responded, Sect leader Zhong, do not attempt to intimidate me. My disciples have already fled far and wide. Oh, is that so? Zhong Guangxiao replied, intrigued. It seems the truth is, they were just causing a ruckus in my Heavenly Blade sect. I have already dispatched personnel to capture them. Oh, and where are they now? Yu Chaolu pouted, remarking, it seems you truly won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The sinister glint in Zhong Guangxiao's eyes grew ever more pronounced. Just as Yu Chaolu was about to deliver another taunt, her expression suddenly froze. At that moment, a voice rang out, Master, I have brought the people. Following the sound, a Tian Dao sect elder strode forward, leading several formidable practitioners who were forcibly escorting 4 individuals, 3 adults and 1 child. All bore traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, their faces pale, unmistakably injured. Who else could it be but Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, Miao Yumeng, and Ye? The 4 were shackled together by chains, and Ye was no exception. Upon seeing them, Yu Chaolu's countenance shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, a twisted yet elated smile surfaced on Zhong Wanhai's face. Ha ha ha, Yu Chaolu. Your beloved disciples have now fallen into the hands of my Tian Dao sect. Let us see how you intend to extricate yourself from this predicament today. Zhong Guangxiao nodded in satisfaction at the elder, then coldly addressed Yu Chaolu. Yu Chaolu, were you not the one who claimed you would not shed tears until you saw the coffin? Perhaps it's time to abandon that sliver of false hope? I shall reiterate. Release my son, or I shall crush these little mice without hesitation. At that moment, Miao Yumeng, along with the others, displayed expressions of deep shame. Master, we apologize. We intended to assist you, they lamented. Master, we have proven useless. In the end, we've only become a burden. Please do not concern yourself with us. Master, Yaya did not intend to be captured by those villains. Woo-woo. Yu Chaolu gazed at them, her face contorting into a blend of heartfelt emotion and helplessness. I do not blame you. The fault lies solely with my insufficient strength to protect you. In the next instant, she turned her icy glare upon Zhong Guangxiao, her resolve unyielding as she demanded, Master Zhong, now that we all hold hostages, what are your intentions? Speak plainly. Chapter 80. A Descent from the Heavens. Zhong Guangxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. It is quite simple. We shall exchange hostages. Release my son, and I shall free your disciples, including your sister Yu Chaoxia. What say you? Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu mockingly inquired, Are you truly so accommodating? At that moment, Zhong Wanhai's voice, laced with venom, echoed forth. Father, others may go free, but that wretched woman and her sister Yu Chaoxia must remain. I shall ensure she continues to serve as my 10th concubine. Zhong Guangxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Wanhai's request is one you must acquiesce to. Hearing this, Yu Chaolu let out a derisive laugh. Is that so? Do you dare to demand I become his concubine? Does he possess a proclivity for humiliation? She remained unconvinced. Truth be told, this demand was hardly excessive. One might even characterize it as generous. At this juncture, she harbored no further illusions. To ensure the survival of her 3 disciples and Yaya, Yu Chaolu felt a sense of contentment. As for herself and her sister, perhaps that was simply the fate of the 2 siblings. Zhong Guangxiao nodded, asserting, As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Blade sect, do you think my words are mere trifles? Now that Wanhai is not yet deceased, there remains room for negotiation. The lives of your disciples, particularly this little girl, are of no consequence to me. I am not petty enough to stoop to concern myself with such insignificant figures. Upon hearing his words, Yu Chaolu's expression darkened with contemplation. Noticing her reaction, a cold glint flashed in Zhong Wanhai's eyes, yet he refrained from further outbursts. Zhong Guangxiao smiled slightly, seizing the moment to add, Take your time to consider. Since we have yet to reach an irrevocable mistake, I certainly do not wish to annihilate everything. Release my son, and we can discuss terms. Master, no. Do not concern yourself with us. You must leave the Heavenly Blade sect with Zhong Wanhai. The 3 disciples urged urgently. Master, do not acquiesce. Once you surrender the hostage, you will be at their mercy. Miao Yumeng and the others implored. Yaya, with tears welling in her eyes, gazed at Yu Chaolu, shaking her little head repeatedly. In a swift motion, Zhong Guangxiao seized Yaya by the throat, lifting her petite form off the ground. You little mice, silence yourselves. Your master has her own decisions to make. He coldly pressed Yu Chaolu. Yu Chaolu, my patience is limited. I will give you 5 counts to consider. If you do not comply, I will crush these little mice one by one, starting with this girl. Yaya. Zhong Guangxiao ceased this at once. Yu Chaolu's complexion changed dramatically. At that moment, Yaya was being held aloft by her throat, her cherubic face turning a deep shade of purple, yet she continued to shake her head. Master, do not worry about Yaya. Master, run. Tell my father that Yaya misses him. Ask him to avenge me. Witnessing Yaya's plight, Yu Chaolu felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. In a desperate tone, she called out to Zhong Guangxiao, Zhong's sect leader, release the child. I will agree to your terms. It was not that she genuinely trusted Zhong Guangxiao, but rather that she found herself with no alternative. Agreeing might afford a glimmer of hope that he would honor his word. Refusing, however, would mean Yaya's immediate demise. As her words fell, a satisfied smile graced Zhong Guangxiao's face. Now that is more like it. He then carelessly tossed Yaya onto the ground and waved at the elder who had captured them, saying, Elder Ma, go, deliver the girl to her, and bring Wanhai here. Yes, Elder Ma replied with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, he led Miao Yumeng and Yaya towards Yu Chaolu. Miss you, shall we release her? Elder Ma signaled to Yu Chaolu. Yu Chaolu took a deep breath, fixating her gaze on Zhong Guangxiao, and declared, As the leader of the Heavenly Blade sect, you are under the scrutiny of so many. I hope that after I release him, you will honor your word. Naturally, Zhong Guangxiao replied with an impassive expression. Very well. Yu Chaolu nodded, finally relinquishing her grip on Zhong Wanhai. Elder Ma hurried over to carry him, swiftly returning to Zhong Guangxiao's side. In that moment, the tension was palpable for Yu Chaolu and Miao Yumeng, their nerves taut as they awaited Zhong Guangxiao's subsequent reaction. The exchange of hostages had taken place. and they fervently hoped he would truly abide by his promise. Father. At that moment, Zhong Wanhai, limp like a sack of mud on Elder Ma's back, rasped to Zhong Quanxiao, "Don't let them go. Enough. Focus on your recovery. I know what must be done." Zhong Quanxiao's eyes, filled with an unfathomable chill upon witnessing his son's plight, turned towards Yu Chaolu and the others, the murderous intent in his gaze now unmasked. "Kill them all." The leader of the Heavenly Blade sect waved his hand, his voice cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu's face paled dramatically. "Zhong Quanxiao, you despicable coward. You are a man without honor." "Without honor? You wreak havoc in my Heavenly Blade sect and brutalize my esteemed elder. Yet you expect me to uphold integrity?" Zhong Quanxiao sneered, then issued another command. "Attack!" Clang, clang, clang. As his words fell, the sound of unsheathing swords echoed throughout the air. The assembly of Heavenly Blade sect's warriors pointed their blades at the five of Yu Chaolu. "Damn it! I'll fight you to the end." Tang Yitai shouted angrily. Zhang Wenxuan and Miao Yumeng also braced themselves for a desperate struggle. Dark energy began to swirl around Yeya, her once innocent eyes morphing into an ominous pitch-black hue. Faced with such dire circumstances, the little one exhibited signs of demonic transformation once more. Meanwhile, in Yu Chaolu's beautiful eyes, apart from the fury and determination, a trace of sorrow emerged. She gazed into the distance, as if yearning to see the silhouette of someone she longed for. "Zhitian, where are you? Before we parted, you promised it wouldn't be long. It seems I may not be able to wait for you any longer." At that moment, the battle cries erupted. "Kill! Kill!" Accompanying this was an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The surrounding warriors of the Heavenly Blade sect charged towards them. In the face of such a dire predicament, it seemed that Yu Chaolu and her companions would meet their demise in the blink of an eye. Miao Yumeng and the others were already at a disadvantage and injured. As the effects of the explosive spirit pill faded, the spiritual energy within Yu Chaolu had been completely expended. Do not speak of maintaining the previous Golden Core realm. Even the power of the seventh layer of the Golden Core is beyond reach. As for the flying puppets, they are of no use in such a predicament. One fears that the moment they soar into the air, they will be besieged by countless assaults. Clearly, this is a deadlock. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfurled. Two colossal shadows descended from the heavens, exuding an aura that instilled profound terror, accompanied by a chilling malevolence. The presence rendered all who were present cold with dread, as if shrouded by the specter of death. Boom, boom. In the next instant, amidst the resounding crashes, two black coffins plummeted to the ground. Chapter 81. The Annihilator of the Heavenly Blade Sect, Chu Zhitian. Where the massive black coffins landed, blood and flesh were scattered. The formidable members of the Heavenly Blade Sect, who had intended to attack Yu Chaolu and Yeya, suffered catastrophic losses in an instant. It must be noted that these two coffins weighed millions of pounds. Even a Golden Core expert would need to exert their utmost strength to budge them even slightly. The destructive force brought forth by such terrifying entities descending from above is beyond imagination. The impact created two enormous craters in the ground, and the surrounding earth cracked like a spider's web. Who could this be? Zhong Quanxiao's eyelids twitched violently, and his gaze instinctively turned skyward. This visually striking scene left even this eighth-layer Golden Core expert feeling a rush of adrenaline. The others were equally shaken, their hearts quaking in fear at the sight of the massive black coffins. In an instant, the assault on Yu Chaolu and Yeya came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, a figure also descended from the sky. "Father, junior brother." Upon seeing this silhouette, Yeya exclaimed joyfully. Miao Yumeng and the others also voiced their excitement. Gazing at them, Chu Zhitian let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had traversed 2,000 miles and arrived just in time. Although it was evident that Miao Yumeng and Yeya had suffered injuries, and Yu Chaolu appeared exceedingly weak, they were still alive and standing before him. This allowed the anxious heart he had carried to finally find solace. "You finally arrived?" Yu Chaolu inquired softly, her gaze toward Chu Zhitian filled with complexity, joy, questioning, and a hint of a woman's sorrow. "I apologize for my tardiness," Chu Zhitian replied, a look of remorse crossing his face. "Father." Yeya rushed over, clinging to Chu Zhitian's leg like a koala. "Sweetheart, it's all right. Father is here," Chu Zhitian reassured, gently patting his daughter's head. Yet, upon noticing the dried blood at the corners of her mouth and nose, his heart ached with both pain and fury. "Junior brother, your arrival has certainly stirred quite a commotion. Junior brother, are you here to share life and death with us?" At this moment, Zhang Wenxuan, Tang Yitai, and Miao Yumeng gathered around, each expressing their thoughts. Yet, faced with such overwhelming encirclement, the trio appeared less than optimistic. Even with Chu Zhitian's emergence, having crushed a multitude with a coffin, doubts lingered. Can you handle this? Yu Chaolu glanced around, uncertainly directing her gaze at Chu Zhitian. Upon hearing her words, Chu Zhitian smiled, a confident grin tinged with a hint of arrogance. If they scatter in fear, I may not be able to eliminate them all. As his words echoed, Yu Chaolu's beautiful eyes flickered. She understood that Chu Zhitian's strength must have surged significantly in recent days. After acquiring the ultimate truth book, her own prowess had ascended from the first to the 7th stage of foundation establishment. One could only imagine the growth of a prodigy like Chu Zhitian. Previously, he alone had vanquished 3 great sorcerers of the Night Palace. Now, he was undoubtedly more formidable. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in Yu Chaolu's heart. However, upon hearing Chu Zhitian's declaration, she was instantly captivated by his confidence and arrogance. How could I not trust my man? She thought, almost scolding herself for her doubts. You are the Chu Zhitian, the one who killed my daughter? Zhong Guangxiao's eyes narrowed like a venomous serpent as he questioned Chu Zhitian. In a flash, he swung his blade towards him. The solid blade aura tore through space, approaching with a terrifying force. Yet, in the face of this assault, Chu Zhitian merely waved his hand. The blade aura vanished in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. After the initial shock, Miao Yumeng and the others displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. Yu's large eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, Yu Chaolu's gaze radiated brilliance, completely devoid of doubt regarding this man's capabilities. Conversely, the members of the Heavenly Blade sect appeared alarmed. Even Zhong Guangxiao wore a grave expression. Just recently rescued. Zhong Wanhai's pupils constricted in fear. Boom. In the next moment, a massive coffin lid unexpectedly opened on its own. After absorbing the coffin into his blood wheel eye, Chu Zhitian was astonished to find he could control it with his mind. Everyone, get inside the coffin. The rest is up to me. His voice was urgent yet steady. Oh, without a moment's hesitation, Yu nodded eagerly. Without a second thought, she adorably tumbled into the enormous coffin. Miao Yumeng and the others hesitated briefly before following suit. Realizing the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Before entering the coffin, Yu Chaolu's gaze bore a deep-seated hatred as she fixed her eyes on Zhong Wanhai at the back of the crowd. Zhitian, if possible, I want him dead. As she contemplated the ghastly state of her sister in the hidden chamber below, Yu Chaolu felt an insatiable desire to rend Zhong Wanhai into countless pieces. Following her gaze, Chu Zhitian's murderous intent immediately fixed upon Zhong Wanhai. Rest assured, he shall not survive. Yu Chaolu nodded in agreement, then warned Chu Zhitian to be cautious before she too slipped into the coffin. With a resounding thud, after the 5 had entered, Chu Zhitian willed the coffin lid to close once more. It seemed as though the inside and outside of the coffin had become 2 separate realms. Within the coffin, there was a serene tranquility, while outside, a tempest of blood and carnage was about to unfold. Ha ha ha. Boy, what do you mean by looking at me with such eyes? Are you truly intending to aid that wretched Yu Chaolu in slaying me? At that moment, after suppressing his initial shock, Zhong Wanhai brazenly addressed Chu Zhitian. To withstand a strike from my father, it appears you possess some prowess at the golden elixir stage. Yet, do you really believe you can claim my head amidst a throng of thousands? Chu Zhitian momentarily disregarded Zhong Wanhai's taunts. He stood resolutely with his sword, casting a cold gaze toward Zhong Guangxiao. You are the master of the Heavenly Blade sect? I now present you with 2 choices. First, you may surrender Zhong Wanhai and those who previously harmed my daughter into my custody, and declare the Heavenly Blade sect a vassal of the Taishu sect. If you do so, I shall refrain from further action today. Second, I shall take matters into my own hands and eradicate the Heavenly Blade sect. As his words fell, a chorus of furious curses erupted in the air. The experts of the Heavenly Blade sect regarded Chu Zhitian with eyes filled with intense wrath and murderous intent. How audacious! Zhong Guangxiao, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. Chu Zhitian, what gives you such audacity to speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall grind you to dust and avenge my daughter, Zhong Wanlin. I shall claim your head to establish the might of the Heavenly Blade sect. Upon hearing this, an overwhelming aura of slaughter radiated from Chu Zhitian. A glimmer of excitement and desire flickered in his starry eyes. It appears you have chosen the latter. You have not disappointed me. The one who slays your daughter is Chu Zhitian. The one who will obliterate the Heavenly Blade sect is also Chu Zhitian. Chapter 82. Hurry and summon the four ancestors. At this moment, Chu Zetian felt as though a bloodthirsty seed within him had once again broken the surface. The yearning for slaughter surged forth anew. Truth be told, he had feared Zhong Quanxiao might opt for the first choice. However, fortune smiled upon him, and the outcome did not let Chu Zetian down. Foolish child, prepare to meet your end. In response to Chu Zetian's arrogance, Zhong Quanxiao bellowed, brandishing a sword resembling a nine-ringed blade, charging forth. Flash, 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 kill, kill, kill. Simultaneously, 7 powerful experts of the Heavenly Blade sect at the Golden Elixir stage surged toward Chu Zetian. Each of these 7 was a venerable elder of the sect, renowned for their formidable strength, regardless of strength, status, or lineage, even surpassing the elder-level figures like Zhong Wanhai. The formidable aura of the Golden Core experts, mingled with the cries of battle, transformed the very heavens and earth. The night sky, once adorned with a bright moon, was now shrouded in ominous clouds. How splendid! Can I not kill? Patience. Yet, in the face of the onslaught from numerous Golden Core warriors, Chu Zetian let out a hearty laugh. A glint of bloodlust flickered in his eyes, revealing excitement rather than fear. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, led by Zhong Quanxiao, the 8 Golden Core experts clashed fiercely with Chu Zetian. The sound of their weapons colliding resounded incessantly. The terrifying aftermath of their battle left others vulnerable to injury or death with the slightest touch. Quick, retreat. At this moment, the lower-ranked masters of the Tiandao sect hastily distanced themselves from the dreadful battlefield, fearing the repercussions of this fierce clash. Meanwhile, Chu Zetian, seemingly overwhelmed by the siege, appeared to fight while retreating, deliberately moving towards the densest clusters of people. Wherever they battled, it was as if a meat grinder had ravaged the area, leaving a landscape strewn with corpses and echoing with anguished cries. At this juncture, one could observe the blood wheel eye, invisible to others, re-emerging on Chu Zetian's forehead. As countless masters of the Tiandao sect succumbed to their demise, the abundant essence of flesh and blood was continuously absorbed by the blood wheel eye. Feeling surges of heat within, Chu Zetian's eyes glimmered brighter. He pondered whether, following this massacre, his physical cultivation could once again break through to the peak of the shattering mountain realm. The desire for slaughter within him intensified. Unbeknownst to him, within the god burial blood domain, an immense visage reappeared in the crimson sky. The figure inhaled deeply, relishing the moment, as strands of the same rich essence were drawn into its mouth and nostrils, rendering the face somewhat clearer. Indeed, the essence absorbed by the blood wheel eye constituted only a minor fraction, utilized to enhance Chu Zetian's devouring sacred body, while the majority remained in this god burial blood domain, consumed by an entity therein. Child, kill, kill. The more you slay, the swifter I shall awaken. The expression on the colossal face radiated excitement and malevolence. In the outside world, Zhong Quanxiao cursed, "Damn it. This brat is doing this intentionally. Everyone, unleash your full power," and swiftly eliminate him. Witnessing the gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. In that brief moment, he shockingly beheld 3 of his Golden Core experts and 7 of his Hunyuan masters fall lifelessly, some struck down by Chu Zetian's sword, others perishing from the aftermath of the battle. It is crucial to acknowledge that these individuals are the backbone of the sect, particularly the Golden Core cultivators, whose emergence has required immense sacrifices. Indeed, Sect Master, several Golden Core experts responded in unison. The air around them vibrated intensely, and their lower abdomens radiated with brilliant golden light. Clearly, they were all prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques. How do you know I have not yet exerted my full strength? The aura of Chu Zetian surged dramatically in an instant. A resonating wave, akin to an explosion, expanded outward, creating ripples in the air surrounding his form. The overwhelming momentum and suffocating pressure caused all present to pale in fear. What? The nascent soul realm? How is that possible? One Golden Core expert exclaimed in alarm, his own aura destabilizing in response to the overwhelming presence emanating from Chu Zetian. How could it be impossible? Chu Zetian retorted with a chilling smile, swiftly drawing his sword and severing a head from a Golden Core cultivator, who was momentarily caught off guard. This third-tier Golden Core expert was instantaneously slain. A nascent soul. It truly is a nascent soul. Quickly, summon the 4 ancestors. No matter the cost. We must eliminate this Chu. This child cannot be allowed to live. Zhong Quanxiao seethed with fury, finally comprehending the reason behind Chu Zhitian's audacity. A nascent soul. How could this boy have reached such heights? How is it possible? How could a weakened sect like the Taishu sect give rise to such a prodigy? Given the enmity with the Tiandao sect, should he be allowed to grow, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thankfully, he seemed to have just broken through to the nascent soul stage and was not yet invincible. No matter what, he must be suppressed today, even if it costs the entire sect dearly. With this determination, Zhong Quanxiao did not hesitate to retrieve a pill from his spatial treasure and swallow it. It was an explosion spirit pill. Not only he, but the other 6 golden core cultivators mirrored his actions. Though the explosion spirit pill was rare, given Zhong Quanxiao's status and that of his companions within the Tiandao sect, each possessed one. Everyone realized that Chu Zhitian must not leave alive today. With a resounding boom. After consuming the pill, the spiritual energy within Zhong Quanxiao surged wildly. Though he was already at the 8th level of golden core, his energy now rivaled that of Chu Zhitian. The other 6 golden core experts also experienced a significant surge in power, with the weakest among them now comparable to the 7th level of golden core. However, observing their desperate reaction, Chu Zhitian appeared undeterred. Have you taken pills? Then let us play a little longer. Having arrived at this juncture, it is only natural to eradicate all threats. Did Zhong Quanxiao not summon the 4 venerable ancestors? Then let them come, and we shall annihilate them all. The Yuaning. It is indeed the Yuaning. He must be killed. He must be slain. Meanwhile, beneath a collapsed courtyard wall, Zhong Wanhai gazed at the silhouette of Chu Zhitian with a profound expression of astonishment. Whether by design or fate, Chu Zhitian had managed to slay numerous masters of the Tiandao sect, yet he had not inflicted any harm upon Zhong Wanhai's vicinity. In the next moment, the crippled elder of the Tiandao sect fixated his gaze upon the 2 black coffins. Indeed, this scoundrel Chu still possesses a vulnerability. Come forth. Open that coffin and retrieve Yu Chaolu along with those little rodents. Zhong Wanhai bellowed urgently. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding masters of the Tiandao sect lit up with excitement, hastening towards the 2 black coffins. However, amidst the struggle with Zhong Quanxiao and the others, Chu Zhitian merely chuckled coldly, a cruel and merciless smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 83. You dare to compel me to exert my full strength? Prompted by Zhong Wanhai, a throng of Tiandao sect experts surged towards the coffin where Yu Yu and her companions had taken refuge. The revelation of Chu Zhitian's attainment of the Yuan Ying realm astounded all present. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly impose an exceedingly heavy toll on the Tiandao sect. Yet, should they manage to grasp his weakness, the task would become significantly easier. Hey, huh? A golden core elder rushed forward, striking the coffin lid with the intent of sending it flying. Yet, to his astonishment, the lid remained immovable. Such weight. The elder's eyes widened as he strained to push against it, but the outcome remained unchanged. Altogether, he called, summoning others to lend their strength. Yet still, the result was the same. This coffin was not merely a matter of weight exceeding millions of pounds. It was also under the control of Chu Zhitian. He had become the master of the burial god blood domain, and items like the black coffin, which inherently possessed sentience, had effectively become part of that domain upon being absorbed. Now, it resembled a treasured artifact of Chu Zhitian, able to be manipulated by his will. For others to open it was no simple task. Smash it. I refuse to believe we cannot extract those within. The elder gritted his teeth, and with all his might, he struck the coffin with a blade. Boom. In the next moment, he unleashed a fierce strike upon the coffin's surface. Boom. Boom. Clang. Clang. The other masters from the Tiandao sect also launched their attacks upon the coffin, and the sounds of clashing blades and surging spiritual energy filled the air. Inside the coffin, the space within could be described as vast, so much so that even with 5 individuals concealed inside, it still appeared remarkably spacious. Aside from the chilling cold, it resembled an impregnable fortress. Listening to the clattering noises outside, Yu Yu blinked her big eyes in the darkness. Master, what is that commotion outside? My father won't be bullied by the villains, will he? In response, Yu Zhaolu reassured her, rest assured. Your father is certainly unharmed. The evildoers outside cannot contend with him, so they seek to target us instead. Chu Zhitian effortlessly neutralized the attack from Zhong Quanxiao, instilling confidence in Yu Zhaolu. Even if we were to consider the worst-case scenario where the adversaries were indeed formidable, at the very least, it would be no problem to retreat safely with the coffin. However, at present, the coffin remained as steadfast as a mountain. even amidst the relentless assaults from outside. It appeared utterly unbreakable. Just then, as Miao Yumeng was about to speak, the five suddenly sensed a movement from the coffin. The black coffin, after enduring a barrage of attacks, suddenly soared into the air before crashing down heavily. Boom. Upon landing, a gruesome scene unfolded, with flesh and blood scattering everywhere. The assailants surrounding the coffin were instantly decimated, with a significant portion of them perishing, including an elder at the core formation stage, who was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh beneath the colossal coffin. Retreat quickly. This cursed coffin moves on its own. It cannot be breached. It simply cannot. Accompanied by a cacophony of screams and shouts, the attackers, stricken with terror, scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Chu Zhetian, engaged in a fierce battle with Zhong Guangxiao and other golden core cultivators, wore a cold smirk. These two enormous coffins weighed millions of pounds. Even without any additional abilities, their sheer weight rendered them formidable weapons. Controlling them, however, required a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. At present, Chu Zhetian's primordial spirit was not particularly robust, thus he could not maintain control indefinitely. Nevertheless, delivering such a shock to these individuals was well within his capabilities. Damn it! At a distance, Zhong Wanhai witnessed the scene, gritting his teeth in frustration. Elder, it seems unlikely we can extract anyone from that coffin now. The Elder Ma, who had previously brought back the hostage during the exchange, remarked grimly. I know, Zhong Wanhai replied, as a cunning expression flickered across his face, seemingly formulating a new plan. Elder Ma, let us go. Take me to the secret chamber below. If we cannot capture Yu Zhao Lu and those little mice, it matters not. Do not forget, there is also Yu Zhao Lu's sister within the underground chamber. Meanwhile, on the front lines of the battlefield, a golden core cultivator, witnessing the devastation wrought by the coffin, shouted in despair, Chu Zhetian, you heartless fiend, controlling such a malevolent entity to slaughter the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect. Today, I vow to see you buried here. The voice was laden with an unbearable hatred. The deceased elder, a master of the golden core stage, was none other than his most cherished descendant. Zhong Guangxiao, along with other golden core experts, launched a frenzied assault upon Chu Zhetian. Since you are engulfed in such profound sorrow, then go down and join them. Chu Zhetian snorted coldly, wielding with all his might against the golden core powerhouse. The opponent attempted to counter with his blade, but struck nothing but air, feeling as though Chu Zhetian's sword was as elusive as a celestial steed soaring through the heavens. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and he felt as if the world around him was spinning uncontrollably, eventually settling upon a headless corpse. That lifeless body felt hauntingly familiar. Just before consciousness faded, he realized that it was indeed his own form. A resonant hum filled the air, as Chu Zhetian felt an extraordinary surge of heat radiate throughout his body. At that moment, relying solely on the strength of his physical form, he had already achieved a staggering force of 500,000 pounds, a figure that continued to escalate. As the casualties within the Tian Dao sect mounted, a plethora of blood and flesh essence was continuously drawn into his blood wheel eye. Gazing at Zhong Guangxiao and the other 5 golden core masters, a glimmer of bloodthirst and avarice flickered in his starry eyes. Indeed, it was greed. In their presence, Chu Zhetian envisioned them as nourishment for the devourer of the heavens. Kill! With a thunderous roar, Chu Zhetian charged forth, battling single-handedly as though a tiger among sheep against the 6 adversaries. Chu Zhetian, Zhong Guangxiao bellowed, his eyes aflame with fury as he met the challenge head-on. The Tian Dao sect had suffered tremendous losses today, with 2 golden core masters already slain, and the casualties among other sects were incalculable. This drove the leader of the Tian Dao sect to the brink of madness. After consuming the explosive spirit pill, his spiritual energy fluctuations rivaled those of an initial stage nascent soul cultivator. He stood resolute against Chu Zhetian, making it no easy task for the latter to claim his life. With other golden core experts providing support, it was only a matter of time before the 4 ancestors arrived to ensure Chu Zhetian's demise. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on. Chu Zhetian continued to strike and move, wreaking havoc throughout the Tian Dao sect. Each blow drew the fight towards the densest clusters of people, turning the grounds into a river of blood. After the passage of a mere incense stick's burning time, another golden core expert, who had joined the assault against Chu Zhetian, was cleaved in 2 by his sword. Where are the 4 ancestors? Hurry and summon them. Zhong Guangxiao's eyes were bloodshot, his voice filled with despair and urgency. Just then, for streaks of blade light, imbued with the might to cleave heaven and earth, shot forth, all aimed at Chu Zhitian. The four ancestors had finally arrived. In that instant, Zhong Guangxiao and the others felt a surge of hope and renewed vigor. However, what they failed to notice was that a trace of joy also flitted across Chu Zhitian's face. At last, has the moment arrived? I hope this time you will allow me to unleash my full power. Chapter 84. Open your eyes and watch closely. Boom. For blades of light simultaneously struck Chu Zhitian, sending him hurtling through the air. In swift succession, four immensely powerful presences surged towards him. Upon halting, they surrounded Chu Zhitian from four directions. Ancestors. The four esteemed ancestors have finally arrived, exclaimed Zhong Guangxiao and his companions, their spirits lifted at the sight of the four figures. The other members of the Tiandao sect, from a distance, gazed upon the four ancestors with reverence. They were the most formidable beings within the Tiandao sect, representing the four founding clans, the Zhong, Ma, Wang, and Pei families. At this moment, they had all reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, their spiritual energy fluctuations rivaling those of a third-layer nascent soul. Clearly, they were aware that they were about to confront an opponent who had just advanced to the nascent soul stage. Thus, all four had consumed explosive spirit pills in advance. Surveying the devastated surroundings, the horrific sight of fallen disciples and high-ranking members of the Tiandao sect, the faces of the four ancestors turned ashen. Their gazes fell upon the figure that was slowly rising once more, revealing an overwhelming intent to kill. Chu Zhitian appeared disheveled, looking utterly wretched. Yet beneath his tattered clothing, his skin shimmered with a lustrous metallic sheen, indicating he was completely unscathed. You wretched brat, did you do all this? The Zhong ancestor was the first to speak, pointing at the surrounding devastation, his voice seething with rage. This is the choice made by your sect leader. Had he willingly surrendered Zhong Wanhai and the fiend who harmed my daughter, and allowed the Tiandao sect to submit to the Taishu sect, would it have come to this? A cold smile crept across Chu Zhitian's face. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the four ancestors blazed with fury. What an arrogant fool! Do you think that because you have broken through to the nascent soul stage, you can wreak havoc in the Tiandao sect at will? The Zhong ancestor thundered, his indignation palpable. Is it not so? Chu Zhitian retorted, his attitude growing ever more defiant. You are a disciple of the Taishu sect? For years, the Taishu sect and the Tiandao sect have maintained a respectful distance. Why today do you choose to bully the weak and act in such a mad manner? The Ma ancestor demanded through clenched teeth. In response, Chu Zhitian scoffed, if we are to speak of bullying the weak, that is merely the practice of your Tiandao sect. 20 days ago, how did your grand elder behave so aggressively towards my Taishu sect? How did he coerce my master into marrying him as a concubine? How did he threaten to flatten my Taishu sect? Now, the wheel of fate has turned. The roles of attacker and defender have reversed. And it is I who shall level the Taishu sect. With these words, both Zhong Guangxiao and the four ancestors found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. The realm of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. When you are strong, you trample upon and bully others. Do not be surprised when, one day, they return the favor 100-fold. Esteemed ancestors, this individual is stained with the blood of my Heavenly Blade sect disciples. Today, it is a matter of life and death. There is no reason left to discuss. Hurry and eliminate him. At this moment, Zhong Guangxiao gritted his teeth and declared, indeed, I have no intention of reasoning. Kill. Chu Zhitian nodded, unexpectedly taking the initiative to strike amidst the encirclement. Arrogant. If you had comprehended the principles of the Yuan infant realm for many years, perhaps we would have been wary of you. Yet you have only just stepped into the Yuan infant stage. You have certainly not grasped even the slightest understanding of the heavenly principles. The true abilities of a Yuan infant expert are beyond your reach. Today, I shall witness how you can survive and how you intend to flatten my Taishu sect. The ancestor of the Zhong clan spoke with a chilling intent. The other three ancestors, along with several golden core experts, felt that his words struck at the heart of the matter. Indeed, the true terror of the Yuan infant realm lies in their ability to traverse the void and comprehend the heavenly principles. Subsequently, they intertwine these principles with their offensive and defensive maneuvers. It is clear that Chu Zhitian has just broken through to the Yuan infant stage and has yet to master such techniques. Faced with their combined assault, he is destined to meet his demise. Ha ha ha, is that so? Then watch closely. However, Chu Zhitian erupted into a thunderous laughter. Buzz. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light suddenly emanated from his body. A golden bell, formed of condensed spiritual power and shimmering with a metallic sheen, materialized upon his surface. Divine ability, indestructible golden bell. Ding, 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 ding. In an instant, the attacks of the multitude struck the golden bell, producing a cacophony of clashing metal sounds. The terrifying residual force of the assaults twisted the surrounding space, yet could not breach the bell's defenses. What? A divine ability. One that contains the power of the principles? How could this be? He has actually comprehended the power of the principles. Witnessing this scene, the four ancestors' pupils constricted. Zhong Guangxiao and others were equally shaken to their core. In that moment, they realized that Chu Zhitian had previously concealed his true strength. If you cannot even breach my defenses, how can you kill me? Chu Zhitian inquired. Uft. As soon as his words fell, he struck down another golden core expert with a single sword. Ding. Finally, the rift-breaking sword began to shatter inch by inch after that blow. Even without unleashing its divine ability, this earth-grade sword could no longer withstand the intensity of battle. The Yuan infant. A true Yuan infant expert. One who has comprehended the power of the principles. It's over. Is my heavenly blade sect truly doomed? At this moment, after Chu Zhitian invoked the indestructible golden bell divine ability, the elder of the Ma clan revealed a glimmer of despair in his eyes. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves devoid of options. Swiftly, conjure the heavenly blade killing formation and spare no effort to vanquish him." The ancestral figure of the Zhong clan bellowed in madness. Upon hearing his declaration, a shiver ran through everyone present, and their expressions swiftly transformed into one of resolute determination. Aside from the four pinnacle golden core elders, the most formidable asset of the Heavenly Blade sect was indeed this very formation. However, the cost of employing such an array was exceedingly steep, capable of draining even the mightiest golden core cultivators to the brink of exhaustion. It would only be activated in times of utmost peril for the sect, and it appeared that such a moment had now arrived. In an instant, all the golden core experts present formed an offensive array, which, at a glance, resembled a blade. The tip of this metaphorical blade was none other than the ancestral figure of the Zhong clan himself. With a swift motion, they directed their blades toward Chu Zhitian. This strike amalgamated the spiritual energy of all present, manifesting as a crescent-shaped blade of light. The blade bore the overwhelming force capable of obliterating the heavens, radiating a chilling luminescence while firmly locking onto Chu Zhitian's essence, slicing toward him with lethal intent. Yet, in the face of this assault, boundless combat fervor ignited in Chu Zhitian's eyes. He met the blade with a singular, forceful punch, and from his right arm emerged a five-clawed golden dragon, ensnared by chains. He wielded his arm as a sword, unleashing the formidable technique known as the prison dragon breaks chains. With a resounding roar, the five-clawed golden dragon shattered its shackles and charged towards the crescent blade. The clash of the prison dragon breaks chains against the crescent blade erupted with tremendous force. Both energies disintegrated instantaneously, and the terrifying aftermath laid waste to everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Simultaneously, several figures were sent hurtling backward, including not only the members of the Heavenly Blade killing formation, but also the sect leader, Zhong Guangxiao. Even the four elders, upon the shattering of the blade, coughed blood and staggered backward. Thud, thud, thud. The remaining individuals fell to the ground like dumplings, with one golden core expert, having exhausted his spiritual energy in the formation, meeting his demise under the overwhelming aftermath. Zhong Guangxiao and the three surviving golden core cultivators remained alive, yet they too were drained of their spiritual energy, rendered incapable of further combat. A technique of offensive prowess, a manifestation of the sword's principles. How could this be? How could a young cultivator, having just ascended to the nascent soul realm, possibly comprehend the power of such principles? We cannot prevail. It is utterly impossible. At that moment, the elder of the Ma clan spat blood, his face ashen. His defenses were impenetrable, and his attacks unstoppable. The elders of the Wang and Pei clans also revealed traces of despair upon their visages. The celestial body of Chu Zhitian was enveloped by an indestructible golden bell, rendering them incapable of breaching the defenses of their adversaries. Conversely, a single strike from the opponent effortlessly obliterated their most formidable trump card. How could this battle continue? Was it destined that the Heavenly Blade sect would meet its demise? A trace of sorrow washed over the face of the ancestral figure of the Zhong clan. At that moment, Chu Zhitian picked up a precious blade that had been cast aside when someone was sent flying. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down. A depleted golden core cultivator was cleaved in two. No, please. Spare us. We, the Heavenly Blade sect, concede. The ancestral figure of the Ma clan cried out in despair. You decide when to kill and when to spare? Chu Zetian sneered, his eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glint. With that, he advanced towards another golden core cultivator. Blade in hand, the four ancestral figures exchanged glances. Chu Zetian, cease this at once. The Heavenly Blade sect concedes today. How about we end it here? You have taken so many lives. We will not pursue this further. Stand down. The ancestral figure of the Wang clan shouted urgently. This is no longer a matter of pursuit. I intend to raise the Heavenly Blade sect to the ground. Having become enemies, we are bound by a mortal grudge. I must eradicate them entirely, leaving none alive. Chu Zetian declared coldly, embodying the essence of a harbinger of death. If you do not relent, we shall self-destruct our golden cores and take you down with us. The ancestral figure of the Zhong clan said, madness etched upon his face. Upon hearing this, Chu Zetian merely scoffed, unfazed. Suddenly, a violent surge emanated from his being. In that instant, he transformed into a celestial body, exuding an overwhelming radiance that illuminated him from within. His skin gleamed like polished metal, while his bones shimmered with a jade-like luster. An aura of primal savagery permeated the air, a raw essence stemming from his corporeal form. At last, in this moment of slaughter within the Heavenly Blade sect, Chu Zetian's physical cultivation reached a monumental breakthrough, ascending to the shattered mountain realm. With this advancement, not only did the strength of his physique surge dramatically, but his bones also underwent a transformation into jade, granting him newfound bone power. This jade transformation was not akin to ordinary jade, fragile and brittle, but rather imbued with unparalleled resilience. Each jade bone rivaled the finest celestial-grade weaponry. Furthermore, this transformation awakened a divine ability, the jade bone golden body. Once manifested, the bone power derived from his corporeal form would permeate through to his muscles, skin, and fascia, significantly enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities, as if he were enveloped in an armor of bones. Thus, he embodied the warrior. He could rely solely on his physical form to confront divine weapons beneath the celestial grade. Indeed, his physique had transcended, feeling a terrifying power surging within his bones. A smile of delight emerged on Chu Zetian's face. Yet, during this moment of transformation and adaptation to his newfound strength, the four ancestors of the Tiandao sect remained motionless, seemingly frozen in place. Had he truly broken through? The face of the Ma clan's ancestor twitched, and upon regaining his senses, he sank deeper into despair. A physical breakthrough. Not only was he a formidable yuaning expert, but he was also a legendary body refinement master. Was the Jade Bone Golden Body truly a manifestation of the body refinement Shattered Mountain Realm? The Pei clan's ancestor trembled as he spoke. Why? Why has the Taishu sect given rise to such an unparalleled prodigy? Why has our Tiandao sect unwittingly provoked him? With the power of Dao principles and a yuaning master, coupled with the Shattered Mountain body refinement, how can we resist? The Pei clan's ancestor lamented. No, the Tiandao sect absolutely cannot perish. No matter the cost, we cannot fall at your hands. Otherwise, how shall we explain ourselves to our ancestors? At that moment, the expression on the face of the Zhong clan's ancestor became increasingly frenzied and resolute. Old Zhong, what are you planning? Do you really believe that self-detonating our golden pills will kill him? It won't work. It is utterly futile, the Ma clan's ancestor declared in despair. Chu Zetian's sudden breakthrough in body refinement had shattered the resolve of the four Tiandao sect ancestors, leaving them devoid of fighting spirit. Zhong Quangxiao and the other three golden pill masters revealed expressions of hopelessness. In the next moment, the radiance enveloping Chu Zetian receded. He then continued, like the harbinger of death, to select his next target for annihilation. This time, he advanced towards Zhong Quangxiao, the master of the Tiandao sect. Stop. Do not kill him. Senior Chu, I implore you to show mercy. The Tiandao sect kneels. The several ancestors cried out in desperate pleas. In this instant, they were utterly crushed, their spirits shattered. Chu Zetian, is it too late to choose the first option now? Zhong Quangxiao asked with a wretched smile. At that moment, he was completely drained of spiritual power and gravely injured, facing Chu Zetian as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Too late. I preferred your earlier, unruly demeanor. Chu Zetian replied coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. In this moment, a singular thought consumed him. Kill? Especially as he felt the blood wheel continuously absorbing the essence of flesh and blood, he found himself unable to stop, nor did he wish to. However, at that precise moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing flesh, the Zhong clan's ancestor suddenly struck. Yet, the target of his attack was not Chu Zhitian. It was his own master, Zhong Quanxiao. Chapter 86. Clearing the doorway, a sharp sound echoed as the ancestral figure of the Zhong family executed a swift stroke, severing the head of Zhong Quanxiao, which rolled lifelessly to the ground. Warm blood splattered across his visage, momentarily shocking Chu Zhitian, who displayed an expression of disbelief. The frenzied intent to kill that surged within him seemed to momentarily wane. The Tiandao sect must not perish, no matter the cost. It must be preserved. The ancestral figure of the Zhong family murmured as if in a daze. In the next moment, he approached the severed head of Zhong Quanxiao and lifted it aloft. Even in death, the head of the Tiandao sect's leader remained wide-eyed, a visage of utter disbelief etched upon his face. Do not blame the progenitor, Quanxiao. The progenitor acts solely for the sake of our entire sect. It was as if the ancestral figure was conversing with himself, or perhaps explaining to the head of Zhong Quanxiao. Suddenly, he knelt before Chu Zhitian, holding the severed head in his hands. Zhong Shuntian, representing the Tiandao sect, begs for forgiveness from the esteemed Elder Chu. As a token of sincerity, I present the head of Zhong Quanxiao. I implore the esteemed elder not to eradicate us entirely, but to grant the Tiandao sect a chance at survival, so we may serve you and the Taishu sect in the future. Witnessing Zhong Shuntian's actions left everyone in stunned silence. No one had anticipated that he would resort to such madness, personally executing Zhong Quanxiao to plead for mercy from Chu Zhitian. Yet, after the initial shock subsided, the elders of the Ma, Pei, and Wang families also knelt before Chu Zhitian, echoing, "We beseech the esteemed elder to show mercy. From this day forth, the Tiandao sect shall look to the esteemed elder as our guiding star." The surviving golden elixir practitioners and all disciples of the Tiandao sect were left astounded by their elder's actions, yet none dared to voice dissent. Chu Zhitian surveyed the kneeling ancestral figure of the Tiandao sect, holding Zhong Quanxiao's head, his expression shifting through various emotions. He had not anticipated such a display of submission. Chu Zhitian, a furious, grating voice suddenly pierced the air. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Zhong Wanhai, who had re-emerged after a prolonged absence. With his limbs severed, he lay upon the back of Elder Ma, his eyes filled with malice and triumph as he glared at Chu Zhitian. He had yet to notice that the four elders were all kneeling. Beside him and Elder Ma, two disciples of the Tiandao sect held a woman with disheveled hair. She hung limply, emitting indistinct whimpers. Who else could it be but Yu Chaoxia, the sister of Yu Chaolu? You treacherous dog of the Chu family. Look who this is. This is the sister of that wretched Yu Chaolu, your master's aunt. If you wish to see her live, surrender obediently. Zhong Wanhai seemed to have once again seized upon a weakness of Chu Zhitian, laughing sinisterly as he called out. Chu Zhitian turned to look, a faint frown creasing his brow. In both his past and present lives, he had no connection to Yu Chaoxia. Yet, she was undeniably the sister of Zhao Lu. And he was acutely aware of Zhao Lu's profound feelings for her sibling. If harm were to befall her, it would be difficult for him to explain. Judging by your sincerity, he mused, suppressing the murderous intent within him, and he whispered something to the four ancestors of the Tiandao sect. In an instant, with a swish, the ancestor of the Ma family transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged towards Zhong Wanhai and the others. Ancestor, great ancestor. Both Zhong Wanhai and Elder Ma, taken aback by the sudden appearance, greeted him with respect. Leave the matter to me, the Ma ancestor spoke coolly. Why are you not hastening to hand this wretched woman over to the ancestor? Zhong Wanhai, witnessing the sect's ancestor stepping in, hastily reprimanded the two disciples. Without hesitation, the disciples surrendered Yu Chaolu into the hands of the Ma ancestor. Boom. The moment the Ma ancestor had the woman in his grasp, he casually waved his hand, sending Zhong Wanhai and the others flying. PFF. Upon hitting the ground, Zhong Wanhai spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with shock. Ancestor, what is the meaning of this? The Ma ancestor ignored him, striding directly towards Chu Zhitian and kneeling on one knee once more. Senior Chu, I have rescued your junior. I implore you to show mercy towards the Tiandao sect. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Zhong family, witnessing Yu Chaoxia in such a pitiable state, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. The next moment, he glared at Zhong Wanhai, his teeth clenched, and said, Senior Chu, I never anticipated that Zhong Wanhai, this beast, would commit such atrocious acts against his own wife. As I understand it, your grievances with the Tiandao sect ultimately stem from the lineage of Zhong Quanxiao and Zhong Wanhai. Now, I have already cleansed the former. I shall now tear Zhong Wanhai to shreds to relieve your anger. Furthermore, I guarantee that none of his lineage will remain afterward." With that declaration, the ancestor of the Zhong family launched himself at Zhong Wanhai. In that moment, Zhong Wanhai was utterly bewildered. What was happening? His own ancestor was kneeling before Chu Zhitian, and that severed head, was it not his father's? "Wait, you need not kill him." But just then, Chu Zhitian coldly barked, delivering a punch that sent the Zhong ancestor flying. He then turned his gaze, filled with a chilling intent, towards Zhong Wanhai. Recalling Yu Chaolu's profound hatred towards this elder of the Tiandao sect, Chu Zhitian believed it only fitting that Chaolu personally exact vengeance upon him. An hour later, a thick stench of blood lingered throughout the entire Tiandao sect. Upon a grand plaza, the venerable ancestors of the Tiandao sect, the Zhong and Wang clans, stood resolutely on either side. Elevated above them, the sisters Yu Chaolu and Yu Chaoxia occupied a prominent position, with the former supporting the latter, her face suffused with profound sorrow. Beside them stood a robust young man, whose gaze towards Yu Chaoxia was laden with heart-wrenching pain, intertwined with a deep sense of affection, longing, and reverence. This young man was none other than Zhong Yingxiu, the sole offspring of Zhong Wanhai. Before the high platform, a throng of over 100 individuals knelt, led by Zhong Wanhai himself, flanked by other members of the Zhong lineage. "Mother, how have you come to this?" Zhong Yingxiu knelt, grasping Yu Chaoxia's hand, tears streaming down his face. The sight of his mother, her limbs rendered useless and her tongue severed, filled him with indescribable rage and despair, compounded by the knowledge that this atrocity was wrought by his own father. In a surge of fury, Zhong Yingxiu abruptly rose, unsheathing his long blade, his eyes aflame with vengeance as he charged at Zhong Wanhai. "Zhong Wanhai, I shall take your life. Wretched son, I am your father." With that proclamation, Zhong Wanhai's head soared into the air. "Let them all perish." At this moment, Yu Chaolu exchanged a glance with her sister before gesturing dismissively. "Slay them." The ancestors of the Zhong clan gritted their teeth, uttering that single, merciless word. In an instant, chaos erupted, and heads rolled. From this day forth, Zhong Yingxiu would assume the mantle of the new leader of the Tiandao sect, with Yu Chaoxia as the matriarch. The Tiandao sect would henceforth, in name, align itself with the Tai Su sect, while all actions would be guided by the venerable Chu Zhitian. His resonant declaration, tinged with the melancholic echoes of survival after calamity, reverberated across the plaza. At that moment, Chu Zhitian had already departed. After the four ancestors of the Tiandao sect swore an oath before the primordial sword left by their founding master, they confidently entrusted Yu Chaolu and Yu Yu to remain temporarily within the sect, knowing that the oath held the same gravity as the Battle of the Ruins against the Tai Su sect, recognized by the will of the Heavenly Tao. Breaching this vow would result in the total annihilation of the Tiandao sect by the Heavenly Tao itself. Under the cloak of night, Chu Zhitian resumed his journey, traversing the skies aboard a flying puppet, relentlessly returning to the Tai Su sect, accompanied by the ancestors of the Ma and Pei clans from the Tiandao sect. He understood that despite the sect's efforts to seal information and prohibit any departures, the events that transpired might have already leaked. What if by Chongqing and Ji Yinlian learned of his survival and his ascension to the nascent soul realm? Would they not become desperate? Thus, he was determined to return as swiftly as possible to preemptively extinguish any impending crises. Chapter 87. The little girl picking her belly button beneath the vast night sky. Chu Zhitian, along with the ancient ancestors of the Ma and Pei clans from the Tiandao sect, shared the space within a flying puppet. Before activation, this puppet was merely the size of a palm, yet now its wingspan extended to over 20 meters. The interior of this bird-like construct was comparable to that of a wooden cabin. Ma Finghua and Pei Liantian, the two esteemed ancestors, were seated with their legs crossed, while Chu Zhitian positioned himself behind them, his hand resting gently on their backs' pahu point. Previously, the two had consumed explosion spirit pills, elevating their powers to a level akin to the nascent soul realm, yet the side effect had left their spiritual energy nearly depleted. Moreover, they bore injuries from their encounter with Chu Zhitian, rendering their complexions pale and their bodies weak. At this moment, tendrils of pure spiritual energy flowed from Chu Zhitian's palm into their bodies, visibly restoring color to their faces. The myriad transformations of spiritual energy, refined by Chu Zhitian, quickly filled their withered meridians and dantians, while simultaneously soothing their wounds. After a quarter of an hour, Ma Fenghua and Pei Liantian rose to their feet, their spirits invigorated. Their gazes toward Chu Zetian were imbued not only with the initial trepidation and reverence, but also with a hint of admiration and fervor. It was astonishing that Elder Chu possessed such extraordinary abilities, Ma Fenghua exclaimed earnestly. Indeed, your spiritual energy not only replenishes our deficiencies, but also heals our injuries. It seems that following Elder Chu will spare us from the fear of being wounded in the future, Pei Liantian chimed in, showering Chu Zetian with praise, his demeanor brimming with respect and admiration. Regardless of whether your submission to me is earnest or feigned, you will gradually come to realize how astute tonight's decision truly is. Aligning yourselves with me will be the most prudent choice of your lives, Chu Zetian replied, his tone devoid of humility or arrogance, as if merely stating an undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Ma Fenghua and Pei Liantian readily agreed, their minds inexplicably drawn to the unexplainable aura that enveloped Chu Zetian. His words exuded an air of confidence and dominance that commanded respect and trust. A mere 30-year-old nascent soul powerhouse, wielding the power of Tao and possessing a body tempered to the shattered mountain realm, his future path of cultivation was indeed immeasurable. Perhaps even they, along with the Tian Dao sect, would tread towards some form of brilliance by following him. Regardless, they dared not entertain any doubts about Chu Zetian, for they had sworn the oath of the Tian Dao, recognized by the will of the heavens, binding them to follow his lead henceforth. This was also the reason Chu Zetian chose to restore their spiritual energy and heal their wounds. Meanwhile, that very night, the three individuals from Chu Zetian had departed for 2 hours, and the execution ceremony in the square, along with the appointment of the new leader of the Heavenly Blade sect, had concluded. Yu Chaolu spent some time with her sister and nephew, Zhongyixiu, and when she estimated that the time was ripe, she returned to the courtyard prepared for her at the Heavenly Blade sect. Master, you've returned, they exclaimed upon her arrival. Is everything settled? Miao Yuming and the others had yet to sleep and greeted her eagerly. At that moment, they were still filled with trepidation. The events of the night had been tumultuous. They had not anticipated such an extraordinary conclusion. Junior brother Chu had forced the Heavenly Blade sect to their knees, compelling their ancestor to slay their own leader. In a bid to quell the enmity, he had eradicated the Zhong family, leaving no survivors. It was not a lack of education that left the three speechless, but rather an inability to find words to encapsulate junior brother Chu's prowess. Indeed, the turmoil at the Heavenly Blade sect had finally settled. Yu Chaolu nodded, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Truth be told, she had not expected Zetian to be so formidable. Master, you're back. A sweet, childish voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning towards the sound, she beheld the little one, Yuan, lifting her garment to reveal her tender belly, her small hands curiously playing with her adorable navel. Perhaps only this child, in her innocent mind, could perceive her father's ability to subdue the wicked without a shred of surprise. To her, her father was omnipotent. Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly cover your belly. Children shouldn't play with their navels, it can cause stomachaches. Though she had never cared for a child, Yu Chaolu possessed a modicum of common sense. She admonished Yuan with a serious expression. Before he left, Daddy took out a bug and made it crawl into my navel. I want to see if I can get it out, Yuan explained, pouting slightly. Indeed, before departing, Chu Zetian had employed the life-linked golden cicada goo, which had taken residence within both himself and Yuan at their navel areas, places where one's innate vitality and source of life reside. Henceforth, their fates were intertwined. As long as Chu Zetian lived, Yuan would thrive as well. However, although he had assured her that the bug was beneficial, Yuan, being a child, felt a twinge of unease upon witnessing a bug enter her navel, coupled with an insatiable curiosity. Thus, she sat there, fiddling with her little belly button. Upon hearing this, Yu Chaolu found herself both amused and exasperated. She was aware of the life-linked golden cicada goo, as Chu Zetian had explained it to her before. So she understood the situation. Behave and go to sleep, no more fiddling. That bug is your father's avatar. If you harm it, your father will be in danger, she said, both annoyed and amused. When it comes to young children, sometimes a little scare is necessary. Upon hearing these words, Yaya promptly removed her hands from her navel and obediently lowered her garment. That adorable little head bobbed like a rattle drum. No more poking. Yaya does not want her father to be in danger. Witnessing this scene, Yu Chaolu and Miao Yumeng could hardly suppress their laughter. After a brief moment, once Yaya was lulled to sleep, a sharp glint flickered in Yu Chaolu's beautiful eyes. With matters at Tian Dao sect settling down, it was time to address the troubles posed by Tai Su's sect. The moment was ripe. She could now convey messages to Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian. In the next instant, with a swift motion of her sleeve, a spiritual pigeon materialized in her hand. This pigeon was not one she had raised, but one obtained from a female disciple who accompanied her. While the other wedding attendees had departed from Tiandao sect, a few female disciples remained behind. Should Yu Chao Lu indeed marry Zhong Wanhai as a concubine, they would stay to serve her. Among these was a disciple directly associated with the Fourth Supreme, Ji Yinlian. This spiritual pigeon served as her means of delivering news to Ji Yinlian. The pigeon set forth now, destined to reach Tai Su sect by dawn the following day. By then, it was expected that Zetian would have already arranged everything. Let the news here stir the grass and startle the snake, drawing it out of its lair. Chapter 88. The snake is thoroughly alarmed the following day, at dawn. Chongqing courtyard. With a sudden jolt, Bai Chongqing, who had been cultivating throughout the night, opened his eyes wide. His gaze reflected an unmistakable hint of dread and trepidation. Breathing heavily, he took a moment to calm himself, his brow furrowed in concern. For reasons unknown, he had been restless these past few days. Last night, he had conducted another divination. What unfolded before him was a vision of an enormous hand, vast enough to obscure the sky. This hand descended from above, casting its shadow over him. Standing there, he looked up, only to find no glimmer of light, feeling as though he were shrouded by the cloak of death. Throughout his cultivation last night, chaos had reigned in his mind, and he had succumbed to a heavy sleep in the early morning hours. In his dreams, that colossal hand reappeared. Before it, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Engulfed in despair, everything seemed destined to be crushed by that hand. Damn it, why did I have to envision such a scene? That overwhelming hand. Could it be Chu Zetian? Bai Chongqing's forehead dampened with cold sweat, his heart flooded with confusion. As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head, muttering to himself, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chu Zetian must be dead. Just then, he felt a stirring in his ears. Someone had arrived at Chongqing courtyard. Moments later, as Bai Chongqing entered the living room, his expression shifted dramatically. Only then did Ji Yinlian arrive, seated with an expression of grave concern. Yinlian, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Bai Chongqing's heart sank at the sight of her troubled countenance. Chu Zetian is alive. In the next breath, Ji Yinlian revealed this unsettling news through clenched teeth. What? Chu Zetian is alive. Is this information reliable? Bai Chongqing's face paled, disbelief etched upon his features. Upon hearing this revelation, a wave of profound unease surged within him. Although Chu Zetian had merely been a Huanyuan-level practitioner upon departing the sect, Bai Chongqing inexplicably felt that the threat he posed was greater than that of the sect master and several elders combined. What followed was even more startling, confirming Bai Chongqing's trepidation. It is absolutely true. Not only is he alive, but he has also reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. Last night, he infiltrated the Tiandao sect and fled with Yu Chaolu. He should be on his way back to the sect now. Ji Yinlian nodded, continuing to drop bombshells of information on Bai Chongqing. She meticulously recounted the news delivered by the spirit pigeon. After absorbing the information, Bai Chongqing trembled slightly, panic evident in his eyes. How could Chu Zetian be so extraordinary? It has barely been a short time, and he has already attained the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm, matching my strength? The Tiandao sect's incompetence in failing to eliminate him is infuriating. If I had known, I should have eradicated him the moment he emerged from the blood abyss. Bai Chongqing was utterly stripped of his previous calm demeanor. Ji Yinlian's expression was equally grave. Yet unbeknownst to them, the message from the spirit pigeon was merely a fabrication concocted by Yu Chaolu. The reality of Chu Zetian's power far surpassed that of the 9th stage of the Golden Core realm. He did not flee with Yu Chaolu. Rather, he had stormed through the Tiandao sect, compelling their 4 elders to kneel in supplication. Had Bai Chongqing and Ji Yinlian known the truth, their astonishment would have been beyond measure. It was too late to regret not eliminating him in the past. What must we do now? Should we reconsider our stance? From this day forth, should we devote ourselves solely to our sect as elders? Ji Yinlian swallowed hard, wavering in her resolve. Upon hearing this, Bai Chongqing laughed mockingly, his derision palpable. Ji Yinlian, your stance has always been so unsteady, whether in matters of the heart or in our conspiracies. Reconsider? Huh? How could we turn back? We have repeatedly targeted Chu Zetian. Do you think he is unaware? The ambush of 3 Golden Core warlocks in Jinhong City. Does he not know who orchestrated it? And let us not forget, I had imprisoned his daughter not long ago. And you too. You employed the soul-searching technique to mercilessly torment Zhang Dali into a state of folly. Can we expect no retribution from Chu Zhitian? Moreover, how will we account to the Dark Knight Palace? Will those nefarious cultivators relent? Will that malevolent ancestor of the Dark Knight Palace spare us? Bai Changqing questioned relentlessly. Ji Yinlian's gaze flickered with uncertainty. She too understood that both she and Bai Changqing had reached a point of no return. Our only course of action now is to strike swiftly, leaving no time for the Dark Knight Palace to collaborate. Chu Zhitian is hastening back to the sect. Should he return, we may very well be exposed. At that juncture, confronting Chu Zhitian, Yu Shuihan, and several other elders, our chances of victory are non-existent. After a prolonged contemplation, Bai Changqing slowly nodded. Indeed, we must burn our boats and finalize everything before Chu Zhitian returns to the sect. Our current advantage lies in the fact that Yu Shuihan and the other elders remain oblivious. You and I are the two most formidable members of the Taishu sect. Furthermore, with the element of surprise on our side, we can effectively deal with Yu Shuihan and others in a 2-on-1 scenario. By eliminating them, no one will be able to thwart our efforts to refine the sect's spiritual veins. Once we ascend to the nascent soul stage, everything will be completely within our grasp. Even if Chu Zhitian returns, he will be met with the same fate. Ji Yinlian nodded in agreement. Yes. While this is somewhat perilous, we have no alternative. Initially, the duo's plan was to ally with the Dark Knight Palace to thoroughly overthrow the Taishu sect, which would undoubtedly have been more secure. However, faced with the pressure imposed by Chu Zhitian, they are compelled to take a risk. They intend to execute a decapitation strike against Yu Shuihan and the other elders. To be prudent, further arrangements must be made. Regrettably, that little demon seed has slipped away, and Zhang Dali has also been taken from the sect. Fortunately, Chu Zhitian has another son, and the Su family has returned from the city of solitary smoke. I refuse to believe that after 5 years of bond, Chu Zhitian will truly disregard their lives, especially that of his son. Bai Changqing's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of cunning malice. Chapter 89, Su Peak Master. Can you truly escape? Earlier this morning, a portion of the high-ranking members and strong cultivators within the Taishu sect received communication through jade tablets. Among them were Ji Wuji, one of the 4 deputy sect masters, the deputy peak masters of Xianyuan Peak and Qinglong Peak, as well as the deputy peak masters of Zhuke, Goqing, and Tingsha, along with other insiders from the Su, Bai, and Yu clans. Many of these individuals held vice positions within various sect institutions. They felt stifled in their ambitions. Yet their greed was insatiable. These individuals were accomplices of Bai Changqing and Ji Yinlian. Simultaneously, a bridal procession had just returned to the sect. They had departed from the Tiandao Gate yesterday afternoon and returned to the Taishu sect early this morning. Among the bridal party were Bai Pengkuan, the acting peak master of Baihu Peak, and Bai Hengxiu, one of the deputy sect masters, who simultaneously produced their jade tablets for communication. They then exchanged knowing glances. In a desolate place, both individuals exhibited expressions of shock and caution. It was astonishing that the ancestral and the 4th elder were prepared to take action so swiftly. Bai Pengkuan whispered, "Indeed. Furthermore, I have received a task." Bai Hengxiu narrowed his eyes, a mixture of tension and anticipation reflected in his gaze. Bai Changqing had promised him that upon the success of this endeavor, he would ascend further, occupying the position of Yu Shuihan. I have also been entrusted with a task. Bai Pengkuan's demeanor shifted slightly. Enough. There is no need for excessive words between us. Let us act according to orders. Bai Hengxiu gestured dismissively. Understood. Bai Pengkuan nodded, refraining from inquiring about the nature of Bai Hengxiu's assignment. Moments later, they arrived at the Chue Bin courtyard. This was a place designated by the sect for the education of young children. Within a courtyard designed for children aged 4 to 5, the instructor had yet to arrive, and a group of toddlers had come early to frolic and play. At that moment, Chu Kongqing amused himself by leading a pack of little lackeys, engaging in the bullying of the grandson of an outer sect elder. After thoroughly beating the boy to a pulp, Chu Kongqing stepped on the child's head and rummaged through his belongings, discovering a small cloth pouch. Inside were a dozen pieces of spirit jade. How does a wretched offspring from an outer sect family dare to possess spirit jade? Ha! All of this belongs to me. Chu Kongqing stowed the spirit jade into his mustard seed bag, his youthful visage marred by a display of arrogance and brashness. In one corner of the courtyard sat Zhang Beiqin, observing this scene without a hint of intervention, his expression instead radiating satisfaction and approval. For these past few days, whenever he was at the sect, He personally escorted Chu Kongqing to the Chue Bin courtyard each day, even more attentively than Su Ruyan, his biological mother. Zhang Beichen understood that although Chu Kongqing bore the name of Chu, he should rightly bear the surname Zhang. Chengcheng is exceptional. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. Many opportunities must be seized through force. My Chengcheng has possessed this awareness since childhood, destined to become a formidable powerhouse in the future. Zhang Beichen approached, affectionately ruffling Chu Kongqing's hair in praise. Chu Kongqing beamed with pride and remarked to Zhang Beichen, "Godfather, you are truly wonderful. My biological father would scold and even beat me whenever he saw me bullying others. Yet you treat me so kindly. I wish you were my real father." Influenced by Su Ruyan from a young age, coupled with Zhang Beichen's special affection and indulgence, Chu Kongqing felt an extraordinary closeness to this godfather. "Then, from now on, do not call me godfather. Simply refer to me as father, shall we?" Zhang Beichen inquired eagerly. "All right, father." Chu Kongqing readily responded without hesitation. "Ah," Zhang Beichen replied, thoroughly pleased. Observing the